Chapter E. The Police Station. Officer, I swear, I truly have not engaged in any misconduct. In the interrogation room of the Huangdalu police station, Chen Yan found himself locked in a silent stare with a young policeman. The paperwork had been completed. They were merely awaiting the verification of surveillance footage to corroborate the statements made. The policeman remained silent, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Yan before he focused intently on the written confession, seemingly attempting to channel his inner Sherlock Holmes to uncover any inconsistencies in Chen Yan's story before the surveillance results were revealed. Chen Yan wore an expression of innocence, his mind racing with curses aimed at the unreliable system. What kind of absurd system was this, offering no clarity whatsoever? Indeed, Chen Yan possessed a system, but it was not the result of reincarnation. It had inexplicably manifested after he was laid off the previous morning. The system, aptly named the Daily Fortune System, provided him with a nugget of good fortune each day. Initially, Chen Yan had believed that he was finally on the verge of shedding his mundane existence. Having toiled for 2 years at the Tianyuan Group, a large company, the outcome had not been as anticipated, but at least the system had emerged. Hope for ascension was on the horizon. However, with the good, there came the bad. This system was peculiar. Following the first fortune prompt, it had responded to any queries from Chen Yan with a singular phrase: "The serpent flicks its tongue, there are no footprints." Absurd. Utterly nonsensical. Chen Yan, exasperated, found solace in the fact that he had followed the system's hint to the third sewer cover beneath the eastern gate of Longtan Community. Ultimately, discovering a USB drive, this USB contained account passwords and a staggering 3,000 bitcoins. Initially, Chen Yan was elated. These bitcoins were valued at approximately 2 billion. However, reality swiftly doused his excitement with a cold splash of water. Upon conducting some research, he discovered that the regulations surrounding virtual currency in Huaguo were exceedingly stringent. Regardless of the form, the tracing capabilities of any virtual currency funds were exceptionally robust. It was safe to say that anyone daring to sell would inevitably find themselves adorned with a pair of silver handcuffs. Unfamiliar with the cryptocurrency realm, Chen Yan was clueless about how to transact, and the information needed to convert the assets into cash was non-existent on the surface. But this predicament deeply troubled him. He possessed a treasure trove yet lacked the means to utilize it. Why couldn't this wretched system yield some tangible wealth? After securely hiding the USB drive, perhaps sensing his frustrations, the system released a new fortune prompt shortly after midnight, March 23, 2025. Today's fortune update: white at 3:06 a.m. Renowned entrepreneur Li Zhiqiu will inadvertently drop a necklace worth 38 million at a location 335 meters along the eastern section of Huangdalu. Chen Yan, who had been sleeping soundly, remained oblivious to the system's repeated announcements until, jolted awake by a surge of electric stimulation, he finally grasped the situation. Wow, finally something credible. Necklace valued at 37 million. Selling it for merely 20 million would not be unreasonable. Liquidating the asset was of utmost importance. Chen Yan hastily donned a complete outfit of black clothing, complete with a mask and a cap, and pedaled furiously through the night in Xianghai City at 3:05 a.m. Although it was still just past midnight, arriving early was prudent for proper preparation. Around 12:30 a.m., in the vicinity of a bench 300 meters along the eastern stretch of Huangdalu, an oddly dressed figure, entirely shrouded, waited. As time crept towards 3 a.m., Chen Yan, feeling drowsy, was abruptly awakened by the sound of approaching footsteps. The chaotic clattering of high heels echoed from afar. Following the sound, his eyes widened in awe. Those legs were mesmerizing. Valentino-studded heels complemented alluring black stockings, sleek and elongated, radiating an irresistible charm beneath the streetlights. The length of those legs seemed to surpass even his own existence. Dressed in a crimson miniskirt and a fitted dress, the woman named Li Zhiqiu exuded an intoxicating allure. Her sophisticated, mature face bore an air of confidence, yet was she intoxicated? Her flushed complexion was one thing, but her staggering gait raised questions. After glancing around and checking the time, it was now 3:03 a.m. She would likely reach him in about 5 minutes, and the area was devoid of any other presence. It appeared that this woman was indeed the one who would lose the necklace. Once she had departed, he could simply retrieve it and sell it the following day. 37 million. Beneath his mask, Chen Yan licked his lips, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Almost there. She remained oblivious to his presence, but the gusts of wind intensified, further destabilizing her already unsteady steps. Finally, within 2 meters of Chen Yan, Li Zhiqiu seemed overwhelmed, leaning against the ornate railing to catch her breath. The design of Huang Dalu was intriguing, resembling a wooden boardwalk, with planks forming a lattice pathway through which the turbulent sea was clearly visible below. 3:04 分. 3:05, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing her disheveled hair to flutter as she instinctively turned away. Eyes closed, a glimmering flash caught the light, sliding down the contour of Li Zhiqiu's back. Here it comes. Chen Yan's eyes widened as he had intended to let the necklace fall to the ground, waiting for the woman to leave before picking it up. However, to his dismay, he realized that the necklace was headed directly towards a gap in the wooden walkway. If he did not intervene now, it would undoubtedly plunge into the sea, never to be found again. With no time to contemplate, Chen Yan leaped from the bench, desperately reaching out in an attempt to intercept the falling necklace. Fortunately, he succeeded. He firmly grasped the necklace. Unfortunately, the location of his grip was on Li Zhiqiu's curvaceous backside. Feeling the unexpected pressure, Li Zhiqiu jolted awake, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she turned to look. At that moment, her stunning eyes met Chen Yan's mortified gaze. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Miss Chen Yan stammered, only to be promptly handcuffed amidst a cacophony of screams and sirens, charged with indecent exposure. Throughout the ordeal, he endeavored to explain to the officers that he had merely attempted to save the necklace from falling into the sea, insisting he was not a pervert. Yet, they disregarded his pleas, even suspecting him of theft. With no recourse, he resigned himself to the interrogation. As the clock approached 4 a.m., Chen Yan was ultimately exonerated, thanks to the irrefutable evidence from the surveillance footage. Naturally, he endured a lecture, advised to exercise caution regarding appropriate physical contact in the future. Upon exiting the police station, Li Zhiqiu, having sobered up somewhat, cast a somewhat apologetic glance at the exasperated Chen Yan. I'm sorry. I thought you were truly a creep. Thank you for helping me catch the necklace. The necklace had returned to Li Zhiqiu's possession, but the joy had long since departed from Chen Yan's heart. Not only had he been wrongfully accused and delayed for so long, but the 38 million necklace had also transformed into a crucial piece of evidence for his innocence, returning to its rightful owner, leaving him completely disconnected from it. All right, miss, try not to judge people based on stereotypes in the future. Chen Yan pointed at his own face. Just because I'm wearing a mask and a cap doesn't make me a creep. Is contemplating life by the seaside at night considered deviant? Is placing my hand on your back an offense? Li Zhiqiu chuckled awkwardly, her delicate arm waving dismissively. Not really. But with those three things combined, it certainly seems that way. You! Chen Yan inhaled sharply, feeling somewhat guilty and unwilling to engage in further argument. He turned to leave. Wait a moment. Li Zhiqiu hurried after him, seemingly with a change of heart, blocking his path. Young man, you helped me out tremendously, and I misjudged you. How about I treat you to a drink? It's quite late. Perhaps a drink wouldn't hurt, Li Zhiqiu remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness and a touch of anticipation. The usually aloof business goddess of Shanghai City, who harbored a distinct disdain for men, appeared momentarily shy in this very moment. Silently, she recalled the sensation from earlier. Stripping away previous distractions, she began to reminisce, faintly aware of a tingling comfort that accompanied the memory. Chen Yan, however, felt a wave of impatience. Why drink at such an hour? As he contemplated a refusal, the absurd system suddenly went haywire. Fortune moment. Fortune moment. Warning. Warning. Fortune moment. Golden legend of fortune. Fortune moment. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Alright. Chapter 2. A day at work seems unbearable. Outside the police station on Huangdao Road, lively Bar Street beckoned. Despite the late hour, the tourist area buzzed with patrons, predominantly young souls in search of fleeting romances. The two found a quaint little tavern, casually sitting down and ordering 2 bottles of champagne. This was Li Zitia's request after an evening of indulging in baijiu and whiskey. She sought the refreshing taste of champagne. Xiao Chen, what brings you to Huangdao Road so late? Encountering troubles. As their drinks arrived, they clinked glasses and took a sip, gradually easing into a casual conversation. Well, if I must share my burdens, Chen Yan pondered, being laid off counts as a trouble, doesn't it? Hehe, what a blind company, Li Zhiqiu chuckled, taking a small sip, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade as the remnants of alcohol stirred within her. Don't mention it, the company is quite large, but filled with mediocrity. Chen Yan laughed, discreetly glancing at her fair, slender neck. What about you, Sister Li? Why are you out late, tipsy and wandering by the seaside? Their conversation flowed easily, each feeling comfortable in the other's presence. Oh, it's all for a business deal, but enough about that, Li Zhiqiu sighed, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Come, let's drink. Chen Yan had no objections. Although typically a homebody with little interest in socializing, he prided himself on his capacity for alcohol. At least for now, of drinking a slightly tipsy Li Zhiqiu posed no challenge. The two swiftly polished off a bottle and a half of champagne, wakening the remnants of her inebriation. Due to the size of the table, their legs brushed closely against one another. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Li Zitia's long, luring legs began to sway unconsciously. Chen Yan could feel an almost imperceptible caress through the thin fabric of his pants. Was this an invitation? Chen Yan found it hard to believe a wealthy female executive, even inebriated, would not stoop to entice someone like him, a mere nobody worth less than 500 yuan. Yet, upon meeting Li Zitia's gaze, filled with an almost seductive haze, he was taken aback. He had never witnessed a woman, a girl, a lady behaving so alluringly in his presence, except perhaps in risk films. Burp. Li Zitia's gaze drifted, her eyes slightly unfocused as she fixed her stare on Chen Yan. Shao Chen, what do you think life is for? For living? What? Chen Yan was bewildered. Her gaze was so intense, as if she were about to consume him, and now she was pondering the philosophy of existence. Never mind, sober woman is difficult to reason with, let alone one under the influence. Best to play along. Living is for the sake of wealth, to indulge in life, of course. Although he had consumed most of the champagne, Chen Yan felt merely a warmth in his cheeks. His mind remained clear. Wealth, indulgence, he. Li Zhiqiu suddenly laughed, her laughter enchanting. Shao Chen, you aren't married, are you? Chen Yan shook his head. Not only was he unmarried, but he had never even had a girlfriend. Despite his decent looks, he had endured social anxiety since childhood, limiting his interactions with others. This situation only improved during his university years. Yet, even during school, he had not engaged much with the opposite sex. Despite receiving numerous love letters from girls, then you're in luck. Li Zhiqiu sighed deeply, hint of intoxication mixed with a faint floral scent wafting into Chen Yan's nostrils. Before my husband passed, I was always consumed with household affairs, from gatherings with friends to shopping sprees, leaving no room for leisure after his death. I thought I could finally laugh freely, but I only found myself burdened with the struggle for survival. You see, as my business flourished, it became a torment. Many perceive me as a successful woman, owning my own company, possessing wealth, and enjoying freedom, living life on my own terms, but the reality is different. Li Zhiqiu seemingly opened the floodgates, pouring out her grievances. Today I had to entertain clients to secure a deal, and tomorrow you'll have to do the same for supply quotas. It's as though they think I'm an easy target because I lack a man. One or two of them, they all try to intoxicate me, all hoping to bag me. Men are all bastards. Li Zitia's words grew increasingly disjointed, her eyes reddening as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Her tear-streaked visit, combined with her breathtaking beauty, would surely provoke any self-proclaimed righteous man to intervene if it weren't for the late hour and the sparse crowd. Unsisterly, I'm not a bastard. Please don't cry. Let's drink. Let's drink. As the 2 bottles of champagne neared their end, Chen Yan raised his hand to order 2 more, filling Li Zitia's glass to the brim. The server cast a peculiar glance at them, retreating a distance yet still stealing glances back at Chen Yan. This guy, getting a rich woman drunk, comforting her, and maybe even hoping to latch onto her. He must not want to go to work tomorrow. Li Zhiqiu, managing her own company, was no stranger to frequent drinking engagements, and her tolerance had been well honed. However, tonight she had indeed overindulged, leading to a rare state of drunkenness. Perhaps it was the memories of her late husband that stirred her emotions, or perhaps it was the long-simmering loneliness that had taken hold. Whatever the cause, Li Zhiqiu began to unravel. She downed a glass of champagne, and before Chen Yan could react, she seized his hand. A spark coursed through him, causing his drinking posture to falter. Shao Chen, have you ever been in love? Li Zhiqiu cooed playfully, her well-cared-for hands, pale and delicate, gliding over Chen Yan's palm with an exquisite smoothness. Sisterly, I haven't. I've had relationships. Chen Yan felt flustered, even neglecting to wipe the remnants of alcohol from his lips. He wished to deny it, but his stammering voice betrayed him. Shao Chen, do you know how to kiss? Li Zitia's intent seemed apparent, her crimson nails tracing her lips in an undeniably seductive manner. Of course, I know. Chen Yan recalled slightly. While he possessed theoretical knowledge, he had never put it into practice. In that moment, his mind seemed to freeze. What was Li Zhiqiu up to? Was this the fortune moment the system had mentioned? No, she seemed to be flirting with him. Oh, sister doesn't know. Li Zhiqiu propped her chin on her hand, lazily gazing at Chen Yan, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear. Shall we, Shao Chen? Why don't you teach me? Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had unraveled the mystery. She was indeed flirting with him. But now, what should he do? Should he sit beside her, or reject her outright? Would this be akin to selling his own soul? Would she offer him money? Should he accept the payment, or would that be too demeaning? As Chen Yan was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, Li Zhiqiu provided little time for contemplation. With a graceful lift of her arm, she effortlessly pulled him from his seat, and he found himself seated squarely upon her lap.
Chapter 3. Imported wine. As soon as Chen Yan settled down, Li Zhiqiu immediately became uncontrollable, wrapping her arms around him with wide-open eyes. It was hot, intensely so. Even through his trousers, Chen Yan could feel the heat. Although he was merely 23, before the 30-something Li Zhiqiu, he felt like a mere fledgling chick. Before tonight, he could never have imagined that the person who prided himself on his extensive viewing experiences would feel so nervous in a real encounter. In this moment, as their budding emotions collided, it seemed as if music echoed around them. Flames ignited in the pitch darkness, illuminating the deepest corners of the night. realizing Chen Yan's inexperience. Li Jiqiu instinctively took on the role of the guiding older sister. Nearby, a waiter observed this scene, envy etched on his face. How unfair it seemed that he had not encountered such fortune himself. After a while, Chen Yan's breaths became somewhat labored, yet he remained utterly absorbed in the experience. He finally comprehended what the absurd system meant by a moment of great fortune. It appeared that he would truly shed the title of a novice tonight. As they gradually parted, Chen Yan's gaze initially flickered with shyness, but under the gentle, affectionate gaze of Li Jiqiu, he began to let go. "Sister, you are truly stunning," he remarked earnestly, admiring her star-like beauty. Li Jiqiu was indeed breathtaking, possessing an allure that could overshadow most celebrities with her grace, beauty, and figure. Coupled with her long, elegant legs, she stood nearly as tall as Chen Yan when she donned her high heels, achieving a harmonious and striking silhouette. With a chuckle, Li Jiqiu smiled at Chen Yan's compliment. "Little Chen, have you ever tried imported wine?" "Imported wine?" Chen Yan paused, puzzled. "Is it foreign wine? I've never had any. Does Rio count?" "Of course not." Li Jiqiu playfully tapped his forehead, embodying the mischievous older sister. "This is what I mean by imported wine." With a sip of champagne, she leaned closer to Chen Yan. Gradually, his astonishment transformed into realization and then into enjoyment. "So this is what imported wine tastes like. Truly delightful, rich, and sweet." It seemed the wealthy had their preferences for a reason. While Chen Yan was immersed in this lesson, Li Jiqiu seemed unsatisfied, wrapping her arms around him and pulling him closer. "Oh, little Chen, no man is good except you." After a while, feeling tired, she whispered softly in his ear, her shoulders beginning to tremble as she started to sob. It's been difficult for a woman to live alone, especially while managing such a grand estate. To say one isn't weary or has no grievances would be a lie." A sigh escaped Chen Yan's lips, and the romantic atmosphere dimmed somewhat as he gently embraced Li Jiqiu, patting her lightly. "It's all right, sister. You don't have to bear it all alone. If you're tired, rest. No matter how much money you earn, it's meant to be spent. You should enjoy life." Suddenly, Li Jiqiu lifted her head, cradling Chen Yan's face in her hands, her smile dreamy. "Hee isn't that what I'm doing right now?" Chen Yan was amused by the whimsical contrast of her demeanor, laughing heartily as he poured more wine into their glasses. "Come on, sister, let us keep drinking." They exchanged toasts, during which they also reviewed their recently learned knowledge, ultimately finishing all the wine on the table. "Let us go." Li Jiqiu, still holding on to a sliver of awareness, guided Chen Yan to settle the bill and leave. For some reason, he felt that the cashier's gaze was rather unfriendly. As they stepped outside the bar, the sea breeze hit them, causing Chen Yan to shiver slightly. It was cool, with a hint of salt. Those who have indulged in drink know that a gust of wind, after too much to drink, usually leads to nausea or dizziness. Li Jiqiu was no exception. She had truly drunk to excess, her legs giving way as the wind hit her. "Hey, sister, get up," Chen Yan exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her waist. However, Li Jiqiu was heavier than expected. Her height added to her weight, making her appear slender, yet surprisingly substantial, especially with her alluring figure. "Little Chen, I feel unwell." Finally managing to support Li Jiqiu, he heard her murmur. This made Chen Yan break into a cold sweat. "Sister, you may be drunk, but please don't throw up on me. Where do you live? I'll take you home." As he gently patted her face, he marveled at her soft, well-cared-for skin. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. Li Jiqiu did not respond to his questions, only mumbling incoherently. This is what they meant by great fortune? Chen Yan felt conflicted. Everything that had transpired seemed to stem from Li Jiqiu's drunken state. What if he took her to a hotel, and she reported him tomorrow? After much deliberation, there seemed no good solution. Taking her back to his rented room was out of the question. It was too far and far too messy for someone like Li Jiqiu. "Sister, hold on. I'll take you to a hotel." He patted her again, and she seemed to respond, gathering her strength to make it easier for him to carry her. Thankfully, there were numerous hotels near the bar street. Before long, Chen Yan managed to help Li Jiqiu check into a room. Once inside, he laid her gently on the bed, glancing at his bank balance, which had dwindled to under 3,000. It was nearly 5 in the morning, and he felt utterly exhausted. After removing her high heels, He was momentarily captivated by her exquisitely wrapped legs in black stockings. He shook his head, dismissing distractions. It was time to sleep before he collapsed. Lying down next to Li Ziqiu, he left a small nightlight on rather than turning off all the lights. Li Ziqiu seemed to have fallen asleep, her delicate eyelashes fluttering gently, creating an enchanting sight. Chen Yan turned to face her, unabashedly observing this sleeping beauty. Her skin was flawless, hardly resembling that of a woman approaching her 40s. Was her fair complexion natural, or the result of diligent care? It appeared so supple. A gentle touch might not betray his presence. Licking his dry lips, Chen Yan's thoughts drifted back to the enchanting moments they had shared, and he unconsciously inched closer. Hearing her rhythmic breathing quickened his own heartbeat. "Little Chen, brother." As Chen Yan poked her cheek, Li Ziqiu murmured softly. And to his astonishment, she rolled over, her long, beautiful legs pinning him down. Chapter 4. Exclusive edition for Big Sisters? Before Li Ziqiu, Chen Yan unconsciously assumed the role of a young boy. Thus, he felt it imperative to heed the words of the elder sister, such as, "Little brother, come here." Perhaps it was a partial loss of reason, or perhaps the subconscious was at play. Li Ziqiu found herself deliberately instructing Chen Yan. This spark ignited a fire within him, leading to an exquisite cooperation. "The system of fortune you bestowed upon me is truly remarkable." After 5 hours, Chen Yan finally opened his eyes to the blinding sunlight. Despite the recent turmoil, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. However, while he remained energized, Li Ziqiu, being in her 30s, could not match the youthful vigor of Chen Yan. Gently rolling out of bed, he made sure not to disturb the peacefully sleeping Li Ziqiu. As he surveyed the scattered garments, an unexpected wave of emptiness surged within him. Once the impulsive madness of drunkenness subsided and dawn broke, a new beginning awaited. Perhaps the last opportunity for a fresh start. With a sigh, Chen Yan entered the bathroom to wash away the traces of their passionate escapade. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he closed the bathroom door, Li Ziqiu's enchanting eyes fluttered open. In that moment, her languid and mature aura radiated, starkly different from the intimate demeanor she had displayed yesterday. Now, with clarity, a cool elegance graced her features. For many years, she possessed a particular trait. Regardless of how inebriated she had been the night before, her memories remained intact. Essentially, she never experienced blackouts. Thus, she vividly recalled the previous night's fervor. "This boy, sigh. It seems I have truly taken advantage." Li Ziqiu sighed softly, sitting up to gather her scattered clothing. The stockings were beyond salvage, reduced to mere tattered strips. Her fair, elongated legs were now fully exposed to the air, presenting a beauty entirely different from when adorned with stockings. Now past 10 in the morning, and with her absence from work, numerous tasks had accumulated. "Hey, has the contract with Yonla Group been signed? Instruct the procurement department to add 2 more production lines this month. Prepare the remaining suppliers and corresponding lists. I will need them this afternoon. Additionally, let me know if there are any idle positions within the company." Casting a glance toward the bathroom, Li Ziqiu inquired of her secretary on the other end of the line. "I mean those positions that don't require much, just interfacing with me. If there aren't any available, create one." After ending the call, a complex expression crossed Li Ziqiu's face as she bit her lip, involuntarily recalling the previous day. This boy is indeed a novice. The first time was rather swift, yet to say that alcohol impedes one's performance, or that one cannot engage multiple times in a short span, surely that's a deception. This lad is simply youthful and vigorous. With a slight flush to her cheeks, Li Ziqiu resumed her tasks, arranging and managing the day's responsibilities. Chen Yan quickly finished a shower, but lacking a change of clothes. He had no choice but to don the same outfit from yesterday. As he emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, he caught sight of Li Ziqiu reclining on the bed, his steps faltering abruptly. "Oh no, she is awake. I was hoping to slip away after my shower. What now?" An awkward and tense atmosphere enveloped them. Chen Yan felt utterly at a loss, while Li Ziqiu merely cast him a casual glance before returning to her messages. As his breath quickened, Chen Yan pondered for 2 minutes before slowly moving his feet, searching for an excuse to make a hasty exit. However, Li Ziqiu spoke first. "Xiao Chun, run an errand for your sister." "Huh?" Ah, yes, sister, we need. Chen Yan trembled, responding with immediate anxiety. Oh no. She remembers my name. Clearly, she recalls everything. Nervously digging his toes into his slippers, Chen Yan wished he could vanish into thin air. If they were a typical couple, it might be one thing, but given the nature of their encounter, he found it difficult to be at ease. Go buy me some medicine. Make sure you don't get the wrong kind, the after-effect kind. Li Jiqiu appeared remarkably composed as she rummaged through her bag, seemingly dissatisfied with what she found. Then beckoned Chen Yan closer. Come here. With trepidation, Chen Yan approached, feeling increasingly anxious. She even knows what kind of medicine to buy. Thank goodness she didn't T-report me for. Li Jiqiu extended her fair hand towards him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Hand it over, your phone. Unlock it. Oh, right. Obediently, Chen Yan unlocked his phone and handed it over, feeling like a schoolboy caught in mischief. Li Jiqiu promptly opened WeChat, scanned a QR code, and handed it back to him. All done. I've added you as a friend. I've transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Take it and go buy the medicine. You seem to need quite a bit, and it might not be safe to wait. On his phone, a friend request from Jiqiu had been approved, accompanied by a transfer of 50,000. Ah. Chen Yan hesitated. Should I accept? It feels somewhat humiliating, like a gratitude fee. Not accepting seems equally challenging to refuse. All right, I suppose I'll take it. Li Jiqiu, an elegant woman, discerned his internal conflict and offered reassurance. Since you call me sister, this money is merely a gift from an older sister to her younger brother. Do you understand? Chen Yan fell silent. Though Li Jiqiu's intentions were comforting, the underlying message was unmistakable. Call me sister, and I'll regard you as my younger brother. There shall be no recurrence of last night's events. Without uttering another word, she turned away, her beautiful eyes shimmering. This boy is surprisingly sensitive, but perhaps that's for the best. Last night's impulsive actions were my own missteps. He is merely a victim in this scenario. Given our age difference, it is best to relinquish any unrealistic notions. Meanwhile, Chen Yan exited the pharmacy, awkwardly clutching a box of medicine amidst the store attendant's suggestive glances. Making a beeline for the breakfast stall, his body craved protein intensely. Ding ding, the serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Fortune moment reward settlement. Permanent buff. Strong kidneys. As someone blessed with daily fortune, how could one lack a robust physique? Strong kidneys? System, did you make a typo? Is it strong kidneys or a strong body? He stuffed 80 eggs into his mouth in one go. The elderly lady at the breakfast stall looked at Chen Yan with a mix of fear and astonishment. Has this child never eaten eggs before? Slow down, or you might choke here. With his mouth still full of eggs, Chen Yan stood frozen, having forgotten to chew, as the system continued its announcements. Permanent buff, super charm, exclusive edition for those over 30 with a comprehensive score exceeding 90. Given that the host has completed a golden legend fortune moment, a notification will automatically trigger upon encountering qualifying individuals. Keep it up, the serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. What? Huh? An exclusive edition for big sisters? Chapter 5. A gift from Li Jiqiu. Regardless of Chen Yan's persistent inquiries, the system offered no further responses. Oh, except for one. After consuming 10 eggs to suppress his body's craving for protein, Chen Yan set off towards the hotel with the medication in hand. After all, even with a robust sperm production capability, one still requires the raw materials, does one not? As he walked, he glanced around, eager to discover what the system's notifications entailed. However, he encountered several attractive women, yet none triggered the system's response. This system is rather stringent. He knocked on the hotel room door, and heavy footsteps echoed immediately. Li Jiqiu was barefoot, having just taken a shower while Chen Yan was away, droplets of water glistening on her fair neck. Her ethereal beauty and subtle fragrance momentarily captivated Chen Yan, and he simultaneously received a system alert. Ding, the serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Li Jiqiu, chairman of Qiushui Group, age, 36, overall score, 93, current state, calm, thighs sore. Fortune trigger occurrences. 1. Repeatable for rewards. Trigger 3 times for grand prize. Come in, Li Jiqiu said, her expression one of surprise, interrupting Chen Yan's reverie as she gracefully returned to the edge of the bed. Prompted by the system's alert, Chen Yan noticed her awkward gait, suggesting she was indeed in some discomfort. "Sister, your medication." He handed her the medicine and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. "Thank you." Li Ziqiu decisively opened the medicine box and swallowed a pill, then, under Chen Yan's gaze, slipped on a pair of high heels. Chen Yan felt a pang of regret. What had possessed him to help her take them off last night? If he had hoisted them onto his shoulder, wouldn't that have significantly increased his speed? Unperturbed by Chen Yan's smoldering gaze, Li Ziqiu merely smiled lightly. This young man seemed to have developed a taste for his circumstances. It appeared she was not as old as she thought. Her allure remained. "Xiao Chun, may I ask you something?" Now donned in her high heels, Li Ziqiu resumed her demeanor as the poised and alluring woman, elegantly crossing one leg over the other. "I heard you were dismissed yesterday. Have you considered what you wish to pursue next?" "Next?" Chen Yan stroked his chin, still undecided. "I'll just see how it goes." "Well, I have a job opportunity for you, but I'm uncertain of your interest." Li Ziqiu smiled, her captivating gaze fixed on Chen Yan, seemingly unperturbed by the events of the previous night. "What job? What is the salary? Are there weekends off? Are there benefits?" Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback, wondering if this elder sister was considering supporting him financially. He pondered what conditions would be necessary to trigger another fortuitous moment with her. Surely, it wouldn't merely involve physical intimacy. "Yes, yes, and yes," Li Ziqiu replied, seemingly unprepared for his questions, yet it mattered little. She had the authority to determine the benefits. "If you possess a driver's license, you can be my chauffeur. If not, you may serve as a personal assistant. The salary is 10,000 a month, with the highest standard insurance and housing fund, 2 days off a week, and the rest of the time free." It wasn't that Li Ziqiu was unwilling to assign Chen Yan another role. She had just received word from her secretary that there were no positions available for idlers who merely wanted to collect pay. So, she had to create one herself. Coincidentally, her driver had recently quit after saving enough money, making it a suitable vacancy for Chen Yan to fill. "A driver? That sounds great. I have a license." Chen Yan eagerly agreed. These terms were nothing short of a celestial opportunity. 10,000 a month. Where else could one find such a deal? Furthermore, remaining close to Li Ziqiu would allow him to explore how to trigger the next fortuitous moment and claim some rewards. He was genuinely intrigued by the system's promise of a grand prize, not merely because of his attraction to Li Ziqiu. "All right, rest a bit more. I'll come back to take you to the company later," Li Ziqiu said, grabbing her bag to leave, casually slipping a card into Chen Yan's hand. "This card contains 500,000. The password is the last digit. Don't overthink it. Consider it a gift from me to you." Without allowing Chen Yan the opportunity to refuse, Li Ziqiu departed, leaving him staring blankly at the bank card in his hand. Wait, is this genuine support? Or merely a gift? Chen Yan was bewildered, feeling somewhat lost. In that moment, he began to understand why many handsome men opted to seek the company of wealthy women. He had once scoffed at this notion, but now, it seemed utterly enticing. The ease with which money arrived was astonishing. He leaped onto the bed, rolling excitedly on the lingering scent of the sheets. Unbeknownst to him, outside the door, Li Ziqiu was equally flustered, her heart racing. She, too, found it perplexing. Their connection could have remained limited to a 50,000 transfer and a simple job arrangement. After all, even a top male model wouldn't require such a substantial sum for a single night. However, upon Chen Yan's return with the medication, he appeared transformed, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated her heart. This was the very reason she felt compelled to elevate Chen Yan's position and present him with the generous sum of 500,000. In fact, had he asked for any reasonable perks on the spot, she likely would have acquiesced without hesitation. Goodness, this is madness, she thought. Li Ziqiu, how many years separate you two? Don't be so shameless. Don't ruin his life. Leaning against the wall, she took deep breaths, attempting to reassure herself. All right, from now on, I shall treat him as an ordinary younger brother. No more inappropriate thoughts. Resolute in her decision, Li Ziqiu felt considerably lighter as she stepped out of the hotel, her exquisite legs captivating the gaze of any man fortunate enough to behold them. In Chen Yan's room, despite the significant exertion of the previous night, he felt no fatigue. In fact, he was so exhilarated that he wanted to let out a triumphant howl. The bank card seemed specially designed, capable of being directly linked to payment applications. Gazing at his 5-digit balance and the 6-figure sum on the card, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After years of living in modest circumstances, he suddenly found himself with such wealth, something he had never dared to imagine in the past. Ha ha ha! Is this the treatment of a protagonist? Is this the power of the system? If he were face to face with the system, Chen Yan would undoubtedly embrace it and shower it with kisses. All remnants of his previous frustrations evaporated. Dear system, I shall never insult you again. Ding! The serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Chapter 6. The contrast of the glasses-wearing older sister with newfound wealth. Chen Yan was certainly not one to be frugal with himself. He first indulged in purchasing an entire 3 sets of attire online, from head to toe. The life of the affluent is indeed beyond imagination. I, with only modest means, would hardly blink at spending 3,000 on a single outfit. One cannot help but wonder what those with fortunes in the thousands or even millions were on a daily basis. Staring at the items awaiting delivery, Chen Yan could not help but exclaim in awe. Benny Road, such a prestigious brand. Until today, he would not have dared to even glance at it. After securing his clothing, he could not overlook other splendid items. A folding bicycle for $14,699? I shall purchase one. An Alienware laptop for $19,888? I shall buy one as well. With mobile devices taken care of, Chen Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for further wants. A car? That would be absurd. Soon he would be the private chauffeur for a beautiful lady. Did he truly need a luxury vehicle? A house? With this amount, he would only embarrass himself and risk encountering a disdainful salesperson. After much contemplation, Chen Yan resolved to send 100,000 to his beloved Wang Ma. Wang Ma, the director of the orphanage he grew up in, was a kind-hearted woman whom everyone affectionately called her by that name. Before long, Wang Ma called him. Xiao Yan, you sent 100,000? Her voice sounded much older and hoarser than before. Despite the fatigue, Chen Yan could perceive her underlying joy. Yes, Wang Ma. I recently made a bit of money in a small business venture, so I thought to send you some. How have you been feeling? Chen Yan smiled genuinely. After all these years as an orphan, Wang Ma was his only family. If anyone could evoke warmth in him just by the sound of their voice, it was undoubtedly her. I'm doing well, but you, having earned some money, should focus on your endeavors. Why are you sending me money, an old woman? I can send it back to you, so you can invest wisely and allow Wang Ma to benefit from your success. After all the children from his orphanage had left, due to a reduction in policy subsidies, Wang Ma could no longer sustain the orphanage. Now, she lived a meager retirement without even a pension. Chen Yan's heart warmed at her words. She claimed to be happy for his earnings, though. Well, the source of that money was rather abstract. Oh, it's nothing, Wang Ma. I have plenty of money now. I'm not lacking that little bit. Spend it as you wish. If you want to date an old gentleman, go ahead. We can afford a dowry. Don't worry about us kids. We've grown up. And if you prefer, go travel and enjoy the beauty of the world. With Wang Ma, Chen Yan felt no social anxiety. He spoke freely and comfortably. You little rascal, are you provoking me? Be careful, or I'll come to Shanghai with my cane and give you a whack. Wang Ma teased, her tone filled with affection. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Chen Yan felt a sudden sense of emptiness. Now that he had money, he was at a loss for what to do with it. What do the wealthy engage in daily? He found himself without direction, as his social circle was quite limited. In Shanghai, he had virtually no friends. If he were to consider friends, it would only be the little companions from the orphanage, but they were now scattered across the globe, making reunions difficult. Oh dear, how could I forget to ask Sisterly how to cash out my Bitcoin? Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed a full 3,000 Bitcoins, causing him to sit up abruptly. Perhaps he could inquire about that later tonight. For now, he decided to catch up on some sleep. It was still early, barely past 11, having consumed an excessive number of eggs for breakfast. Chen Yan was not hungry and opted to extend his hotel stay for another day before retreating into slumber. One must admit, life brimmed with hope, and the prospect of prosperity rendered even dreams delightful. In his dreams, Chen Yan found himself embroiled in a grand battle with 800 concubines, triumphing over them as he feasted on eggs, exuding vitality and vigor. However, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. Who is it? Interrupting my sweet dreams. Chen Yan mumbled, his eyes still squinting in the darkness. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a voice call from Li Jiqiu. Images of her curvaceous figure flashed through his mind. She was a significant benefactor, and he could not afford to neglect her. Quickly wiping his mouth, he answered the call. Li Jie, Xiao Chun, I'm downstairs at the hotel. Come out. We'll grab a meal first, then I'll take you to my company. Oh, all right. Chen Yan immediately perked up, rolling out of bed and fixing his hair before heading out. Not bad, looking sharp. He dashed out of the hotel, contemplating whether to check out, but deciding against it, extending his stay until noon the following day. To leave now would be a loss. Outside, he found a wine-red Bentley parked, with Li Jiqiu at the wheel. After greeting her, he climbed into the car, only to notice another person in the front passenger seat. Sitting in the back, Chen Yan could not see her clearly, but the system would provide him with the answers. Ding ding, a snake flicks its tongue, no footprints to be found. Mo Ran, chairwoman of Tianyuan Group, age 31, overall rating 92, current status agitated. Gasp. His former employer, Chen Yan, felt a surge of surprise, not only due to the connection with his previous boss, but also because she was an enchanting woman with a rating just a point shy of Li Jiqiu. However, her style was completely different. Clad in a flowing white gown adorned with blue accents and delicate white shoes, Mo Ran exuded an air of elegance and grace. Li Jie, where are we headed? As the Bentley glided through the dimly lit streets, Chen Yan could not help but inquire. We're going for hot pot. I haven't had it in ages, and I'm craving it. Li Jiqiu struggled to contain her excitement, seemingly wary of Mo Ran overhearing her enthusiasm. What is wrong with you, Li Jiqiu? You resolve to remain composed this morning, yet the moment you see him, your heart races uncontrollably. She silently screamed within, avoiding the rearview mirror to escape the sight of Chen Yan. How infuriating. He truly possesses an irresistible charm. Meanwhile, Mo Ran had noticed Chen Yan's face in the rearview mirror, her heart racing as the irritation of misplacing something important faded away. As Li Jiqiu's close friend, Mo Ran felt free of the same concerns and even pondered probing into their relationship. Oh, Jiqiu, is this your little boyfriend? When did you find him? TSK, I thought so. When you didn't reply to messages so late yesterday, I assumed you were out drinking and passed out at home. Turns out, you were with this handsome young man at the hotel. Hee, what a good secret keeper you are. So, how does it feel at your age to keep up with a young man? Mo Ran teased Li Jiqiu, her demeanor one of refined elegance complemented by her gold-rimmed glasses. Yet her words dripped with playful provocation, leaving Chen Yan internally exclaiming at the stark contrast. Not simple at all, truly not simple. The one behind the glasses is no mere little sister, but rather a formidable older sister, making it all the more intriguing. Chapter 7. The Origin of the USB Drive. Is it Mo Ran? To be honest, Chen Yan had been working at the Tianyuan Group for 2 years without ever having seen what the chairwoman, Mo Ran, looked like. He had imagined her to be an elderly woman or some sort of formidable businesswoman. Yet, to his astonishment, she turned out to be a strikingly unusual and charming young lady. As Chen Yan sat in the back seat, listening to the two ladies engage in playful banter, he found himself lost in thought. Encountering Mo Ran, the system had not signaled any auspicious moments, suggesting that perhaps certain conditions must be met. Could it be? He recalled the early hours when Li Jiqiu had suddenly invited him for a drink, causing the system to act erratically. Was it necessary for her to invite him? After some contemplation, he deemed this to be a plausible possibility. He should look for an opportunity to test this theory. The burgundy Bentley exuded opulence under the night sky, causing other vehicles to yield in fear of a collision. Soon, the trio arrived at an upscale hot pot restaurant. Once seated, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran took their places on one side, while Chen Yan sat alone across from them. As soon as they settled, a palpable tension filled the air. Chen Yan felt slightly reserved, considering the lingering influence of his former boss. Meanwhile, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran were captivated by Chen Yan's undeniable charm. Li Jiqiu's complexion betrayed a hint of blush. Despite her attempts to conceal it, it was evident to Mo Ran. Mo Ran, on the other hand, openly admired Chen Yan, occasionally glancing at Li Jiqiu beside her. Pray tell, Jiqiu, how did you come to know Chen Yan? He truly is a sight to behold. How long have you been together? Mo Ran teased, her smile mischievous. No wonder I noticed you didn't wear any makeup today. Your complexion is still radiant. Please be quiet. Liziu retorted. Had heirs verlushet kudimsen. As a mature woman in her 30s, she hadn't felt such shyness in ages, and it was undeniably awkward. Lijia. Mo Jia. I need to use the restroom. Unable to withstand the flurry of compliments, Chen Yan excused himself. Just a few meters away, he overheard their laughter grow bolder. Is he big? How many times? Wow, truly breathtaking. I am envious. Chen Yan shrank his neck, hastening towards the restroom to escape their teasing. Moments later, noticing Chen Yan had distanced himself, Mo Ran lowered her voice and inquired of Li Jiqiu. How'd you two meet? How long has it been? What is your relationship? To be frank, I'm quite fond of him. Enough of that. Li Jiqiu shot her a look, a hint of pride gracing her features. It was merely a chance encounter after a night of drinking. Wait, you only met him one night, and you slept with him? That seems rather hasty. Mo Ran exclaimed, incredulous. Yet, reflecting on her own circumstances, she acknowledged that had she met Chen Yan under similar conditions, she might have acted similarly. Hasty? I have no husband, no partner. Why shouldn't I find a boyfriend? Li Jiqiu countered, her demeanor growing bolder in Chen Yan's absence. Besides, I'm both beautiful and wealthy. What makes you think I'm unworthy of him? Mo Ran scoffed. Really? How old are you? You're at least a few years his senior. They had already exchanged information prior to picking up Chen Yan, so Mo Ran was well aware of his age. I'm not like you. I have no husband. What is wrong with that? Li Jiqiu shot back defiantly. And this figure of mine is quite appealing, unlike yours, she teased, her eyes playfully surveying Mo Ran's form. While Mo Ran was equally attractive, she lacked the height and curvaceousness of Li Jiqiu, perhaps the reason for her feeling slightly inferior. All right, enough of this banter. We are sisters at heart. You can't expect me to endure loneliness forever, can you? One day, I shall borrow your young man for my own amusement, just to relieve some stress, hee. The two women continued their lively conversation, diverting the topic away from Chen Yan. Speaking of which, my daughter has misplaced an important USB drive of mine that I can't seem to retrieve. I'm not sure how to handle this, Mo Ran sighed, her expression clouded with worry. Foreign exchange? What sort of foreign exchange is so crucial? How much was lost? If it's not too much, I could assist. Li Jiqiu inquired, intrigued. Foreign exchange typically refers to transactions between large companies and overseas corporations, rarely circulating domestically. It's related to a collaboration with the Mo Group, approximately over 2 billion. You likely won't be able to resolve this in a couple of days. Mo Ran shook her head. She was well aware of the capabilities of Li Jiqiu's company. Given time, she could undoubtedly manage it, but her situation was urgent, leaving her little time to spare. This predicament had troubled her for nearly a week, and despite numerous attempts, none had proven fruitful. Mo Jia, what is troubling you so? Chen Yan returned to his seat. Curiosity piqued. Though this matter should not have concerned him, he had overheard Mo Ran mentioning something about losing foreign exchange, and an idea sparked in his mind. The system indicated that Mo Ran was agitated. Could her distress be linked to this issue? Without knowing if he could truly help, he thought it prudent to inquire, as it might trigger a fortunate moment. Upon hearing Chen Yan's question, Li Jiqiu's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively feeling that his inquiry was somewhat inappropriate, considering he and Mo Ran were not acquainted. However, recalling Mo Ran's unabashed flirtation with Chen Yan, combined with his alluring presence, her expression softened. Mo Ran, too, found herself unexpectedly willing to share. Typically, such matters would remain private, but Chen Yan's charm was simply irresistible. Ah, little Chen, here's the situation. My daughter lost an important USB drive a while ago, and despite searching for it extensively, we have yet to find it. Inside, there are very important items. A shock coursed through Chen Yan at the mention of a USB drive. Could it be the very one he had stumbled upon, containing 3,000 bitcoins? With uncertainty, he leaned forward, laden with questions. Does it contain bitcoins? Bitcoins. Both Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu gasped in unison. exchanging astonished glances that revealed their mutual disbelief. Have you seen it? Mo Ran implored, her urgency palpable. This USB drive is of utmost importance to me. If you know its whereabouts, please, I implore you to inform me. I will grant you any request, whatever it may be. Mo Ran's desperation was evident. Chen Yan's ability to mention bitcoins suggested he might have indeed encountered her USB drive. Please, don't rush, Mo. I did find this USB drive. Chen Yan hesitated, realizing he could not monetize it himself, so he decided to share the truth, hoping to gain a favor in return. That USB drive is at my home. Chapter 8. Mo Ran's Reward. 2 women in a tangle your home. Mo Ran's voice escalated, drawing the attention of numerous patrons in the hot pot restaurant. Chen Yan quickly raised a hand to quell Mo Ran's excitement and, in a hushed tone, recounted the events surrounding the USB drive he had found the previous day. Naturally, he refrained from divulging any details regarding the system or his motives. As the hot pot arrived, Chen Yan concluded his narrative just in time. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Mo Ran cupped Chen Yan's face and planted a fervent kiss upon him. A delicate pink imprint lingered on Chen Yan's cheek, exuding a delightful fragrance. Li Zhiqiu, unable to restrain herself, pinched Mo Ran's thigh hard, eliciting a series of exclamations. Ouch! That hurts! Little Chen, you must control Zhiqiu. She's being too rough. Mo Ran blushed, her cheeks resembling ripe fruit, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Yan. In this moment, she bore a striking contrast to her usual demure self, seamlessly transforming from a poised, bespectacled woman into a vision of tantalizing allure. Giggling, Mo Ran teased. Zhiqiu, your little Chen has helped me immensely. I must express my gratitude. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? Li Zhiqiu's forehead creased with tension. She regretted inviting Chen Yan to dinner, but masked her feelings, squeezing Mo Ran's hand even tighter. In truth, she harbored her own insecurities. As Mo Ran pointedly noted, she was indeed older. No matter how stunning she appeared, how long could her beauty endure? Her long-standing reserve fostered a sense of distance between herself and Chen Yan, while Mo Ran was considerably younger. Furthermore, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Chen Yan's youthful vigor. Thus, she thought it best to let Chen Yan navigate his own path, hoping he wouldn't forget her in the process. No jealousy here. We are indeed the best of friends. What could I possibly be jealous about? Since your little Chen has done so much for you, it would be remiss not to reward him. With that, Li Zhiqiu playfully smacked Mo Ran's thigh, producing a crisp sound. 20 billion. How much are you planning to give little Chen? Chen Yan remained silent, wiping his cheek as he pondered the implications of the fortune, shaking his head in response to Li Zhiqiu's inquiry. No, it was merely a fortunate find. I'm just happy to assist Sister Mo. Mo Ran shot Li Zhiqiu an exasperated look, her fair fingers teasingly tracing Chen Yan's pinky. A curious sensation coursed through Chen Yan as he wondered whether Mo Ran had removed her shoes, her smooth foot brushing against him. Well, I don't mind at all. As your elder sisters, it's only right I serve you. Mo Ran jested, her voice laced with playful mischief. What sort of service are you suggesting? Chen Yan scratched his head, momentarily baffled. Had he provided some service to Li Zhiqiu? Perhaps last night. No, that was her serving him. Enough. Let us get to the point. If you keep this up, I swear I'll tear both your mouths apart. Li Zhiqiu interjected, impatience creeping into her tone. All right. I see you're eager, Mo Ran replied, sensing a flicker of annoyance in Li Zhiqiu's demeanor. Little Chen, I won't hide anything from you. The 3,000 bitcoins on that USB drive are part of my group's foreign exchange transactions. The total value is over 20 billion. Though you can't liquidate them, they hold immense worth for my group. Hence, I've decided to offer you a personal reward of 10 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. His instinct was to refuse, but Mo Ran swiftly interjected. Oh, you cannot decline. Little Chen, I made it clear it's a reward, do you understand? Unless you wish for your sister to reward you in a different manner? Chen Yan's mind raced, contemplating the implications. Well, that is not entirely out of the question, but I might struggle to keep up, he mused inwardly. realizing he might need to work out more to handle such demands. Enough, little Chun, just accept it. Mo Ran is rarely this generous. Don't be too polite. Seeing Chen Yan's silence, Li Jiqiu assumed he was still hesitant and sought to mediate. With no other choice, Chen Yan nodded in agreement. Thank you, Sister Mo. The trio's hot pot experience was unlike any cinematic portrayal. They indulged in food and drink, the atmosphere warm and lively. However, a small interlude occurred as Li Jiqiu appeared to notice Mo Ran's foot playfully teasing Chen Yan. Unwilling to be outdone, she shed her own shoes and joined in the frivolity. Chen Yan, caught in the midst of this unexpected display, attempted to evade the two alluring women, but their long legs left him with no escape. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed both of their delicate feet, exclaiming, "Ladies, please, let us focus on the hot pot before it absorbs all the flavors." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly tickled their soles, provoking peals of laughter from both women. All right. We'll behave, dear brother. Don't tickle us. We're ticklish." With the two women finally retracting their feet, their faces adorned with a rosy hue, Chen Yan sighed in resignation. This relentless allure was becoming unbearable. Could they not simply enjoy their hot pot in peace? Chapter 9. The Astonishing Secret, a Sumptuous Hot Pot Feast. Unhindered by the antics of two alluring women, allowed Chen Yan to indulge to his heart's content. After an entire hour of hearty eating, the three of them sat back, their bellies full and unwilling to move. Chen Yan found himself consuming more than usual, having never tasted such delectable hot pot before. Meanwhile, Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu, who typically maintained strict control over their figures, surprisingly devoured twice as much as they normally would. Perhaps this truly encapsulated the essence of culinary delight. "Oh, I'm so full." Mo Ran gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, her charming demeanor captivating. Li Jiqiu, with her more mature allure, possessed a distinctly different charm. Chen Yan excused himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom and proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. After all, having received so much generosity without even a flash drive in return, it would be quite petty not to pay for the meal. Upon reaching the front desk, the cashier's quoted price took him aback. "Sir, your table's total is 86,000. 86,000. Goodness, is this what wealthy individuals pay for hot pot?" Chen Yan winced at the expense, but proceeded to make the payment via QR code. Meanwhile, aware of Chen Yan's discreetness in settling the bill, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran seized the opportunity to converse while he was away. "Little Chen is quite charming, isn't he? TSK. Are you two sure you aren't dating?" Mo Ran elegantly picked at her teeth, reclining lazily in her chair. "Of course not. We are merely, well, you understand how it is. I am the one who took the initiative, and I owe him," Li Jiqiu replied, reminiscing about the previous night's storm, her eyes growing distant, lost in reverie. After all, it was her first time. Mo Ran gasped in surprise, suddenly sitting up straight. "Your first time? My heavens, Li Jiqiu, how could you indulge in that? Am I to fear the wrath of the heavens? I have no husband. What is so wrong with love?" Li Jiqiu retorted defiantly, leaving Mo Ran's expression complex, prompting her to fall silent. Mo Ran harbored her own thoughts, intense and compelling, but Li Jiqiu's words rang true. She needed to resolve her issues with that man before pursuing Chen Yan. After all, relinquishing such a wonderful young man to Li Jiqiu would be an utter waste. Before long, Chen Yan returned to his seat, prompting Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu to cease their conversation. "Little Chen, I just discussed something with your sister Li. I believe 10 million is still insufficient. Later, your sister Li has some matters to attend to at her company, so you should accompany me to select a vehicle." Mo Ran stated, having already devised a plan to offer Chen Yan a car, albeit under the guise of necessity. As Chen Yan prepared to decline, Mo Ran swiftly interjected. "Oh, you cannot refuse. This is not merely a gift to you. In the future, it will also serve as the exclusive vehicle for both your sister Li and me. Do you understand?" With a playful smile, contrasting Li Jiqiu's mature demeanor, Mo Ran's charm was palpable. Chen Yan found himself nodding instinctively. All right. The trio set off, with Li Jiqiu driving them to the Tianyuan group headquarters, after which she departed alone. Gazing at the familiar corporate edifice, Chen Yan felt a wave of nostalgia. Fired yesterday? Huh. Here I am today, accompanying your boss. Come on, little Chen, Mo Ran chimed, playfully linking her arm with his, her heart racing in excitement. After many years, perhaps since the innocent days of first love, she had not experienced such exhilarating emotions. Chen Yan rekindled that feeling within her. Upon arriving at the 23rd floor, designated for executive offices, Mo Ran instructed, "Little Chen, follow me to my office to select a vehicle and retrieve the keys." Chen Yan readily complied, noting that while Mo Ran's figure was not as voluptuous as Li Ziqiu's, it was still quite appealing. Their proximity in the elevator had been distracting, especially given her undeniable femininity. Once in the office area, Mo Ran reined in her playful demeanor, releasing Chen Yan's arm as she led the way. Chen Yan could no longer contain his gaze, taking the opportunity to observe this elegant woman. Mo Ran, though petite compared to Li Ziqiu, stood tall among women, exuding an air of grace akin to a pure lotus, her scent enchanting. "The car keys are in my desk drawer. Feel free to choose," Mo Ran said, before excusing herself to the restroom. As she exited, Chen Yan contemplated how he had indulged too much at the hot pot, feeling a sudden urgency. Upon reaching the expansive desk, he sank into the luxurious office chair, the comfort prompting him to close his eyes. To his astonishment, the chair featured a massage function that activated the moment he reclined. Wealthy individuals truly know how to enjoy life. Not wishing to linger, he opened one of the 4 drawers, only to be stunned by the peculiar object within. It resembled a quirky egg, strikingly familiar. Chen Yan's eyes widened. Was this not a commonly featured prop in films? Oh my goodness. He quickly shut the drawer, his heart racing. It seemed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Just as he was about to open a second drawer in search of the car keys, a sharp voice accompanied by a knock at the door interrupted him. "Ms. Mo, are you in there?" As the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure, Chen Yan's heart sank. "Chen Yan? I knew that voice sounded familiar. You've been fired. What are you doing in the boss's office?" The high-pitched tone grated on his ears, causing Chen Yan to furrow his brows. "What on earth is she doing here?" "The boss sent me. Is that a problem?" He loathed Lu Min, the acerbic administrative manager who constantly pinched the wages of lower-level employees, threatening them with layoffs at the slightest inconvenience. Chen Yan was merely 2 minutes late, yet she had her salary docked for 3 days and engaged in a brief dispute, only to be summarily dismissed without hesitation. "The boss? Huh. Chen Yan, who do you think you are to even be acquainted with the boss? Do you truly believe the grandiose claims you make about yourself?" Lu Min, arms crossed and a scornful smile upon her face, remarked, "You, a young person, not only fail to appreciate the company's nurturing, but also lack the diligence to perform your duties. Your dismissal serves as a lesson. And to think you would stoop so low as to steal. Encountering me today marks your downfall. Just wait. I shall call the police immediately. People like you, who do not value job opportunities and show no gratitude towards the company, are utterly deranged. You're nothing but scum." Chapter 10. Am I going back to jail? Me? Stealing? Chen Yan furrowed his brows, pointing at himself in disbelief. He never imagined that this woman, already known for her sharp tongue, would outright accuse him of theft. Huh. Don't even think about arguing. With a worthless employee like you, it's impossible for you to be in the boss's office. You think you can wriggle out of this? Go argue with the police. Lu Min sneered as she dialed the police. "Hello. I'd like to report a theft at the Tianyuan Group headquarters. Yes, on the 23rd floor. Yes, we have a suspect detained." Chen Yan shook his head in silence, thinking to himself that she was utterly deranged. Did this floor not require a key card for access? Did she not realize the locks on the boss's office door? It was absurd to think he could steal something without even being able to enter. This is madness, truly madness. Just wait until Mo Ran arrives. Let us see how you explain this. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, Chen Yan reclined in the boss's chair, propping his feet up. What was there to fear? The USB drive was still in his possession, and even if he were to sit down with Mo Ran as equals, he felt justified in doing so. "Chen Yan, get up this instant. You think you're worthy of sitting in that chair? You better show some remorse. Who knows, you might be out in a year or two. If you break anything, You'll never be able to pay for it. Seeing Chen Yan's nonchalant attitude, Lu Min erupted in anger. Chen Yan merely shrugged. Oh, really? Then we'll just wait. We'll wait for your beloved boss to arrive, and for the police to show up. He was indeed somewhat apprehensive about the police, as he'd been wrongly accused just the night before. The thought of being wronged again was unsettling. However, the mere thought of Mo Ran filled him with confidence. Lu Min had already begun calling for security, and her shrill, cutting voice had attracted several executives on the floor. Clearly, none of them recognized Chen Yan. They all took Lu Min's word for it, hurling insults at him. A number of men even rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Quick-witted, Chen Yan seized a sculpture from the desk and struck it against the surface. Come on, who wants to step up first? Chen Yan had little patience for anyone other than the gentle, attractive women. This approach also helped him avoid unnecessary social interactions. His domineering presence caused the middle-aged, balding men to hesitate, exchanging glances in search of a leader. Such individuals, when faced with weakness, would bully relentlessly. Conversely, when met with strength, they shrank back, their bravado evaporating. Hey, you young man, here to steal and still dare to act violently? Do you wish to spend your next life in prison? Drop your weapon and return the stolen goods. We mean you no harm. We are all directors and managers of Tianyuan Group. Heed our warnings. Voicing their threats loudly, Chen Yan merely scoffed, seeing that they dared not approach him. He settled back into the boss's chair, stating simply that he would wait for the police or the boss to arrive. Oh, please hurry. Emoji. Stop dragging your feet. I don't want to go back to jail. Wait for the boss. You think you're worthy of waiting for him? Come on, everyone. Li Wu Wang. Don't just stand there. Lu Min seethed, her frustration mounting as she saw the executives intimidated by Chen Yan. Accustomed to wielding power, she was now faced with a formidable adversary, and coupled with the executive's timidity, she felt utterly impotent. Fortunately, a few security guards arrived, pushing through the crowd. Quick! That's him. Hold it down. He is not only stealing, but also threatening people. Everyone together. Let's take him down. Lu Min shouted. The guards' arrival provided the crowd with a release for their pent-up aggression. As they surged forward, each voice louder than the last. Can't you all calm down? I haven't even run away. Why are you so worked up? Chen Yan sighed, standing up once more and tapping the sculpture against the desk while casting a cold glance at the advancing crowd. Don't blame me for not warning you. I want to harm the security guards. After all, they earn only a few thousand a month. What is the point of risking lives? I'll only target a few of you. Yes, you, Director Chen, and you, Director Wu. Oh, and you, Director Wang from the department. Ha. We VE had plenty of dealings, haven't we? And you, Lu Min, why are you hiding, you old witch? One by one, he called them out. You all feast on excess, doing nothing of value. The higher-ups preach cost-cutting and efficiency, yet what do you all do? Cut employee costs? Exploit them? Use one employee as if they were two? And what's the result? Performance stagnates. Markets remain untapped, yet you all line your pockets. Chen Yan's words unleashed a torrent of frustration, leaving the security guards exchanging glances. Indeed, since the announcement of cost-cutting measures, half of the security staff had been laid off, their shifts extended from 3 to 2, often facing fines, leading to their collective misery. Should we move in? A junior guard whispered to the head of security. Let us hold off for now. Wait for the police. I have a feeling this is more complicated than it seems. Plus, yes, right, we're not getting paid enough to risk our lives. That's a solid iron sculpture. One blow could be fatal. With the head guard's words, the other guards abandoned the idea of physically confronting Chen Yan, instead opting to contain the crowd around him. Influenced by Chen Yan's words, the executives who had approached him reacted like cats with their tails stepped on, jumping and shouting in outrage. However, Chen Yan remained unfazed, as long as the guards didn't complicate matters further. After sending Mo ran a message urging her to hurry. Several minutes passed before the police finally arrived. What's going on here? Everyone disperse. One officer, stern-faced, pushed through the throng. Officer, this guy assaulted someone and stole. Yes, we caught him in the act, and he refuses to admit it. He is part of an organized crime. One police officer held a recording device, while the other approached the desk and rapped on it. Now tell us, what have you done? Is that you? Chen Yan, realizing the police had arrived, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He furiously messaged Mo Ran, not lifting his gaze. But upon hearing the officer's astonished tone, he looked up, eyes widening in recognition. Goodness, was this not the same officer who had interrogated him the night before? What a coincidence! After all, the Tianyuan group was located in the same area. Running into acquaintances was hardly surprising. Good day, officer, Chen Yan said awkwardly, quickly placing the sculpture back onto the desk without drawing attention. Good day? That's what you call it? The officer shot him a glare, then gestured towards the noisy crowd behind him. Speak up, what have you done? Are you being a good Samaritan or causing trouble? Of course not. I was merely waiting for someone in this office when these people, seemingly under the influence, surrounded me, accusing me of theft. They even attempted to assault me. What was I supposed to do but prepare for self-defense? Chen Yan feigned innocence. However, Lu Min had no intention of letting Chen Yan off the hook. She pushed her way through the crowd and directly approached the two officers. Officers, I am the one who called the police. He is the thief. Search him, and you can check the surveillance. This scoundrel was just fired yesterday. How could he possibly return to the company? Moreover, this is the boss's office. He has been dismissed. How could he possibly know the boss? He must be stealing. Officers, please search him quickly. He is surely hiding stolen goods. Oh, and he has been cursing indiscriminately. Lu Min's urgent remarks prompted the two officers to cast suspicious glances at Chen Yan, seemingly assessing whether he exhibited any signs of guilt. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time without deriving any conclusions, they proceeded with the routine protocol. Come along with us to the station. We need to take a statement. Chen Yan rolled his eyes, exasperated, thinking to himself, damn it, not again. Off to the police station. Mo Jia, please return quickly. It seemed as though a mysterious call had stirred something within, or perhaps divine intervention was necessary to underscore the situation's significance. In any case, what are you all doing crowded here? Please disperse. Why has the alarm been raised? Young Shin, what is going on? Chapter 11. Again? As Chen Yan was about to be taken away, a cold and perplexed voice resonated from outside the crowd. A graceful figure pressed through the throng, immediately directing her gaze towards Chen Yan, who was behind the desk. What is happening? Mo Ran wondered, why are there so many people gathered? And the police and security? Is the company haunted? Montak Tsung, this is how it is. Lu Min, quick to act, stepped forward and pointed directly at Chen Yan. This man is Chen Yan, previously a sales employee in our department. His work ethic was utterly improper, and I had long suspected his character was flawed, which is why I dismissed him yesterday. I actually caught him trying to break into your office to steal. After I caught him, he remained unrepentant and even threatened everyone. He is simply a scoundrel and a lowlife. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and summoned so many colleagues and security to apprehend him, and I called the police. Lu Min shot a fierce glare at Chen Yan, eager to take credit as she recounted her imagined narrative to Mo Ran. Mo Ran turned to look at Chen Yan, who merely shrugged in silence. Hello, are you the owner here? The police officer, noticing the beautiful and innocent-looking Mo Ran, inquired about how she intended to handle the situation. Mo Ran nodded, apologizing. I'm sorry for the trouble. He is my brother, and I asked him to wait for me in the office. This is merely a misunderstanding. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the security guards exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Min was equally stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she had just heard. She rushed forward to grasp Mo Ran's hand, her voice tinged with urgency. Mo Zong, he is Chen Yan, the worthless employee I dismissed. How can he be your? Be quiet. Mo Ran shot her a fierce glare, and had it not been for the presence of the police, she might have slapped her. Seeing this, the officer who had previously encountered Chen Yan cast a deep glance at him and nodded to Mo Ran. Since the owner claimed he was her brother and that it was all a misunderstanding, there was no point in pursuing the matter further. All right, please refrain from causing misunderstandings that lead to false alarms. It wastes police resources. He directed a warning at the somewhat dazed Lu Min, adding that she should call the main office to rescind her report. Now move along. As the police maneuvered through the crowd and departed, Mo Ran did not linger. She rushed to Chen Yan's side, her eyes filled with concern and remorse. Are you all right, Xiao Chun? Did they give you any trouble? Chen Yan smiled. patting her delicate hand resting on his arm. I'm fine. They didn't have the courage to bother me. Yeah, I almost ended up in trouble again, but thankfully, I arrived just in time. Haha, let's see what nonsense they have to say now. Seeing Chen Yan in such spirits, Mo Ran felt a sense of relief. Had anything happened to him, she would have felt like a sinner, unable to face even Li Ziqiu. With this thought, she turned to the noisy crowd. Why are you all still here? Get out. Previously, Mo Ran was a figure of mystery, known only through snippets of rumor among the high-ranking officials. Some claimed she merely inherited wealth, while others said she lacked understanding of internal management. However, one thing everyone agreed upon was her fierce temperament and commanding presence. No one dared defy this formidable female boss. Even her sister-in-law would face severe reprimands or dismissal for any misstep. As Mo Ran's sharp command echoed, the crowd dispersed in haste, including Lu Min, the instigator. Stop! Mo Ran's cold voice halted Lu Min in her tracks, her body trembling as she turned around, too afraid to meet her gaze. Montak Tsung. You just said that Xiao Chun was dismissed? Who gave that order? Lu Min felt a chill run down her spine, desperately wanting to shift the blame. Yet as she raised her eyes, she met Chen Yan's icy stare. It was stammering and unable to articulate her thoughts. Lu Min's face turned pale as she contemplated her inevitable fate. It's over. Why is Chen Yan, the brother of Mo Zong? Everything is ruined. Mo Zong is furious. I will definitely be fired. Where will I find a job that pays tens of thousands a month now? Fortunately, her dubious activities in the company were well concealed. I'll help you with that. Chen Yan scoffed. Of course it's you, Lu Zhonglu. Manager. Lu Min abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury as she shouted, Mo Zong, you cannot show favoritism. This Chen Yan is late almost every day, slacks off at work, and even defies leadership. If he isn't dismissed, how can we maintain employee morale? He is a typical parasite in the company. She was making her final stand, attempting to provoke Mo Ran's unyielding heart. After all, matters at the Shanghai headquarters, including administrative and personnel affairs, had merely required her to submit reports over the years, and no one had ever questioned them. There's no need for you to speak. Just provide the attendance records. Lu Manager, since everyone knows you enjoy standing at the entrance counting heads 5 minutes before the start of work, Chen Yan retorted nonchalantly, twirling his fingers. What? You think just writing that I was late on the report makes it true? You've done that plenty of times, haven't you, Lu Manager? Moreover, slacking off at work? Haha, you might want to review my work record from the past 2 years. Is there any task that I, Chen Yan, have not completed on time? And as far as I know, Lu Director, Chen Yan stepped closer, casting a glance at the silhouettes beyond the frosted glass of the office, his voice laced with derision. You impose fines for tardiness, but those fines have never been accounted for in the company's records. I find it strange. Where does the money we, the employees, have been fined go? That's not a small sum. Just our department alone has over 100 people, racking up fines of several tens of thousands each month. So where's the money? Lu Min grew increasingly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Mo Ran's cold gaze observed everything, and she already had an inkling of the situation. All right, Xiao Chun. There's no need to engage with her. It's pointless. Since this has affected you, I won't meddle in the right or wrong of it. Your happiness is what matters. As she spoke, Mo Ran gently rested her fingers on Chen Yan's shoulder before addressing Lu Min. Lu Min, from today onwards, you are dismissed. But do not think this is the end. You will need to cooperate with the company's legal department for a comprehensive investigation moving forward. Do you understand? If you refuse to cooperate, the legal department will apply for a search warrant for a forced investigation. Lu Min's face drained of color, her eyes vacant, her legs trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. Also, though I have only recently arrived at the Shanghai headquarters, do not mistake me for a fool. You better willingly disclose all individuals with whom you have conflicts of interest. Given your status as a longtime employee of the group, I might go easy on you. Otherwise, when I uncover everything one by one, it will not end easily. Mo Ran's warning gaze swept across the frosted glass, her voice clear and resonant, easily audible outside. She had long desired to purge the parasites from the Shanghai headquarters. Otherwise, why would she have come here suddenly? At this moment, the vast majority of executives felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, with some even contemplating an immediate escape. However, Mo Ran had long devised a plan to eliminate the pests within the headquarters of Shanghai City. Originally, the operation was to commence in a few days. But seizing the opportunity presented by Chen Yan, she decided to act immediately, mobilizing all resources. She promptly contacted the company-wide inspection team, instructing them to meticulously investigate and apprehend every suspicious individual. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Min was unceremoniously escorted out by security personnel. The executives who had gathered outside quickly dispersed, destroying evidence where possible and preparing for their own hasty retreats. Yet, their efforts were in vain, as the inspection team had swiftly deployed and taken control of the entire headquarters building. Little Chun, I never anticipated that you had been working at your sister's company for 2 years and were laid off. I feel truly sorry. As a gesture of my sisterly apology, how about I treat you to a couple of drinks tonight? What? More drinking? Can't we refrain from alcohol every day? Who can endure this incessantly? Fortune moment. Fortune moment. Warning, 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 warning. Fortune moment. Golden legend Fortune MO. Fortune moment. A venomous snake flicks its tongue without leaving a trace. All right, Sister Mo, let us have a couple of drinks. Chapter 12. 12 horizontals and 12 verticals. Fulfilling your first love dream, Chen Yan had roughly grasped the logic behind the auspicious moments. Drinking as long as a woman with a satisfactory rating invited him for a drink, it would trigger I say, this system must be a wine enthusiast. Chen Yan rolled his eyes internally. Meanwhile, his body yielded to Mo Ran, who took his hand and led him behind the desk. Come, little Chun, she insisted, pressing him into a chair. As he gazed at her alluring figure, Chen Yan felt a stir in his heart and immediately pulled Mo Ran onto his lap. Oh! Mo Ran gasped softly, seemingly taken aback by Chen Yan's boldness. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she instinctively attempted to rise. However, Chen Yan held her firmly, and with her strength, she could only squirm a bit, ultimately resigning to remain seated. Little Chen, you are such a rogue, Mo Ran said. Her face a deep crimson as she lightly tapped Chen Yan's shoulder in playful reproach. Yet, Chen Yan merely smiled, responding softly, Sister, you have been the one taking the initiative all along. If I don't reciprocate, it would be quite impolite. Men are like this. After experiencing the baptism of Li Jiqiu, they can mature swiftly, and Chen Yan was no exception. At least with Mo Ran, he had shed his reservations. Choose a car, Mo Ran stammered. Overwhelmed by excitement, her hands flustered as they rummaged through the drawer. Whether it was a lapse in memory or a misplacement, she opened a drawer that contained toys. Chen Yan was caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced away. This is one thing to sneak a peek, but sister, are you showing me this to play with? Mo Ran followed his gaze, and in an instant, her smile froze. With a sudden force, she slammed the drawer shut, the sound echoing in the air, her face a picture of embarrassment. This drawer doesn't have the car keys. Chen Yan nodded seriously. Indeed, no car keys. But there is a tractor key. He pulled open another drawer, feeling slightly uncomfortable, possibly for other reasons, as Mo Ran shifted on his lap. It was unexpected. Although Mo Ran's figure was not as curvaceous as Li Jiqiu's, it was still quite ample. Chen Yan silently recited a mantra, his thoughts slightly calming as he heard scolding and cries faintly echoing from the corridor and other offices. Click! Another drawer opened, revealing a dazzling array of car keys and a tablet. Here, little Chen, you choose. Handing him a tablet, Mo Ran's breath felt hot, her face a deep shade of red. Chen Yan dare not look at her and took the tablet, examining it closely. To Mo Ran, this display made Chen Yan appear exceedingly innocent and adorable. The tablet showcased numerous cars, each accompanied by images. Chen Yan swiped left, noting that even the least expensive were business cars like the Tungsher D9 and Buick GL8, seemingly intended for transporting materials or running errands. Of course, there were plenty of luxury cars as well, ranging from the Mercedes-Benz E-Class to the Maybach and several Audi A6 and A8 models. However, these vehicles were more business-oriented. lacking any supercars. After much contemplation, Chen Yan selected the car he deemed the most striking. On a rainy night, on an elevated road, just kidding of course. 12 horizontals and 12 verticals, fulfilling your first love dream. Driving it, I'll bring my first love home. The Audi A8 Horch Edition. Sister, can I have this one? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Mo Ran. Mo Ran chuckled, retrieving the key from the drawer and placing it in his palm. Of course, little Chun. You have good taste. This car is one I bought this year and has hardly been used. I'll have the company transfer it to you tomorrow. As she spoke, Mo Ran playfully placed a finger to Chen Yan's lips. Oh, you cannot refuse. This is a gift from me and Li Jia. Don't worry. I will cover my part. Oh dear. Then I must take Mo Jia and Li Jia for a few rides. Chen Yan smirked mischievously, his innuendo causing Mo Ran to blush furiously as she playfully punched his chest, calling him a rogue. Let's go, Mo Jia. We need to grab a USB drive. Now that Chen Yan's identity as her younger brother was public, Mo Ran felt no hesitation in linking arms with him as they exited the bustling headquarters. The car's sleek, obsidian body, its dazzling silver wheels, coupled with unparalleled luxury in the interior, made Chen Yan tremble slightly as he settled into the driver's seat. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly possessing such a luxurious vehicle felt surreal. After calming himself, Chen Yan started the engine, and with a growl from the V8, the A8 Horch smoothly rolled out of the garage. The drive was exceptionally smooth. Even amidst the rush hour, the A8 Horch commanded an absolute bubble of space. As other vehicles veered away, hesitant to approach. Though the car was priced over $2 million, akin to a Maybach, it represented status and identity. No one dared to underestimate it. You need not speak. The car will speak for you. While the tablet featured extravagant brands like Rolls-Royce and Bentley, Chen Yan preferred not to focus solely on price, but rather on his connection with the vehicle. After an extended period of gazing at Chen Yan, Mo Ran finally shifted her gaze, pulling down the mirror to retouch her makeup. She sensed that tonight would be a wonderful evening. The A8 Horch slowly navigated into an urban village. Due to his limited driving skills and the narrow roads, Chen Yan opted to park by the roadside. Mo Jia, it's south, not easy to drive in. I'll run in quickly to grab it. Just a moment. With that, Chen Yan opened the door and dashed into the night, leaving Mo Ran astonished. Glancing around the urban village and the surrounding unkempt environment, Mo Ran frowned. Little Chun lives in such poor conditions. This won't do. I must get him a house. The Hongshu Bay in the south of the city seems to be launching tomorrow. I must check it out now, since I've already gifted him a car. I should make Li Jiqiu pay. She snapped a few photos of the surroundings with her phone and sent them to Li Jiqiu, along with a message. Doesn't it hurt your heart to see little Chun living in such a place? How can you tolerate this? Hongshu Bay launches tomorrow. You take 7, I take 3. After a while, Li Jiqiu replied, No need. I'll pay in full. No need for you to contribute that 1 T-do. Little Chun is my dear brother. I must contribute. You think you can monopolize little Chun? Dream on. Chapter 13. Business K? Then let us go to Business K. Revised edition. Upon returning to the familiar yet modest rental apartment, Chen Yan felt a pang of nostalgia as he surveyed the small, dilapidated space, though it remained exquisitely tidy. Finally, I can move away from here. Although the rent is affordable and the commute convenient, making it the first refuge for countless souls who migrate south. This place possesses a certain enchantment, amplifying every triviality. Have you ever heard of a cockroach the size of half a fist? Or encountered a rat capable of pinning down a cat? Even the sporadically appearing wild, spicy strips, adorned with patterns, can induce a sense of dread. Hence, unless one is genuinely financially constrained, few, apart from the locals, wish to linger here. Chen Yan was no exception. Tomorrow, he would seek a new abode, perhaps a better one. After all, he was a man of considerable means. With a chuckle, Chen Yan retrieved a USB drive from a small box of clutter and left with a cheerful spirit. As for purchasing a home, he was still contemplating, weighing his options carefully. With just over 10 million at his disposal, acquiring a decent property would leave him with scant resources. What if unforeseen circumstances arose, leaving him devoid of funds? He certainly could not stoop to soliciting financial assistance from wealthy women. Such a thing was beyond his moral compass. Anyway, with the system at his disposal, he was confident that greater wealth awaited him in the future. Perhaps he would indulge in a lavish mansion worth over $100 million. Stepping out of the aged rental building, he felt a wave of optimism wash over him despite the encroaching night. Back in the car, Chen Yan handed the USB drive to M.O. Ran, who occupied the passenger seat. "Sister, here it is. Take a look." M.O. Ran eagerly accepted it, examining it closely with palpable delight, nodding vigorously. Yes, this is it. Oh, little Chun, you've truly helped me out." Unable to contain her excitement, M.O. Ran pulled Chen Yan close and planted a bold kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid mark of crimson lipstick. Joyfully connecting the USB to her phone, she found that the contents remained unchanged, finally allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Yan, momentarily stunned, felt a mix of emotions. There was now a distinct imprint on his face. However, M.O. Ran eventually wiped it clean, subtly licking her lips in the process. Chen Yan caught this delicate gesture and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Sister, it seems you're wiping off a cake. It feels as though you might take a bite at any moment." Marveling at the potency of charm, Chen Yan inquired, "Sister, where to now?" M.O. Ran glanced at the time, noting it was 8:30. Is it too early for drinks? Though she was still technically married, the impending separation in 2 weeks loomed over her, making the prospect of a delightful encounter all the more tempting. "How about this, sister? I invite you to karaoke?" An idea struck Chen Yan, as the auspicious moment had already been set in motion, likely continuing until the next day when it would conclude and rewards would be calculated. He wondered what the criteria for the system's rewards might be, but it certainly wouldn't involve the number of intimate encounters. During dinner, he had overheard M.O. Ran mentioning the USB drive belonged to her daughter, who was already married. It seemed she was merely teasing him, and he doubted she would genuinely pursue anything intimate. It was prudent to maintain a certain distance to avoid any misinterpretations. Going to karaoke? That sounds delightful. M.O. Ran's eyes sparkled with surprise, instinctively associating this with a business KTV, raising an eyebrow with intrigue. Such venues were typically rife with flirtation, where money could facilitate many indulgences. "Shall we visit Crown Entertainment or Golden Summit Club?" Chen Yan, taken aback, drove slowly, responding, "Sister, what are those places? Their names seem a bit risky." "You don't know." M.O. Ran looked astonished. "How could you not be aware of these 2 renowned establishments?" Chen Yan shook his head, his expression genuine, further deepening her curiosity. "Aren't you taking me to one of those business KTVs?" "Business KTV? Is that what it is?" Chen Yan turned, pondering. "I've never been. I'm not quite familiar." "You've never been to a business KTV?" M.O. Ran's astonishment only grew. "Then where do you intend to take me to sing?" Chen Yan gestured towards the road across the street. "To a regular karaoke place, sister. Haven't you ever been?" "It's economical." His nonchalant tone made M.O. Ran realize. Ah, that explains it. Little Chen must not have had a very luxurious lifestyle previously. How could he afford to frequent a place where spending thousands is the norm? It wasn't that Chen Yan was frugal. He genuinely believed that karaoke was about the affordable venues where one could sing for hours without spending a fortune. However, M.O. Ran's comments piqued his interest in the business KTV. "Sister, what makes business KTV special?" M.O. Ran contemplated for a moment. "Well, the rooms are larger, there are more people, and the performances are more extravagant. Beyond that, there's not much that sets it apart. Of course, the rooms needed to be spacious to accommodate the numerous attractive women who frequented such venues. As for the performances, those well-versed in business KTV would undoubtedly understand." "Then let's go to business K," Chen Yan exclaimed. "Otherwise, just the 2 of us at a regular karaoke would mean a particularly cramped room." Occasionally, Chen Yan would venture out to sing alone, releasing his pent-up frustrations from work. Each time, the staff would assign him the smallest room, which was quite uncomfortable. "All right then." M.O. Ran managed to smile, though internally she felt a twinge of self-reproach. Perhaps she was leading little Chun astray. "And thus, ladies and gentlemen, I represent Xiao Shui Group, wishing for a delightful collaboration with Xianda Group in our forthcoming endeavors. As for the remaining matters, let my secretary handle the details with you. I have other commitments and must take my leave." Li Jiqiu exchanged polite handshakes with a group of middle-aged men. Finally relieved after a long evening of negotiations with the representatives from Shanghai. Thank you, Miss Li. Please feel free to go. One of the balding, greasy men, though well-dressed, displayed a lecherous gaze towards Li Jiqiu. She sensed it but brushed it off. She had encountered such looks countless times before. After exchanging a nod with her secretary, she departed with her driver. Moments later, the conference room was left with a group of legal department personnel and Li Jiqiu's secretary, along with a number of bewildered middle-aged men. You may leave now. The secretary gestured dismissively to the legal team, indicating for them to exit. Wait, Secretary Liu. We were just here to review the contract. The legal personnel exchanged glances, perplexed. They had come to oversee the contract handover and assess potential risks for the company. No need. I can handle it. Xianda Group's cooperation is sincere and professional. Secretary Liu displayed a confident smile and remarked, After all, I'm a sister-in-law of General Manager Li. Can you not trust me? The members of the legal department exchanged glances, realizing that Secretary Liu was not only the sister-in-law of Li Jiqi, but also a distinguished scholar-in-law, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of some of them. It seemed there was no cause for concern. Perhaps the matter at hand involved sensitive collaboration secrets between Qiushui Group and Xinda Group, which they should not be privy to. Very well. It is indeed a labor of love for Secretary Liu. The legal department departed, leaving behind Secretary Liu and several representatives from Xinda Group. Let us commence, she said with a smirk. Once the legal department was out of earshot, Secretary Liu decisively locked the door and retrieved several new contracts from her briefcase. Let us keep this discreet to avoid premature discovery, she whispered, and remember to calculate my profits. Secretary Liu continued, her tone laced with determination. If you do not allow me to earn, do not blame me for finding my own means. This is my brother's enterprise. Why should a stranger monopolize it? Chapter 14. The methods of the experienced. In a mere half hour, Chen Yan finally grasped the essence of business karaoke. When a row of elegantly dressed young women entered the private room and stood before him, he was momentarily stunned. Hello, boss, em Montag Hanselma. I'm Xiaoqing, boss. I don't eat cilantro. Hey there. I'm Xiao Xiong Ruan Tangamo, Ran observed Chen Yan, who was dumbfounded. With a bemused smile, but said nothing, simply enjoying the spectacle. Overwhelmed, Chen Yan finally understood the meaning of business karaoke. It was exceedingly corporate. No, we don't need the girls. Just bring us some drinks. Chen Yan interrupted the diverse introductions of the girls, hastily pulling the private room manager over. The manager appeared somewhat surprised, although it was uncommon for a male-female duo to come to business karaoke. It was entirely unheard of, and typically they would order at least one or two to liven up the atmosphere. After glancing at the graceful Mo Ran on the sofa, he suddenly understood. Oh, boss, I see. The handsome group is on the way. With that, the manager waved his hand, signaling the girls to leave, and turned to exit the private room himself. No, come back. Chen Yan, exasperated, pulled the manager back. We don't want either boys or girls. Do you understand? Just bring us 2 crates of beer. Is that clear? No fries. The manager's expression was peculiar, yet he nodded in agreement. All right, boss, but if you're not ordering girls or boys, we'll need to charge for the room, as well as for the drinks and service. The minimum total is 8,000. Chen Yan was unwilling to engage in further conversation. This absurd situation was giving him a headache, so he waved his hand dismissively. 8,000 is fine, whatever, just hurry up and get the drinks. Got it. Guests like Chen Yan were exceedingly rare, coming in and ordering nothing, merely to sing and drink. Why bother with business karaoke at all? Nevertheless, this was advantageous. Saving on labor costs, a windfall. Returning to the sofa area, Chen Yan sipped his plain water in silence, shaking his head in resignation. Sister, please stop looking at me like I'm a joke. I had no idea it would be like this. Mo Ran chuckled, her face alight with mirth. All right, I understand, but it's no big deal. Places like this are always like that. In the future, when you're conducting business and dealing with people, you'll inevitably encounter similar situations. As the boxes of beer were brought into the private room, the awkwardness dissipated. With a pop, Chen Yan opened a bottle and raised a toast to Mo Ran. Sister, thank you for your care. This bottle is for you. Under Mo Ran's sweet and dense gaze, Chen Yan tilted his neck back and chugged the entire bottle. However, the unchilled beer was potent, and having not consumed beer in a long while, he was unprepared for the rush of carbonation, causing him to spray it all out. Fortunately, he instinctively turned his head slightly, or Mo Ran would have been drenched. Giggle, giggle. Mo Ran laughed heartily, her eyes crescent-like with amusement, as if witnessing an endearing scene. Chen Yan felt thoroughly embarrassed. This was a significant misstep. It shouldn't have happened. He had intended to impress, but everything had gone awry. Why was the carbonation so fierce for him? Did those who filmed videos and streamed live consume fake beer? Muttering under his breath, he opened another bottle. This time, he had learned his lesson and poured the beer into a glass. A single bottle filled a glass to the brim. Little hero, no more chugging, Mo Ran teased, clearly enjoying the moment. No, no. Chen Yan, still flustered, waved his hand. He lifted the full glass and downed it all in one go. Burp even poured into a glass. The carbonation was still strong. Chen Yan had swallowed it all, yet he released a long belch. Giggle, drink a little less. Let's take our time. Mo Ran was indifferent to how they drank. Being with Chen Yan brought her immense joy, for no particular reason. It was as if she had suddenly developed a fondness for this young man, inexplicably. Quick, let me wipe that off for you. A good deal of beer had splashed onto his pants, and Mo Ran grabbed some tissues without hesitation, beginning to clean them up. Bending forward, she was deeply focused, clearly aware of Chen Yan's gaze sweeping over her form from head to toe. His nose nearly bled from the allure of her fragrance, which was quite different from Li Ziqiu's. It was an enticing, delightful scent. His eyes fell upon a particular spot. Perhaps wealthy women pay great attention to their appearance. Chen Yan was uncertain, but with Li Ziqiu before him and Mo Ran behind, the skin condition of these two sisters was unlike anything he had ever seen. Surely, even celestial beings would not compare. No, perhaps even more striking than celestial beings was Mo Ran's physique. Although she had been teased by Li Ziqiu for lacking her voluptuousness, Mo Ran possessed her own enticing attributes. It seemed that having born children granted her a softness that Li Ziqiu lacked, creating a stark contrast between the two. What made Chen Yan's face burn even more was a small, dark mole. Normally, Mo Ran's attire concealed it, but her current posture revealed the mysterious spot fully to Chen Yan's view. It is well known that men are visual creatures, particularly drawn to striking imagery. A fair-skinned woman might captivate one's gaze, but when a small dark mole appears on such porcelain skin, it evokes a profound curiosity in men. Especially in this extraordinary setting, the visual impact was intensified. A tingling sensation coursed through Chen Yan's body, accompanied by the rustling of fabric, compelling him to tilt his head back, hoping his nosebleed would not flow. As if sensing his unease, Mo Ran stifled a laugh, thinking, Li Ziqiu, what can you compete with? Are you unaware of the powerful allure a married woman holds over a young man? At best, you are merely an older sister, lacking the advantage I possess. Giggle, giggle, all right, little Chen, take care next time. After all, not every occasion will have an older sister to help you clean up. Mo Ran winked at Chen Yan, rising gracefully. She deliberately slowed her movements, her languid posture sending Chen Yan's spirit soaring. Thank you, sister. Let us sing. Despite Chen Yan's advantages, he could not withstand the seasoned woman's tactics, needing to distract himself with other matters. He was uncertain of Mo Ran's intentions. Although she appeared quite open, an intangible distance lingered between them, which he could sense. Thus, he dared not let his guard down too much. Of course, it would be best if the sister took the initiative. Chapter 15. Why reward him? After an exhilarating round of singing, it was inevitable that a fervent drinking session would follow. The most astonished of them all was Chen Yan. He had initially assumed that Mo Ran, this older sister, would possess only a moderate tolerance for alcohol, yet the two of them engaged in a raucous revelry, finishing off 2 entire cases without a hint of intoxication. Chen Yan could drink no more. The mere thought of the alcohol made him feel queasy. In contrast, Mo Ran remained composed, her cheeks unflushed, and she hadn't even made a trip to the restroom, instead watching him with a beaming smile. Shaking the dice, Mo Ran cheerfully inquired, "Shall we continue, little Chun?" She urged. "Hurry up, sister is thirsty." Chen Yan repeatedly waved his hands, shaking his head. "No, no. Let's take a break, sister. I can't drink anymore." With a playful giggle, Mo Ran replied, "All right, just wait a moment. Your sister will be here soon. Let us rest a bit." It was then that Chen Yan realized, unbeknownst to him, their proximity had gradually diminished, now nearly pressing against one another. Alcohol had amplified his senses, and even the slightest brush of their arms was acutely perceptible, leaving him somewhat dizzy from the sensation of skin against skin. "Sisterly is coming?" Upon hearing this news, Chen Yan felt a pang of anxiety. Today was a moment of great fortune for him and Mo Ran, and based on yesterday's events, it should last until the following morning. If Li Ziqiu were to arrive, the dynamics among the three of them could shift unpredictably. "Yes, she is just finishing up," Mo Ran teased, and although she exhibited no signs of intoxication, her demeanor had taken on a playful charm that offered Chen Yan a unique aesthetic appeal. "Are you disappointed?" She leaned closer, her gaze becoming slightly dreamy. The warm air, tinged with her fragrance, made Chen Yan's neck tingle, and before he could respond, Mo Ran unexpectedly twisted her body and sat astride him. "Sister, what are you doing?" Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. While Mo Ran was undeniably alluring and beautiful, he had no desire to engage in any inappropriate behavior before her divorce was finalized. "Why, little brother, are you questioning your sister's actions?" Mo Ran's delicate fingers playfully lifted Chen Yan's chin, her laughter ringing like a bell. "Wasn't it you who invited me to sit on your lap? What, do you not like it this way?" As she spoke, she even leaned in closer, causing Chen Yan to exclaim internally in distress. I just think that you have a family. This doesn't seem right." Chen Yan was troubled. He did not share the unconventional proclivities that many possessed. The mere thought of Mo Ran's marital status gave him a headache. Had it been Li Ziqiu, a single and sophisticated woman, he might have acted differently. "Not appropriate?" Mo Ran chuckled, unaffected by his words, remaining perched atop him, her laughter vibrant. Suddenly, her expression darkened as she turned back to the sofa, pouring herself 3 hearty drinks. Exhaling a breath infused with the scent of alcohol, perhaps haunted by unhappy memories. Mo Ran's face flushed, her gaze becoming somewhat hazy, not from inebriation, but rather tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chen Yan watched her, waiting for her to share her thoughts. However, to his disappointment, Mo Ran did not divulge any details about her marriage or family, merely rolling the dice in front of him. "Little Chun, truth or dare? What will it be?" She teased. "After losing twice in a row, we can only alternate between truth and dare." Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. What was she doing? Playing truth or dare? Sensing her mood was not particularly bright, he chose not to oppose her. "All right, 2 1s, 3 2s. After a brief competition, Chen Yan lost once again, opting for truth. The prospect of a dare from Mo Ran, with her adventurous spirit, could lead to unpredictable consequences. "All right, little Chun, here's the first question. Who do you think is more alluring, me or your sister Li Ziqiu?" Mo Ran inquired with a smile, presenting a perilous question. Chen Yan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, Li Ziqiu was absent, otherwise this question would be more daunting than a public spectacle of running naked through the streets. Both of you possess different types of allure. If we're talking about an intellectual and contrasting allure, then undoubtedly it's you and Mo Ran. However, for mature elegance, that would belong to Li. After considerable contemplation, Chen Yan sought to flatter both women. Fortunately, Mo Ran was not displeased, her smile radiant. "Clever boy, you pass this round. Let us continue." Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, determination igniting within him. "Sister, this time I won't hold back. 3 6s, 4 3s, 4 6s. And indeed, Chen Yan triumphantly declared, his second defeat. I'm going mad. How could I fall for this again? Little brother, it's only dare time now." Mo Ran grinned mischievously, her gaze scanning him with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. "Come on, take a whiff of your sister's neck. Does it smell good?" Chen Yan's eyes lit up. This was a dare he could accept. Mo Ran resembled a delicate lamb. Her porcelain neck arched gracefully, eyes gently closed, awaiting his approach. Stepping closer, Chen Yan murmured to himself, "It's just a dare, just a dare. Merely a game. Forgive me, ex-husband." As his nose brushed against her cool skin, he inhaled deeply. The scent of Damascus rose was light and romantic, mingled with hints of pure jasmine and hyacinth, captivating and mysterious. "How does it smell, sister? Am I fragrant?" "You're lucky, little brother." Mo Ran giggled, playfully tapping his nose. In that moment, Chen Yan could not help but think of a certain archetype, the elegant aristocrat. "Let us go again. I must win at least once." His competitive spirit ignited. Chen Yan was determined to turn the tide. No, he was resolute in securing a victory. 3 sixes. Open. I don't have. Little brother this time. How about a whiff of your sister's legs? Oh, this is delightful. Another reward. Chapter 16. With Li Jiqiu's support, must I dance? Although Chen Yan had the option to choose truth, it would be rather impolite not to select dare after Mo Ran had already made a request. "Come on, sister. I must perform an epic feat." Seeing Chen Yan's gallant and fervent demeanor, Mo Ran couldn't help but chuckle, the deep sorrow in her eyes dissipating somewhat. With a swift motion, Mo Ran lifted the delicate hem of her sheer skirt, her fair legs slightly raised, her gaze playfully drifting towards her own exquisite limbs. "Come on, little brother." The moment Chen Yan's hands made contact with her smooth skin, it felt as if he was grasping a rare treasure. Just as he leaned in, a thought struck him, causing him to look up with an awkward smile. Sister, how about you close your eyes?" Mo Ran paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, her thighs quivering in response, causing Chen Yan's heart to race. "Wow, the Bawang brand should recruit you as a spokesperson. So striking. All right. You even know how to be shy." Mo Ran teased, gently closing her eyes. "Now, go ahead." Chen Yan exhaled deeply, nearly emptying his lungs, and then, cradling her leg, he dove in. He inhaled deeply, a completely different fragrance enveloping him, sweet and smooth like a fluffy cotton candy. After savoring the moment, Mo Ran swiftly retracted her leg, playfully poking his forehead. "Little brother, your stubble is quite prickly. Next, are you daring enough to take a step further? What's there to be afraid of?" "Sister, bring it on," Chen Yan proclaimed boldly, thumping his chest. After all, it was all in good fun, so why fear? "All right." Chen Yan vowed he had no intention of losing, merely a reluctance to win. In the end, he found himself bested once more. "Come on, little brother." Mo Ran tugged at Chen Yan's collar, no longer inquiring about his choice, and gracefully rose, leading him toward the restroom of the private room. "Sister, where are you going?" "Sister, don't, no. Li Jie is coming." At this point, one can imagine the scene akin to the climactic battle in Terminator, as the restroom echoed with chaos. Li Jiqiu meticulously applied her makeup in the public restroom before heading to the private room Mo Ran had reserved. Expecting the duo to be in high spirits, she was taken aback upon entering to find them silent. Chen Yan slumped in a corner of the sofa, lost in thought, and if not for his labored breathing, Li Jiqiu might have assumed he had passed out. Meanwhile, Mo Ran lounged lazily on the sofa, poking at a fruit platter with a toothpick. "Jiqiu is here." Upon spotting her, Mo Ran immediately greeted her, and Chen Yan snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Li, hey." Mo Ran promptly kicked Chen Yan's leg, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn, while smiling invitingly at Li Jiqiu. "Come, sit. We've down 2 boxes of wine. Just waiting for you." Li Jiqiu's eyes flickered with intuition, sensing something unusual had transpired between the two. "You drunken fool, did you manage to get little Chen drunk?" With a playful scold, she plopped down between them. "Not at all. We were merely engaging in a game of truth or dare. Little Chen can hold his own, managing to battle with me." Mo Ran chuckled, showing no discontent with Li Jiqiu's placement between them. "Hey, I've already had my fill. Today, I'll let you two take over." Chen Yan was filled with indignation. Despite having experienced an unprecedented sensation, the humiliation left him feeling aggrieved. "Li, while you were away, Mo Jie forced me to drink. She bullied me. The trio had grown quite familiar with one another, allowing Chen Yan to joke freely. Oh, Mo Ran has the audacity to bully little Chun? Bold indeed. Let's see how I avenge you. Li Jiqiu smiled calmly, her previous frustrations from negotiations vanishing upon approaching Chen Yan. Upon hearing Chen Yan's complaint about Mo Ran, she rolled up her sleeves, ready for action. Well then, if I win, you both must lose together, and it must only be dares, agreed? Chen Yan was about to protest, but Li Jiqiu was quicker on the draw, slamming her palm on the table. I'm not afraid of you. The two women were seasoned rivals in drinking games, frequently pairing up for revelry, making their behavior quite typical. However, this time was different, as the focus was entirely on Chen Yan. Let us go. The two women began shaking the dice. It must be noted that Li Jiqiu understood Mo Ran quite well. Right from the onset, she seized victory in the first round. All right, little Chun, for your first air, you propose what we do. Li Jiqiu crossed her arms with a triumphant air, her posture becoming even more imposing, eliciting an eye roll from Mo Ran. Showing off, what's the point? My just right and soft figure is what little Chun would find most delightful. Can you match that? Chen Yan's mind was a jumble, struggling to formulate a suggestion. After much hesitation, it was Li Jiqiu who took the initiative. How about this? I'll put on a song, and you dance for little Chun. Both Chen Yan and Mo Ran gasped simultaneously. Chen Yan out of curiosity, Mo Ran out of shyness. Were you afraid of, old maid? Dance for little Chun and me. What's the harm? Li Jiqiu was determined that Mo Ran would perform, even selecting the song for her. Hurry up. Your outfit is perfect for this. Are you serious? Mo Ran's face flushed deeper with anger, her chest rising and falling sharply as she abruptly stood up. Fine, I'll dance. But Li Jiqiu, don't you dare play coy. With a radiant smile, she winked at Chen Yan. Watch closely, little Chun. This is for you. Chen Yan's jaw dropped. He had anticipated a simple gathering of drinks and songs, not such an extravagant affair. Not only was he subjected to a humiliating ordeal, but now he was to witness a dance. A mesmerizing dance began, moving in rhythm with the pulsating music. As the initial drops of rain began to weave together, we indulged in our innocent vices, whispers echoing through the mountains. P.S. Original song. Huangling Tiing Due Tn lyrics. Dai Shichi Trici Xia Fei composition. Fong Max, Chapter 17. Madness returns. It must be said that Mo Ran is indeed the epitome of a contrastive woman. Adorned with glasses, she presents herself as serene and demure. Yet in her interactions with Chen Yan, she unfailingly reveals a strikingly different persona. She embodies an inherent charm that captivates all. This dance momentarily dispelled Chen Yan's sage demeanor, invigorating him with newfound vitality. As the final note of the performance lingered, Mo Ran cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Yan, perfectly embodying the essence of the original song, seductive yet tasteful. Indeed, her dancing prowess remains undiminished over the years. Li Jiqiu applauded Mo Ran, acknowledging her exceptional footwork. Clearly, she has been practicing diligently. Enough chit-chat. Let us continue. The competitive spirit between the two women was palpable, ready to ignite a second round, but was interrupted by Chen Yan. Ladies, let us not get carried away. It's time to drink. It's nearly 10:30, and we still have a few cases of liquor to finish. I'm parched, do not misunderstand. Chen Yan was not averse to this outrageous game, for the rewards would ultimately be his. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, he aimed to first incapacitate Li Jiqiu and then strategize his pursuit of Mo Ran. Having recently lost to her, he felt an unsettling discontent. What frustrated him further was that the formidable buff of his vitality seemed to falter in Mo Ran's presence. Upon Chen Yan's suggestion, the two women readily complied, pausing their rivalry, though their exchanged glances still crackled with tension. Here is the plan. Li Jie, since you arrived later, Mo Jie and I have already had quite a bit to drink. How about we form teams and take turns? You lose twice, we'll consider a loss, and we'll drink 1 cup at a time. Let us not overdo it. We would want Li Jiqiu to be sober, while Mo Ran and I end up tipsy. Giggle, little Chun. It's not that I don't want to team up with you. You and Jiqiu can pair up. I'll take on both of you. To Chen Yan's surprise, Mo Ran disagreed, and Li Jiqiu was thrilled by this arrangement. She playfully nudged Chen Yan aside and slammed her hands on the table. You've always outdrunk me, but now with little Chen on my side, let us see who falls first. Chen Yan thought, how did the script veer off course? However, it mattered little. Incapacitating Mo Ran was equally desirable. An intoxicating atmosphere filled the room, yet just as the two women began to roll the dice, Li Jiqiu's phone rang insistently. Initially inclined to ignore it, she glanced at the caller ID and sighed, reluctantly walking to the restroom. You all play ahead. I'll take this call. It seems important. Yet, as the restroom door clicked shut, Chen Yan suddenly turned pale, looking toward Mo Ran. Yeah, the items, they're still in the sink, right? Mo Ran's eyes widened in alarm, her hand covering her mouth in shock. Oh no! We left the battlefield unattended. This is disastrous. Li Jiqiu will definitely find out. Although Mo Ran had been earnest in her earlier challenge to Chen Yan, it was a post-divorce sentiment. Despite Li Jiqiu's own claims of a platonic relationship with Chen Yan, Mo Ran felt uneasy, as if she had unwittingly become the other woman. As both were engulfed in a flurry of anxiety, the restroom door creaked open. Li Jiqiu emerged, her expression bearing an inscrutable hint of discontent. Mo Ran and Chen Yan fell into a tense silence, unsure of what to say. You too, Li Jiqiu began, her tone laden with intrigue, causing both to tense with apprehension. Oh dear, we're about to face her wrath despite her generally pleasant demeanor. Li Jiqiu's principles were unwavering, and being her close friend added to Mo Ran's trepidation. How did you choose this box? It's evident it hasn't been cleaned, and the restroom is appalling. After a moment of silence, Li Jiqiu's voice took on a hint of disdain, causing both to exhale with relief. Well, we didn't use the restroom, so how would we know about that? Mo Ran attempted to downplay the situation, her youth rendering her somewhat flustered. However, when she noticed Li Jiqiu gathering her belongings as if to leave, her anxiety resurfaced. Oh, my ex-husband's father has taken turn for the worse, and is in the ICU. I must go see him, little Chun. I want to be in Xiahai for the next few days. I'm heading to Mo. Do remember to think of me. Li Jiqiu's expression was tinged with gloom. Although she had long been estranged from her husband, she still held a deep sense of filial duty toward her in-laws. Approaching Chen Yan, Li Jiqiu planted a gentle kiss on his lips, casting a fierce glare at Mo Ran before leaning close to Chen Yan's ear to whisper, Little Chun, while indulging in this madness with Mo Ran, don't forget to remind her to take her medicine with that. She rose gracefully, her parting words tinged with flirtation. Jia, and I had planned to take you house hunting tomorrow, but something has come up. You both should go without me. Don't worry, I'll cover the expenses. With a coy smile directed at Chen Yan, she departed. Jia, allow me to see Li Jia off suddenly. Chen Yan sprang from the sofa, rushing toward the door of the box. The reason was clear. Another moment of fortune concerning Li Jiqiu was about to unfold. Unlike before, this time, the content was accompanied by vague tasks. Warning, fortune target. Li Jiqiu, moment of fortune is about to trigger. Please remain within 3 meters of the fortune target. After 30 seconds, the trigger will be successful. Seeing Li Jiqiu walk away, Chen Yan wasted no time and bolted after her. Hey, wait for me. Mo Ran called after him, but Chen Yan was already out of earshot, moving too swiftly for her to catch up. Truly how frustrating. Mo Ran sighed, only to wince as she attempted to follow, her legs protesting from the earlier exertion. Ouch, I danced too recklessly. Now my legs are cramping. Chapter 18. Affection. Both intoxicated Chen Yan caught up with Li Jiqiu, and the two departed from KTV side by side. Outside, a wine-red Bentley awaited them, and Li Jiqiu waved at Chen Yan with a smile. Go on, Mo Ran is still inside. Her tone was remarkably light, devoid of any hint of unease. Li Ye. Chen Yan's expression grew complicated as he reached out to hold her back. Under her puzzled gaze, he felt a surge of anxiety. There were only a few seconds left. What should he say? This was so awkward. It was strange that Li Jie discovered her connection with Mo Ran. Yet she didn't seem upset. Observing Chen Yan's demeanor, Li Jiqiu mistakenly interpreted his concern as guilt over being caught, which warmed her heart. This little one still thinks of me, considering my feelings. Turning to embrace Chen Yan, Li Ziqiu chuckled softly. All right, don't overthink it. I understand that for two people to be together, it requires fate. Someone as remarkable as you will encounter many, far beyond just women like Mo Ran and me. If we are destined, then well before that, we are simply the best of siblings, aren't we? Though her tone was light, each word struck Chen Yan like a bullet, reverberating in his mind. For the first time, he felt an inexplicable stir within him. Sister, He opened his mouth to speak, but Li Ziqiu placed a finger over his lips, her alluring demeanor softening. I'm off now, but I'll come back to find you in a few days. Moments later, as Li Ziqiu's car drove away, the auspicious moment finally triggered. Warning. Auspicious target, Li Ziqiu. Auspicious moment triggered. Please proceed to the third-floor ICU of the first hospital in Magic City at 3:30 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Auspicious item, a business card. A white leather business card quietly appeared in his pocket. Chen Yan refrained from examining it, instead falling into deep contemplation. Since yesterday, his perception of Li Ziqiu had been limited to physical attraction and monetary gain, neglecting the emotional aspect entirely. Indeed, the significant age gap loomed like a chasm between them. At this point, Chen Yan struggled to discern the true nature of the system. System, are you a rich lady system, an auspicious system, or a romantic entanglement system? You're making me so confused. He raged inwardly, knowing full well that this troublesome system would remain silent. Yet venting his frustration felt gratifying. However, the system unexpectedly responded. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Supplementing female affection status. Li Ziqiu, affection level 93, intimate. Mo Ran, affection level 93, intimate. Note, upon reaching an affection level of 100, additional surprise rewards will be issued. Gasp! Chen Yan halted in his tracks, taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Mo Ran's affection level to be so high. Yet what truly astonished him was that despite Li Ziqiu discovering his connection with Mo Ran, her affection level remained at 93. Was this the power of a charm buff? How terrifying! He instinctively recoiled, his immediate thoughts not turning to fortune. Just imagine, if he inadvertently wandered into a gathering of wealthy women, only to have hundreds of beautiful and affluent ladies fall for him. Surely, he would be reduced to mere remnants. No, I absolutely must start exercising. A strong body is essential. Otherwise, it's all for naught. The thought of the impending intensity sent shivers down his spine. After all, today he had almost tripped over Mo Ran. Shaking his head to clear his chaotic thoughts, Chen Yan stepped back into KTV. Meanwhile, Mo Ran sat alone in the private room, the quiet atmosphere compelling her to reflect on the earlier encounter. Cradling her flushed cheeks, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Chen is truly extraordinary. How infuriating that he surpasses my cherished toys by such a margin. What a difficult time I've had before this. Thankfully, I didn't embarrass myself too much. My legs are sore. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Mo Ran. It was Chen Yan returning. Did you see off Ziqiu? Her expression transformed faster than a page turn, the previous enchantment vanishing the moment Chen Yan entered, replaced by a gentle smile. Yes, I did. Chen Yan nodded, taking a seat beside Mo Ran and pouring drinks for both of them. Sister, shall we continue? Mo Ran playfully huffed. I may have lost in everything else, but I won to lose in drinking. Let us do this. The two engaged in a merry exchange of toasts, singing when fatigued from drinking, and drinking when tired of singing, gradually bridging the gap between them. Little Chen, Mo Ran, seemed completely under the influence of alcohol, clinging to Chen Yan's arm without letting go. After consuming a considerable amount of beer, Chen Yan felt overwhelmed, his head spinning, nausea rising in his throat. Sister, I feel so dizzy. That was the last coherent thought he managed to express before his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to slumber. Little Chen? Mo Ran shook his unresponsive body, but Chen Yan toppled onto the sofa. Oh dear, he really is drunk. She bit her finger, her intoxicated state revealing an even more endearing vulnerability. Attempting to lift Chen Yan, Mo Ran found her upper body strength insufficient compared to her lower body. and after several futile attempts, she managed to raise him slightly, only to lose her balance and be pinned by him. Ouch, you little rascal. What now? Mo Ran chuckled helplessly, pushing against Chen Yan in a bid to rise, but her strength had waned, leaving her unable to budge him. Struggling, she reached for her phone on the table, enduring the dizzying sensation as she dialed. Hello, at Crown Entertainment, V999 room. Please help. She managed to convey in fragmented sentences before her eyes finally closed, surrendering to the spinning world around her, emitting incoherent murmurs. Hello, Ranjia, wait for me. I'm coming right away. An urgent voice echoed from the other end of the line. Chapter 19. Cousin Mo Jiao in a state of daze. Chen Yan felt a series of jolts, swaying for quite a while. Despite the considerable commotion, it failed to rouse him from his slumber. He merely sensed the flickering of light behind his eyelids. Within the serene water-hooting villa district, although it was already past 11 at night, the lights remained bright. Mo Ran seemed to have just taken a shower, draped in a loose-fitting bathrobe, her eyes regaining a hint of clarity. At this moment, she was reclining on the sofa, sipping mineral water delicately. Ranjia, could you please refrain from drinking so much? You're acting just like a drunken fool. A voice of complaint emerged from the opposite sofa, belonging to a short-haired girl with a somewhat androgynous appearance, who displayed an unmistakable beauty. I haven't drunk too much. Mo Ran finished a bottle of water, and it was hard to imagine how she managed to contain so much liquid in her flat stomach. Not too much. You're practically unconscious. Look at Chen Yan sprawled out on the sofa. The short-haired girl exclaimed, pointing at Chen Yan, who lay there like a lifeless body. Look, you brought a man home. Is that appropriate? Honestly, if you're going to find a man, why choose someone so impoverished? She assessed Chen Yan at a glance, recognizing that he was clad in nothing of value. Hey, I'm not unconscious. I'm wide awake. Mo ran her fingers through her hair, massaging her scalp. And what s with this impoverished talk? Little Chun is a genuinely nice guy. And quite handsome, too. Handsome? Ha ha. How can someone so downtrodden be handsome? The short-haired girl scoffed, crossing her arms as she strutted toward Chen Yan. Let us see just how handsome he really is. Not to criticize you, but even though you're my cousin, your taste is seriously off. She had initially been preoccupied with the two of them and hadn't paid attention to Chen Yan's appearance. Now, hearing her cousin's praise piqued her curiosity. Curiosity might not be the right term. She merely sought to challenge Mo Ran's aesthetic judgment. While muttering to herself, she began to pull Chen Yan's head up. Upon a single glance, she was immediately struck dumb. Mo Jiao, just a few months younger than Mo Ran, had crossed the threshold of 30, yet her androgynous style and youthful demeanor concealed her true age. She appeared almost as if she were in her early 20s, thus falling victim to Chen Yan's irresistible charm. Chen Yan's chiseled profile, striking features, and an inexplicable aura left her in awe, her pupils dilating as she stood frozen. This Mo Ran chuckled softly. See, you're smitten now, aren't you? Just one glance, and you're enchanted. Indeed, Mo Jiao had succumbed to that enchantment. After years of only dating women, she had thought she would remain a rainbow lady for life. But now with Chen Yan's appearance, she felt her orientation shifting back to heterosexuality. Well, it's not like that handsome Mo Jiao muttered defiantly, but her flushed skin betrayed her true feelings. Even though she tried to act tough, the healthy tan on her skin, even on her exposed abdominal muscles, glimmered with a hint of pink, clearly indicating her embarrassment. Despite being slightly inebriated, Mo Ran could easily see through Mo Jiao's facade and couldn't help but laugh melodiously. Hee, you're just being coy, aren't you, little girl? Your intentions are glaringly obvious. Mo Jiao's ears turned crimson as she swiftly ascended to the second floor of the villa, slamming her bedroom door shut. Don't bother me. I'm going to sleep. Her shaky shout resonated faintly through the door, eliciting a chorus of laughter from Mo Ran. Indeed, Chen Yan possessed an undeniable allure that was difficult for women to resist. Not only had he captivated Li Ziqiu, but even Mo Jiao was swiftly entranced. Mo Ran narrowed her eyes, her curiosity about Chen Yan intensifying. She couldn't fathom it, and even when she had privately asked Li Ziqiu, the latter remained equally baffled by the inexplicable magnetism that surrounded Chen Yan. Logically speaking, a poor boy, no matter how handsome, should not stir any emotions in seasoned women like them. They were not frivolous, chasing after any handsome face for mere infatuation. Yet, Chen Yan was a mystery they could not comprehend, possessing a unique charm. The desire to treat him well took root in their minds, an urge that was impossible to shake off. Oh well, I've been strong enough in my life. It's about time my heart fluttered. Why worry about so much? Rising, Mo Ran placed a glass of water on the coffee table, gently kissed Chen Yan on the forehead, then covered him with a blanket before retreating to her room for rest. It wasn't that she didn't want to share a bed with Chen Yan. It was merely that she was overwhelmed and had exhausted herself, especially after drinking. If they ignited further sparks, she wouldn't know how to handle it. It would be a disaster. Mo Ran had initially intended to sleep alongside Chen Yan on the sofa, but she was well aware of her self-control around him. If they were to sleep together on the sofa, it would undoubtedly lead to an unmanageable outcome for her. It wouldn't be polite, especially with her cousin upstairs. As the night deepened into silence, Chen Yan, in a state of semi-consciousness, heard that familiar yet irritating voice. Ding ding, the snake flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Great Fortune Moment Rewards Summary. Daily Fortune Items, USB, intersecting with the Great Fortune target, Mo Ran, Critical Hit Reward. Item Reward. Mo Good Trust Fund, Permanent Dividend Rights of $100 million, $7 million monthly. Item Reward. Great Fortune Upgrade Card X1, used automatically. Permanently Buff Reward. Slightly increased charm. As a person of great fortune, one must possess a unique aura. March 25th, 2025. Today's Great Fortune Update, Green Blue. Exhibition Center at 25 Chang'an Road, 3:30 p.m. A middle-aged man in a baseball cap and flip-flops. Chen Yan smacked his lips, turning over to return to a peaceful, baby-like slumber, completely indifferent to the system's repeated announcements. Ding ding. The snake flicks its tongue, no footprints. The snake flicks its tongue, no footprints. Flicking its tongue. Footprints. Impolite, not a chong. Doesn't understand snake language. Message left. Chapter 20. Who are you? In the early morning, the piercing sunlight compelled Chen Yan to furrow his brow as he slowly opened his eyes. His head throbbed painfully, and his mouth felt parched. He raised his head and spotted a glass of water on the coffee table, immediately seizing it and guzzling it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. My head truly aches. What's so delightful about this alcohol? I shall never drink again. After shaking his head, he felt somewhat relieved after the water settled in his stomach. As he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, a glimmer of confusion crossed his eyes. Where am I? Did I drink myself into oblivion? Last night, I had a few drinks with Sister Mo. I must have overindulged. Could it be that this is Sister Mo's home? Looking around, he noted the spacious and opulent living room, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier and lavish decor. It was evident that this was a luxurious villa. Checking his phone, he realized it was already 8 in the morning, causing his heart to race. The auspicious moment should have ended by now. And what about today's daily fortune? System, dear brother, where is my reward? Where is my information? Beep, beep. The serpent flicks its tongue, no footprints. Records have been retrieved. Please check them yourself. Host. The translucent box accompanied by the system's voice filled Chen Yan with exhilaration. However, one thing puzzled him. The tone of the system today seemed to carry a hint of emotion. Was it anger? Regardless, it was imperative to examine his gains. Chen Yan felt a rush of excitement. Having learned from yesterday's experience, his anticipation grew. His eyes focused intently on the translucent box. Holy moly! $100 million? Dividend rights? Upon discerning the first reward, Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Just from the dividends alone, he would receive a fixed sum of $7 million each month. How much is that? For many friends, $7 million a month may not hold much significance. Yet, when he calculated it, $7 million divided by 30 amounted to over $200,000 a day. That was the total of his salary from the past few years. Per day. He promptly picked up his phone and indeed saw the notification for the $7 million deposit, the sender being a certain trust fund. My goodness. Does this mean I am now earning 80 million a year? Oh yay, yay, yay. Oh dear. I wonder when the bank will call me to ask me to deposit more money and offer me gifts? Chen Yan was tempted to laugh heartily at the thought, but he immediately recalled that this villa was not his domain. It would be quite presumptuous to wake sister, Mo, suppressing his excitement. He continued to inspect the contents of the box. A charisma buff? Quite nice, excellent. Chen Yan felt a bit arrogant. After acquiring the charm buff, he found himself looking down on the charisma buff. Moving further down, he noted the auspicious upgrade card, which was self-explanatory and had already been automatically used. More importantly, he looked at today as fortune information. Today, yes. Auto show. Middle-aged man? What does this mean, dear brother? Chen Yan was perplexed, hoping the system would provide some explanation. However, the system remained unresponsive, even neglecting its usual catchphrase. Yet, considering the system's previous behavior, including the USB incident, Chen Yan instinctively thought that today, as fortune might somehow involve a wealthy woman, but that didn't make sense. How could a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap have any connection to a wealthy woman? Could it be a kidnapping case? Am I to rescue a wealthy woman? Chen Yan shivered at the thought, realizing that this speculation might indeed hold some truth given the system's track record. After much contemplation, he decided that guessing was futile. It was better to verify today, but it would be wise to bring something for self-defense. Perhaps a baton or an electric shock weapon, something light and easy to carry. He would buy some today. Having completed his morning routine, Chen Yan stood up, stretching luxuriously. This potent energy enhancer was remarkable. It not only invigorated him, but also made him feel more awake than he had at 18, despite having slept little. After moving around a bit, a sudden urge to relieve himself surged, prompting Chen Yan to search for a restroom. Unfamiliar with the villa's layout and having never stayed in one before, he meandered around until he finally discovered the guest bathroom. One of the benefits of this energy enhancer was the true impact of a water pipe. Hiss! Oh, that feels so much better. Chen Yan sighed in relief, nearly bursting his bladder. After using the restroom, he inadvertently glanced at the shower in the downstairs bathroom and had a sudden idea. Oh, a shower. Ha ha ha. Little crocodile loves to bathe. Without a second thought, Chen Yan, in a whimsical mood, began to bounce around joyfully, stripping down and rushing into the shower area. Swish the massage shower head left Chen Yan exclaiming in delight. Oh no, this feels exquisite, prompting him to hum a tune. I love taking showers. Oh, so much, my dear babies. The traditionally quiet villa began to resonate with Chen Yan's singing and bathing, gradually becoming lively, when suddenly, Mo Jiao frowned, abruptly sitting up in bed. Who is making all that noise this early? Is there a thief? Instantly alert, she, a black belt in Taekwondo, donned her slippers and dashed downstairs. The commotion seemed to be coming from the direction of the restroom. Who could it be? Mo Jiao descended the spiral staircase, calling out loudly. It must be said that while the soundproofing in the Villa's rooms was exceptional, the soundproofing between floors left much to be desired. Despite her loud call, Chen Yan could only discern a vague female voice. Has Sister Mo awakened? Never mind her. I need to finish my shower and get out. There's much to do today. I need to find a place to live, accompany Sister Mo to view some properties, and attend the auto show in the afternoon. Shaking his head, Chen Yan began to lather his hair with shampoo, creating a mountain of foam. Outside, after Mo Jiao's loud shout, the indistinct voice suddenly ceased, replaced by the subtle sound of running water. His sister ran up so early to take a shower? But wait, doesn't she have a bathroom in her room? Could it be that the hot water pipe is broken? That would explain it. It hasn't been serviced in ages and must have aged. Hence sister ran ISNT using it. Oh, since she's showering downstairs, doesn't that present me with an opportunity? Dear cousin, we haven't bathed together in ages. A mischievous grin spread across Mo Jiao's face as she quietly tiptoed to the bathroom door, softly calling out, Sister Ran. I'm coming in inside. A faint feminine voice suddenly chimed in. However, Chen Yan, preoccupied with the foam in his hair, couldn't quite make it out and thought he had imagined it. Ignoring it, Chen Yan continued to scratch away at the lather. What kind of shampoo is this? The foam is incredibly abundant and soft. Oh no, it's getting in my eyes. Seeing that there was no response from inside, Mo Jiao Jiao chuckled to herself, gently twisting the doorknob and slowly pushing the door open. Sister Ran, I'm here. Ah, who are you? Mo Jiao Jiao's previously mischievous smile froze as she stared in shock at the naked man covered in foam before her, screaming and clutching her nearly unwrapped robe tightly to her body. Huh? Chen Yan, with his eyes full of foam, could barely open them, staring blankly in confusion. Who are you? Chapter 21. The pants are too tight. Chen Yan was covered in foam from head to toe and immediately discerned that the owner of the piercing scream could not possibly be Mo Ran. Instinctively, he covered his vital parts and began to shout, Hey, who are you? Wait a moment. Let me rinse off first. What are you doing? As Chen Yan yelled, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen, causing him to emit a sharp cry. Yet, the scream barely lasted a second, as the unexpected assault threw him off balance, and he landed squarely beneath the showerhead. A torrent of water cascaded down upon him, rendering him speechless. Fortunately, the deluge washed away the foam that had obscured his vision. Thief! Pervert! Who comes to my house to take a shower in the morning? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, you want to know how many eyes the king of hell has. Montak Yao Yao shouted, her leg muscles taut and remarkably toned. However, this was not the moment for admiration. Chen Yan wiped the water from his face with one hand, revealing his features as he opened his eyes. What met his gaze were long, tanned legs with taut muscles, and beneath the raised leg, the unmistakable sight of pink underwear. In that instant, Mo Jiao Jiao, just as she was about to kick Chen Yan in the head, finally caught sight of his face. Startled, she realized it was too late to withdraw her foot. Just as Chen Yan intended to address the short-haired beauty who bore a striking resemblance to Mo Ran, he felt a strong impact against his face. A gasp escaped him, and before he could utter a word, his vision faded, and he collapsed into the water. Montak Yao Yao, on the verge of tears, watched as his pale backside was continually drenched by the flowing water, unsure of what to do. This was disastrous. She had completely forgotten about the young man she had brought back with Mo Ran. What now? Would he form a terrible first impression of her? Would he see her as an enemy? Stop rambling. I'm going to drown. Thankfully, noticing Chen Yan was struggling to breathe, Mo Jiao Jiao quickly turned off the shower and hesitated beside his prostrate form. What should I do? What should I do? I've never seen a boy like this. How embarrassing. Should I call for Ranjia? No. That would only complicate matters further. Glancing at her loose robe, Mo Jiao Jiao bit her lip, her expression suddenly resolute. I'll just take a quick look. I'll help you dry off and get you dressed. Consider it a compensation for knocking you out. Chen Yan felt an unusual drowsiness, as if he were in a dream, his neck aching as if he had slept awkwardly. It seemed as if something were pushing and pulling at him incessantly. Gradually, he opened his eyes, staring blankly at the exquisite face before him. Miss, who are you? Where am I? Ouch, my neck hurts. Rubbing his neck, Chen Yan scratched his head in confusion, while the girl before him, appearing somewhat apologetic, retreated to sit on the sofa, behaving demurely yet evasively. How strange, was this a dream? I have a feeling I just took a shower. Oh, I must not be fully awake. Murmuring to himself, Mo Jiao Jiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, you were dreaming. You definitely didn't take a shower. Then, looking down at his attire, Chen Yan noticed he was clad in a pink bear t-shirt, lost in thought, and the matching pink shorts hardly left anything to the imagination. He felt a tightness around his backside, akin to wearing a shrunken pair of underwear. You just sleepwalked. Yes. You must have sleepwalked to take a shower and found some clothes to wear. Mo Jiao Jiao, on the verge of tears, could only fabricate a story. Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly as he regained his composure, beginning to recall the events that had transpired. So, I was knocked out by a kick, right? Who are you? Where is this place? With a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes, he regarded Mo Jiao Jiao, who bore a resemblance to Mo Ran, stirring his curiosity. Where did Mo Jie go? I am Montak Hans Kuzeng, Montak Yao Yao. This is my home. She is, probably still asleep. Mo Jiao Jiao forced a smile, accurately interpreting the hint of suspicion in Chen Yan's gaze, wishing she could just disappear into the ground. What a ridiculous whim. I can't believe I let him wear my clothes. How could I even change his underwear? Even if his clothes were soaked, I could have just dried them off. Imo Jiao Jiao. What was I thinking? Your house. Chen Yan exhaled, then reached out his hand. Could you please return my clothes? This outfit is a bit small. He refrained from mentioning how tight it felt. Your clothes were completely soaked. So I put them in the washing machine. They're still not dry. Mo Jiao Jiao hurriedly explained, hoping to salvage some goodwill from Chen Yan. What I did was truly outrageous. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty for kicking them, and then some. After all, I didn't even know him. Why should I apologize? Yet, Chen Yan was different. His looks, the special feeling he evoked, and his ethereal demeanor captivated Mo Jiao Jiao entirely. Calm down, Mo Jiao Jiao. You must remain composed. You can't let him think you're a pervert. You mustn't but he is so handsome. Although perhaps slightly less than the readers, he is truly stunning. All right. Chen Yan nodded silently, realizing his current attire was not too bad. While the color was pink, the style leaned towards androgynous. Anyone seeing him would likely just think it was trendy, not effeminate. I'll take my leave then. When Mo Jia wakes up, please have her give me a call. By the way, did we order a designated driver yesterday? Chen Yan rose to leave, remembering they had both consumed alcohol the previous night and likely hadn't driven. No, the car is still at the Crown Entertainment. Oh, you're leaving? Don't go. It's almost lunchtime. Let us have a meal together? Chen Yan glanced at the time, realizing it was only 9:18. Lunchtime? Chapter 22. Red Tree Bay Villa, Mo Jiao Jiao. Grandson of the Mo family, heir of the Mo family, unmarried and childless, age 30, overall rating 90, current status, excited, anxious, menstruating. In the end, Chen Yan left first as the tightness of his clothing was quite uncomfortable. Before departing, he retrieved the business card that Mo Jiao Jiao had taken out before washing it, and he meticulously examined both the card and the appearance of its owner. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Mo Ran, her beauty remarkable, with short hair that exuded an air of competence and elegance, and her features were exquisite, akin to a character that had stepped out of cartoon. Were it not for the age listed on the card, one would easily mistake her for someone in her early 20s. Declining Mo Jiao Jiao's offer to see him off, Chen Yan hailed a taxi to Crown Entertainment, in search of his 6 horizontal and 12 vertical. Returning to the alley near his rental residence, he hastened to gather his belongings. There was no time to waste. The day was filled with tasks ahead. While on the road, Mo Ran sent him a message, informing him that she had awakened and was preparing to view the property. Fortunately, he did not possess much. Most of his clothes were unnecessary to take, and he simply packed a small bag with essential items like a charger. Exiting the dimly lit rental building, Chen Yan slung his backpack over his shoulder and glanced back. After 2 years in this place, he was finally on the path to a better life. He had paid the rent monthly for the small apartment, and although he did not know his neighbors, there had been no peculiar or unreasonable incidents during his stay. Tossing his backpack into the back seat, Chen Yan started the vehicle and swiftly drove towards the address of the sales office that Mo Ran had sent him, where she would meet up with Mo Jiao Jiao. Red Tree Bay Villa area truly deserved its reputation as the most prestigious villa district in all of Shanghai City. Upon entering the community, one felt as though they had stepped into a verdant forest, with lush greenery and breathtaking landscapes at every turn. The value of this community was further enhanced by its exclusive butler service. Once one became a property owner, they could enjoy round-the-clock butler service, attending to any request that fell within the butler's jurisdiction. However, this luxury came at a steep price, with an annual property fee reaching 500,000. In essence, rather than merely a butler service, it was akin to a membership card to an elite club for the affluent. After expressing his intention to view the property at the entrance and completing the necessary registration, Chen Yan was granted access. Driving an Audi A8, he was not hindered by the gatekeeper's scrutiny. The sales office for Red Tree Bay was uniquely designed, resembling a grand castle, imposing and magnificent. After parking, Chen Yan entered on foot and was immediately greeted by 2 stunning sales representatives. dressed in uniform attire, complemented by sheer black stockings. It was evident that the boss had an eye for aesthetics. "Good day, sir." One of the saleswomen approached with brisk steps, her eyes lighting up as she regarded Chen Yan. Although his attire was somewhat avant-garde, the noble aura he exuded indicated he was likely a privileged young gentleman accustomed to a life of luxury. This deal appeared promising. Hello. Chen Yan momentarily forgot that his charm and allure were not limited by any constraints. As the saleswoman approached to greet him, he instinctively felt a twinge of nervousness. The remnants of his social anxiety lingered. "Sir, please this way. Let me introduce you to our offerings." After the customary exchanges, they moved to the seating area for a more in-depth discussion. "Mr. Chen, among the villas currently available, the number 6 villa is the finest. Please take a look at the layout, the decoration, and the fact that it is ready for immediate occupancy, fully furnished with high-end appliances." The saleswoman, Xiao Tao, settled beside Chen Yan, presenting him with a brochure featuring images and floor plans, inching closer in proximity. "Do not overthink this. It is purely instinctive behavior and not the result of any charm." The subtle physical closeness stirred an unusual sensation within Chen Yan, making him feel as though what was being introduced was not merely the brochure, but the saleswoman herself. "What is the price of this villa?" He could not help but inquire, noticing that the documentation bore no indication of the unit price. "Mr. Chen, the price for villa number 6 is 200,000 per square meter." "Ah, and there's also a property fee, which is 500,000 annually." 200,000. Chen Yan inhaled sharply. He had once thought that earning tens of millions annually made him wealthy. Yet he now realized that a single property here cost more than his entire annual bonus. "Do you find it expensive, Mr. Chen?" The saleswoman, Xiao Tao, observed his widened eyes and chuckled lightly. "Please do not think so. First and foremost, our Red Tree Bay is priced in line with the prestigious Tang Chun E-Pin in the Magic City, aiming to create a top-tier ecological resort villa. Furthermore, all our villas come with luxurious renovations, each exhibiting an independent style, fully equipped with furniture and appliances, along with butler services that provide exceptional value for money. Moreover," Xiao Tao leaned in slightly, positioning her weight on her right side, brushing against Chen Yan. The faint scent of her perfume wafted into Chen Yan's nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. While her figure was acceptable, her appearance was not. The heavy makeup she wore paled in comparison to Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu, and she lacked the grace to even be compared to them. Coupled with the overpowering scent of her perfume, Chen Yan felt discomfort, subtly pushing Xiao Tao away. He shifted his body to the side, accustomed to finer tastes that made the coarser fare seem challenging. "Can I view the actual property?" Wishing to redirect the conversation away from topics unrelated to the house, Chen Yan's voice turned slightly cold. Despite appearing youthful and inexperienced in front of Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran, this was due to his lack of experience in certain aspects combined with his social anxiety. However, when it came to such young women, he felt entirely at ease. Xiao Tao sensed a sudden shift in Chen Yan's demeanor. The chill in his expression and the deliberate distance he maintained made her realize the situation. Slightly disappointed, she quickly regained her composure. A man capable of rejecting her subtle advances and allure was undoubtedly someone who had weathered many storms. At the very least, he was likely a wealthy second-generation heir. It seemed this deal was all but secured. "Mr. Chen, I apologize, but viewing properties in Red Tree Bay requires proof of funds." Xiao Tao blinked, speaking with an apologetic tone. Though this rule seemed unreasonable, it was a standard practice in the realm of high-end residential properties in the country. "Interested in viewing a property?" "Certainly, but first, one must prove their financial capability." Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter with a familiar face verification of funds? "How much?" Chen Yan was puzzled, as this was the first time he had heard such terminology, and its implications eluded him. It sounded rather sophisticated. "Based on the average price of our villas, approximately 60 million. A minimum verification of 20 for the down payment would be required, equating to 12 million. Xiao Tao donned a professional smile, realizing that Mr. Chen did not subscribe to the pretentious narrative she had anticipated, and thus decided to treat him normally. 12 million. Chen Yan exhaled softly, relieved that he had sufficient funds in his account. He took out his card, intending to hand it to Xiao Tao, but suddenly hesitated and retracted it just as she was about to take it. No, it wasn't his place to pay. He ought to consider Mo Ran's perspective. Perhaps it would be best to wait for her arrival before proceeding with the verification and viewing the property together. Out of respect, Chen Yan resolved to wait for Mo Ran before inspecting the house. When she arrived, he knew his involvement would be minimal. "Sir, you are." Xiao Tao's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Her expression won a surprise. "Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered that I have a friend coming. Let us wait a bit." Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he explained. However, this scene conveyed an entirely different meaning to Xiao Tao. What did a friend have to do with verifying funds? Was it possible that he lacked money? Was his earlier demeanor merely a facade? Did he intend to linger here until lunchtime to partake in a complimentary meal? As a high-end sales office, similar to a luxury car dealership, they provided client meals at mealtime. Coupled with Chen Yan's behavior, Xiao Tao swiftly concluded that he was merely a fraud seeking a free meal. Indeed, a fraud. Such a demeanor could only be exhibited either by a genuine wealthy heir or a professional con artist. Contemplating this, Xiao Tao's expression darkened, her demeanor turning cold as she stood up decisively. Since Mr. Chen wished to wait for a friend, he could do so. "Oh, by the way, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Mr. Chen. Today is Tuesday, and the kitchen is closed for routine maintenance, so there will be no client meals." With that, Xiao Tao turned and sauntered away, leaving Chen Yan utterly bewildered. What did the sales associate mean? What was this client meal she mentioned? Forgetting her, he decided to occupy himself with his phone while waiting for Mo Ran. Women truly could be slow. She had mentioned preparing for her outing half an hour ago, yet she still hadn't departed. After sending a message to Li Jiqiu inquiring about her whereabouts, he began scrolling through short videos. It must be said that ever since he had come into a fortune, this short video app had become quite extravagant. After 10 scrolls, 6 of them featured beautiful young women dancing live. Such was the joy of the affluent. Chen Yan mused, appreciating the visuals as he continued to scroll. Nonetheless, his ingrained habits prevented him from indulging in extravagant spending due to his newfound wealth. Attempting to persuade him to send gifts? Not a chance. Unless the system provided him with some sort of live-streaming reward cashback card, he had no intention of becoming a lavish online spender. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao returned to the front desk, her expression sour, immediately drawing curious glances from her colleagues. "How did it go, Xiao Tao? Why did you leave him sitting there?" "Yeah, that handsome guy seemed rather charismatic, didn't he?" Facing her colleagues' inquiries, Xiao Tao waved her hand in frustration. "Don't mention it. That guy is probably just a pretender playing at being wealthy. He was about to verify funds, but as soon as he took out his card, he retracted it, claiming he was waiting for a friend. Isn't that a classic case of someone hoping to score a free meal?" Upon hearing Xiao Tao's remarks, her colleagues visibly relaxed, as if the deal falling through was actually a relief for them. However, Xiao Tao, absorbed in her complaints, failed to notice this. Only a distant female colleague, observing Chen Yan, displayed a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. Chen Yan? What was he doing here? After years apart, she had heard from Wang Ma just yesterday that Chen Yan had been earning money and even sent her some. Could it be that he had really struck it rich? Yet, if that were the case, why was he being labeled a fraud seeking a free meal by Xiao Tao? Wu Lanxin's thoughts raced, piecing together the past. Indeed, she was one of Chen Yan's childhood companions from the orphanage. After years of hard work, she had successfully risen to the position of project manager at the Hongshu-based sales office. Listening to her female colleagues chatter around her, Wu Lanxin frowned and lightly tapped the table. Enough with the noise. A guest is a guest. Who would dare to come for a free employee meal? Can you not think logically? To pretend for a mere meal? Ridiculous. You should spend less time fabricating stories about clients and more time treating them with sincerity. I refuse to believe you cannot secure a deal. Though her appearance suggested delicacy, her reprimands were stern. Once she spoke, all the female employees fell silent, deterred from further discussing Chen Yan. Wu Lanxin then strode past the reception and approached Chen Yan, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Tao as she passed. Once Wu Lanxin was out of sight, Xiao Tao concealed her fear, shifting her gaze to Wu Lanxin's receding figure, her expression one of indignation. "Oomph. It's easy for someone who climbed to the top on good looks to lecture us. Who didn't he know who Wu Lanxin was? She pretended to be so virtuous. It was amusing. In my opinion, Wu Lanxin is all show and no substance. Do you know she has an ambiguous relationship with Zhou Dong's nephew? Thus, wherever there are women, there is intrigue. As soon as Wu Lanxin departed, the female employees huddled together, openly gossiping about their project manager. Xiao Tao crossed her arms, watching Chen Yan and Wu Lanxin from a distance, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Just wait. I'm about to capture Zhou Dong's son. When that happens, you be the one cleaning the toilets? Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback when Wu Lanxin suddenly sat across from him. She seemed familiar. You are. Seeing that Chen Yan did not recognize her, Wu Lanxin pouted in discontent. You don't remember me? Chen Zhaoyur. The name was a childhood nickname Chen Yan had received due to an incident where he spun around in circles in front of the orphanage, urinating. Only those who had grown up with him in the orphanage would know such a name. How do you know that name? You are. Wu Lanxin. Chen Yan was initially startled, then scrutinized Wu Lanxin's familiar yet strange face, finally recalling their shared past. Oh yes. How many years have passed? And you don't recognize me? I even helped you cover up that bedwetting incident. Playfully teasing. He wore a bright smile as he took out his phone to start recording. Quick, let me capture a video to show everyone. Look at you now, Chen Yan. Truly a handsome man. Chapter 24. Does Wu Lanxin have designs on me? What a charming fellow. You ought to tease me less. Chen Yan smiled genuinely. Over the years, he had scarcely kept in touch with his friends, resulting in little communication. Now, encountering the youthful Wu Lanxin, a wave of joy washed over him like meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. The two engaged in nostalgic conversation, traversing topics from distant memories to current affairs. Chen Yan, I heard from Wang Ma that you've struck it rich. Are you planning to buy a house during your visit? Wu Lanxin spoke candidly about the matters concerning Hongshu Bay. Indeed, I am. Chen Yan nodded, internally acknowledging that while the funds were not directly his, the ownership title bore his name, so it could be considered a purchase. Well, it seems you've earned quite a fortune. Don't worry. Even though you've become quite the affluent gentleman, old friends should lend a hand. I will negotiate a discount for you. Wu Lanxin declared boldly, playfully patting her well-shaped figure. So, have you set your sights on a particular building? Haha, I appreciate your kindness, Chen Yan replied, chuckling. I just reviewed the photos and floor plan of Villa number 6. It looks promising. I initially intended to visit the show unit, but my friend is arriving shortly, so I suppose I shall wait. While Chen Yan conversed with Wu Lanxin in a relaxed manner, a subtle air of refinement about him did not go unnoticed. Capturing Wu Lanxin's keen observation, could it be that Chen Yan had indeed transformed into a major player in the business world? Wu Lanxin felt a pang of surprise. Her exceptional insight and formidable work ethic had always allowed her to navigate her career smoothly, instilling confidence that she could not be mistaken. So, what business are you involved in? Wu Lanxin inquired with a hint of probing in her tone, harboring some ulterior motives. It was widely known that the sales personnel in real estate offices were predominantly not employees of the developers, but rather agents from sales companies responsible for marketing and sales. Wu Lanxin, as a project manager at Hongshu Bay, was more acutely aware of the company's current state than her subordinates. The situation was not favorable. It seemed they had offended a certain consortium, leading to business suppression over the past 2 years, and the company's viability was in jeopardy. She could not accept this outcome, which was far from the ambitious career trajectory she envisioned. She needed to find a new opportunity while the company could still sustain itself for a couple more months, preferably one with promising prospects that could propel her to new heights, even if it meant sacrificing her hard-won innocence. At that moment, the sudden appearance of Chen Yan sparked a glimmer of hope within her. Chen Yan scratched his nose, uncertain of how to articulate his situation. Should he mention his time spent alongside wealthy women, or speak of his unexpected windfall? After a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied, I've merely had a stroke of luck with some minor investments. Investments? Wu Lanxin's interest peaked, and just as she was about to inquire further, Chen Yan's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call from a friend, he said, rising quickly. Mo ran, and Mo Jiao had arrived. As he hastened to the door, 2 striking figures appeared. Mo ran, adorned in a flowing red gown, complemented by black stilettos, emanated an air of refreshing elegance that could make any man swoon. In contrast, Mo Jiao Jiao exuded a different allure, sporting thigh-high leather boots and ultra-short shorts. Her crop top accentuating her figure, her stylish short hair crowned with a pair of sunglasses, embodying both fierceness and charm. Little Chen, upon his arrival, Mo Ran naturally looped her arm through his, her radiant smile melting any previous frostiness. Montak Yi. Chen Yan inhaled the faint yet delightful fragrance as he broke into an earnest smile. Now that is more like it, delightful. Turning to Mo Jiao Jiao beside him, he noticed her suddenly shy demeanor, her head bowed. For reasons unknown, the image of Chen Yan from this morning flooded her thoughts, causing her ears to flush crimson. Why you? Hello, Chen Yan, she stammered, her greeting barely above a whisper, catching Chen Yan off guard. This girl, even under the influence of charm, shouldn't he exhibit such a stark contrast? Hello, Chen Yan responded, eliciting curious glances from Mo Ran, who raised an eyebrow at the peculiar interaction. Little Chen, you seem different today, she remarked as the trio made their way to the sales office. Mo Ran scrutinizing Chen Yan's demeanor multiple times, unable to contain her thoughts. Really? I thought I was the same as always. Chen Yan chuckled, aware that the aura of refinement surrounding him was at play. The system had indicated a slight enhancement, but surely it was not excessively dramatic. Unbeknownst to him, the aura of a person is exceedingly difficult to amplify in a short span. It typically requires years of environmental influence to transform. This was the peculiar power of his refined aura, distinct from mere charm, yet in some respects, even more potent. Of course, you're different, Mo Ran giggled, leaning closer to Chen Yan, adopting a wholly endearing demeanor that incited jealousy in Mo Jiao Jiao. Little Chen, tell me honestly, are you from a prominent family? Mo Ran whispered, her suspicion not unfounded. In her eyes, Chen Yan possessed an undeniable nobility, one that could not simply be attributed to a recent fortune. Thus, she speculated that perhaps he hailed from a distinguished lineage, having ventured out to experience life. Ha! Mo Jia, please don't jest. As they entered the sales office, it was fortunate that Xiao Tao had already given up on pursuing Chen Yan as a client, and Wu Lanxin was personally attending to them at the entrance, allowing no sales staff to approach. How coincidental, Mo Jia. This is an old friend of mine, Wu Lanxin, Chen Yan said, introducing Wu Lanxin to the two ladies. Wu Lanxin observed the two women flanking Chen Yan, particularly the closeness between him and Mo Ran, a sense of alarm rising within her. These two women exuded an unmistakable air of significance, definitely not ordinary individuals. Chen Yan, are you truly just dabbling in investments? Greetings. I am Wu Lanxin, the project manager at Hongshu Bay. I will be attending to you from here on. Despite her trepidation, Wu Lanxin maintained her professional demeanor, prepared to introduce the two new arrivals. However, Mo Ran required no introduction. No need. I'm quite familiar with your development, she replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for Chen Yan's presence, she would have directly called the owner of Hongshu Bay, rendering Wu Lanxin's role moot. Wu Lanxin faltered, momentarily taken aback. Yet this was not entirely Mo Ran's fault. Her typical demeanor was rather brusque, with Chen Yan merely being an exception. Very well then, let's proceed to view the properties, shall we? A funds verification, I presume? Here, that's my card, Mo Ran stated, producing a black card from her bag and handing it to Wu Lanxin. All right, please have a seat in the lounge area, Wu Lanxin said, accepting the card and hastily retreating to the manager's office. Sis, that's my friend. Let us not be so harsh. Once seated, Chen Yan expressed his mild exasperation toward Mo Ran. Yet there was no need for Mo Ran to clarify, as Mo Jiao Jiao spoke up in her stead. Chen Yan, your friend, is quite extraordinary. Just from the way she looks at you, my sister and I can tell she has ulterior motives, though the nature of those motives remained uncertain. However, Ran Jia has shown considerable grace. Normally, she would merely utter a single word. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan stroked his chin and pondered, is that so? But I possess nothing. What is she attempting to achieve? Nothing at all. Are you not aware of how irresistibly tempting you are, akin to Tang Sang's flesh? Upon Chen Yan's remarks, the sisters Mo Ran and Mo Jiao exchanged silent eye rolls in their hearts. Chapter 25. A rematch with my sister? In the manager's office, Wu Lanxin felt a twinge of anxiety as she held the black card that Mo Ran had given her, preparing to swipe it on the POS machine. This black card, she vaguely remembered, was also possessed by the developer Zhou, and it was said to be a credit card whose overdraft limit matched the total assets. It resembled the infinite credit cards depicted in novels and films, albeit less extravagant. Nevertheless, such cards were not something an ordinary person could encounter. At that moment, the office was bustling with employees, including Xiao Tao, who were eager to witness the prowess of Chen Yan and his companions. With a multitude of curious gazes upon her, Wu Lanxin slowly swiped the card on the POS machine. Beep. Available balance: 396, 855, 533. 00. The crisp announcement echoed in the office, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Goodness. 13 billion. What immense wealth. 13 billion. I have never seen so much money in my life. It seems these people really are here to buy property. Oh, Xiao Tao, you just lost a significant client. Do you regret it? Those watching the spectacle nudged the stunned Xiao Tao, mocking her. Xiao Tao, the salesperson, was visibly shaken. She had firmly believed that Chen Yan was merely a con artist seeking to mooch off clients' meals. Yet, here he was, genuinely waiting for a friend, and the card he presented boasted nearly 14 billion in balance. This revelation left her filled with regret. However, she was not foolish. She discerned the ridicule in her colleague's words. Though her face fell, she was reluctant to admit her misjudgment. It's not even that man's card. Why are you all so excited? He claimed he wanted to buy a house, yet a woman came to verify funds with her card. What do you think? I believe the real buyer is that woman. The man is merely borrowing her prestige to show off. Xiao Tao bit her lip, reclassifying Chen Yan from a fraud to a show-off, unwilling to acknowledge her poor judgment. All right, Xiao Tao, I know this is hard to accept. After all, a transaction over 100 million would yield at least 200,000 in commission. If it's gone, it's gone. There will be better opportunities ahead. I suggest you seize the moment and try to network with them before they leave. If they are indeed buying a house, selling yourself could be quite advantageous too. Her colleagues appeared to offer comfort, yet their glee at her misfortune was palpable, prompting Xiao Tao to scoff in disdain. Just you wait. When they do buy a house, that man will only be a spectator. There's no way he'll be on the title. He's merely a FAAD, and he's trying to sell himself? Mark my words, if that man buys a house, I'll eat your stockings. The buyer will undoubtedly be that woman. Such is the nature of the workplace, rife with envy and intrigue, often more complex than a girl's dormitory. After verifying the funds, Wu Lanxin was briefly stunned. Coupled with the earlier intimate behavior between Mo Ran and Chen Yan, a dreadful suspicion dawned upon her. Could it be that Chen Yan was being kept, living off a woman? Gasp! Disappointment flickered in her eyes. It seemed her hopes of securing a lucrative position through Chen Yan were dashed. Enough chatter. Those who need to attend to clients, do so, and those who need to make calls, get on with it. Stop gossiping about colleagues and clients. Wu Lanxin chided the noisy employees before she despondently exited with the card. Upon stepping outside, she spotted the trio chatting amiably on the sofas, and a sudden epiphany struck her. Indeed, even if Chen Yan was living off a woman, given their long-standing friendship, surely he could ask her for a managerial position or something similar with a wealthy patron. Her eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she walked over with a lighter step and a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the funds have been verified. The viewing vehicle is ready. Shall we depart to inspect the properties? As she returned the bank card to Mo Ran, Wu Lanxin spoke politely. Unbeknownst to her, with Mo Jiao's reminder, Chen Yan sensed something unusual about Wu Lanxin. She seemed to harbor ulterior motives and thoughts. If only I could decipher what women truly think. Chen Yan lamented internally as time passed and his once naive self became eroded by the vicissitudes of life. Let's go, little Chen. Mo Ran nodded coolly at Wu Lanxin, then turned her radiant smile to Chen Yan. The trio rose together, following Wu Lanxin out. The viewing vehicle was quite comfortable, likely produced by a luxury automobile brand, gliding smoothly along the undulating forest roads. Throughout the journey, Wu Lanxin diligently elaborated on the properties. Although she was the project manager and drew a commission, closing a major sale would grant her a handsome bonus. Her desire for wealth was no less than anyone else's. Mo Ran and Mo Jiaojiao listened with little interest, while Chen Yan paid rapt attention. Buying a house. Even though he wouldn't be spending his own money, it would still be his property. He should understand it thoroughly. Shouldn't he? As for receiving a house from a wealthy patron, he felt no pressure. After all, he had given away 30 billion in Bitcoin. Was it excessive to liquidate 1 billion for a house? During the tour, Chen Yan's heart raced with each sight he beheld. Goodness, is this truly where the elite reside? It might rival royal gardens. The viewing vehicle came to a gentle stop in front of a villa adorned with a private garden. Wu Lanxin exited first and opened the garden gate for the trio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Villa number 6, with a total construction area of 730 square meters, featuring a basement and a 120 square meter underground garage. It spans 4.5 floors, complete with an elevator, and the layout includes 3 master bedrooms and 3 secondary bedrooms, all exquisitely designed in a luxurious, new Chinese style. Please follow me. Though Wu Lanxin's thoughts became less pure upon discovering Chen Yan's wealth, her professionalism remained undeniable as she expertly guided them from the garden to the interior, speaking fluently and knowledgeably. Watching the villa's layout and decor, which rivaled that of Mo Jiaojiao's, Chen Yan was genuinely impressed. Wow, this villa is truly remarkable. What captivated him most was an exceptionally well-equipped entertainment room, featuring distinct functional areas, one for movies, another for gaming, and even a billiards table. Yet, what he found most enticing was a nearly 20 square meter heated bathing pool. Just imagine if I could soak in there with a group of beautiful sisters. No, I mean with a host of charming older sisters. It's hard to fathom. Will my stamina hold up? His gaze lingered on the bathing pool as his thoughts ran wild. Little Chun, do you like this place? If so, shall we secure it? Mo Ran noticed Chun Yan's lingering gaze and couldn't help but giggle as she leaned in to whisper in his ear. Naughty little brother. Are you thinking of having a rematch in the bathing pool with your sister? Chapter 26. Who buys the house? The tour of Villa No. 6 concluded under Chen Yan's leadership. He candidly expressed his fondness for the grand bathtub to Mo Ran, despite his relative inexperience and youthful demeanor. The transition from boyhood to manhood is often rapid, most notably reflected in one's speech. Upon returning to the sales office, although her own company was on the verge of chaos, Wu Lanxin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of closing a significant deal. In the lounge area, she suppressed her exhilaration and turned to Mo Ran, inquiring, "Miss Mo, should we still take some time to consider today?" Her professional, yet indirect sales tactics seemed ill-timed, causing Mo Ran to furrow her brow. She had misjudged both the moment and the individual. However, out of respect for Chen Yan, Mo Ran refrained from expressing her displeasure and instead pointed to Chen Yan beside her. "If you wish to know whether to purchase this villa, you should direct your question to him, not me." Wu Lanxin was taken aback, and with Mo Jiaojiao's mocking expression nearby, a bucket of cold water extinguished much of her earlier enthusiasm. It was a fundamental error. The one clearly intending to buy was Chen Yan. So why had she bypassed him to question Mo Ran directly? Yet, Chen Yan remained oblivious, merely turning to Mo Ran and asking, "Is it all right, Sister Mo?" Faced with Chen Yan, Mo Ran beamed warmly, her demeanor soft and inviting. "If little Chen says it's all right, then it is indeed so." "Very well," Chen Yan nodded, addressing Wu Lanxin. "What procedures are required?" "Just an ID. And will it be full payment or a down payment?" Wu Lanxin asked cautiously, now correctly addressing Chen Yan. Yet, she seemed to falter again, misstepping with her inquiry. They had established multiple times that the funding was to come from Mo Ran. How could she tread upon such a delicate subject with Chen Yan? As expected, Mo Ran could no longer contain herself. "Just take it, process the full payment, and prepare the paperwork without any further delay." She tossed the verification card onto the table and swiftly snatched Chen Yan's ID from him, tossing it into Wu Lanxin's arms. Internally frustrated, Wu Lanxin masked her emotions and bowed slightly in apology, hastily taking the card and darting towards the manager's office. Sister Mo. Chen Yan sighed. Don't be so fierce. He was a friend from my orphanage days. All right, I'll heed your words. My sister can be a bit impatient, Mo Ran replied, gently patting Chen Yan's back, catching a crucial piece of information from his words. An orphanage? Could it be that little Chen was a lost scion of a prominent family, recently discovered and brought back home? This seemed the only plausible explanation for the noble aura he exuded. By the way, Sister Mo, where shall we dine for lunch? Little brother will treat you all. Although an exchange of over 2 billion for a villa exceeding $1 billion was substantial, Chen Yan was not one to be stingy. Treating them to a meal seemed entirely reasonable. Whatever you say, was Mo Rant's response. I want to eat at Yongfeng Pavilion. Montag Yao Yao chimed in Zunkorn Ausli. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Wu Lanxin's flurry of activity naturally drew the attention of the majority of onlookers among the sales staff, who promptly followed her in. Manager, what is the verdict? Are they purchasing? Is it the man buying the house or the woman? Are you brainless? If the manager is in the office, it must mean a deal is closing. Just unclear who the buyer is. Upon entering, Wu Lanxin wasted no time and rushed to the computer, drafting the contract while ignoring the chatter among her colleagues. It was then that Xiao Tao, arms crossed, scoffed disdainfully. Can't you all see? That card is the one that woman used for verification just now. How obvious can it be? Does the manager really need to clarify? It's undoubtedly that woman buying the house. TSK, I knew that man was just here to flaunt. Naturally, her snide remarks did not receive the expected camaraderie from her co-workers. Several even mocked her on the spot. Wow, you've really made an impression. Even if you were attending to that man, if the woman ends up buying, wouldn't she still be your client? That SA commission slipping away. At least 200,000. What a pity. If it were me, I'd treat everyone equally. Xiao Tao's face flushed with embarrassment and rage as her colleagues taunted her. Hey, Xiao Tao, didn't you say if it was the man buying, you'd eat pantyhose? A more pragmatic colleague pointed at the ID lying face down on the table. Exactly. Why not check whose ID it is? With that, all eyes turned to the ID, prompting Xiao Tao, go verify it? Does it even need verification? This is a done deal. She sneered. Well, you can't be so sure, what if, right? If I were you, I'd confront that man and remind the wealthy lady of his outrageous behavior. Who knows, she might have an epiphany and be grateful to you. With a woman of such wealth, just being her friend could elevate your life. While colleagues were merely jesting, Xiao Tao took their words to heart. Fine, I'll expose that man's true nature. Her disdain and mockery transformed into confidence. A glimmer of excitement sparkling in her eyes as she envisioned herself befriending the affluent lady. Wu Lanxin remained focused on the contract, oblivious to the ruckus around her. However, the others were acutely aware. As Xiao Tao made her way towards the exit, her colleagues instinctively pulled her back. Xiao Tao, we were joking. Are you really going? Yeah, don't be reckless. They're about to pay and sign the contract. Think about it. Is this even reasonable? Please don't stir up trouble. We were just teasing you. You can't offend someone as wealthy as her. What was meant as light-hearted mockery turned into genuine concern as Xiao Tao seemed oblivious to their intentions. Of course you were right. I'm just going to remind that lady to steer clear of a pretentious man. She wouldn't blame me for that. I'm merely doing a good deed. Just watch me. With that, Xiao Tao, clad in her high heels, dashed towards the lounge area, disregarding her colleagues' calls for her to stop. Let her be. This month she hasn't topped the sales charts, so she is probably feeling unsettled, her colleagues sighed, shaking their heads. Regardless of whether the man was indeed a pretentious scoundrel or not, one simply could not speak such things aloud. What gave her the right? It was evident that Xiao Tao was overly eager, perhaps somewhat lacking in judgment. Let's see whose ID this really is. Chen Yan. Xiao Tao was finished. It truly was that man. No, it was Mr. Chen buying the house. Chapter 27. The villain exhausts their wit. While the fool acts on a sudden inspiration, Jiao, don't let her boyish fa fool you. Her thoughts are remarkably intricate. As the three of them engaged in casual conversation, they inadvertently shifted the focus onto Mo Jiao. Chen Yan, though not particularly familiar with this somewhat androgynous cool girl, recognized that she was one who had achieved a commendable score of 90 on the system, suggesting a potential for serendipitous fortune. Contrary to her outward appearance, Mo Jiao Jiao was exceedingly bashful, and aside from her looks, she exhibited little of the cool demeanor one might expect. While they were enjoying their banter, an abrupt cacophony of hurried footsteps approached them with alarming speed. Chen Yan looked up in confusion, only to see the initially unassuming saleswoman Xiao Tao striding towards them with an intimidating presence. She scanned the trio with a piercing gaze before fixing her eyes on Mo Ran, her voice rising with fervor. "Sister, you must not be deceived by this scoundrel. He is problematic indeed." The three exchanged bewildered glances. Aside from Chen Yan's puzzled expression, both Mo Ran and Mo Jiao Jiao wore expressions of discontent. To suddenly arrive and hurl accusations, especially at Chen Yan, was quite audacious. Yet, Xiao Tao remained oblivious to their dismay, continuing her tirade with indignation. "Sister, with your status and position, how could you associate with such a shabby man? His intentions are far from pure. I'm only looking out for you. Do you realize he came here pretending to be affluent? This is no place for him to flaunt your money. How can you tolerate this? Pretending? What pretense?" Chen Yan was bewildered but could discern the disdain in Xiao Tao's words, which only served to darken her expression. Mo Jiao Jiao's brows furrowed, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by the firm hand of Mo Ran beside her. "Explain yourself. What is happening?" Mo Ran's cold voice silenced Xiao Tao, who was now glaring at Chen Yan with barely concealed animosity. "Sister, you have no idea. He initially claimed he was purchasing a property, but when it came time for verification, he snatched back his card without allowing it to be checked. He insisted it was him buying the property, but in reality, it was you. Tell me, what kind of man behaves like this? He is undoubtedly a fraud." Xiao Tao spoke with the fervor of a village gossip, her contempt for Chen Yan palpable, as she admonished Mo Ran as if she were an elder imparting wisdom to a younger relative. The commotion drew the attention of numerous real estate staff and curious onlookers who began to observe intently. "Oh, is that so?" Mo Ran's face bore cold. Enigmatic smile as her fingers rhythmically tapped against her thigh. "Didn't your manager just go to finalize the contract? Did you not see the name?" However, Xiao Tao's confidence remained unshaken. "Why would I need to see the name? I just witnessed your card. Of course, I recognize it as your payment card. Thus, it's impossible for him to be the buyer. I told my colleagues there's no way he could have made that purchase. Otherwise, I'd eat their stockings." Having declared this, Xiao Tao felt a surge of excitement. "Ha, sister, now you see how much I care for you, right? You should recognize my faith in your capabilities and take me along for the ride." Unexpectedly, Mo Ran's response left her speechless. "Oh, then it would be prudent for you to summon your colleagues to witness this." Xiao Tao was momentarily stunned. Then her face lit up with joy. This was validation of her stance. She would have everyone witness Mo Ran tearing apart the fraud. "Ha, we're taking off." After an enthusiastic reply, Xiao Tao dashed back, colliding with Wu Lan Xian, who was approaching with contracts and identification in hand. "What's the rush? Be careful. Don't bother me." Xiao Tao shoved Wu Lan Xian aside and rushed towards her gathered colleagues at the front desk. Wu Lan Xian frowned at Xiao Tao's retreating figure, but chose not to reprimand her, deciding to address the matter after attending to the valued client. "Thank you for your patience. The contracts are all printed and ready." Wu Lan Xian addressed Chen Yan politely, presenting his identification and the contract, while waiting for Mo Ran's instruction with the POS machine and card in hand. "Take your time. You may sit for now," Mo Ran replied, her demeanor shifting from cool detachment to a hint of a smile, which Wu Lan Xian found somewhat chilling. "What as Mo Ran began to make a phone call. Wu Lan Xian felt a twinge of unease, wanting to inquire about the unfolding situation, but was interrupted by Mo Ran's hand. "Silence, please. Just wait." Mo Jiao Jiao echoed coldly, her unyielding tone causing Wu Lan Xian's heart to plummet. Looking to Chen Yan for support, she felt increasingly anxious. This time, Chen Yan was genuinely angry. He had merely come to view and possibly purchase a property, yet he was being branded as a pretender? Even if he were, the staff should not behave in such a manner. Silently, he relinquished the situation to Mo Ran, leaning back on the sofa to rest. Oh no! Could it be that Xiao Tao's earlier outburst has offended several of them? During the contract negotiation, he vaguely recalled hearing accusations of a fraud. Surely, Xiao Tao couldn't he be unprofessional enough to make such a scene? Wulan Xian's mind raced, her anxiety mounting. Yet, events escalated further, as Xiao Tao returned with a throng of her colleagues, all clamoring loudly. What are you doing? Xiao Tao, what is the meaning of this? Wulan Xian reprimanded the leading Xiao Tao sternly. What else? We're here to witness Miss Mo expose this fraud, Xiao Tao declared confidently, asserting that it was Mo Ran's demand, feeling justified in her actions. Expose a fraud? You mean him? Ulan Xin gets the Tawatenzan in Sudun. Who else could it be? Is there any other man present here? This pathetic scoundrel, who exploits women, is something I cannot abide. Xiao Tao crossed her arms defiantly, her arrogance evident. Yu Wulan Xian felt her face redden with indignation, yet was cut short by Mo Ran. Enough of this. Since everyone is so eager to witness, we shall wait. Hold on, we shall see. Mo Ran's calm, yet authoritative tone brought immediate silence to the gathering. Her icy gaze fell upon Xiao Tao, who seemed to shrink under the scrutiny. Meanwhile, Chen Yan had ceased his meditative state, now idly scrolling through his phone, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Indeed, it seemed the villain's machinations paled in comparison to the sudden inspirations of the fool Miss Mo about our contract. Ulan sin atempeto intezet. Her nerves still fraying. The contract? Haha, just wait a moment. Soon you shall understand, Mo Ran scoffed. All present could discern the gravity of the situation, a sense of panic settling in. Particularly, Xiao Tao's colleagues, who had come merely to observe, now realized that Xiao Tao's actions might lead to collective ruin. In an instant, they turned their accusatory gazes toward Xiao Tao. Why are you all looking at me? Rest assured, calling you over was Miss Mo's express request. Wulan Xian wouldn't dare act against you. Once I rise to prominence, I shall establish my own agency, and you will all work for me, with salaries doubled. No need to thank me. Chapter 28. Cost price as time inexorably flowed by, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, with many guests who had come to view the property taking note of the peculiar scene in the seating area. After discreet inquiries, their interest piqued. They flocked to the employees to observe the unfolding drama. Initially, Xiao Tao brimmed with confidence. Her gaze towards Mo Ran infused with intimate familiarity. However, as time wore on, the cacophony of whispers compelled her to reassess the situation. Reflecting upon her memories with her usual calm logic, she suddenly recognized the absurdity of the incident. Yet, alas, it was too late. With all eyes upon her, escape was utterly impossible. About 20 minutes passed, and rather than dispersing, the crowd only grew larger, even security and cleaning staff mingling among the onlookers. Suddenly, a Maybach screeched to a halt at the sales department entrance. Clear the way. What are you all doing crowding here? Make way. Mr. Zhou is coming. Boomed a voice from the outskirts of the throng. A line of black-clad security personnel formed, parting the sea of spectators. A distinguished middle-aged man clad in a suit strode confidently through the throng, heading straight for Chen Yan and his companions. Long time no see. Xiao Montak, you could have given your Uncle Zhou a heads up. I would have waited for you at the sales office, Zhou Jinfa said with a hearty laugh, taking a seat directly across from Mo Ran, gesturing towards the crowd outside. What is this commotion? Why are so many people gathered here? He inquired, settling into his seat, when he suddenly noticed the young man beside Mo Ran. The subtle aura emanating from him made Zhou's heart skip a beat. Which young master is this? To accompany Mo Ran, his background must be quite impressive. Uncle Zhou, had my niece informed you in advance? You likely wouldn't have discovered that your sales personnel at Hongshu Bay dared to concoct and slander clients. Mo Ran replied nonchalantly, absent of any regard for Zhou Jinfa. Oh, Zhou Jinfa's gaze sharpened as he turned to Wulan Xin, who stood respectfully nearby. He recognized her as the project manager, known for her commendable work ethic. What is happening here? His authoritative tone caused the atmosphere to chill, with Xiao Tao trembling in fear, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Were it not for her colleagues supporting her, she might have collapsed to the floor in terror. By now, she fully grasped her blunders and the gravity of her errors. She was being reprimanded with an iron fist. "It's like this, Mr. Zhou." Wu Lanxin, drenched in cold sweat, recounted the events without reservation. In the end, Mo Ran motioned for Xiao Tao to come forward. "Sister, look at the splendid weather today. The sun is shining so beautifully. I wanted to buy a house as a gift for my brother. And yet, it seems that even fine weather has its preferences. Wouldn't you agree?" Her tone remained calm, yet the underlying chill shattered all of Xiao Tao's earlier vehement assertions. "Absurd. Simply absurd," Zhou Jianfa exclaimed, having gleaned the entirety of the situation. The sight of Xiao Tao's panic-stricken face compelled him to slam his palm on the table, rising from the sofa. "You, no need to stay. Quickly bow and apologize to young Master Chen and General Mo, then get lost." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Immediately dropping to her knees on the polished floor, repeatedly bowing her head. Sorry. I'm sorry, young Master Chen, General Mo. I was blind to your worth. I'll leave now, I'll leave." There was no room for disobedience. As a seasoned real estate agent, Xiao Tao was well aware of Zhou Jianfa's reputation and the precariousness of her situation. Despite Zhou's seemingly affable demeanor, all veterans in the industry recognized him as a ruthless man. Those who offended him seldom escaped unscathed. "Leave? Huh. It's not that simple," Mo Ran said, her gaze piercing as she observed Xiao Tao's desperate attempts to beg for mercy. "You just said, if the property isn't registered in my brother's name, what would you do?" Xiao Tao trembled uncontrollably, her lips quivering, yet she struggled to articulate a single word. "Speak." Zhou Jianfa barked, his earlier amiability vanishing, drawing curious glances from Chen Yan. This elder, who appeared benevolent, transformed into a formidable presence when angered. I say," Xiao Tao stammered, tears mingling with blood from her forehead, her appearance a portrait of despair. "If it's written in this gentleman's name, then I will eat everyone's stockings." Chen Yan observed Xiao Tao's wretched state and shook his head silently. This girl, who could have achieved significant sales, had utterly ruined herself with her own recklessness, leading to such an embarrassing predicament. If one must scheme against a client, it should be done discreetly. Why stir up drama and ridicule them directly? Look where that has led. Thus, Mo Ran turned her gaze to Xiao Tao's colleagues, her expression steely. You might as well let her fulfill her own words. The employees exchanged glances, caught in a web of trepidation, yet none dared to remove their stockings, seemingly reluctant to be the first to cast stones. "Those who refuse to comply will see your agency expelled from the Hongshu Bay sales project. Clear the premises," Zhou Jianfa commanded, unyielding. While he feared not Mo Ran, he was bound to honor the reputation of the Mo family, given that this incident had unfolded on his turf. A resolution was imperative, especially with Chen Yan, a mysterious young master, involved. In his company, at such a critical juncture, there was no room for error. Thus, despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Mo Ran's demands. Wu Lanxin, perceptive of the shifting tides, recognized the dual pressures of Zhou Jianfa's threat and her colleagues' reluctance to turn against Xiao Tao. As the project manager, she knew she had to take action. With a swift motion, she tore off a piece of her own black stockings and tossed it onto the floor before Xiao Tao, addressing her colleagues. Duazidu. Indeed, with leadership leading the charge, the others quickly followed suit, symbolically tearing off pieces of their stockings and casting them at Xiao Tao's feet, forming a small pile of fabric scraps. Xiao Tao's eyes glazed over as she faced the predatory gazes of Mo Ran, Mo Jiaojiao, and Zhou Jianfa. Gathering her resolve, she snatched the remnants from the floor and stuffed them into her mouth. "Ugh, you don't understand, my stockings." Haven Tibin changed in 3 days. It seemed Xiao Tao could no longer endure the humiliation. One had to wonder what went through her mind to act so foolishly. Who would have predicted that last year's sales champion could exhibit such a lack of sense? She nearly jeopardized all their jobs. As they watched Xiao Tao's stiff, mechanical movements, along with her incessant mutterings of disbelief, her colleagues exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disdain. "Little Chun, are you still angry? Young Master Chun, has your temper cooled?" Seeing this, Both Zhou Jianfa and Mo Ran turned their attention towards Chen Yan, who was lost in thought amidst the spectacle. Huh? Oh, fortunately, my anger has subsided. Chen Yan lightly touched his nose. Indeed, this matter is easily misconstrued. Xiao Tao's mistake lay in her excessive imagination and her decision to voice such fantasies in front of the client. Hee, as long as little Chen is no longer upset, that's all that matters. Now, regarding villain number 6. Mo Ran playfully draped her arm over Chen Yan's shoulder, casting a glance at Xiao Tao, who was escorted away by security, and spoke with both intention and subtlety. This inquiry appeared directed at Chen Yan, yet it was in truth a means of providing Zhou Jian with an opportunity to act. As expected, the astute Zhou Jian grasped the underlying meaning of Mo Ran's words in an instant. A gentle smile gracing his face. He chuckled. Does young Master Chen have an affinity for villain number 6? In that case, I cannot withhold it any longer. Given the commotion today, it inadvertently affronted you, young Master Chen. I propose to transfer it to you at cost price, 30 million, with complimentary property management fees for life. What do you think? Chapter 29. What exactly is my identity? A cost of 30 million? Chen Yan gasped in astonishment. The profit margins in real estate were indeed staggering. Selling something worth 30 million for over 100 million? Naturally, Chen Yan did not grasp the intricacies involved, but Mo Ran certainly did. Even Mo Jiao, who was quietly observing, understood that a cost price of 30 million was implausible. Given the quality, land price, and development costs of Hongshu Bay, the cost of Villa 6 would be at least 60 million or more. The reason Zhou Jianfa acted so generously was not only to curry favor, but also to use it as a stepping stone to establish a good relationship with Chen Yan. This uncertain variable. Little Chen, Uncle Zhou has really put in a lot of effort this time. Mo Ran winked at Chen Yan, signaling him to express his gratitude. Thank you, Chairman Zhou, for your generosity. Chen Yan immediately understood and smiled, cupping his hands in respect toward Zhou Jianfa. Haha, not all. Young Master Chen is impressive. Having a distinguished owner like you at Hongshu Bay certainly brings me pride, Zhou Jianfa replied with a hearty laugh, flattering Chen Yan in return. May I inquire about what your family does, young Master Chen? Though polite, there was an underlying intent to probe deeper. Rather than beat around the bush, it was better to get straight to the point. Upon hearing Zhou Jianfa's question, Mo Ran and Mo Jiao looked at Chen Yan with curiosity. Although Chen Yan had been an orphan in his childhood, his demeanor suggested he had long shed that identity, successfully reconnecting with his ancestral roots and embracing a family with profound heritage. After all, how could one cultivate such an ethereal and noble aura without substantial lineage? However, this question left Chen Yan in a quandary. Should he admit to being unemployed or claim to be living off wealthy women? That was certainly not an option. He was still young and needed to maintain a good reputation. After much contemplation, Chen Yan felt conflicted, unsure of what to say. The changing expressions on his face, however, conveyed a different narrative to Zhou Jianfa and the others. It was well known that prominent families in Hua country often had rules preventing descendants without notable achievements from fully disclosing their family background. Chen Yan's evident struggle suggested he might be adhering to such guidelines. Young Master Chen, if it's inconvenient, Zhou Jianfa began, but was interrupted by Chen Yan's response. I currently have no formal occupation. I rely on some investments and, well, a trust fund. Chen Yan decided to emphasize the trust fund, rephrasing his situation. Trust fund? Mo Jiao interjected, being the first heir of the Mo family. She had a deeper understanding of such financial instruments. Which trust fund? Zhou Jianfa also expressed curiosity, eager to hear more. A trust fund called Mo Good Trust Fund. Chen Yan awkwardly smiled, relieved he remembered the name, lest he be dismissed as a braggart by Zhou Jianfa. What? Mo Good Trust Fund? Both Zhou Jianfa and Mo Jiao gasped simultaneously. What is the fuss about? Chen Yan and Mo Ran were bewildered, unsure of the commotion. Cease. You don't know about the Mo Good Trust Fund? Mo Jiao exclaimed, slapping her hand on Mo Ran's thigh. It's the global leading consortium that controls the Mo Good Trust Fund. Yes, It said that this fund requires an evaluation of the total wealth accumulated over 3 generations. If you don't meet the criteria, you cannot entrust them with your assets for management or investment. Zhou Jianfa added, his face reflecting shock. And the entry threshold is 300 billion. At the mention of such a staggering figure, Mo Ran furrowed her brows. 300 billion? Surely, there must be many in Hua country who can meet that standard. Even our Mo family could. Sis, you got the units wrong. Mo Jiao corrected her. 300 billion in US dollars. US dollars. Mo Ran gasped, turning to the somewhat flustered Chen Yan, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wait, is this claim too extravagant? Don't I only have a $100 million dividend, right? How is the threshold $300 billion? Goodness, are we all imagining things? Chen Yan's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. Young Master Chen, do you truly have a partnership with the Mo Good Trust Fund? Are they managing and investing your assets? Zhou Jianfa's tone turned serious. Although Chen Yan's mention of a name that most people were unaware of lent credibility to his claim, he still sought confirmation. It should be real. Chen Yan replied, his voice laced with uncertainty, beginning to question if the system was deceiving him. Unlocking his phone, he pulled up the transaction notification on the table, prompting the three to examine it closely. Upon seeing the name of the Mo Good Trust Fund as the remitter, they finally believed it wholeheartedly. As for the amount, it was hardly important. The threshold itself indicated that this mere 7 million might simply be one of many transactions in a day. Young Master Chen, here's my business card. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. Old Zhou, it would be my honor to befriend you. Zhou Jianfa respectfully handed Chen Yan his business card, his demeanor filled with reverence. All right, that's agreeable. We're all friends here. Chen Yan forced a smile, sensing that there was a misunderstanding brewing. Ha ha. It's a fortunate day for me to make a friend like young Master Chen, Zhou Jianfa exclaimed, his laughter echoing throughout the sales office as he decisively declared that the villa, valued at over 100 million, will be gifted to Chen Yan without charge. This is too extravagant. I can't accept. Chen Yan felt a bit panicked, as the situation seemed to spiral in an increasingly peculiar direction. Though he wished to refuse, Mo Ran and Mo Jiao each grabbed one of his arms. Little Chen. Oh no, my young Master Chen. Giggle Uncle Zhou is gifting it to you. Just accept it. Exactly. Chen Yan, this is hardly worth mentioning. You should accept it. With your identity, even 10 times this amount wouldn't be excessive. The two women chimed in, solidifying the matter. Zhou Jianfa then called over Chen Yan's old friend, Wu Lanxin, to draft a new purchase contract using Chen Yan's identification. As for the purchase price, just $1. Giggle my little young Master Chen, if my sister's company goes bankrupt in the future, you must support me. Chen Yan, wait, supporting you is fine. But what is my identity exactly? Can someone please clarify? Chapter 30. Zhou Tianyuan in the corner outside the sales office. The mixture of blood and tears had long since dried on Xiao Tao's face, rendering her particularly ghastly. She stood in the shadows, fixated on the departing figures of Chen Yan and his companions. You foul woman, you loathsome man. Just wait. Heart-wrenching words of resentment slipped through her tightly clenched teeth as she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Zhou Xiao. Woo. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Tao began to sob uncontrollably, prompting the person on the other end to offer words of comfort. Xiao Tao, don't cry. What happened? Tell me. I'll help you take revenge. Xiao Tao's cries were exaggerated, of course. Zhou Xiao, I was bullied by Gigolo, and, oh yes, by his mistress too. She recounted the events that transpired in the sales office, embellishing the tale while omitting every detail that might paint her in an unfavorable light, portraying herself as an innocent victim. All I know is that he bought Villa number 6. Please, don't confront them. If they're that wealthy, they must have significant power. This simple act of feigned helplessness stirred Zhou Xiao's righteous indignation. Leave this matter to me. Since they purchased a property in my community, it shouldn't be a troublesome affair. In a couple of days, I happen to have a gathering in Taigua. You know I dislike strangers. Bring your friend along to keep me company. A gleam of malice flickered in Xiao Tao's eyes as she concealed her smirk. Huh, men are all the same. Just a little leniency, and they exploit every resource you possess. Who would have thought you would even covet my friend? No matter. My friend is even more base than I. If it weren't for your bit of influence and wealth, your piggish visage wouldn't even be worthy of polishing my shoes. I'll keep you under my thumb, capturing some scandalous photos of the three of you, and hopefully, you'll all end up pregnant. This secret will sustain me for a lifetime. The wicked plan formed in an instant. She initially intended it as a last resort. However, the appearance of Chen Yan and his companions had blocked all her avenues, and now she had become notorious in the real estate circles of Shanghai City. Finding work in that realm would be impossible. All right, Zhou Xiao, my friend Ping Ping will be fine, but you must take good care of Xiao Tao in the future. After hanging up, a sinister expression adorned Xiao Tao's face as she gazed in the direction Chen Yan had vanished. Chen Yan, Mo Ran, Zhou Jianfa, and that wretched Wu Lanxin. Just wait. I shall repay today as humiliation, piece by piece. With a low, furious growl, Xiao Tao dialed another number. Hello, sis. I've successfully latched onto the real estate magnate, Zhou Jinfa's son, Zhou Xiao. Don't worry. I'll have him bail you out in no time. It's just a small matter with Tianyuan Group, so rest assured. Due to the ongoing internal restructuring of corruption within the group, Mo Ran had many official duties to attend to. After accompanying Chen Yan for a property viewing, she arranged for her driver to pick her up, leaving the idle Mo Jiao to keep Chen Yan company. Under Zhou Jianfa's guidance, the two toured all the facilities within the Hongshu Bay Villa community, culminating in a banquet at the residence clubhouse. Come, Chen Xiao, let us keep lunch simple. At the table, Zhou Jianfa, beaming, set aside all matters to host Chen Yan. It's a pity my ungrateful second son has disappeared. Otherwise, I would have introduced you both. After all, young people have much in common. Chen Yan nodded with a smile, having yet to fully comprehend his own identity, but accepting this peculiar situation with calm composure. The son of Chairman Zhou must be a dragon among men. We must meet and establish a connection someday. Oh, Chen Xiao, you flatter me. Though Zhou Jianfa was older, he did not dare to assert his status before Chen Yan, repeatedly waving his hand. If only my son had an ounce of your capability, I would be greatly consoled. Zhou Jianfa laughed heartily, enjoying the praise from Chen Yan, then turned to Mo Jiao beside him. Little Mo, how is your father? This address was entirely appropriate, as he and Mo Jiao as father were old friends. Contrary to Mo Ran, who had ventured into business and married out, Mo Jiao was the future heir of the Mo family, making Zhou Jianfa's casual remark fitting. Yes, fine. The old man isn't dead yet. Mo Jiao absent-mindedly fiddled with her black manicure, her gaze wandering toward Chen Yan, whether intentionally or not. While Chen Yan remained oblivious, Zhou Jianfa noticed everything. Initially, he contemplated introducing his second son to Mo Jiao, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. If the Mo family were to ally with Chen Yan, their family might truly ascend to the pinnacle of Shanghai City. No, they might even dominate the entire province. Ha. Little Mo just loves to joke. I'll visit your home soon. It's been ages since I received a call from that old fellow. Zhou Jianfa chuckled, and, as the time drew near, he instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. The Hongshu Bay Clubhouse adhered to the highest standards in every aspect, be it dining or entertainment. As exquisite dishes were presented, Chen Yan's eyes sparkled. Wow, these dishes look extraordinarily expensive. Come, don't hold back, dig in. As Zhou Jianfa encouraged Chen Yan and Mo Jiao to eat, his phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Rising to answer the call from his secretary, Zhou Jianfa stepped out of the private room. Chen Yan, I want to eat that sweet and sour lobster meat. Help me get some with Zhou Jianfa absent. Mo Jiao naturally began to reveal her true nature. All right. What is it? Speak quickly. I'm with esteemed guests. Zhou Jianfa's tone was clearly impatient as he spoke coldly. Chen Yan, as high status, left no room for errors. Chairman Zhou, the second young master, is requesting the owner information. What do you think? Should we provide it? The secretary spoke cautiously, aware that even the boss's son should not be treated with undue leniency. Why does he want the owner information? Zhou Jianfa frowned, wondering why his second son, usually idle and frivolous, suddenly took an interest in company affairs today. The second young master said, He wants to see if there are any potential connections. The secretary hesitated, as if someone nearby was instructing her on how to phrase her words. This kid. Zhou Jianfa shook his head in amusement. All right, let him have it. But make sure to warn him. Most of these owners are our connections and resources. He must not offend anyone, or even I may not be able to protect him. Surprised that his foolish son had finally shown some initiative, Zhou Jianfa chose not to dwell further on the matter and agreed. Yes. After hanging up, the secretary breathed a sigh of relief before handing a set of documents to the plump young man beside her. Second young master, here is the information you requested. Chairman Zhou specifically instructed that you must not act recklessly to avoid offending anyone involved. The secretary, possessing both beauty and a statuesque figure, appeared somewhat intimidated by the presence of the young Master Zhou. All right, rest assured, Zhou Tianyuan chuckled, his fingers thick as a small radish, flicking through the documents. Seizing the moment, he leaned in and playfully pinched the secretary's cheek. How dare you, young master? Please maintain your decorum. The secretary, flustered and indignant, stepped back in alarm, bracing herself defensively. Oh, come now, it's merely a kiss. What's the big deal? Zhou Tianyuan smirked lewdly, adding, surely my father, that old man, cannot possibly satisfy you. With a mischievous laugh, he concluded, well then, I must be off. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us reconvene another day. Chapter 31. The bodyguard Zhou Tianyuan casually found a secluded corner of a company and dialed an international phone number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Zhou Xiao. Without engaging in any pleasantries, Zhou Tianyuan got straight to the point. In a couple of days, I will arrange for 2 young women to go to Thailand. Make sure to contact the buyers in advance. For a month, extract every ounce of their value, then sell them off. You are more familiar with this than I am, so I want to elaborate. As for whether to sell them separately or as a whole, calculate the profits yourself, and remember to conduct a thorough health check. After hanging up, a cold smile flickered across his face. Do they think of me as an ATM? Do they really believe I am a fool? I have not been deceived for so long. How could they expect me to travel abroad? Now, they're jumping into the fire willingly. You are merely a pig toyed with at my whim. He glanced at the list in his hand, his thoughts racing. Since Xiao Tao mentioned that the owner of Villa Number 6 was a man living off a woman, and a wealthy lady was willing to pay such a high price for the villa, it was evident that there was ample profit to be made. It's just kidnapping. Simple enough. But before that, I need to investigate and see if the owner of Villa No. 6 is indeed as Xiao Tao described, a man living off a woman. Over the years, although Zhou Tianyuan appeared to be a playboy, he was secretly engaging in many activities, just as cautious as his father. Sister, after all these years of accumulating wealth, do you think I cannot surpass you? At the banquet, Chen Yan was enjoying his meal, but his demeanor, enhanced by an aura of sophistication, made his actions appear utterly refined to others, even exuding a subtle air of nonchalance. Chen Xiao is truly extraordinary. A dragon among men. Zhou Jianfa laughed heartily, believing that Chen Yan was refreshingly down-to-earth compared to other signs he had encountered from prestigious families, who often carried an air of eccentricity and constraint. Well, it's just average. Chen Yan wiped his hands and patted his belly, feeling that this was the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed in years. All right, Zhou Dong, I have something to attend to, so I want to linger here. Seeing Mo Jiao set down her chopsticks, Zhou Jianfa noted that it was nearly 2 o'clock, and the time stated by the system was approaching, requiring preparation. As Chen Yan and Mo Jiao rose, Zhou Jianfa did not insist on their stay and stood to see them off. After they exited the private room, Zhou Jianfa shook hands with Chen Yan. Chen Xiao, I want to see you off further. In a couple of days, we have a homeowners banquet at Hongshu Bay. You must grace us with your presence. Zhou Jianfa beamed, knowing that Chen Yan's status among the homeowners was unparalleled, surpassing that of all others combined. If he could invite Chen Yan as a friend, Zhou Jianfa's status within the business circle of Shanghai City would soar accordingly. A banquet? Sounds good. You have my contact information. Let me know in advance, and I'll see if I'm free, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, thinking it would be beneficial to broaden his horizons. Excellent. I will make sure to welcome you warmly. Zhou Jianfa called out excitedly as Chen Yan and Mo Jiao left the splendid clubhouse. Chen Yan, Zhou Jinfa is not to be underestimated. Be cautious in your dealings with him. It is said that he controlled a significant portion of Shanghai City's underground business in his early years and has been cleaning up for nearly a decade. Mo Jiao whispered as they settled into the passenger seat. Oh, is that so frightening? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised but not overly concerned. We live in a lawful society. I'm not afraid of him. Haven't you seen that he has already cleaned himself up? Thus, those who were once tyrannical must now behave themselves. Chen Yan shrugged. Jiao, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Me? Mo Jiao shook her head. I have no arrangements. Oh, how about we check out the auto show this afternoon? The auto show? That sounds great. There is a luxury car exhibition at the gym today featuring newly launched top-tier brands. Mo Jiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As a seasoned enthusiast of luxury cars and motorcycles, she cherished the thrill of such toys. She never expected that Chen Yan shared her interests, and she wondered if she might have the chance to ride alongside him on a racetrack. Chen Yan nodded, but before that, there was something else he needed to prepare. Jiao, do you know where I could hire bodyguards? Initially, he considered purchasing some equipment for personal safety, but decided it would be safer to hire a few bodyguards directly. Bodyguards? Mo Jiao was taken aback at first, but upon recalling Chen Yan's identity, she quickly understood. Indeed, she had not seen a bodyguard by Chen Yan's side all morning, which was quite unusual. I have bodyguards at home. I can arrange a few to come over. She began sending messages, not even bothering to look up. Would 6 be enough? 6? That is plenty. Chen Yan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon and nodded enthusiastically. Wonderful, that saves me some money. All right, it's all arranged. The bodyguards will be waiting for us at the gym entrance. After finalizing the arrangements, Mo Jiao wore a proud expression, as if seeking Chen Yan's approval. Her demeanor, combined with her androgynous attire, made her look particularly endearing. Thank you, dear Jiao, Chen Yan, not one to be stingy, made his appreciation known by gently pinching Mo Jiao's slightly chubby cheek. Stop it, so annoying. Mo Jiao feigned annoyance, her face instantly flushed, her ears burning with embarrassment. Chen Yan chuckled at the scene, observing the differences between the two sisters. One was exquisitely alluring, while the other was cool and carefree. Yet both were easily flustered. The distinction lay in that Mo Ran would blush and tease back, while Mo Jiao would shrink away like a quail. If Chen Yan had to choose one, it would indeed be a difficult decision. He liked them both, so what could he do? Everyone, I'm waiting eagerly. Chapter 32. A group of old sisters? A sleek Audi A8 raced down the highway, swiftly arriving at the exhibition hall. Outside the venue, a throng had already gathered. Among them were genuine automobile enthusiasts, numerous photographers, and a few older gentlemen drawn to the car models. Naturally, the offspring of the affluent in Shanghai City were also in abundance. Jiao, as Chen Yan and Mo Jiao approached the entrance, a voice called out to them. A group of flamboyantly dressed young men approached. Upon seeing them, Mo Jiao instinctively rolled her eyes, her annoyance evident. Are they your friends? Chen Yan asked, surprised. The young men were quite handsome, but their heavy makeup gave them a rather effeminate appearance. Sort of. Mo Jiao replied, her thoughts filled with exasperation. A group of former close friends. Oh my Jiao, it's been ages. You've become even more stunning. A tall young man in a red suit exclaimed, playfully patting Mo Jiao before leaning in to whisper in her ear. Who is this handsome guy? Is he a 0 or a 1? The others looked at Chen Yan with curious eyes and coy postures, leaving him bewildered. Why do they resemble a bunch of old sisters? Hey, back off. Mo Jiao pushed the young man away, asserting, don't come so close. I'm perfectly normal. Normal? Huh. A young man, who resembled an old sister, stifled a laugh, elegantly brushing his bangs with his fingers. Don't joke, Jiao. Who would believe you'd ever fancy a man? Mo Jiao felt a surge of anger, wanting to retort, but considering Chen Yan was nearby, she restrained herself. Jiao, who are these people? Chen Yan leaned closer and whispered. They are old friends of mine. Mo Jiao sighed, rolling her eyes again. When she noticed Chen Yan's puzzled expression, she reluctantly explained, in the past. Well, I like girls and they they prefer boys, so we became close friends, close friends. Mo Jiao gestured with her hands, worried Chen Yan might misunderstand, yet her words were a jumbled mess. Now I am normal. Oh, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, are you truly normal now? How can you prove it? He was well aware that Mo Jiao had indeed become straight. Thanks to him, I am absolutely normal. Mo Jiao insisted, her face flushed. She kicked away the group of young men who had encroached upon them. I now like someone. A boy. Oh, a boy. Chen Yan smirked, pointing at the group of young men who were now squealing from the kick. Is it one of them? It's Mo Jiao blushed deeply, eager to explain, but upon meeting Chen Yan's amused gaze, she understood. One idiot. Fuming, she stepped on Chen Yan's foot in frustration. Ow! Ouch! Chen Yan hopped around in pain, resembling a cartoon character caught in a comical mishap. Seeing his antics, Mo Jiao instinctively worried she had genuinely hurt him and rushed to help. This action caused Chen Yan to lose his balance and tumble backward. Oh no! The young men watched the scene unfold, giggling and exchanging flirtatious glances. It was indeed an intimate moment, reminiscent of a perfectly choreographed dance, albeit with Chen Yan being the one embraced. Feeling the delicate touch of Mo Jiao's hands, Chen Yan's breath quickened as their eyes locked. Mo Jiao felt flustered, her heart racing as memories of their earlier encounter flooded her mind. Perhaps you could let go of me? Noticing her lack of response and feeling fatigued from bending over, Chen Yan gently suggested, his hands still lingering on her slender waist, the sensation igniting a warmth throughout his body. Okay. Mo Jiao felt the heat rise within her. Her cheeks flushed as if she had just stepped out of a steamer. Oh dear, Jiao, you truly are. No wonder they say you're normal now. With such a handsome guy, how could you not be? Ugh, how annoying. Jiao, stealing our men? Humph, we won't talk to you. The group of young men playfully chattered before dispersing, leaving Chen Yan and Mo Jiao alone. Don't mind them. They're just a bit unique, but they're really nice people. Mo Jiao awkwardly attempted to defend her friends, sensing the tension in the air. Oh, I don't mind. Chen Yan quickly waved his hand, adding silently, as long as they don't bother me, it's all good. By the way, are they all from wealthy families? They certainly dress with flair. Mo Jiao hesitated. Yes, they come from well-off backgrounds. In the realm of affluent second-generation youths, it was not uncommon to find individuals with such peculiar preferences. Well, they were friends of mine because I was also like that before. So we're quite familiar, you understand. Chen Yan was not surprised, having perceived Mo Jiao's androgynous appearance at first glance, leading him to make assumptions. He marveled internally at the powerful allure of charm. Truly remarkable. Even those who were once bent could be straightened out. Yet it was a pity. With such a strong foundation, it would be a loss to let other girls take advantage of her. Ding, notification. Current time in the capital is 14:55. Please be mindful of the time. Ding, side quest, white, activated. Please ensure to capture at least 30% of the attention in this venue. Rewards, dependent on task completion. The serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 33. The support of the older sisters. What on earth is this grand fortune task? Chen Yan widened his eyes in disbelief, surprised by the sudden emergence of such an unexpected mission. The system, seemingly indifferent, responded with a familiar phrase, leaving him perplexed. Chen Yan stroked his chin, pondering whether the trigger for this grand fortune task was related to the daily fortune information. But that didn't seem right. Why hadn't it appeared before? Moreover, it appeared that this task was also categorized by levels. He was baffled. This system was utterly ridiculous, releasing nothing but nonsensical tasks. As Chen Yan pondered, the clock struck 3, marking the official opening of the car exhibition. A swarm of photographers and journalists with their cameras rushed in first, followed by a group of eager onlookers and ordinary visitors keen to see the car models. Let's go. A group of 6 imposing bodyguards had already gathered behind them. Mo Jiao and Chen Yan trailed behind the crowd as they entered the exhibition hall. Hey, aren't you going to join your friends? Chen Yan asked in a low voice, feeling a chill as he noticed the older sisters from another passage casting flirtatious glances their way. They? Not a chance. Mo Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. They're here to buy cars, and I'm not in the market for one. By the way, Chen Yan, are you planning to buy a car? ISNT, that ain't she hard to handle? Before Chen Yan could respond, Mo Jiao Jiao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, while the A8 was decent in terms of status, it wasn't suitable for personal driving. A chauffeur was necessary. Sports cars, on the other hand, were more appropriate for personal use. Her words reminded Chen Yan of the task requirements. He needed to attract at least 30% of the crowd's attention. If he disregarded the chaotic factors, the best way to garner attention would undoubtedly be to purchase a car on site. Jiao Jiao, I need to ask you something. Chen Yan instinctively dropped the formal address, thus narrowing the distance between them, at least in Mo Jiao Jiao's perception. As for Chen Yan, it was merely an oversight. You're asking me? Mo Jiao Jiao blushed slightly, leaving Chen Yan utterly confused, blushing over nothing, ignoring her demeanor. They continued walking as Chen Yan spoke up again. If one were to acquire all the cars here, how much would it cost? Cars. Mo Jiao Jiao turned to Chen Yan, surprised. You're sure you mean cars, not car models? Of course, cars. Chen Yan was a loss for words. How could purchasing cars to attract attention have anything to do with car models? Buying people is illegal. Didn't she understand that? Well, that would require quite a sum. Mo Jiao Jiao pondered before answering. This exhibition features only the highest-end new models. According to prior promotions, the price of a single unit can exceed 30 million. There are over 30 models on display, so if we estimate an average price of 10 million, acquiring them all along with various taxes and fees would set you back at least 400 million. She calculated with utmost seriousness, genuinely believing Chen Yan was interested in buying. 400 million. Chen Yan gasped, initially thinking his wealth was substantial, only to realize he would need 6 years of dividends just to afford these cars. Come on, 400 million might be a lot, but it shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Mo Jiao Jiao remarked in astonishment as they passed through the security checkpoint and entered the exhibition hall, with their 6 bodyguards in tow. Unlike previous years, this car exhibition imposed no entrance restrictions or ticket fees, allowing anyone to attend. However, each displayed vehicle was cordoned off with a security line set 10 meters away from the crowd. Only those who passed a financial verification were permitted to approach within half a meter of the cars and the car models. The financial verification threshold was notably high, set at 5 million, which would deter over 95% of the visitors. The exhibition hall was spacious. Despite the large number of attendees, it did not feel overcrowded, allowing Chen Yan and his companions to navigate smoothly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the verification area. Throughout their journey, Chen Yan remained mindful of the daily fortune task as objective, but even after walking a considerable distance, he had yet to discover anything. Let's go inside. Mo Jiao Jiao eagerly pulled Chen Yan toward the verification passage. Hey, slow down. Chen Yan felt a headache coming on, needing to figure out how to attract the crowd's attention while also searching for his target, leaving him in a state of disarray. Fortunately, with Mo Jiao Jiao around, there was no need for him to verify his finances. After all, the cost was calculated per person. With 8 individuals, including the bodyguards, the total amounted to 40 million, a sum Mo Jiao Jiao could easily manage. Successfully passing through the verification passage, Mo Jiao Jiao continued to drag Chen Yan further inside. Jiao Jiao, wait a moment. Suddenly, Chen Yan had a brilliant idea. What is it? Hurry up. My favorite Xiaomi Suchi Ultra is here. Mo Jiao Jiao exclaimed, clearly excited about a car she adored. Yet she still clung to Chen Yan's hand. Could you ask your friends to assist me with something? Chen Yan pointed to the older sisters in the distance who had already passed verification and were exploring the vehicles. What kind of help? Montag Yia replied confidently. I can just let them know, and they surely comply. Mo Jiao Jiao patted her chest, her tight crop top causing quite a stir. I need them to help me find someone. I don't know who they are, but I have a rough idea of their attire. It's a middle-aged man wearing flip-flops and a baseball cap. Chen Yan felt a headache coming on. The system's information was far too vague. This sort of attire was common. Flip-flops were everywhere, and at a car exhibition, middle-aged men were bound to be plentiful, especially those there to admire the car models. Oh, I'll notify them right away. They'll definitely help you. Mo Jiao eagerly agreed, taking out her phone to message her friends. Make sure they report back in the group once they find him, and keep a close eye on him until I arrive. Chen Yan hastily added, concerned that the individual might be a nefarious character and fearing for the safety of others due to his own issues. Relax, they're just flamboyant, not foolish. Just wait patiently. Mo Jiao made an okay gesture and sent the message in the group. Sure enough, upon hearing it was Chen Yan's request, the older sisters were more enthusiastic than ever, eagerly assuring him it would be no problem. Some even began inquiring if they could add him on WeChat if they succeeded. Chapter 34. Gentle as Water. Lu Jasmine at 15 minutes past 3, with only a quarter of an hour remaining until the time indicated by the system. Chen Yan found himself ensnared in a storm of thoughts. He had to seek out the target male, while simultaneously devising a strategy to capture the audience's attention. Initially, he contemplated asking Mo Jiao to lend him several billion, with the intention of repaying her after purchasing a car. However, the system had not explicitly stated that the reward would be in cash. While borrowing seemed plausible, Chen Yan was confident in his charm buff. Yet, if the system's reward did not involve money or was entirely unconnected to it, how could he repay Mo Jiao? Would he have to return her money through monthly dividends over 7 years? Furthermore, would the act of purchasing one of every car on display even be announced to the audience? What if the transactions were conducted quietly behind the scenes, resulting in a significant loss? As he pondered these conundrums, time slipped away, and soon only 10 minutes remained until 3:30. Just when Chen Yan felt utterly flummoxed, a voice called out from nearby. Jiao. Oh my Jiao, it's been ages. A sophisticated woman in professional attire and high heels approached, her voice warm and inviting. Jasmine, Mo Jiao exclaimed with delight, hopping in place and waving excitedly. Chen Yan turned to see the woman looking directly at him, and in that fleeting moment, their eyes met, igniting an electric spark between them. Beep, a snake flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Lu Jasmine, president of the Shanghai Automobile Industry Association, age 33. Overall rating 91. Current status, surprised, blossoming affections, favorability, 90 blossoming affections, directed at him. As he momentarily stood in a daze, the enchanting Lu Jasmine had already approached him. But instead of greeting him, she engaged in cheerful banter with Mo Jiao. Ah, Jiao, after all these years, you still maintain that same style? That's not good. Lu Jasmine teased, lightly tapping the tip of Mo Jiao's nose. Not at all. I'm straight now. I'm a straight woman. Montauk Yia replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Jasmine, when did you return to Shanghai? I haven't heard from you. Mo Jiao asked, showing an unexpectedly youthful side of herself. Just returned from a business trip abroad. Our association is hosting this car exhibition, so I've been quite busy. If I weren't, I would have visited you, and Mo ran long ago. Lu Jasmine responded, her smile exuding a mature, nurturing warmth reminiscent of a gentle mother. This is your boyfriend? After catching up with Mo Jiao, she politely turned her attention to Chen Yan, her tone laced with playful curiosity. Not at all. Jasmine, please don't say that. Montag Yia interjected, appearing flüstert. Hello, Jasmine. Chen Yan. You can call me Xiao Chun, he offered, a nervous smile on his face, realizing that he was indeed the object of her affections. The favorability rating of 90 was no mere illusion. The allure of his charm buff was evidently amplifying. Hello, Xiao Chun. Lu Jasmine felt a rush of emotions, having never experienced love before. She thought she would never find herself drawn to anyone. To her astonishment, her childhood friend had introduced her to such a captivating individual. Yet, with her impeccable poise and cultivated etiquette, she concealed her feelings well, unaware that Chen Yan, equipped with a system, had already seen through her facade. Jiao, have you set your sights on any cars at this exhibition? Speak up. If possible, I'll gift you one. Lu Jasmine quickly resumed her conversation with Mo Jiao. hesitant to engage too much with Chen Yan, lest it lead to unforeseen complications. Absolutely. The Xiaomi Su Cheesy Ultra. Mo Jiao replied, her excitement palpable, as she had intended to purchase it anyway. If Jasmine could gift it to her, that would be even better. Originally priced at over 800,000. The car was now being offered at a significant discount of just over 500,000 at the exhibition. All right, I'll get it for you, Lu Jasmine said with a warm smile, her expression radiating a comforting maternal glow. If not for Chen Yan's ability to discern her status information, one might easily mistake her for a mother of several children. To think she was a hidden gem of a mature woman. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Mo Jiao joyously exclaimed, leaping into Lu Jasmine's arms and snuggling against her. Chen Yan, you were just asking about purchasing all the cars at the exhibition. Have you made any decisions? Mo Jiao flirtatiously turned her attention back to Chen Yan. Oh, Xiao Chen is considering buying a car? Lu Jasmine's gentle gaze shimmered with interest as she looked at Chen Yan, subtly intrigued. I'm still contemplating. Chen Yan stammered, having dismissed the idea of buying everything after learning the total cost, hastily waving his hands in denial. It's all right, Xiao Chen. Take your time to see which cars you like. Even if you want them all, it's no trouble. I'll gift them to you. Lu Jasmine's cheeks flushed slightly, her soft words leaving Mo Jiao and Chen Yan momentarily speechless. Yet, she seemed unfazed, as if she had merely uttered something trivial. What? Jasmine, you're being far too generous. Mo Jiao exclaimed dramatically, darting her gaze between Chen Yan and Lu Jasmine, then hesitantly inquiring, do you two know each other? Not at all. Both Chen Yan and Lu Jasmine replied in unison, and their synchronized response left Lu Jasmine unusually shy, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. How could she have uttered such an astonishing declaration? Gifting all the cars. Was she succumbing to the infamous love-struck mentality? But no. The book said that if one likes someone, they should disregard others' opinions and give their all. Since Chen adored cars, what harm was there in gifting him all of them? After all, it was merely a small sum. Lu Jasmine's self-justification left Mo Jiao with a strange look in her eyes. Something was off. There was something profoundly amiss. Jasmine and Chen Yan. Surely there was something brewing between them. Oh no. Were they rivals in love? That couldn't be. Jasmine was the big sister she had adored since childhood. Chapter 35. Undercover Wu Tianxiong. As the atmosphere became charged with anticipation, Chen Yan was taken aback. The seemingly demure and composed woman, akin to the girl next door, had unleashed a startling proclamation. A lavish gift for the entire audience? 400 million. How could such an astronomical figure roll off her tongue with such ease? As if it were merely 400? For a moment, Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words, silently applauding her charm. Yet, he knew that the system must be reprimanded. It might as well be dubbed the rich woman system. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, as the trio sunk into an uncanny silence, a flurry of urgent notifications erupted from Mo Jiao's phone. It was a group message from her older sisters, indicating that one of them had seemingly located the target and was frantically tagging Mo Jiao. Chen Yan, it appears they have found the person you mentioned. Over there. Mo Jiao scrutinized the location, determined the direction, and promptly pointed. Chen Yan glanced at the time. 3:29 p.m., perfectly timed. I'll head over first. You all stay here. After giving his instructions, Chen Yan gestured to a few bodyguards to follow him and swiftly crossed the security line, weaving into the crowd. Hey, Chen Yan, don't run off. Mo Jiao, momentarily stunned, sought to pursue him but soon lost sight of him. Why the rush? She stamped her feet in frustration, prompting Liu Mei beside her to inquire. What's the matter, Jiao? Where did Chen go? And why is he with bodyguards? Is there danger? Liu Mei's speculation ignited her own anxiety. Having just begun to explore her feelings, she could not bear the thought of losing Chen Yan. I don't know, Mei. He brought bodyguards, so there must be some danger. Ugh, that infuriating Chen Yan. He never shares anything with me, always keeping me in suspense. Mo Jiao was floundering like an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly. Jiao, don't panic, Liu Mei advised, pointing to Mo Jiao's phone. The location is still on your phone, right? Let us follow it. Oh, how could I forget? Mo Jiao exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Let's hurry and find out. Liuli merely nodded, summoning a few security personnel, and under Mo Jiao's guidance, they set off toward the location indicated by the older sisters. Wu Tianxiong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. As a seasoned undercover operative within the Poison Dragon Gang for 3 years, he had diligently maneuvered through the treacherous underbelly of crime, aspiring to ascend to the management level and dismantle the organization from within. However, to his astonishment, his unwavering dedication had resulted only in being kept at arm's length by the cautious gang, denied any opportunity to engage with the core. Even when given tasks, they were trivial and insignificant, yielding no substantial results. But today, he received word from above that he had reached the final assessment stage. Elated, he yearned for the undercover life to be behind him, filled with dread each day. Yet, soon that elation morphed into horror. The final assessment from the gang's upper echelons was a task: to attend a car exhibition in Shanghai City and exact revenge on an old police officer who had previously aided in the dismantling of the gang's operations. The promise was enticing. Succeed in this endeavor, and he would not only gain access to the inner circle, but also contribute to managing illicit operations across Asia. However, the stipulation was that he must escape unscathed. This ultimatum left Wu Tianxiong in shock. What cunning ploy? Should he refuse, the gang would likely expel him, rendering his 3 years of effort futile. Yet if he complied, his conscience would torment him for eternity. In such dire circumstances, Wu Tianxiong devised a plan to avoid harming the officer while evading suspicion from the gang. He would feign capture. However, he was not alone. 2 henchmen, sent to monitor him, effectively barred any means of communication. Damn it, what to do? What to do? Wu Tianxiong was drenched in sweat, anxiety gripping him as his flip-flops squelched with every hurried step. Breathe. Remain calm. The key was to attract the attention of the security personnel and have himself subdued before he could act. Just as he was frantically contemplating his next move, he felt a sharp poke in his lower back. It was one of the henchmen, glaring at him, urging him to hurry. Gulping hard, Wu Tianxiong gripped his knife, trembling within his pocket. His target stood just 2 paces away, engrossed in the exhibition, or perhaps the models. No time for hesitation, he must strike. With gritted teeth, he rehearsed his hastily concocted plan in his mind once more. A single stab, no withdrawal, to enhance his chances of survival. He would sprint toward the south exit, and with no obstruction, he could escape in roughly 30 seconds. A vehicle awaited outside. As long as he boarded by 3:31 p.m., he would be free. Forgive me, comrade. Glancing at the time, 3:29 p.m., he still had a moment. A fleeting opportunity. 3:30 p.m. Wu Tianxiong clenched his teeth, yanking the knife from his pocket, thrusting it toward the old comrade before him. Move aside. A booming voice rang out, causing Wu Tianxiong's hand to falter mid-strike, paralyzed by the sudden shout. Act now, hissed the henchman behind him. A glimmer of hope flickered in Wu Tianxiong's eyes. Had his comrade sensed the danger and decided to play along? No, the act must be convincing. He had to follow through. Faster. Hurry. Wu Tianxiong's mind screamed, yet his arm continued its relentless advance toward his target. With a thud, a figure lunged forward, the force knocking Wu Tianxiong to the ground, leaving him no time to react. Help! There's a knife-wielding assailant. The cries of panic surged through the crowd, sending bystanders scattering in confusion, the cacophony echoing throughout the venue. At last, Wu Tianxiong felt a flicker of relief. This scenario had spared his anonymity and prevented harm to his comrade. Yet, he wondered, why was this young man not in uniform? With a swift motion, the bodyguard sprang into action, and in the blink of an eye, Wu Tianxiong was pinned to the ground. One of them delivered a swift strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 36. Yet again, trouble arises. A sudden commotion erupted at the auto show, initially causing a wave of panic among the unsuspecting crowd, who fled in terror at the sound of piercing screams. However, before long, a multitude of onlookers gathered, not merely out of curiosity, but driven by a fervent sense of justice. Such is the spirit of the people of Huagua, despite the initial chaos inciting a primal urge to escape. Their inherent courage compelled them to rush back towards the source of the fear. Chen Yan, breathless, rose from the ground, where a middle-aged man lay at his feet, donning a cap and wielding a dagger. Chen Yan, are you all right? Mo Jiao's anxious voice pierced through the crowd as her cool demeanor broke into a cry of concern. What were you thinking running off like that? As she frantically examined Chen Yan for injuries, he replied with a reassuring smile, I'm fine, really. Look, not a scratch on me, so no need to worry. Seeing him seemingly unharmed, Mo Jiao finally exhaled in relief, her gaze shifting to the man sprawled on the ground. Confusion etched across her face. What on earth happened? Though she appeared to seek an explanation, Chen Yan chose not to elaborate, recounting the events instead. I arrived just in time to see him lunging at that gentleman with a dagger. It all happened so suddenly that I had no choice but to intervene. Fortunately, the gentleman was unharmed. His words referred to the elderly man present, who, despite being retired, had swiftly taken charge of the situation, guiding the crowd to safety with practiced authority. Everyone, please step aside. The elderly man used the exhibition's safety barriers to cordon off the area before approaching Chen Yan with a serious expression. Young man, thank you for preventing this unfortunate incident. Chen Yan nodded, perplexed. Unfortunate incident? What does that mean? This was an attempted murder, not just an accident. Yet, as a former law enforcement officer familiar with undercover operations, the elderly man had already pieced together the scenario. The young man before him was undoubtedly an informant for an undercover agent. They had staged this incident to avoid exposing themselves or causing harm to others. No need for thanks. It was the right thing to do, Chen Yan replied, scratching his head. Feeling the imposing presence of his bodyguard alongside several security personnel provided by Lu Mo Li, which lent an air of safety to the scene. The wail of sirens soon filled the air as police vehicles arrived promptly, officers clad in tactical gear swarming the venue, sealing off the area. Among them, Chen Yan recognized a familiar face, a policewoman with a commanding presence. Hello, I am Chen Xiaomei, the chief of the Shanghai Municipal Police Department. She addressed the elderly man with a salute before turning her attention to Chen Yan. Hello. Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement, suddenly confronted by a system interface displaying beep beep. A snake's tongue flickers, leaving no trace behind. Chen Xiaomei, chief of Shanghai Municipal Police Department, age 37, unmarried, overall rating 90, current status, composed. A score of 90? This suggested she too could fall under the influence of charm. Chen Yan was taken aback. Yet Chen Xiaomei and her fellow officers wasted no time in apprehending the unconscious assailant, swiftly removing him from the scene. Sir, we kindly request you to accompany us for a moment, she said, turning her gaze to Chen Yan. Me? You want me to go with you? Chen Yan was taken aback. Why should I be taken in? I just prevented an assault. Mo Jiao immediately clutched Chen Yan's arm, her anger palpable. Yes, I can attest that Mr. Chen Yan acted heroically. He is not a suspect. Lu Mo Li stepped forward as well, her feelings for Chen Yan igniting a protective instinct. Although she hadn't witnessed the events unfold in their entirety, the narrative was clear enough. With their voices rising, the crowd began to echo their support. That young man is not a suspect. You can't just arrest him. I am a witness. I can confirm he is not a criminal. I can too. I witnessed everything and can vouch for his character. The uproar escalated, causing Chen Xiaomei to furrow her brow in frustration. However, Chen Yan was the first to speak up, raising his hands to quiet the crowd. Thank you all for your concern, but there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding Officer Chen. They merely wish to record my statement regarding the events that transpired. It is not to cause me any trouble. Thank you. His clarifying words eased the tension, elevating Chen Xiaomei's opinion of him to a notable 94, the highest among her peers. With a smile directed at Chen Xiaomei, who was technically his superior, he said, Shall we proceed, officer? She nodded, maintaining a stoic demeanor characteristic of her profession. Just as they turned to leave, Lu Mo Li interjected. Officer, may I request a moment of your time? With a hint of apology in her expression, she quickly fetched a microphone. Hello everyone, I am Lu Mo Li, president of the Shanghai Automotive Industry Association, the organizer of this auto show. As you all witnessed, the incident occurred unexpectedly, Yet Mr. Chen Yan courageously stepped forward, preventing a violent tragedy. On behalf of the auto show and the association, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Chen Yan for his bravery. As her words resonated throughout the venue, raucous applause erupted, and even those unable to see the commotion were made aware of Chen Yan's name. While many had not witnessed the events, the announcement was unequivocal. He was a hero. Thus, I am proud to announce that the Shanghai Automotive Industry Association will be gifting Mr. Chen Yan the 3 most expensive vehicles on display today. Her declaration incited an uproar of astonished gasps. Those present were acutely aware of the value of the vehicles, and the prospect of receiving the 3 priciest ones combined amounted to a staggering fortune. How could one not be astounded? A wave of regret washed over many, lamenting why they hadn't been the ones to thwart the assailant or become the noble defender. Soon, the venue was filled with raucous cheers. The Automotive Association is incredible. Chen Yan is remarkable. As the chorus of praise swelled, Chen Yan felt an exhilarating rush. This was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Even if he didn't capture absolute attention, at least he had garnered a solid 90%, effortlessly achieved. It is surprising that these two matters could be intertwined and resolved simultaneously. Let's depart. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xiaomei felt a surge of admiration for Chen Yan. However, the seasoned police officer's instinct still lingered with skepticism regarding Chen Yan's innocence, despite the fact that the moment she laid eyes upon him, it was akin to the exhilarating sensation of handling a firearm for the first time, the thrill of shooting at a target. Such emotions surged within her. Yet, as an experienced officer, she had long since cast aside personal sentiments. As the two departed, Chen Yan once again relished the comfort of the police vehicle. While the elderly comrade they had rescued watched them fade from view, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic and obscure light. With Chen Yan's departure, the commotion at the scene began to subside significantly, though many still enthusiastically recounted the earlier events. Concerned for Chen Yan, Mo Jiao decided not to remain at the car exhibition and instead planned to head directly to the police station. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she had not driven herself, and Chen Yan's 8 Hashik was still in his possession, the keys with him. Just as she was about to hail a cab, Lu Molly emerged from the exhibition hall. "I understand your concern. Why sneak away alone? Come, I shall drive you." Chapter 37. A mobile phone. A list as expected, Chen Yan found himself in the police station once more. However, this time was markedly different from the first. He was not invited into the interrogation room. "Officer Li, please take a statement from Mr. Chen." Chen Xiaomei instructed as she led Chen Yan into the Public Security Bureau on Huandao Road. After casually assigning a police officer to assist him, she departed without a second thought. This left Chen Yan somewhat perplexed. Logically, Chen Xiaomei, under the influence of her charm, should not be so indifferent. Strange. Chen Yan scratched his head and followed the officer to the recording room. Naturally, he had already devised a comprehensive explanation during their walk, choosing to remain silent about his proactive search for the middle-aged man, instead claiming he had merely noticed something unusual about the man's behavior, thus allowing him to react swiftly. As a commendable citizen, the officer in charge of the statement regarded Chen Yan with newfound respect, exhibiting a notably amiable demeanor. Upon completing the statement, he even shook Chen Yan's hand before allowing him to leave. Phew! Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his good deed had not drawn any suspicion. Otherwise, there were indeed numerous gaps in his story. Beep, beep. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Today's fortune has been completed. Automatically collected the fortune information, acquiring a mobile phone, now stored in the system warehouse. Retrievable at any time. Due to your efforts, certain realities have been rewritten, with additional rewards as follows. A list, now stored in the system warehouse. Retrievable at any time. A list? What kind of list? Moreover, the system automatically collected a mobile phone? Chen Yan felt bewildered. These two items seemed rather inconsequential. The green fortune information could yield 3,000 bitcoins, yet this blue one, by rights, should hold greater value. Could it be that the phone contained 100 billion in deposits? His heart tightened, excitement surging within him, but he quickly recalled another fact. This system was akin to the little deities at Yonghe Temple, offering splendid rewards without regard for their practical utility. For instance, the bitcoins and that necklace worth tens of millions. Though he had acquired them, they were utterly useless in terms of conversion to cash. Perhaps the phone and the list were of a similar nature. With this thought, Chen Yan's excitement quietly waned. Nonetheless, he felt his efforts were not in vain. Not only had he met 2 sisters with ratings exceeding 90, but he had also received 3 top-tier luxury cars gifted by Lu Moli. He wondered what kind of cars they were. Carrying a renewed sense of exhilaration, Chen Yan strode towards the entrance of the police station. However, a clear voice suddenly called him back. "Mr. Chen Yan, please come with me." It was Chen Xiaomei. Instinctively, Chen Yan's heart raced again, this time with anxiety. For some reason, he felt that Chen Xiaomei's gaze was exceedingly sharp, exuding a powerful pressure. Did she perceive something unusual? Feeling unsettled, he nevertheless complied with the bureau chief's request and turned to follow her. "Very well, Chief Chen." The interior of the police chief's office exuded an air of solemnity. Chen Yan swallowed hard as he entered, only to find Chen Xiaomei already seated on the sofa, awaiting him. "Please have a seat." Chen Xiaomei clasped her hands over her knees, her demeanor betraying no hint of emotion. "You." Chen Yan complied. "Is there something else?" Though his heart raced, he had mentally prepared himself and maintained an unflinching facade. "Mr. Chen Yan, I simply wish to discuss a few matters further." Chen Xiaomei narrowed her eyes slightly, a penetrating sharpness flickering across her striking visage as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Yan. "How did you come and notice the assailant's intent to harm?" I pointed at myself and replied instinctively, having just recounted this in my statement. "I was originally on my way to meet a friend when I inadvertently observed his suspicious behavior. He seemed to be wielding a knife, prompting me to pay closer attention. You know, in such a crowded setting, if you were to act indiscriminately, the potential harm would be tremendous." Chen Xiaomei nodded. It would not be difficult to verify this matter, yet there was no logical basis for investigation. After all, he was not a suspect, but rather a good Samaritan. Such circumstances made it challenging to pursue an inquiry. "I see. So, Mr. Chen Yan, did you never consider that if the assailant were particularly ruthless, you might be injured?" Chen Yan chuckled, finding the question quite easy to answer. "I had 6 bodyguards with me. No matter how formidable he might be, could he possibly overpower 6 bodyguards? Moreover, the number of security personnel on site was also considerable, and in our great nation of Huagua, the passionate populace is abundant. Who would stand idly by while a criminal committed an act of violence?" His passionate rhetoric pleased Chen Xiaomei immensely. "Thank you, Mr. Chen Yan, for your selfless bravery. On behalf of the police personnel and citizens of Xiaohai City, I express our gratitude." As she spoke, Chen Xiaomei rendered a formal salute to Chen Yan, startling him into a slight shiver. "I am undeserving of such honor. Please, Chief Chen, do you have further matters to discuss? If not, I would like to take my leave." Chen Yan waved his hands repeatedly, clearly expressing his desire to exit. After all, this was a police station, and the inherent pressure it imposed on ordinary citizens was quite palpable. No one could remain composed for long, and Chen Yan was no exception. "Very well, Mr. Chen. You may leave at your discretion." Chen Xiaomei's piercing gaze held a mysterious glint as a subtle smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her beauty striking even without makeup. Chen Yan nodded and began to rise, ready to depart. Bang! Just as he took a few steps, the previously closed office door was suddenly flung open. A figure burst into the room, brushing past Chen Yan. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yan's pupils constricted sharply. With barely a second to hesitate, he instinctively turned and lunged forward. "Chief, quickly, call for backup. I have him restrained." Chen Yan's hands tightened around the intruder's arms, holding them in a vice-like grip as he shouted towards Chen Xiaomei. "Let go! Let go!" The person was none other than Wu Tianxiong, the individual Chen Yan had escorted to the police station. At this moment, he bore an expression of helplessness, struggling to free himself from Chen Yan's grasp, but to no avail. "Mr. Chen Yan, let him go. He is one of our colleagues." Chen Xiaomei appeared unfazed by the scene unfolding before her, even displaying a hint of satisfaction and joy on her face. Quickly call for assistance. Huh? Your colleague? Chen Yan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss as he clung to Wu Tianxiong's back. Indeed, I'm also a police officer. Wu Tianxiong sighed, turning to Chen Yan with resignation. What exactly is happening? Are you suggesting that I mistakenly took a police officer for a criminal and delivered him to the station? Not exactly. To be precise, you have delivered an undercover officer to us. Chapter 38. More bodyguards, please. Undercover? Chen Yan sat on the sofa, staring blankly at Chen Xiaomei and the constantly twisting Wu Tianxiong, murmuring to himself, so, did I do a good deed or a bad deed? Confused, he was left with this singular question. Of course it was a good deed, Chen Xiaomei replied, as if she could read Chen Yan's thoughts, smiling lightly. Not only that, it was a tremendous blessing. A tremendous blessing? Chen Yan was even more perplexed. It is well known that the identity of an undercover agent is highly sensitive. Having just drawn his weapon, he must have been on some mission. Yet, he inadvertently disrupted it and brought him back. Could this really be considered a good deed? Sensing Chen Yan's confusion, Chen Xiaomei turned to the helpless Wu Tianxiong beside her. You explain, she suggested. Wu Tianxiong's helplessness stemmed entirely from having taken an unwarranted beating, not from being apprehended. He too felt fortunate about Chen Yan's unexpected appearance. After this arrest, if he were released, it would give him a chance to truly ascend to the core management level. After reciting the events and the challenges he faced at that moment, Chen Yan's eyes widened in shock. So, my accidental intervention not only preserved your cover, but also spared that innocent person from harm. And perhaps even solidified your identity, completely dispelling the organization's suspicions? Chen Yan concluded, feeling invigorated as if he had plunged into an icy pool on a sweltering day. Yes, so I am quite grateful to you. Wu Tianxiong nodded, though his neck seemed to have been twisted painfully, making his gestures appear awkward. Then, I must have accomplished something significant. In contrast to his previous mindset, Chen Yan now felt an authentic joy welling within him. An undercover agent, a person of great righteousness, had been saved by him. System, today's stroke of luck is commendable. With this thought, any monetary or material rewards became trivial. What could possibly compare to saving the life of a hero? Oh, by the way, will my conspicuous appearance attract retaliation from those malevolent forces you mentioned? Are their organizations truly vast? Chen Yan suddenly recalled scenes from television dramas, where disrupting a gang's plans invariably incited overwhelming retribution. Indeed, they are substantial. The Poison Dragon Gang's main base is hidden somewhere in Southeast Asia, and for years they have been luring citizens from our country into despicable human trafficking schemes. The number of victims is beyond counting. As for retaliation, Chen Xiaomei's delicate chin lowered, and her expression grew somber. According to the Poison Dragon Gang's modus operandi, it is possible they may indeed seek revenge against you. Therefore, during this time, you must be cautious. It would be best. She paused momentarily, and Chen Yan thought he perceived a fleeting blush on her face. It would be best for you to stay with me during this time. This way, I can protect you and perhaps use you as bait to draw them out. Is it really that serious? Do I really have that function? Chen Yan was taken aback, initially believing he was merely performing a trivial act of heroism, but now it seemed to escalate into a matter of life and death. Was the situation truly so dire, or did Chen Xiaomei simply wish to keep him close? Contemplating this, he only looked up when Wu Tianxiong was pretentiously escorted away by two officers. I won't stay with you for now. I can just hire a few more bodyguards. If anything happens, it's better than putting you at risk. After all, my life is far less precious than yours. With that, Chen Yan stood up, saying, Director Chen, I will take my leave now. You should have my number. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. Departing without hesitation, Chen Yan did not look back, instead keeping an eye on Chen Xiaomei's real-time emotional state. Disappointment, anxiety, joy. The three statuses perfectly encapsulated the complexity and contradictions of a woman's heart. Until he exited the office, Chen Xiaomei remained silent, which relieved Chen Yan. After all, a police chief could easily keep him by force if she wished. With her keen intuition and insight, she might discover his vulnerabilities, especially since he seemed to hold something of great importance. It would be unwise to relinquish it without cause, as it would undoubtedly raise many unnecessary suspicions. No, I must investigate what exactly is on that phone. And that list is equally suspicious. The system would not provide me with irrelevant items. Surely that list is linked to the Poison Dragon Gang. Deep in thought, Chen Yan walked out of the police station, oblivious to the arrival of Lu Moli and Mo Jiao, who approached him. Sister Moli, Sister Jiao, what brings you here? Only when the two beautiful figures stood before him did Chen Yan snap back to reality, exclaiming in surprise. What's wrong? Is our visit unwelcome? They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Though Mo Jiao's expression was somewhat haughty, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. Chen Yan shook his head. No, I was merely acting heroically. How could they trouble me? Speaking of heroism, it's quite vexing. Which good Samaritan becomes the target of a gang's retaliation? By the way, Jiao, do you know of a reliable bodyguard team? I need one that is exceptionally professional and formidable. I want to hire them. Alas, only with a substantial number of bodyguards could he feel secure before the Poison Dragon Gang was dismantled. Chen Yan was resolute. After all, his life was at stake. A bodyguard team? Mo Jiao raised an eyebrow, turning to Lu Moli. Sister Moli, can you give Chen Yan a discounted rate? Lu Moli smiled gently. You helped immensely at the car show I organized. How could I possibly charge you? Rest assured, I will arrange it. Seeing Chen Yan's puzzled expression, Mo Jiao chuckled and explained, Sister Moli not only handles vehicle-related matters, but also runs a security company abroad. Her bodyguards are exceptionally skilled and renowned worldwide. If it weren't for the gun ban in Huagua, she could even arrange several teams of mercenaries for you. Wow, so impressive. Chen Yan gasped, astonished that the seemingly gentle Lu Moli led such a wild life outside. Instantly, his mind conjured an image. Lu Moli clad in an elegant qipao, wildly firing a machine gun. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to quickly express his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Moli. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. I look forward to it. The light-hearted conversation between the three eased Chen Yan's anxiety considerably as they drove away from the police station. In the office of the chief, Chen Xiaomei stood by the window, quietly observing the three departing figures, her heart unsettled. Report. Chief, our in-depth investigation into the Poison Dragon Gang has so far reached a dead end. 8 of our undercover agents, except for Wu Tianxiong, have all been exposed. The Poison Dragon Gang is exceedingly cunning. Any further investigation meets substantial resistance. Chief, what should we do? An officer from the investigation department entered the office, his face particularly grim. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaomei slowly spoke. We still cannot penetrate the core management level. We cannot. All our leads and undercover agents have been halted at the periphery. However, one thing is certain. The leader and core management of the Poison Dragon Gang, although their base is in Southeast Asia, are likely present within the country, within the nation. Chen Xiaomei's gaze flickered, lost in her thoughts. Yet she merely gestured for the other person to leave. Slowly, she turned around, her back leaning gracefully against the windowsill. Chen Yan, is your appearance truly a mere coincidence? Chapter 39. An appointment with Wu Lanxin. Having lingered around the police station for quite some time, the car show has now concluded. Notably, the promised gifts from Lu Moli have already been arranged and delivered to Villa Number 6 in Hongshu Bay. What? A Rolls-Royce Phantom? A Bentley Mulsanne? A Koenigsegg Jesko? Chen Yan, seated in the back, gasped in astonishment at Lu Moli's casual remarks. He was aware that the base price of a Rolls-Royce Phantom is around 14 million, with the top configuration at the car show exceeding 19 million. As for the other 2 models, while he recognized the brands from various novels, he was less informed about their values. However, given Lu Moli's assertion that these are among the top 3 most valuable cars, they must be extraordinarily expensive. Are these truly gifts for me? Chen Yan could hardly believe it. The total value approaches 100 million. How generous of this older sister. Lu Moli's public declaration could not be false, could it? Seated in the passenger seat, Mo Jiao turned to him, expressing her desire to sit in the back with Chen Yan. But she maintained a rare sense of decorum with Lu Moli present. We are already en route to your home. you know, after the car show ended. The three vehicles were transported to Villa number 6, which was the address provided by Mo Jiao. Chen Yan was rendered speechless with excitement. The Bentley and Rolls-Royce would undoubtedly serve as business cars, presenting an impressive image wherever he went. And the Koenigsegg, a true luxury supercar, driving it would undoubtedly attract the attention and admiration of countless beautiful women, expanding his charm beyond just appealing to older sisters. Accept them, Chun. It's perfectly fine, Lu Moli said as she drove. Oh, I'll have Jiao Jiao share my contact information with you shortly. Let us become friends. Please send me your identification so I can assist with the transfer and registration. Okay, sure, Chen Yan nodded obediently. By the way, Lu Moli, would it be convenient for you to take me back to Hongshu Bay? I need to freshen up since I spent some time at the station today. And it's a bit unlucky. As a southerner, Chen Yan held a slight superstition regarding such matters, and he felt compelled to change out of his current attire. Speaking of clothes, the designer items he ordered online had yet to arrive, so it seemed he would need to shop for a couple of outfits tonight. Ah, Chen Yan, are you not joining us for dinner later? Mo Jiao turned to him, her disappointment evident. While Chen Yan enjoyed the company of beautiful women, he had not had a moment's rest over the past few days and had been quite drained. Is it too much to take one evening off for himself? Let us plan for tomorrow instead. Chen Yan smiled apologetically, knowing he could only reschedule for tomorrow since he had to visit Moda the day after. Li Jiqiu had matters to discuss. Fine. Mo Jiao pouted, clearly unhappy, and Lu Moli observed this subtle exchange with keen interest. Jiao seems to have become somewhat exaggerated in her affections since returning. Is it possible I might become a rival? Can I truly compete with her? What kind of woman does Chen Yan prefer? I suppose I'll just take it one step at a time. After all, Chen Yan is undoubtedly friendly towards me. How unfortunate it is that I've aged. Lu Moli's thoughts churned as she drove her pink Panamera, gradually coming to a stop at the entrance to the Hongshu Bay Villa area. Not being a resident, even in a car worth over 100 million, the security would not grant her entry. Well then, Jiao Moli, I'll take my leave. Let us arrange to meet another time. Chen Yan bid farewell as he exited the vehicle. Although Lu Moli couldn't enter the community, high-end villa areas like Hongshu Bay always had designated vehicles. After verifying his identity at the security booth, a butler promptly arrived with a golf cart to escort Chen Yan directly to his villa. The dusk at Villa No. 6 appeared even more enchanting than during the day. The shadows of trees danced in the gentle breeze as Chen Yan stood at the villa entrance, feeling utterly invigorated. What a delight it is to possess such a grand villa. With the distance between the villas ensuring privacy, Chen Yan exuberantly cheered without concern for disturbing anyone. The access system had recorded all his biometric information. Simply standing at the entrance unlocked the door automatically. Passing through the expansive garden he had toured earlier, Chen Yan made his way into the villa. The luxury of high-end villas was unmistakable. Nearly all appliances and furnishings responded to voice commands or motion sensors, eliminating the need for physical buttons. As soon as he entered, all the lights illuminated, the opulence casting a dazzling glow that left Chen Yan momentarily dazed. This sensation rivaled even the sight of the most stunning figures in his memories, such as Li Jiqiu. After a leisurely tour of his expansive villa, Chen Yan selected a casual outfit from the numerous equally sized loungewear sets in his wardrobe, one that resembled anything but sleepwear. He then entered the nearly 40-square-meter grand bathroom and indulged in a luxurious bath. How refreshing. Chen Yan reclined in the bathtub, the soothing sensation of the water's flow enveloping him. Ding-dong. The notification sound of his phone abruptly broke the tranquility. Turning to grab his phone, he was somewhat surprised to see a message from Wu Lanxin. Chen Yan, are you free tonight? It's been a while since we last met. Shall we have dinner together? My treat. Chen Yan was taken aback. He had been on good terms with Wu Lanxin in their childhood, but they had lost touch as they grew older, with his memories of her remaining firmly anchored in the past. To receive an invitation for dinner so unexpectedly? He certainly did not harbor any delusions of grandeur, believing that Wu Lanxin had suddenly fallen for him. After all, while he considered himself moderately attractive, he paled in comparison to the handsome figures on the other side of the phone. Moreover, she was only in her 20s, far from the age of possessing an alluring charm. Initially, he contemplated declining the invitation, but after some thought, he deleted his drafted response. Sure, but I have a small request. Wu Lanxin replied almost instantly. You've changed a lot since we last met. Are you negotiating over dinner now? All right then, what is your request? Chen Yan smiled knowingly. His social anxiety was not rooted in any psychological issue, but rather a general disinterest in maintaining contact with people. How about you treat me to dinner, and I will accompany you shopping? I happen to want to buy some clothing and other items. At that moment, Wu Lanxin was just finishing her work shift, and she momentarily paused at Chen Yan's message. Subsequently, she began retouching her makeup under the curious gazes of her colleagues. Hey, Manager Wu, why are you putting on makeup? Do you have a date tonight? One colleague teased, while Wu Lanxin took it in stride, responding graciously. Date? I'm merely meeting an important client. Do you remember Mr. Chen? We're going shopping tonight. In truth, she could have refrained from sharing such details, but knowing that her company was at a critical juncture, she felt it imperative to send a subtle signal. She had connections that commanded respect from developers. If she could finalize a deal through Chen Yan, it might just enable her to bring home a significant number of employees. Though these employees are often gossipy and flamboyant, one cannot deny their remarkable efficiency. At the very least, they do not adhere to many constraints. Wu Lanxin, with a shrewd disposition, deliberately touched up her makeup before responding to Chen Yan. As she pouted her lips, adorned with a vibrant crimson hue, Wu Lanxin replied, All right, will you come to pick me up later? No problem, Chen Yan responded, and as his bath was nearing its conclusion, he stood to dry himself when a rather peculiar system unexpectedly displayed a notification. Ding ding, the serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Host's hidden fortune has been triggered. Hidden fortune triggered. Level assessment in progress. Assessment completed. The details of the fortune are as follows. Chapter 40. Supercars and a glimpse into Wu Lanxin's inner thoughts. The notification was clear. Within 3 hours. Without relying on charm buffs, one must elevate the favorability of a member of the opposite sex under 30 to 70. As an enticing reward, a permanent hard-eye buff was to be granted, allowing one to perceive the silent thoughts of those with a score of 90 or above. The time-sensitive nature of this task added a layer of urgency. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt a jolt of excitement. Was this not a serendipitous opportunity? Just that morning, he had contemplated the sheer thrill of hearing a girl's innermost thoughts, and now, it seemed fate was aligning in his favor. Eagerly, he dried himself off and prepared to leave, but just then, the phone rang. It was the property manager. Mr. Chen, are you home? 3 of your cars have arrived. If you're not present, should we store them in the clubhouse parking lot? What serendipity! Chen Yan was elated. He had been about to call for a taxi, and now his vehicles were arriving at his doorstep. He hurriedly hung up and dashed to the entrance of his villa, ready to welcome his prized possessions. Speaking of cars, he recalled his Hua she still parked at the sports complex. I'll retrieve it later. It won't be going anywhere, he mused. As he stood there, 3 small transport trucks entered the villa area, flanked by a chauffeur-driven van. The trucks came to a smooth stop, and, on the back, 3 vehicles covered in sunshades awaited. These must be my cars, Chen Yan thought, grateful to Sister Emoli. Mr. Chen, these are your 3 vehicles. Please inspect them. The butler said respectfully, presenting 3 keys while another attendant unveiled the luxurious cars beneath the covers. No need for inspection. Please just drive them into the garage. Oh, and leave the Koenigsegg. I intend to take it out. Chen Yan rubbed his hands together, exhilarated at the thought of driving these magnificent machines. Understood, Mr. Chen. The license plates for these 3 cars have been registered, and you may come and go freely, the butler replied, donning white gloves before assisting with the vehicles. With a silver shield-shaped key in hand, Chen Yan gazed in awe at the striking black and white supercar before him, nearly drooling with excitement. Absolutely stunning, he exclaimed, snapping several photos to share on social media without a hint of discretion. Before long, the butlers had parked the cars and returned the keys for the Bentley and Rolls-Royce. Thank you. By the way, could you assist me with a small favor? Chen Yan inquired, suddenly remembering his Huashi. Of course, Mr. Chen. The butler replied with utmost professionalism, leading Chen Yan to wonder if they had undergone specialized training. I have an A8 parked at the exhibition hall of the sports complex. License plate, Xia 888688. Could you retrieve it for me? Chen Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment at the request, realizing it might be an inconvenience. Not at all, sir. It is but a small task, and assisting you is our duty, they replied with a smile. Thank you, then. Here are the keys, Chen Yan said, handing over the keys before stepping into the Koenigsegg, its futuristic interior and roaring V8 twin-turbo engine igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. Wow, incredible, he shouted, the thrill of driving such a vehicle overwhelming him. As he slowly exited Hongshu Bay, he was cautious with the accelerator, needing to acclimate to the power beneath him. Even with minimal acceleration, the sensation of speed and the engine's growl turned heads. What impressive car. Is it a Koenigsegg? He overheard, but the comments faded into the background, drowned out by the sheer volume of the vehicle's performance. As he navigated a lengthy route to familiarize himself with the car, he finally returned to the sales office at Hongshu Bay. In the distance, he spotted a familiar silhouette standing by the entrance. He rolled down the window as the car glided to a stop before Wu Lanxin. Get in, Wu Lanxin. Upon seeing her, the translucent system panel illuminated with information. Wu Lanxin, 24 years old, project manager at Shishing Real Estate's Hongshu Bay, comprehensive score, 82. Current status, shocked, envious. Scheming, current favorability, 5. Stranger. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, taken aback by Wu Lanxin's low favorability score, especially considering their shared history as childhood friends. Wu Lanxin, is this car yours? She exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief as recognition dawned. Koenigsegg, one of the top supercar brands. She stammered, gingerly opening the door and slipping inside. Did you really buy this? Wu Lanxin asked, her posture unconsciously leaning towards him, perhaps due to the snug confines of the supercar. Glimpsing her true emotions, Chen Yan's perception of his former companion shifted, his smile fading into a mask of forced cheerfulness. Guess, he replied, a slight smirk on his lips, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. Chapter 41. Zhou Xiaodo Chen Yan harbored no ill thoughts or suspicions towards his former friend. However, having glimpsed into his own heart, he was not one to compromise his principles. A devoted admirer? Not a chance, unless his brother Tongzi offered him an astronomical sum of money. Yet, Wu Lanxin remained oblivious to Chen Yan's internal musings, merely pulling down the car door and instinctively adjusting her collar. It's so hot. Chen Yan, the air conditioning in this car isn't very cool. Hot. Huh. Chen Yan refrained from responding, quietly scoffing while contemplating the matters ahead, all the while maneuvering the vehicle away from the sales office. It was clear that Wu Lanxin would not be of much help in enhancing his rapport. Given her envious disposition, even forced attempts at cordiality would likely yield little success. Moreover, he found no necessity to curry favor with her. He had no intention of engaging in such a futile endeavor. It was evident he needed to seek another target for his task. As Chen Yan lost himself in thought, Wu Lanxin's incessant chatter fell on deaf ears, since he could discern the emotional states of others. Selecting a new target would be easy. He would simply choose a girl of innocent disposition, one who was either materialistic or laid-back, devoid of ulterior motives. With this in mind, a new destination formed in his mind, Dongxi Road. As a popular street in Xiaohai City, it boasted a plethora of fashionable young people and affluent second-generation heirs. Each day, throngs of individuals flocked there to shop and socialize. Naturally, many were also there to pursue romantic interests. Chen Yan, where are we going? Aren't we eating first? Wu Lanxin queried, puzzled by Chen Yan's sudden change of direction. Hadn't he just mentioned going to Wanxiang City for a meal? Oh, I just remembered I need to meet a friend on Dongxi Road. The meal can wait. Are you hungry? If you are, I could drop you off at a roadside stall for pancakes or spicy skewers. Chen Yan appeared nonchalant, yet he was decidedly indifferent. If you want to get out, I could drop you off. If not, then brace yourself for some discomfort. Wu Lanxin, not one to be foolish, sensed his sudden coldness but chose not to probe further, instead contemplating her next move. Oh no, let us prioritize your business. That's more important, she said with a forced smile. Well, it's already quite late. The longer you delay, the later it gets, and the easier it becomes to handle. Just wait once we have dinner and a drink tonight. I want to believe that as my childhood friend, Yuan Ti feel at least a bit moved when I pass out from drinking. At this point, Wu Lanxin's intentions were not to extort Chen Yan for money, but rather to persuade him to assist her with her career aspirations. Though the job she desired was anything but easy to secure. It had to be a managerial position. Having grown up in an orphanage, she had always believed that class barriers were surmountable. Consequently, she harbored a peculiar obsession with work, hoping to transcend the insurmountable social strata through her career. This notion, one might argue, was rather not. After all, what made her think her years of effort could rival the accumulated experiences of countless generations? The Koenigsegg, a masterpiece of engineering, was indeed a sight to behold. Just as Dongxi Road was a celebrated avenue, the fashionable individuals traversing the street quickly recognized the sleek supercar, stopping to admire it with envious gazes. Such a bunch of aimless dreamers. Wu Lanxin scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing her face. Chen Yan caught her remark and couldn't help but chuckle. What is wrong with being laid back? I'm also taking it easy. Are you implying that means I'm aimless too? Wu Lanxin visibly panicked at his words, hurriedly shaking her head. No, that is not what I meant. However, Chen Yan interrupted her with a gesture. All right, will you get out of the car? Or stay here and wait? What do you mean? Wu Lanxin pondered, torn between whether to accompany him or remain in the vehicle. Sitting in a luxury car while others cast envious glances was indeed quite comforting. I'll wait in the car. You go ahead. With that thought, Wu Lanxin opted to remain inside. Chen Yan, pleased, thought to himself that staying in the car might become a bit embarrassing for her soon enough. After turning off the engine, Chen Yan leaned against the hood, taking interest in the girls who approached to snap photos of his car. Soon enough, a brave girl approached him. Is this your car? Can I take a picture? Most who dared to approach were confident in their appearances, generally scoring between 80 and 89 in attractiveness, with none surpassing 90. Chen Yan found his gaze wandering, as many of them were on par or even superior to Wu Lanxin in both looks and figure. Yes, it's my car. Feel free to take pictures, he replied, and the girl gleefully began snapping away, much to Wu Lanxin's irritation as she watched from inside the car. Can't they see there as someone inside? How shameless. Chen Yan, however, was too preoccupied to care about Wu Lanxin's discomfort. His attention shifted between the various status information boxes until he caught sight of a girl with a score surpassing 90. Zhou Xiaodo, young lady of the Zhou family. Age 21. Overall score, 91. Current status, menstrual cramps, curious, affinity, 30, acceptable. Look at that. A girl with a score of 91, unfamiliar yet already possessing a decent affinity. Chen Yan glanced at Wu Lanxin, only to see her affinity for him had plummeted to 0. Ah, so you've grown to resent me? He mused. Wu Lanxin, I truly wonder what you've experienced over the years, but we may as well be strangers now. Approaching Zhou Xiaodo, who stood at a modest height, he noticed her striking, long flaxen hair juxtaposed against her rather disproportionate figure. Zhou Xiaodo's eyes sparkled as she lovingly caressed the car's carbon fiber body, clearly enamored with it. Hello, she greeted, turning curiously. Standing beside her was a rather dapper, yet oddly dressed young man. Who are you? Zhou Xiaodo's voice was melodious and sweet, her expression of innocence and curiosity making her appear adorably naive. You're admiring my car. Care to guess who I am? Chen Yan replied with a chuckle, bending slightly to meet her gaze. Zhou, Mississippi. Do you know me? Zhou Xiaodo seemed taken aback, her confusion deepening. Just consider that I do. So, do you like this car? Chen Yan laughed, drawing from his past experiences of social awkwardness, now adept at piquing curiosity. I absolutely adore it. This car made an appearance at the auto show today, and only 2 were prepared. However, it is rather expensive. I do not possess such funds. Initially, Zhou Xiaodo's face radiated excitement, but when the topic of money arose, she adorably stuck out her tongue. Oh, Chen Yan did not ponder deeply. Zhou Xiaodo had essentially become his target for the evening, prompting him to extend an invitation. So, would you be interested in taking a spin? Me? Can I? Zhou Xiaodo was evidently enveloped in exhilaration, her awareness of safety entirely eclipsed by her glee. Of course, let's go. Chen Yan nodded, promptly opening the driver's side door. Just as he intended to take a seat, Zhou Xiaodo's petite figure unexpectedly darted past his armpit and nestled into the driver's seat. This sudden turn of events left Chen Yan momentarily stunned, as did Wu Lanxin in the passenger seat, while the surrounding ladies admiring the supercar were equally taken aback. The onlookers, however, were unfazed. They had merely come to see if they could cozy up to a wealthy heir and snap some photos for social media. And upon witnessing the selection, they gradually dispersed. But Wu Lanxin was different. She gazed in astonishment at the adorable and stunning Zhou Xiaodo occupying the driver's seat. Hurry, let us race. I know the perfect spot. Zhou Xiaodo, oblivious to the presence of someone in the passenger seat, eagerly urged Chen Yan outside the car to join her. You can drive? Chen Yan's lips twitched. Of course. Come on, hurry up. Well, bringing someone along is no different from being brought along. Ultimately, they both needed to persuade Wu Lanxin to vacate the vehicle. Chen Yan approached the passenger side and opened the door. In response to Wu Lanxin's bewildered expression, he waved his hand. Get out, we have some business to attend to. Chapter 42. Alleviating menstrual pain, Wu Lanxin. Her face a portrait of disbelief, pointed at herself. Chen Yan, you want me to get out? Otherwise, this car only has 2 seats. If you don't get out, does that mean I want to get in? Chen Yan replied with a chuckle, leaning against the door frame. You. Wu Lanxin clearly did not anticipate Chen Yan's response. Her expression shifted dramatically. Proud as she was, she had never expected such treatment from him. In her subconscious, she believed that Chen Yan could only look up to her. Who was she, after all? Indicating the unexpected arrival of Zhou Xiaodo, Wu Lanxin's face turned ashen. Who cares who she is? Just get out already. Chen Yan, growing increasingly impatient, noted the additional emotion of resentment in Wu Lanxin's demeanor, indicating her profound disdain for him at that moment. All right, fine. Chen Yan, once you're finished, remember to contact me. Wu Lanxin, though frustrated, did not wish to appear overly distressed, as she still needed Chen Yan to pave a way for her future. However, her plans for the evening seemed doomed to fail. Perhaps next time would present a better opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, while Chen Yan might not grasp her exact thoughts, he had already surmised a great deal from her emotional state. Observing Wu Lanxin exit the car with a forced smile, he was somewhat surprised by her resilience. Choosing not to engage further, Chen Yan bypassed Wu Lanxin and took his seat in the passenger side. All right, we can go now. Whoa, slow down. As Chen Yan began to speak, a sudden force pushed him back into his seat, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end as he instinctively grasped the door handle. Zhou Xiaodo, with a gleeful squeal, reveled in the roaring engine as they sped away down Dongxi Road. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look, that woman was thrown out of the car. How embarrassing, failing to cling to a rich guy. Do you think she is about to cry? Of course. Being publicly dismissed by a wealthy and handsome man is humiliating. Wouldn't you cry too? Wu Lanxin's face darkened as she overheard the mocking whispers from the crowd, her anger boiling over. Damn, Chen Yan. How could he make me look so foolish? Could it be the bond we shared while growing up has truly vanished? No, that can't be right. Chen Yan, such a straightforward person, wouldn't he harbor no feelings for me, his childhood companion? She never considered that the issue lay with her own actions. Hey, slow down. Please slow down. Chen Yan shouted frantically, adrenaline surging through his veins. Yet, Zhou Xiaodo, a petite girl brimming with excitement, appeared like a porcelain doll, her driving skills surprisingly adept as they soon found themselves on a secluded mountain road. Stopping by the quiet roadside, Chen Yan gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat despite the scorching heat. My goodness! With trembling words escaping his lips, he cast a terrified glance at Zhou Xiaodo, who was exuberantly enjoying herself. Have you taken something? Zhou Xiaodo, flushed with excitement, waved her arms joyfully. Woo! This is exhilarating. Don't you find it thrilling? Please, this is just warming up. We should hit the racetrack. I know one in Shanghai City. With a teasing glint in her eyes, Zhou Xiaodo was about to steer the car again when Chen Yan swiftly pressed the ignition off. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaodo turned in confusion, only to meet Chen Yan's pale face. Stop. Driving like this is reckless. Get out, get out. Chen Yan insisted, yanking the car door open and rushing to the driver's seat to pull Zhou Xiaodo out. Get down. You crazy girl. Who can survive this kind of driving? Hurry. Zhou Xiaodou resisted fiercely, unwilling to end her joyride so soon. No, just let me drive a couple more laps. Please, just 2 more laps. Chen Yan, ignoring her pleas, continued to tug at her. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaodou winced, her adorable face contorting in pain. What? What is wrong? Hey, don't pretend. I didn't pull hard. Chen Yan panicked, noticing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly indicating she was in genuine discomfort. I'm fine. It's none of your business. Ouch. Zhou Xiaodou weakly waved her hand, the other now clutching her abdomen. Seeing this, Chen Yan quickly realized this was menstrual pain. Noticing her affection level had risen to 50, an idea sparked in his mind. If he could alleviate her pain, perhaps her fondness for him would increase dramatically. With a sense of delight, Chen Yan opened his phone and searched for solutions. How to quickly relieve menstrual pain. He clicked on the most popular article, which listed 2 methods. The first involved pressing the Higu acupoint, located between the thumb and index finger. The second was to massage the Qihai acupoint, situated 2 finger widths below the navel. Come on, is it menstrual pain? Let me help you relieve it. Chen Yan memorized the steps and swiftly moved to the passenger seat, seizing Zhou Xiaodou's right hand. Her hand was delicate and beautifully proportioned, akin to silken tofu. But Chen Yan had no time to admire it. Ignoring her startled gasp, he pressed his fingers firmly on her Higu acupoint. Hey, what are you doing? Ouch. That hurts. Zhou Xiaodou exclaimed, trying to retract her hand, but Chen Yan held it fast. Don't move. I'm helping you. Chen Yan insisted, applying pressure seriously. A slight ache accompanied his pressing, but Zhou Xiaodou couldn't pull away. Since Chen Yan's actions provided some relief, she decided to endure it. The discomfort was gradually diminishing, and her thoughts began to swirl. He is so earnest. A serious boy is quite attractive. Wait, how does he know I'm in pain? He must be familiar with this. Oh no, he can't be a playboy, can he? What should I do if I have to drive with him? The more she pondered, the redder her face became. After about 3 minutes, Chen Yan exhaled, releasing Zhou Xiaodou's hand. How are you feeling now? Zhou Xiaodou's cheeks were flushed, adorably so, and she was about to nod when a sudden sharp pain gripped her abdomen again. Ouch! No, it still hurts, she whimpered. Chen Yan was taken aback. Huh, this method didn't work? Then let us try the other one. Seeing his efforts had increased her affection by 10 points to 60. Chen Yan was emboldened. Lift your shirt a bit and pull your pants down slightly. Yes, just enough to expose below your navel. Now let us see if this works. Chapter 43. Little brother Chen. Of course, Zhou Xiaodou would not allow Chen Yan to take control. However, the severe pain in her abdomen rendered her almost immobile, prompting Chen Yan to take matters into his own hands. Wait, what are you doing? Hold on. Amidst her shocked exclamations, Chen Yan stepped forward and lifted the hem of Zhou Xiaodou's jacket, exposing her flawless abdomen. Please, don't move, it'll be over soon. Chen Yan caught a glimpse of the pristine skin, but quickly averted his gaze, focusing instead on vigorously rubbing his hands together. After a moment of intense friction, he pressed one hand firmly below Zhou Xiaodou's navel. Zhou Xiaodou gasped softly, trembling slightly, unsure if it was from the touch or the pain. The warmth radiating from her abdomen soon transformed the sharp discomfort into a more bearable sensation. Feeling better? Chen Yan grinned, casting a glance at the slightly bashful Zhou Xiaodou. Why, yes, a bit. Her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by the closeness and the lingering warmth of his hand. Naturally, Chen Yan had no intention of stopping, especially as his rapport with Zhou Xiaodou seemed to be steadily increasing. After several repetitions of the gesture, even he began to feel fatigued. All right, you can stop now. Zhou Xiaodou, noticeably improved, gently pushed Chen Yan's hand aside and quickly adjusted her clothing, sitting up straight in an adorably proper manner. Seeing this, Chen Yan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he extended his hand towards her. Let us get acquainted. I'm Chen Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Zhou. Zhou Xiaodou hesitated for a moment before raising her hand to shake his. Hello, Zhou Xiaodou. How do you know me? Chen Yan found himself at a loss to explain, but waved his hand dismissively. Just think of me as someone who has quietly observed you from afar in the bustling crowd. That is not important. What matters now is, where shall we go? Weren't you saying you wanted to run a couple of laps on the track? Shall we go? At his words, Zhou Xiaodo suddenly fell silent, her expression contemplative. Someone who had quietly observed her. Could it be her childhood playmate, little brother Chen? But that couldn't be right. Ever since her family left the capital, there had been no news of him. It was so long ago. She could only remember fragments of that boy from when she was 3 or 4. Yet looking at his brow and eyes, there was indeed a resemblance. Could he truly be little brother Chen? With that thought, Zhou Xiaodo abruptly lifted her head, her gaze locked onto Chen Yan. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with shyness, reminiscent of autumn waters. In simpler terms, they were brimming with tears, her little mouth forming a delicate pout, as if she were on the verge of crying. What's wrong? Chen Yan was taken aback, not only by the intensity of her gaze, but also by the sudden surge in his rapport with her. Strange. I haven't done anything. He pondered, bewildered. Could it be that his charm was truly effective? Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xiaodo leapt forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace from the passenger seat. Little brother Chen, I missed you so much. Why have you taken so long? Why haven't you come to find me all these years? I thought you had forgotten about me. Wait, what? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Chen Yan was momentarily stunned, but the adorable girl in his arms was crying so fiercely that he quickly began to pat her back gently, offering soft reassurances. There, don't cry, it's all right. I'm here now. Zhou Xiaodo, like a faucet turned on, cried for quite some time before finally calming down. Though her sniffles persisted, little brother Chen, you finally found me. She gazed up at him, tears still glistening in her eyes. Ah, yes. It's been quite a challenge to locate you, haha. Chen Yan chuckled nervously, and with that embrace, Zhou Xiaodo's rapport with him finally surpassed 89, crossing the threshold into 90. It's done. Although it felt somewhat deceptive, he shrugged it off, thinking he could explain later, likely believing they wouldn't meet again. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from Zhou Xiaodo's stomach, breaking the moment. Wiping her tears away, she brightened and said, Let us go, little brother Chen, I want to eat barbecue. After that, we can head to the track. How does that sound? Sure, but drive slowly. Chen Yan agreed, instinctively gripping the armrest. Zhou Xiaodo nodded vigorously yes. I'll drive slowly. The engine roared to life, echoing through the tranquil mountain road. The Tianyuan circuit, well known as the property of Zhou Tianyuan, the second son of the Zhou family, is one of the few professional tracks in the country. In the office, Zhou Tianyuan sat at his desk, puffing clouds of smoke. What? Wu Tianxiong has been arrested, and Zhang Mozi's phone is missing. Tell me everything. On the other end of the line, someone recounted the events at the car exhibition in detail. Wait. Zhou Tianyuan squinted, having caught a vaguely familiar name in the conversation. What did you say the person who took down Wu Tianxiong was called? Chen Yan? He immediately sat up straight, flipping through the list he had received from his secretary, his gaze landing on the owner of Villa Number 6. 1 page later, he found Chen Yan's ID photocopy. Is he tall and slender, somewhat handsome, with a slight wave in his hair, looking to be in his early 20s? Zhou Tianyuan relayed the description, and upon receiving confirmation, his eyes widened and a cold smile crept across his face. Good, it really is you. What a reckless move you've made. Muttering to himself, he spoke into the phone again. I'll give you 3 days to confirm this person's daily whereabouts. Within 3 days, I want him captured. After hanging up, he retrieved a satellite phone from his drawer and dialed. Hello. Notify the legal department to ensure Wu Tianxiong is released. Clear his suspicions? Clearing his name is merely a facade for the outside world. Once he is bailed out, he'll be sent to South America to transport the most dangerous cargo. 1 trip won't be profitable, but 2 will yield great returns, and after that, we'll dismantle him for parts. After hanging up again, Zhou Tianyuan clasped his hands under his chin, his expression icy. Chen Yan, Wu Tianxiong. I truly did not anticipate this. To shatter the plan and eliminate suspicion in such a manner, had it been anyone else, you might have indeed deceived them. Initially, the intention was merely to abduct for ransom, yet unexpectedly, you turn out to be an informant. Thus, you must meet your demise, regardless of your identity. Chapter 44. Tianyuan Racing Circuit. As the evening descended, the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. The roar of the Koenigsegg echoed through the streets, though the speed was not particularly swift. On one hand, the traffic was heavy, and, on the other, it was Chen Yan at the wheel, who preferred a more composed approach. The two hastily filled their stomachs with barbecue, not for lack of desire for a proper meal, but rather due to the overwhelming attention the Koenigsegg attracted, prompting them to finish quickly and depart. Following the location sent by Zhou Xiaodou, they made their way directly to the Tianyuan racing circuit. Throughout the journey, Chen Yan was focused on driving, while Zhou Xiaodou kept her enchanting gaze fixed on him, her face adorned with a sweet smile that left Chen Yan feeling slightly uneasy. With only 18 minutes remaining on the task countdown, Zhou Xiaodou's affection level stagnated at 92, a mystery that perplexed Chen Yan but remained unexamined for now. The Tianyuan racing circuit was alive and bustling even at night, illuminated brightly, with countless luxury cars parked in the waiting area. The sound of roaring engines could be heard from time to time. Upon arrival, Chen Yan pulled up in front of the gate and turned to Zhou Xiaodou, their eyes meeting. Should we park outside or drive in? Let us drive in. Zhou Xiaodou seemed startled by Chen's sudden gaze, shivering slightly as she gently caressed her abdomen and added, "Wait, I'll call to get the gate opened. It's a members-only place, only open during the day, and we can't enter at night without someone familiar." While explaining, Zhou Xiaodou took out her phone and made a call. Even without the speakerphone, Chen Yan could hear the cheerful laughter on the other end. "Ha ha, little sister. Why are you calling me?" Zhou Xiaodou smiled brightly. "Brother, I'm at the entrance of the racing circuit. Hurry and let someone open the gate. I brought a friend to race a few laps." "Brought a friend? Huh? All right, I'll have someone open it for you." After hanging up, Chen Yan curiously pointed towards the gate. "Xiaodou, your brother is." "My brother is the owner. He runs this racing circuit," Zhou Xiaodou replied with an adorable and slightly goofy smile. "Ha ha, your brother wouldn't he be named Zhou Tianyuan, would he?" Chen Yan chuckled, thinking the name a bit juvenile, unlikely for anyone to possess. How do you know?" "Xiao Chen, do you know him?" Zhou Xiaodou asked, her voice laced with confusion, causing Chen Yan's smile to falter. Yikes, that was a quick realization. The awkwardness didn't linger long, as the gate creaked open, prompting Chen Yan to accelerate into the circuit, parking in the designated area for racing. "Little sister, ha, bringing a friend here so late. Dad is going to scold me when he finds out." A hearty laugh accompanied a plump figure emerging from the hall, and Zhou Xiaodou rushed into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Brother," she exclaimed, "just don't tell Dad, okay? You're the best." Zhou Tianyuan, her brother, smiled with a hint of exasperation. "All right, I won't tell Dad. Is this your friend?" he inquired, turning his calm gaze towards Chen Yan. In that instant, Zhou Tianyuan's pupils widened in recognition. "Hello, Brother Zhou. I'm Chen Yan, a friend of Xiaodou's." Chen Yan extended his hand with a smile, yet a subtle unease gripped his heart. Why did Zhou Xiaodou's brother seem so familiar with him? Zhou Tianyuan released his sister, maintaining a smile that felt more like a grimace, exuding an unmistakable chill akin to how he treated Wu Lanxin. "Chen Yan, hello." His hefty hand reached for Chen Yan's, but the latter sensed an underlying hostility. "Apologies, Brother Zhou. I just remembered I didn't wash my hands after using the restroom, so I wouldn't one dirty yours." He chuckled lightly, returning the cold gaze. Though unsure of this man's identity or his animosity, Chen Yan felt no hesitation in giving it back. Not a problem. Zhou Tianyuan's round face twitched momentarily. After withdrawing his hand, he turned back to Zhou Xiaodou. "You're here to race today? Your car has been confiscated by Dad. Are you taking my car or this young man's?" "Of course, it's Xiao Chen's car. The Koenigsegg Jesko. It's my dream car," Zhou Xiaodou exclaimed, oblivious to the tension between the two. "All right, I'll have someone arrange for you to skip the line. You can go first." Zhou Tianyuan's lips curled into a grin as he turned to Chen Yan. "Xiao Chen, how about we head to the office for some tea and a chat?" "Sure." Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the shield-shaped key to Zhou Xiaodou. "Stay safe, all right?" He then reached out, gently brushing his fingers through her slightly tousled hair, causing her to blush deeply. Okay, Xiao Chen." Zhou Tianyuan watched this scene, veins throbbing on his forehead. This kid is flirting with my sister right in front of me. Is he? Unperturbed, Chen Yan was well aware his actions were inappropriate, yet he did it deliberately. Huh, fatty, I don't know why you dislike me so much, but since you do, I'll make sure to irk you even more. As Zhou Xiaodou enthusiastically dashed towards the launch area, disappearing from sight, Zhou Tianyuan finally spoke ominously. Chen Yan, is it? Head this way, please. Once you enter my office, you might not have the chance to leave. He smirked, revealing a hidden path in his office that led to the outskirts of the city. I'll deal with you first, then send you off to Southeast Asia. In this day and age, a person can vanish without a trace. Wait. Chen Yan shot him a cold glance, but did not move as Zhou Tianyuan wished. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Jasmine, is the security team assembled? Good. Send them over to the Tianyuan racing circuit. Yes, I'm here having fun. Oh, you're coming too? That's fine. I'll wait for you in the lobby. Hanging up, Chen Yan sank into a sofa in the lobby, shrugging at Zhou Tianyuan. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Let us postpone the tea. Ironically, fate seemed to be on Chen Yan's side. Liu Jasmine had sent him the security team's information just 3 minutes prior. PFF, only a fool would walk into your office knowing you're hostile towards me. Chapter 45. The Rising Storm. As multiple threads converge, seeing that Chen Yan was not taking the bait, and even deliberately discussing the bodyguard matter for his own ears, Zhou Tianyuan felt a chill in his heart. This young man possesses a remarkably high level of vigilance. It seems he must know something. However, it matters not. A mere bodyguard is no obstacle, for there are countless ways to handle such trivialities. Zhou Tianyuan grinned, thinking, well then, I shall await your return, Brother Chen, for a private conversation in my office. Chen Yan fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the corpulent figure of Zhou Tianyuan, his brow furrowed in concentration. He could not comprehend the venomous malice emanating from the man before him. Was it merely due to his companionship with his sister? Clearly, that could not be the sole reason. Even a devoted brother would not resort to eliminating a friend of his sister, would he? Yet, the look in Zhou Tianyuan's eyes conveyed a clear intent. He wished to eliminate him. Suddenly, recalling his earlier encounter at the Public Security Bureau, a bold idea blossomed within Chen Yan's mind. Director Chun had mentioned that he might indeed face retribution from the so-called Poison Dragon Gang. Could it be that Zhou Tianyuan is affiliated with them? Yet, that seemed implausible. Zhou Xiaodou and his brother appeared not to be from a financially struggling family. After all, how could one operate a racing circuit without some means? Such a family would hardly engage in illicit activities. Contemplating the lack of information, and realizing most of his judgments were based on intuition, Chen Yan decided to set aside his ruminations. His sense of security would only be slightly bolstered once the bodyguard arrived. In the solitude of his thoughts, he retrieved an old mobile phone from the system's repository, one that the system had automatically collected for him that day. The phone was an antiquated Nokia, devoid of a password, seemingly designated for communication purposes. Upon activating the screen, he found not a plethora of missed calls as depicted in films, but rather a solitary message. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow as he opened the message that had arrived less than 10 minutes ago. Gather at Nanyu Wharf at 11:30 tonight. Nanyu Wharf? In Shanghai City, which is bordered by the sea on 3 sides, there are numerous wharves scattered throughout, primarily utilized for ferrying tourists and fishing. This Nanyu Wharf was unfamiliar to Chen Yan. It must be a small, civilian port. If the nefarious members of the Poison Dragon Gang were to convene at the wharf, it could very well be for the purpose of smuggling out to sea. He pondered how he might exploit this lead to dismantle their operations. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan discreetly accessed the list from the system's repository once more. The list was thin, comprising only a single sheet of paper, which included 8 names and addresses. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the document and immediately spotted the name listed third, Zhou Tianyuan. Ah, how astutely I have guessed. A cold smirk crept across his face. Given the system's propensity for correlating rewards with relevant circumstances, and since the daytime events were linked to the Poison Dragon Gang, the contents of this list were evidently the names of their members. Glancing at the call log on the phone, Chen Yan noted it was quite extensive, filled with a variety of numbers. However, lacking the means to decipher or trace them, He needed a strategy to discreetly deliver these two items to Chen Xiaomei. Suddenly, an idea struck him, as his gaze locked onto the direction in which Zhou Tianyuan had vanished. Since he had established a connection between Zhou Tianyuan and the Poison Dragon Gang, and considering the likelihood that he might indeed be a member, it would be entirely reasonable for these two items to appear in Zhou Tianyuan's office, wouldn't it? He chuckled to himself. A daring plan began to take shape within his mind. After securing the items, he settled onto the sofa, awaiting the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianyuan was also devising his own plans. Hey, notify Scarface and the others to gather their weapons and head over to the racing circuit. Be discreet and do not raise any alarms. Additionally, contact some local thugs who can take the fall. Gather as many as possible. Yes, this will be significant, and we must execute it to the highest standards tonight. Indeed, Zhou Tianyuan intended to eliminate Chen Yan right there and then. Of course, before taking his life, he would extract every ounce of value from him. No matter how many bodyguards he had, here, as long as there are guns, their numbers would mean nothing. Zhou Tianyuan hung up the phone, dismissing the warnings from his father, Zhou Jinfa, a mere orphan, even with a title. How high could he truly soar? Wasn't it simply a matter of associating with some wealthy women? Even if they were disregarded, daring to approach Zhou Xiaodo was a path leading to one's demise. Leaning back in his office chair, Zhou Tianyuan wore an expression of assured victory. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the stillness of the office. Oh, Xiao Tao. What's the matter? What time is your flight tomorrow? Don't worry, I'll send someone to pick you up. Oh, and remember to bring your best friend along. His voice was laced with a tone of intimacy and flattery, yet his expression was starkly contrasting, sinister and chilling. After ending the call, he shook his head with a cold chuckle, assuring himself that aside from dealing with Chen Yan, he would not forget about you. Just wait. I have everything arranged. He laughed heartily, envisioning the forthcoming windfall from Xiao Tao and her friend. The youthful flesh and vitality are always the most valuable. As he envisioned the profits to be gained from Xiao Tao and her companion, his mood soared, and he burst into laughter in the office. In recent years, due to the rise of ZP and intensified crackdowns worldwide, the profits from ZP had begun to eclipse those from human trafficking. Consequently, the Poison Dragon Gang had been gradually scaling back such operations, with jobs occurring only sporadically. This had severely diminished the profits for Zhou Tianyuan's faction, which specialized in human trafficking and kidnapping. When they did occur, the targets were often the weak and vulnerable of little value. Yet, Xiao Tao and her friend were in their prime, immensely valuable. Thus Zhou Tianyuan was positively elated. Meanwhile, after an invigorating workout, Chen Xiaomei departed her villa, driving directly to the Tianyuan racing circuit. Xiaoling, I won't be shopping tonight. It's been a while since I've run a few laps. I'm off to the circuit for some relaxation. Her voice resonated as the Ferrari 488 roared to life, transforming into a flash of red lightning as it sped through the night. The car radio slowly broadcasted the weather forecast for tonight and tomorrow. Heavy rain expected. Northeast winds at force 8. Remember to take an umbrella if venturing outside. Chapter 46. A hellish arena. Chen Yan, in a state of meditation, was finally greeted by the system's MVP settlement screen, and he opened his eyes with uncontainable joy. The hard-eye buff, while certainly a fixed reward that he had longed for, was overshadowed by the exhilarating prospect of the additional rewards. A networking card. Such a concept is akin to a nuclear weapon in its potential. Just imagine drawing a prominent figure at the pinnacle of Huagua. The ramifications would be immense, not only in Shihai City, but even in the bustling metropolis of Mo. Chen Yan would walk with unparalleled confidence. Yet, there was a slight disappointment regarding the word random. Perhaps fortune would not favor him, and he might end up with someone insignificant like a county mayor or village chief, which would be quite a letdown. In comparison, the entire high-end apartment in Mo seemed less impressive. Wait, how much? An entire building. Chen Yan sprang from the sofa, trembling with excitement. The real estate prices in Mo could only be described as astronomical. An entire building must be a sum beyond comprehension. Furthermore, it was a high-end apartment. He recalled another luxurious property in Mo. Tang Chun Epin. This Jing Shui Hua Ting might not surpass it, but it certainly would not be far behind. Wealth was coming. Wealth was coming. Ha ha ha. At 9:20 in the evening, 3 vehicles gradually approached the entrance of the Tianyuan racetrack. One was a striking red Panamera, while the other 2 were fully loaded business vans. As the gate remained closed, everyone exited their vehicles, opting to walk inside. 12 burly men dressed in black sequentially descended from the cars. Following the sisters Lu Meili and M.O. ran into the reception hall of the racetrack. The reception hall was eerily quiet at night, devoid of staff, as it was primarily frequented by the owners and their friends for leisure. Only the maintenance crew remained on standby, with the occasional roar of engines breaking the silence. Oh, and of course, there was a figure incessantly muttering about wealth. Chen Yan. As he entered the hall, a melodious voice rang out. M.O. ran S. However, M.O. Jiao was quicker, bouncing over to Chen Yan and wrapping her arms around him. Ah, this is quite something. Unlike Li Jiqiu and M.O. ran, M.O. Jiao was exceedingly lively, perhaps due to her regular fitness routine. Jiao. Chen Yan chuckled awkwardly. M.O. Jia, Meili Jia, you all are here. Jiao. Let go quickly. Your sister, who has an affair with me, is right there. Chen Yan desperately thought, feeling as if he had been caught in a scandal. However, M.O. Ran showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, she smiled at the 2. Little Chen, I heard you accomplished something significant today. With a graceful stride, M.O. Ran approached Chen Yan alongside the pristine Lu Meili, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. She raised her alabaster arm and unexpectedly pinched Chen Yan's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, please stop. Chen Yan cried out, his face contorted in exaggerated agony, repeatedly begging for mercy. You're feeling brave, huh? Is being a hero amusing? M.O. Ran teased, her tone playful yet laced with warning as she lightly tapped his head with her other hand. Em sorry, moya. I want to do it again. Please, my ear's gonna fall off. Chen Yan pleaded until M.O. Ran finally released him. Next time you come, be careful, or I might just snap your ear off. M.O. Ran warned with a huff. No. I wouldn't dare. Chen Yan rubbed his reddened ear, smiling awkwardly. Seeing this, Lu Meili and M.O. Jiao stifled their laughter. However, in the next moment, Chen Yan froze. The inner thoughts of these 3 goddesses echoed in his ears. M.O. Ran, stinky brother, you worry me to death. Lu Meili, little Chen is truly adorable. But it seems the competition is fierce, aside from Jiao. There is also Little Ran. I heard from Little Ran that Jiqiu is also M.O. Jiao. Oh my, Chen Yan is so handsome. Does sister really like him, or just see him as a brother? Whatever. Let us take it one step at a time, Chen Yan nearly gasped for breath. Suddenly, he realized that the charm buff might not be as advantageous as he had thought. The pressure was immense. This was indeed a hellish arena. With these 3 women present, he dared not show favoritism to any one of them. Yet, he also feared to distance himself, lest he provoke any of their displeasure. No, I must maintain my composure. Yes, treat this as a job. They are all pivotal to my auspicious moments. In that instant, Chen Yan felt as though he were traversing a precarious tightrope, flanked by bottomless abysses. A misstep could lead to his demise. By the way, ladies, would you like to take a few laps? I have matters to discuss with the boss over here. Chen Yan recalled his newly devised plan, which was not conducive for their presence. Only the bodyguards were needed. Take laps? Sure, M.O. Ran replied. I haven't raced in a while. Let us do it. I agree. I happen to park a few cars here, plenty for us to use, M.O. Jiao added, her excitement palpable. As a former tomboy, the thrill of fast cars was certainly appealing. I'll pass. It's difficult to race in high heels. How about one of you takes me? Lu Meili smiled serenely. She wasn't keen on racing, but recognizing Chen Yan's intent to have them leave, she was willing to go along. Let us go, Meili Jia. You ride with me. M.O. Jiao exclaimed. Sister, let us race and see who is faster. Loser does laundry for Chen Yan for a week. After much deliberation, M.O. Jiao proposed this ludicrous wager. Why are you dragging me into this? Laundry? That is an absurd bet. Chen Yan protested, bewildered. All right, it's settled then. Let us go. And Mo Ran chuckled, nodding in agreement. Today, you'll learn that little sister is always the winner. Wait, you really agreed? What is going on with you all? Chen Yan exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 47. Who are you really? As the three women departed, Zhou Xiaodo had yet to return. Some may misconstrue the situation, thinking that a lap around the track takes merely a minute or two, and that a half-hour spent running a dozen laps is excessive. However, this is a misconception. Racing requires meticulous preparation, including thorough inspections of the vehicle, tire changes, and the infusion of various fuels. In actuality, preparing for a single lap can take at least half an hour, if not an hour. Naturally, the drivers do not remain idle during this period. They utilize the time to record and familiarize themselves with the track conditions. Thus, Chen Yan was not concerned about Zhou Xiaodo encountering him in a direct confrontation with a brother. His plan was straightforward, to provoke and incite Zhou Tianyuan, compelling him to act and creating the illusion that his bodyguard had acted in self-defense. Following this, he intended to leave a list and his phone in the opponent's office for the arriving police to discover. Clearing his throat, Chen Yan stood before the 12 bodyguards and addressed them. It is clear that you are here to protect me, right? Understood, Mr. Chen. The bodyguards, previously informed by Lu Moli, recognized Chen Yan as their true employer and responded affirmatively. Excellent. We won't have time for introductions today. We could discuss that later. I will keep it brief. Lu Jia may have already discussed the financial arrangements with you, but I don't concern myself with that. Everyone who follows me will receive full benefits and a monthly salary. Chen Yan intended to present them with impressive terms to ensure their unwavering dedication to his protection. But as he mentioned the salary, he faltered, for he had no knowledge of the standard monthly pay for bodyguards. May I inquire what your standard monthly salary is? Mr. Chen, our salary is provided by General Lu, which amounts to 30,000 per month, replied the lead bodyguard standing at the forefront. All right, that is inconsequential. Chen Yan waved his hand, internally cringing at the thought, yet maintaining his composure. I shall pay you 60,000 a month. Protect me well. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, with us around, you will not suffer even the slightest harm. Indeed, protecting Mr. Chen is our mission. We will not falter. These bodyguards, seasoned veterans forged through the fires of conflict abroad and known for their ruthless tenacity, expressed profound gratitude for Chen Yan's additional offer. After all, as a certain saying goes, one would not choose the life of a mercenary if not for financial necessity. Seeing the bodyguards' spirits uplifted and their reliability apparent, Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction. We may soon face our first danger. I ask everyone to remain alert. Thank you. With a grand gesture, he turned and commanded, follow me. The 13 figures marched determinedly toward Zhou Tianyuan's office. Meanwhile, within Zhou Tianyuan's office, behind an opaque screen, 5 figures stood silently, each wielding a handgun. Their cold, steely expressions revealed they were no strangers to handling firearms. Zhou Tianyuan, fully aware of the unfolding events through surveillance, sneered, there are many of them, but what of it? One shot each, and they will all perish. He took a slow drag from his cigar, contemplating the unexpected connection between Chen Yan and the eldest daughter of the Lu family. While he held a certain apprehension towards her due to her formidable connections abroad, he chuckled inwardly. This is Huagua. What can you do to me? Besides, you don't even know it's me behind this. As Chen Yan and his entourage approached, Zhou Tianyuan masked his sinister expression, replacing it with a cold smile as he settled into his seat, waiting patiently. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed, Chen Yan was preparing to enter, even politely knocking on the door. Come in, Zhou Tianyuan replied with a cold smirk. Soon, he would rise from the sofa and signal the concealed gunman behind the screen to emerge and open fire. He merely needed to feign the role of a hapless boss who survived a robbery. Creak! The office door slowly opened, revealing not Chen Yan, but a bodyguard. Exercising caution, Chen Yan had chosen to send a bodyguard first to avoid any potential ambush. I figure at this late hour, Boss Zhou would have already retired for the night. I didn't expect you to be waiting for me to brew tea. Entering the spacious office with several bodyguards, Chen Yan maintained a playful demeanor, while his eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His bodyguards mirrored his caution. seated composedly across from Zhou Tianyuan. He noticed the latter presenting a steaming cup of tea before him. "Come now, Brother Chen, do sample my tea," Zhou Tianyuan said, his jowls quivering as he gestured invitingly. Chen Yan lifted the cup, inhaled the fragrant aroma, then set it down. "Boss Zhou, this tea smells delightful, but I hesitate to taste it, fearing it may scald my lips." "Oh, does Brother Chen harbor reservations?" Zhou Tianyuan's smile did not reach his eyes as he pointed to the tea. "Such fine tea is best enjoyed hot. Why would you not dare to taste it?" "My little brother is fearful," Chen Yan chuckled, afraid it might contain a dragon. Or perhaps a venomous one. The chilling laugh that escaped him caught Zhou Tianyuan off guard, freezing his expression. "What are you implying?" "I do not comprehend." Zhou Tianyuan feigned ignorance, yet his heart brimmed with murderous intent. Indeed, he was aware of the secrets Chen Yan held. Who was he truly? It mattered little. If death awaited him here, who cared for such details? "Are you truly oblivious?" Chen Yan leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs as he brandished a sheet of paper. "Allow me to read it to you. The first name, Allison. The second, Alu. The third, Yu Zhou Tianyuan. The fourth, Li Seigo. The fifth." "Enough," Zhou Tianyuan bellowed, slamming his palm onto the coffee table, causing it to tremble violently. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yan. "Who are you really?" Chapter 48. Outlaw versus Bodyguard. Despite the fact that the list had not been fully read, the four names mentioned were already sufficient to reveal a plethora of truths. Zhou Tianyuan's expression twisted in rage as he cast a furtive glance at the bodyguard surrounding him on the sofa, and he spoke with an ominous tone. "Who exactly are you?" He was acutely aware of the three names that were not his own. The leader of the Poison Dragon Gang, also known as the Boss. Chen Yan. "It seems he has come prepared, perhaps having thoroughly investigated everything pertaining to my Poison Dragon Gang." Zhou Tianyuan felt a throbbing pain at his temples, momentarily at a loss. "Who am I?" "Ha ha." Chen Yan folded the list neatly and tucked it into his pants pocket. Dressed in Mo Jiao Jiao's clothing throughout the day, it was apparent to him that the pocket was shallow, making it convenient to later forget the incriminating evidence. "My name is Chen Yan, and knowing that I am an orphan indicates you have conducted a thorough investigation. Haven to you? So what does that mean for you?" Zhou Tianyuan was now thoroughly flustered, his face twisting into a more grotesque visage. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan merely smirked derisively, nonchalantly pulling a cigarette from the box on the coffee table, lighting it and taking a drag. "It means nothing, really. I simply do not appreciate allowing those who pose a threat to me the opportunity to continue being a threat." A cloud of smoke was exhaled directly into Zhou Tianyuan's face, laden with provocation and successfully igniting his fury. With a sudden jerk, Zhou Tianyuan grasped Chen Yan's collar, his forehead bulging with veins, a massive fist raised yet hesitating to strike. The bodyguards behind him surged forward, but Chen Yan raised a hand, signaling them to remain still. Had he shown any sign of aggression just moments ago, they would have pounced. "By the way, let me share a little secret with you." Chen Yan leaned in with a mischievous grin, whispering into Zhou Tianyuan's ear, "Your sister is quite enticing." "You're asking for death." As a fiercely protective brother, Zhou Tianyuan's sister, Zhou Xiaodo, was his only Achilles heel, and he would not tolerate anyone tarnishing her honor. Chen Yan's words were undoubtedly the spark that ignited the powder keg of Zhou Tianyuan's fury. In an instant, his hefty arm coiled like a serpent, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Chen Yan's abdomen. "Mr. Chen, watch out." The intention was to provoke the opponent, perhaps to endure a few harmless blows to initiate self-defense, but Zhou Tianyuan's strike was too powerful. Fortunately, the bodyguards reacted swiftly, intercepting Zhou Tianyuan's blow just in time. The remaining bodyguards were not merely spectators. Seeing their comrade engage, they rushed forward, a dozen hands descending upon Zhou Tianyuan, pinning him firmly to the ground. Goodness, how ferocious! Chen Yan narrowly evaded the punch, unable to suppress a shiver of fear as he found himself encircled by the remaining bodyguards. Observing the chaotic scene, Chen Yan quickly concealed himself among the bodyguards, hastily retrieving his phone and the list vigorously wiping them clean with his clothing before stashing them behind a sofa cushion. Chen Yan, you cowardly leech, let me go. Zhou Tianyuan roared in a frenzy, firmly pressed to the ground. Beep. Warning. Host has intervened in a critical event. Triggering a major task. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints left. Major task, blue please, host. Endeavor to intervene in this critical event and exert a certain influence. The rewards for this task will be calculated based on the extent of the influence caused and the host's level of participation. What? Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the daily reward for major tasks supposed to be linked only with beautiful ladies? How could this? Beep. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints left. Well, asking would yield no answers. The initial plan was merely to leave the evidence behind, to bask in anonymity, but now, the system had thrust him into the spotlight, compelling him to participate. The key evidence had been left by him. How could that count as significant participation? Chen Yan's thoughts raced. He initially assumed that this pesky system would remain silent, but to his surprise, it was always inclined to operate in the opposite manner. Beep. Key item, phone, and key item, list, will contribute 30 to the host participation. Estimated reward value, 60 to 80 million. Wow, quite a sum. Chen Yan's left eyebrow twitched as he disregarded Zhou Tianyuan's incessant howling, preparing to call the police. However, just as he took out his phone amidst the bodyguards, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the office partition, and several burly men burst forth. Turning to look, Chen Yan's pupils constricted in alarm. Those ominous objects sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Guns. They are armed. The bodyguards reacted swiftly, their years of experience as mercenaries allowing them to spring into action immediately. Most drew batons from their waists, crouching protectively in front of Chen Yan, leaving only 2 bodyguards to hoist Zhou Tianyuan from the ground, restraining him from behind. Everyone, don't move. Put down your weapons. Get on the ground. Now, are you not afraid of death? The armed men barked their orders, brandishing their guns threateningly before the bodyguards, their fierce shouts failing to elicit any fear. Do not act recklessly. If you dare to fire, I will snap his neck. A bodyguard, gripping Zhou Tianyuan's neck, threatened coldly, increasing the pressure, rendering Zhou Tianyuan, who had been yelling in rage, unable to speak, his face turning crimson from lack of oxygen. Both parties remained locked in a tense standoff. And Chen Yan turned to Zhou Tianyuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhou Tianyuan, I had heard that your poison dragon gang was formidable abroad. But who would have thought you would have the audacity to wield firearms within Huagua? Truly, you are fortunate to still be alive. At that moment, Zhou Tianyuan was unable to retort, nearly fainting from oxygen deprivation, left speechless. Wasn't a signal supposed to be established? You fools have burst out for no reason. 3 minutes earlier, behind the partition, the group of bandits listened to the commotion outside and began to converse. Big brother, it seems the third master is in trouble. Do you think he can handle so many people? I reckon since the blame has already been assigned, and we have firepower, why not simply rush out and take them out? A middle-aged man with a sinister scar across his face remained calm, his eyes glinting. Patience. The third master instructed us to wait for the signal. If we rush out now, we would only disrupt his plan. But this third master, every time he sends us to deal with someone, he loves to engage in verbal sparring beforehand, wanting to witness their despair and helplessness. I don't understand. Let us see how it unfolds. Initially, they believed everything was under the control of their third master, Zhou Tianyuan, but the more they listened, the more they felt something was amiss. Does it seem like the third master is being restrained? What should we do? Shall we rescue him? The group exchanged glances, each seeing the spark of wisdom in the other's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, the scarred man gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Forget it. If we don't go out now, we might find a third master dead. Brothers, remember, don't fire immediately. First, we rescue the third master. Charge. Chapter 49. The softness of the police flower sister at the entrance of the Tianyuan racetrack. Chen Xiaomei pressed the horn repeatedly, but the usually responsive owner and staff seemed to have vanished today. If it weren't for the roaring engines echoing within the racetrack, she might have thought it was closed for the day. Frowning, A fleeting image of a young man appeared in her mind, and she contemplated calling to inquire about his evening plans, yet her finger lingered hesitantly above the call button, unwilling to press it. Sigh. Chen Xiaomei, stop overthinking. You are not suited for each other. Taking a deep breath, she had initially come to unwind, but instead found herself in a state of melancholy. With a troubled heart, she opened the door of her Ferrari 488, her yoga attire accentuating her perfect figure as she gracefully walked into the racetrack. As a distant descendant of the esteemed Chen family in the capital, she was quite affluent and had developed a fondness for the exhilarating pastime of racing laps. Thus, she was well acquainted with the Tianyuan racetrack, having stored 2 million in a prepaid card here. Navigating smoothly into the reception hall, she paused instinctively at the faint yet discernible sounds of commotion. Furrowing her brow, she strained to listen, but was too far away to discern the heated exchange. The words were indecipherable. Is anyone there? Chen Xiaomei called out loudly, but received no response. What is happening? Is the owner in a fight? She recognized the owner, having had brief conversations with him as a major client. He was the son of the local entrepreneur Zhou Jinfa, stout and amiable, although she found his smile disingenuous, harboring a chilling undertone, which was why she had always kept her distance. With light footsteps, Chen Xiaomei cautiously approached the owner's office. Thankfully, her snug yoga attire allowed her to move stealthily and silently. However, the downside was its tight fit. Soon, Chen Xiaomei stood at the door of the office, and without needing to press her ear against the door, she could clearly hear the shouting within. Don't move. Put down the bat. Get on the ground. Hurry up. You think you're not afraid of dying? Don't make any sudden moves. If you dare to shoot, I'll break his neck. Feeling the tension in the air, Chen Xiaomei's body tensed, and she instinctively reached for her phone to call for backup. However, as her hands brushed against her yoga pants, she realized there were no pockets. Her phone was left in the car. Damn it. The atmosphere inside was already fraught with danger, possibly even firearms. What should I do? Go back for my phone? God knows what might happen by the time I return. No, I can't wait. Gritting her teeth, she made a swift decision, forcefully pushing the door open and shouting, Don't move. Police. Her high ponytail swayed vigorously with her sudden movement as the door slammed open with a dull thud. Breathing heavily, her gaze quickly scanned the silent office, and when it landed on a somewhat familiar face, her pupils constricted in shock. Chen Yan, what is he doing here? Are those bodyguards protecting him and the person being restrained? Is the owner, Zhou Tianyuan? Opposite her, 5 gun barrels pivoted in unison, aimed directly at the intruding Chen Xiaomei. Chen Yan, equally taken aback, turned to face her, surprised that the police had arrived before he had even called them. Could there be an undercover officer here? Upon recognizing her, astonishment washed over his face. Director Chen, what brings you here? Put down your guns. Listen carefully, drop your weapons, and squat down, and everything will be dealt with lightly. No one will escape. Chen Xiaomei shouted with feigned bravado, edging closer towards Chen Yan. Director Chen, how come? Chen Yan, bewildered, seemed to scrutinize her form-fitting yoga attire. Chen Xiaomei's face flushed slightly. Ignoring him, she whispered, Quick, lend me your phone to call for backup. Big sister, didn't you say the police have surrounded this place? Chen Yan initially felt relieved, thinking the police had indeed cornered them. But then her request for a phone to call for help puzzled him. Stop wasting time. The 5 armed men hesitated at Chen Xiaomei's unexpected entrance. As notorious criminals, they recognized her as a prominent figure in the Shanghai police force and believed her words to be true. However, they were bewildered by the situation, while Zhou Tianyuan, already flushed, grew even more ghastly. Don't believe her. There are no police. Zhou Tianyuan shouted with all his might. The tension escalated, both sides poised to act, creating an even more charged atmosphere. What should we do, boss? One of his underlings murmured. If there are no police, should we save the third boss? If there are no police, as the third boss claims, then what should we do? The 2 henchmen were filled with doubt. Without police interference, they could handle the situation as they pleased. However, the presence of a highly regarded police chief complicated matters. Killing civilians was one thing, but dealing with a chief, even fleeing Wu Ti, saved them. No matter where they went, they would never escape. As the leader of the ruthless gang, Having served the Long Dragon Gang for many years, he was usually unscathed due to his decisive nature. Yet now he too found himself weighing his options. No, with the police present, I can't get involved any further. I'll shoot out the chandelier, and you all head for the secret passage, he whispered urgently. With a commanding shout, chaos erupted. Some lunged forward with batons, evading gunfire, while others sought cover. Before Chen Yan could react, a bodyguard lunged at him, pushing him towards the office door. Instinctively, he grabbed Chen Xiaomei's hand, pulling her along. Bang! Everyone braced for a fierce confrontation, yet only a single gunshot pierced the air, plunging the office into darkness. Mr. Chen, protect Mr. Chen. Quickly find cover. They're shooting. The office descended into chaos, with everyone scrambling for safety in the dim light. Zhou Tianyuan's face twisted in rage as he silently cursed. Damn those dogs. Have they abandoned me? Huh. Luckily, I have a backup plan. Amid the turmoil, the grip on his bodyguards loosened, granting him the chance to reach beneath the sofa. You didn't expect this, did you? I have a hidden escape route. With a successful fingerprint scan, Zhou Tianyuan smirked as the floor beneath him suddenly shifted, swallowing him whole before sealing shut seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, his rotund figure vanished entirely from the darkened office. On the other side, outside the room, Chen Yan was pounced upon by the bodyguard, crashing heavily onto the corridor floor. A sharp pain pierced through his chest, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. And instinctively, he raised his hands to push off the weight pressing down upon him. However, what he encountered was surprisingly soft. Could it be that the bodyguard's chest was this pliable? Was this truly muscle? Chen Yan, perplexed, assumed he had been accompanied by a counterfeit bodyguard, and instinctively squeezed. Yet, in the next moment, as he lifted his gaze, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. My heavens, it was the policewoman. Chapter 50. Once again facing the law, Mr. Chen. Are you all right? The anxious voice of the bodyguard interrupted the intimate moment between Chen Xiaomei and Chen Yan. Chen Xiaomei quickly sprang to her feet, flustered as she fumbled for Chen Yan's phone to call for help. However, Chen Yan noticed that she was swiping aimlessly on the screen, unable to dial out. The fleeting sensation of warmth slipped away, leaving Chen Yan with a sense of loss as he stood up and waved dismissively at the concerned bodyguard. It's fine, I'm fine. Please go inside and assist. Director Chen, please call for backup and stop pressing random buttons. Chen Yan's reminder jolted Chen Xiaomei into action. Only then did she exclaim, "Oh, right, okay." As she dialed, her mind was in turmoil. How infuriating. What was Chen Xiaomei thinking? Surely it was just an accident that caused the contact. So why was she reacting so dramatically? A mere boy, and she felt as though he had taken advantage of her just by a slight touch. Having just stepped out of the shower, this was too much. Fortunately, her strong self-control kicked in. Once she regained her composure, despite the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind, Chen Xiaomei was still able to carry out her duties efficiently. What she initially assumed was a simple verbal dispute became a matter of urgency upon receiving a call from the police chief, confirming the presence of armed assailants. The response was swift. Not only did the police arrive promptly, but the SWAT team also mobilized, surrounding the Tianyuan racetrack without any gaps. In a mere 5 minutes, Chen Yan's bodyguards had thoroughly searched the office, reporting back with updates on the armed assailants and Zhou Tianyuan's mysterious disappearance. Director Chen, I am certain that Zhou Tianyuan is in league with those criminals. The armed men were summoned by Zhou Tianyuan to deal with me, but thankfully, my bodyguards are highly skilled. By the way, he even mentioned the name Poison Dragon Gang. I have reason to suspect a connection between Zhou Tianyuan and that gang. Perhaps a thorough search of the site might yield some crucial clues. Chen Yan succinctly conveyed the situation, ensuring to remind her as well. Chen Xiaomei nodded gently, suggesting they discuss further details later, adding, however, bringing so many bodyguards seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? I'm just being cautious in case Zhou Tianyuan has ulterior motives, Chen Yan replied sheepishly, scratching his nose. Indeed, when reflecting on the events of the evening, anyone unaware of the full context would find many aspects puzzling. Damn it, another trip to the station. Chen Yan lamented, feeling a headache coming on. In just 3 days since acquiring the system, this would be his 3rd visit to the police station. What strange fate did he share with the law? Before he could ponder further, the police officers swarmed in. Chen Xiaomei directed them to commence their investigation promptly, sealing off the office and the racetrack's interior. This commotion inevitably caught the attention of Mo Ran and her companions, including Zhou Xiaodo, who rushed back. "Brother Chen, what happened? Where's my brother?" Zhou Xiaodo clung to Chen Yan's arm, her voice filled with confusion. Her actions made all the sisters present tense up, the atmosphere turning icy. Especially Mo Jiaojiao, whose protective nature would not allow anyone but close acquaintances to approach Chen Yan. "Oh dear, little sister, if you're looking for your brother, go find him directly. Why are you clinging to Chen Yan?" Mo Jiaojiao interjected, stepping forward with a mocking tone while also wrapping her arms around Chen Yan's other side. Zhou Xiaodo, not one to be underestimated, maintained her innocent facade but couldn't hide her cleverness and arrogance. She gazed up with wide eyes, asking, "Annie, who are you? Are you Brother Chen's aunt?" Chen Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing that Zhou Xiaodo's words had caused Mo Jiaojiao to tighten her grip on his arm dramatically. "Auntie," Mo Jiaojiao scoffed, "did you just call me Auntie? Oh, you certainly don't look very young, so calling me Annie is quite appropriate. I'm very polite." Zhou Xiaodo nodded innocently, her words further provoking Mo Jiaojiao. "You." Mo Jiaojiao was about to erupt when Mo Ran and Lu Meili stepped in to mediate. "All right, little sister, we have matters to attend to. Why aren't you at home? It's quite late, and your family will be worried," Mo Ran said gracefully, a charming smile on her face. "Huh, Brother Chen, is this your aunt? Or your great-aunt?" Zhou Xiaodo innocently asked Chen Yan, delivering a shocking remark. At this, Mo Ran froze, her smile fading as Chen Yan observed the veins on her forehead and her trembling hands, feeling an urge to flee. Just as the Mo sisters were about to lose their composure, Chen Xiaomei finished her instructions and came to the rescue. "Mr. Chen, please come with me for a moment to take a statement and discuss the situation in detail." "Yes, absolutely. Shall we take your car or mine?" Chen Yan nearly felt tears of gratitude welling up, quickly breaking away from the group to follow Chen Xiaomei. With a trace of confusion, Chen Xiaomei wondered why her charm seemed to have suddenly increased, causing him to be so eager to accompany her. Blushing slightly, she said, "Let us take my car." "All right." Chen Yan promptly agreed, turning back with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, ladies, I need to assist with the report. It's quite late. You all should head home and rest." "Oh, Zhou Xiaodo, you should go home too. No fighting." Witnessing Chen Yan's departure, Mo Ran and Mo Jiaojiao called out, "Hey, little Chen, what's going on?" However, Chen Yan was too preoccupied to respond, merely following Chen Xiaomei out. Mo Jiaojiao shot a furious glance at Zhou Xiaodo before pulling Mo Ran and Lu Meili along. "Sister, let us go." The bodyguards also departed collectively, needing to regroup at the police station, awaiting their employer, Chen Yan, to emerge for further protection. Only Zhou Xiaodo remained, standing amidst the police barricades, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "Brother, what on earth happened?" She wasn't foolish. She had overheard enough to sense the worry blossoming within her. Chen Yan's figure lingered her thoughts. "Little Chen, did you have a conflict with my brother?" Seated in the passenger seat of a striking red Ferrari 488, Chen Yan was taken aback. "Director Chen, is it true that police chiefs are this affluent?" "Surely not." Chen Xiaomei smiled lightly. "You're overthinking it. Though I'm a chief, my salary isn't high, but my family is fairly well off. Buying a car is quite manageable. My family has prepared a dowry for me. At least 50 million. Chapter 51. A Physical Examination. Chen Xiaomei's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, the dim light inside the car concealed her embarrassment. She could not fathom why she had so abruptly mentioned the topic of dowries. "Ah, Director Chen's dowry is indeed quite substantial." Chen Yan shrank his neck, unsure how to respond. Naturally, Chen Xiaomei was aware that she had spoken out of turn, and thus, they both fell into an awkward silence. Before long, a striking red Ferrari 488 came to a halt outside the Public Security Bureau on Huandao Road. Chen Xiaomei led Chen Yan inside. That evening, the bureau was in full operation, with only a few officers left on duty. To Chen Yan's surprise, Chen Xiaomei did not take him to the recording room, but instead headed straight to her office. After entering the familiar confines once more, Chen Yan felt a bit more at ease and plopped down onto the sofa. Chen Xiaomei showed no reaction. In fact, since their unexpected moment of intimacy, her tolerance for Chen Yan had inexplicably expanded. Perhaps, even if Chen Yan were to suddenly embrace her now, she might simply lower her head shyly and then throw a playful punch. "Chun, I shall call you Xiao Chun," she said, placing a bottle of mineral water before him as she took a seat across from him. Dressed in casual attire, Chen Yan was finally able to appreciate the exquisite contours of her figure accentuated by her yoga outfit. She appeared fit and healthy, her physique exuding a subtle dynamism, perhaps a result of years of training. So much so that even without a bra, she remained remarkably poised. "Very well, Director Chun, whatever you say." Chen Yan averted his gaze, forcefully dispelling the wandering thoughts from his mind. Chen Xiaomei, astute as she was, certainly noticed his lingering glance. Had it been anyone else, she might have taken action, but confronted with Chen Yan's almost imperceptible admiration, she found herself secretly delighted and instinctively straightened her posture. "Now, what was the conflict between you and Zhou Tianyuan?" Opening a portable recording device, Chen Xiaomei began her inquiry. "I suppose it was because he has a fixation on his sister." Chen Yan rubbed his nose, a subconscious gesture of his tendency to fabricate. "His sister, Zhou Xiaodou, invited me to the racetrack. Perhaps due to this, he developed animosity towards me and was quite aggressive. Being a young man, and with similar incidents occurring frequently in the past 2 years, I took precautions and brought my bodyguards along. Initially, I thought he merely intended to intimidate me, or at worst, give me a beating, but he was quite direct and wanted to eliminate me outright. Fortunately, you arrived in time, and with my numerous bodyguards, nothing untoward happened." As Chen Yan recounted his tale, Chen Xiaomei furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. "You previously mentioned that Zhou Tianyuan was involved with the Poison Dragon gang. What is the situation there?" "Here it comes, the crux of the matter." Chen Yan inhaled deeply. "I'm a cautious person. Once inside his office, I leaned against the wall and eavesdropped. The soundproofing in that office was mediocre, and I vaguely heard mention of the Poison Dragon gang, their third in command, along with some lists. Therefore, I speculate that he may indeed be a member of the gang. After all, if he were not, how could he have armed subordinates to rescue him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomei pondered for a moment before shutting off the recording device. Simultaneously, a notification pinged in her mind. Ding. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Major task, blue. Event intervention has concluded. Reward settlement is about to begin. At this, Chen Yan was taken aback, internally lamenting. "What? How can it be over? We've barely scratched the surface." Ding. "Host, do not be bewildered. You have no further opportunities for intervention in this event, and the impacts have reached their peak. Settlement imminent." This, upon reflection, Chen Yan calmed down, realizing the truth of the system's words. Zhou Tianyuan and those thugs had vanished, and he no longer had the chance to intercede. Since Chen Yan had subtly alerted Chen Xiaomei, the event naturally transitioned into its concluding phase. He was left wondering about the extent of his contributions and the rewards he might receive. Noticing Chen Yan's distracted expression and shifting demeanor, Chen Xiaomei grew concerned and moved to sit beside him. Her slightly cool palm pressed against his forehead. "Xiao Chun, are you all right? Did you sustain an injury, or were you startled?" Chen Yan jolted, instinctively grasping her cool hand, finally regaining his composure. He found Chen Xiaomei's cheeks flushed, allowing his heated palm to rest against her soft skin, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. "Ah, my apologies, Director Chun." Chen Yan hastily withdrew his hand, realizing the impropriety of his actions. To behave in such a manner in the director's office would be a grave offense. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaomei gently shook her head, her expression earnest. "Xiao Chun, just now I bumped into your chest. Did I hurt you? And no, it's nothing serious." Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively, even patting his chest to indicate he was unharmed. However, the moment he did, a sharp pain shot up his spine, causing him to grimace in discomfort. "See, you are indeed injured. Lift your shirt so I can take a look." Chen Xiaomei's concern deepened as she reached out to pull up Chen Yan's shirt. Wait, Director. It's nothing really. Just a bruise, I think." Chen Yan panicked, perceiving that Chen Xiaomei had suddenly transformed from a stern, justice-driven leader into a captivating enchantress. Don't move, let me see. I have medication. I want to check how serious the injury is. If at ISNT2 grave, I can tend to it. Be obedient. Chen Xiaomei's cheeks burned. Yet her hands moved without hesitation, tugging at Chen Yan's shirt. Oh dear, really not. Ding. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Fortune moment. Fortune moment. Golden legend fortune moment. What? This can also trigger? No. What exactly is the mechanism for activation? Chen Yan's facial muscles twitched, and he took a deep breath, closing his eyes and bracing himself. Go ahead, Director Chen, examine as you wish. Just be gentle. Chapter 52. The Perils of High Affection. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Though Chen Xiaomei's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety and tremor, her gaze remained tenderly fixed on Chen Yan beneath her. Chen Yan, biting his lip firmly, slowly shook his head. No, it doesn't hurt. Director, you may apply a bit more pressure. Then, shall I truly apply more force? Chen Xiaomei, with a flicker of determination in her eyes, gradually exerted more strength. Chen Yan's body suddenly trembled, causing Chen Xiaomei to gasp and tumble off him. In truth, they were merely applying medicine. At that moment, Chen Yan's shirt had been lifted, revealing large bruises on his chest, while Chen Xiaomei diligently tended to his wounds. Director, are you all right? Upon seeing Chen Xiaomei tumble off the sofa, Chen Yan immediately expressed his concern. I'm fine. Phew. Thankfully, the medicinal liquor didn't spill. Chen Xiaomei, holding a glass bottle, scrambled to her feet, a piece of gauze still in hand. Come, let me apply some more. This medicinal liquor was given to me by my master. It works wonders for injuries. Dipping the gauze into the medicinal liquor, she resumed her ministrations on Chen Yan's chest. Hiss! The extensive bruising sent sharp pangs through him, and he gasped as the coolness of the liquor somewhat alleviated the pain. Beep! The serpent extends its tongue. No footprints to be found. Great luck task. Blue. Completion. Contribution value. 36. Optional reward direction. Choose one of 3 personal, commercial, cash host. Please make your selection. Enduring the contradictory sensations of cold and fiery discomfort in his chest, Chen Yan finally found a distraction. Brother Tongzi, is the personal reward a buff trait? Beep. No comment. Please choose independently. Host. The system was as unyielding as ever. Chen Yan, resigned, continued to endure the sharp and icy sensations inflicted by Chen Xiaomei while contemplating his current options. Among his personal buffs, he possessed charm and charisma enhancements, along with a keen insight ability that allowed him to navigate social settings with ease. As for cash, the over 10 million he possessed was more than sufficient for indulgence. Not to mention the luxurious apartment he had just acquired in the metropolis, elevating his assets to over 100 million. In the realm of business, however, he was rather lacking. Aside from a fixed monthly dividend, he was essentially idle, possessing no commercial assets. It's you. Business. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected this option, motivated by dual considerations. On one hand, idleness was unseemly, and immersing himself in frivolity was not ideal. It was better to seek purposeful engagement. On the other hand, establishing a company would provide a plausible explanation for his substantial yet dubious wealth. Beep. Reward selection completed. Business direction confirmed. Reward acquisition in progress. Completion achieved. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Skyline MCN Company. Current market value. 130 million. What the hell? An MCN company? Chen Yan's heart surged. Not with excitement, but with disdain. Brother Tongzi, who would even look at this? Who doesn't he know that internet companies are rife with inflated values? What use do I have for this MCN nonsense? Today it's valued at over 100 million, but tomorrow it could drop to mere tens of millions. Chen Yan felt utterly defeated. He had meticulously calculated, yet never anticipated the system would bestow upon him such a lackluster entity. Ouch! Perhaps his nerves had frayed. Or perhaps Chen Xiaomei had applied too much pressure, but he suddenly cried out in pain, sitting up abruptly. Chen Xiaomei, caught off guard by his sudden movement, froze, momentarily forgetting her actions as she found herself straddling him. Director, perhaps you might want to get off? Having nearly finished applying the medicine, he thought he was feeling much better. To his surprise, rather than dismounting, Chen Xiaomei remained seated, her full weight pressing down on him, prompting him to gently remind her. Oh, my apologies, Xiao Chen. Finally realizing, Chen Xiaomei scrambled off him, awkwardly standing with the medicinal liquor still in hand. She swore she'd never felt this embarrassed in her life. Chen Xiaomei, affection level 94. Goodness, this affection level is only increasing. Chen Yan's thoughts drifted. If he were to act on impulse, would Chen Xiaomei not only acquiesce, but perhaps even reciprocate? Shaking his head subtly, he dispelled the peculiar notion and began to dress, intending to take his leave. Director, it's quite late. I should be going. Huh? Oh, no, wait a moment. Chen Xiaomei, still in a daze, suddenly snapped back to reality and grasped Chen Yan's arm as he attempted to exit. Is there something else, Director? Though his expression remained casual, his heart raced with trepidation. Sister, if you don't let me go with your affection level, I fear you might pin me down and end my life. I. Xiao Chun, I have no other intentions. I merely wanted to ask you. Chen Xiaomei's head lowered slightly, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on his skin. Do you have a girlfriend? I do not. Chen Yan replied with an awkward smile. He didn't wish to lose this potential opportunity that might trigger a fortuitous moment, nor did he want to deceive her. Perhaps, in truth, he could not deceive this police flower sister. Then Chen Xiaomei seemed to grow excited, yet struggled to articulate her thoughts fully. I. After much hesitation, she found it difficult to voice her feelings. After all, having served as a police officer for so long and held a position of authority, it was challenging to shed her usual composure. After a prolonged internal struggle, Chen Xiaomei finally closed her eyes, wrapping her firm yet supple arms around Chen Yan's neck. Unable to voice her feelings, she thought, if it's to end in ruin, then let it be. Chen Xiaomei, having lived a life of restraint, why not indulge in madness just this once? In the midst of Chen Yan's startled gaze, Chen Xiaomei used her weight and strength to push him back onto the sofa, straddling his legs. Sister, Director, please, wait a moment. Chen Yan was utterly flustered. Indeed, the high affection level in this secluded space had sparked unforeseen troubles. This police flower director's sister truly does not seem to feel that she is already over 30, and her physique is so athletic. No, system, what about my fortuitous moment? Chapter 53. A strange aroma. Chen Yan finally discerned the distinction between long, well-toned, muscular legs and delicate, fair ones. While the latter merely strained oneself, the former could nearly constrict one's breath. Although Chen Xiaomei was unmarried and lacked romantic experience, perhaps due to her advancing years, she had bypassed the phase of adjustment. The usually austere office was now in disarray, with various small items scattered across the floor. Chen Yan felt somewhat reluctant to move, lacking the strength to even open his eyes, merely lying supine on the sofa and murmuring softly. Chen Xiaomei, seemingly unfazed, sat on the floor before him, leaning against his head and covering his mouth with her hand. Little Chen, let us consider this incident as if it never occurred. It was my impatience. She was not naive. Her keen insight allowed her to immediately perceive Chen Yan's reluctance and hesitation. Though she cherished him and was willing to give her all, she ultimately did not wish to place him in a difficult position. He was merely in his early 20s, while she was approaching 40. Chen Yan also detected the melancholy in Chen Xiaomei's voice, a sentiment that no amount of psychological fortitude could entirely conceal. Yet, he had no intention of solidifying any relationship at present. Having garnered wealth without enjoying life to the fullest was one matter. The crucial point was that he had begun to grasp the peculiarities of this survival system. It was utterly laden with interactions with beautiful women. How could he seek a girlfriend in such circumstances? With a silent sigh, Chen Yan struggled to rise from the sofa, dressing hastily before departing. The quiet office still bore the faint aroma of the chaos that had ensued. Chen Xiaomei gazed quietly at his retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Chen Xiaomei, how could you be so impulsive? She pondered. Well, let this be. a memory left behind. The sudden rush of affection had swept her away, marking her first experience with such emotions. Where is Chen Yan? TSK. Does it really take this long to take a statement? Mo Jiao Jiao fidgeted impatiently. As the clock approached midnight, Chen Yan had been taken to the police station nearly 2 hours prior. During that time, Mo Jiao Jiao had contemplated rushing in to find him, but was halted by the on-duty officer who denied her entry. Oh dear sister, why not ask a friend? Could it be that Chen Yan has been wronged? Unable to contain herself, Mo Jiao Jiao grasped Mo Ran's hand, her face etched with urgency. Mo Ran, equally concerned, sensed that something was indeed amiss. It was unusual for a statement to take this long. Let us wait a bit longer, just 10 more minutes. If he doesn't appear, I'll ask Uncle Li, she decided. With her connections in Shanghai City, finding assistance would be effortless, though she typically had no need for such measures. Lu Meili remained silent, embodying the traits of a composed older sister, exuding calmness. As time trickled by, the clock struck midnight. Just as Mo Ran was about to make a phone call to seek help, a figure peeked out from the police station. It was Chen Yan. Ah, sisters, you're all here. Chen Yan awkwardly scratched his head, a smile on his face, yet his demeanor somewhat unnatural. Chen Yan, why did you take so long? Did they trouble you? Was there an incident? The three older sisters rushed towards him, their eyes brimming with concern. Ah, it's nothing at all. Just a lot of details to record, which took some extra time. In truth, Chen Yan had emerged 20 minutes earlier, but was drenched in sweat, disheveled and disarrayed, with a rather conspicuous odor. If he had stepped out in that state, the seasoned sisters would undoubtedly have noticed. Although he had not established a firm relationship with them, he prided himself on being a discreet man, feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, there was a public restroom outside Chen Xiaomei's office, and with the temperature being quite suitable for a cold shower, he seized the opportunity to lock the door inside and hastily rinse off, leaving his hair slightly damp. Little Chen, did you work up a sweat? Was it hot in there? Mo Ran inquired, a hint of smile on her lips as she detected something amiss. Having experienced similar situations, she understood more than Lu Meili. Huh, surely not. With the current weather, Wu Ti, they have the air conditioning on? In contrast, Mo Jiao Jiao and Lu Meili appeared baffled, each ruffling Chen Yan's hair with puzzled expressions. No air conditioning, no air conditioning. It was cool in the evening. Anyway, could you take me back to the racetrack? My car is still there. Chen Yan perceptively caught the teasing glimmer in Mo Ran's eyes, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, akin to a cat caught in a compromising position. He longed to leave as soon as possible. All right, let us get in the car. Mo Ran had no objections. The hour was late, although all three older sisters held interest and intentions towards the young man. None wished to be overtly obvious about it, not even the most exuberant Mo Jiao Jiao. Mo Jiao Jiao quickly claimed the opportunity to sit in the back seat with Chen Yan, chattering incessantly throughout the ride. Chen Yan, preoccupied with his thoughts, could only offer vague responses. It was not that the earlier incident had profoundly affected him. After all, Mo Ran had been even more audacious the previous night. It was merely a minor storm of little consequence. His distraction stemmed from the anticipation of the imminent refresh of the system's fortune information. Ding! The serpent unfurls its tongue, no footprints to be found. Fortune information updated. Today, auspicious information green, March 26th fortune information at 9:15 a.m. The top lawyer of Huagua, LV Chunxiao, will inadvertently leave behind notarized documents worth 380 million at the first hospital of Modu. What a surprise! Directly flashing to Modu? Chen Yan was astounded. Did the system know he intended to venture to Modu to seek out Li Ziqiu, who had been out of contact for 2 days? Yet, the timing seemed rather premature. Ignoring Mo Jiao Jiao's incessant chatter beside him, Chen Yan promptly pulled out his phone to search for flight tickets. Unsurprisingly, all flights for that night and the following morning were fully booked, including business and first-class options. Goodness, are there really so many people heading to Modu? The earliest flight available was at noon, which would clearly not align with the timing indicated by the fortune information. Hey, Chen Yan, what are you looking for? Are you heading to Modu? Mo Jiao Jiao leaned in curiously, peering at his phone. Hey, Chen Yan, Why do you smell so fragrant? And their essay, rather strange aroma. Chapter 54. Borrowing a private jet. A turbulent, heartfelt voice as I sat there. A wave of sweat prickled my skin. Reminiscent of the time I was nearly caught playing video games as a child. Just when I was fumbling for words, Mo ran. The driver swiftly came to my aid. I can smell it too. It seems Director Chen carries that scent as well. It must be the fragrance from her car, she stated. Grateful for Mo Ran's discreet support. I nodded in agreement. Yes, it's indeed the aroma from her vehicle. But what kind of fragrance is so peculiar? Mo Jiao murmured before curiously asking. You still haven't mentioned. Are you heading to the Magic City? Yes, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow morning. But I can't seem to secure a ticket, I replied, a sense of dread creeping in as I realized the 9 o'clock appointment loomed perilously close. No tickets? Let me check, Mo Jiao exclaimed, snatching my phone. After a quick scan, she confirmed, indeed, there are no tickets available. Just then, my phone buzzed with a message from Chen Xiaomei. Sorry for the abruptness, Xiao Chen. Remember to clean up. There seems to be quite a bit of blood on you. In a couple of days, once the Zhou Tianyuan case is wrapped up, I'll notify you to treat you to a meal. Phew. Thank goodness Mo Jiao was quick with the phone. What a hassle. I sighed in response to Mo Jiao, my fingers dancing over the screen as I composed a reply to Chen Xiaomei. Sister Xiaomei, is it all right if I call you that? Rest assured, I haven't given it much thought. I've already cleaned up the blood at the bureau. Let us arrange to meet in a couple of days. After setting my phone down, I exhaled deeply, relieved that a simple message had bridged the gap that had felt so daunting moments ago. Yet, I was taken aback by Chen Xiaomei's boldness. Why was she so forward? The thoughts of an elder sister are indeed inscrutable. Little Chen, is this urgent? Would you like to use my private jet? At that moment, Lu Meili interjected. A private jet? I was momentarily taken aback. This concept was utterly foreign to me. All right, Mo Jiao exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. How could I forget that Sister Meili owns a private jet? We could depart tonight and reach there in just 2 hours. That sounds perfect. I nodded eagerly. Is that convenient for you, Sister Meili? Now that you're calling me Sister Meili, what could possibly be inconvenient? Don't worry. I'll have Mo Ran take you home to get ready. And we'll set off immediately. Lu Meili's laughter was genuine, her joy evident in her willingness to assist. Yes, I nodded, grateful for her generosity. I was fortunate indeed. This unexpected opportunity had transformed what seemed a lost cause into a promising venture. Yet, I pondered, given the system's peculiar nature, securing this chance might not be as straightforward as it appeared. It seemed that the formidable lawyer, Chen Xiao, might have other plans in store for me. Of course, I bore no resentment towards this. I had grown accustomed to it. After all, who would wish for soulless, cold currency when surrounded by such affluent benefactors? It became evident that those frequently in the company of wealthy women understood my sentiments well. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped us, yet it was not devoid of noise. The vivacious Mo Jiao's thoughts buzzed like a relentless barrage in my ears. I wish I could accompany Chen Yan to the Magic City. What if he becomes enamored with some enchanting beauty there? Oh dear, can Dad not force me to attend tomorrow's elite banquet? It's such a hassle. I wish I could go to the Magic City instead. However, the banquet is crucial, and Dad is out of the country. Oh no, what should I do? Though my expression remained calm, I felt as if Mo Jiao's inner turmoil could erupt at any moment. In contrast, Lu Meili and Mo Ran's thoughts were far more subdued. Lu Meili mused, finally, I've managed to make a name for myself in front of little Chen. After all, he doesn't appear to be someone in need of transportation. Perhaps this act of kindness will earn me some goodwill? It's a pity I'm tied up these days. Otherwise, I would truly love to accompany little Chen, she reflected. Mo Ran considered. I'll notify my secretary to cancel the meetings and public affairs over the next couple of days. I'll prioritize the collaborations with several companies in the Magic City. I'll free up 2 days, one for work and the other to enjoy time with little Chen. Just thinking about it excites me. But wait, I'm not so young anymore. I mustn't think so naively. Is it unreasonable to spend a day resting with little Chen at the hotel? Hee hee. As I listened, I found it perplexing that hearing their thoughts was more exasperating than being oblivious to them. Thankfully, Mo Jiao had no plans to visit the Magic City. Calculating the situation, I realized that Lu Meili and Mo Ran were confirmed attendees, alongside Li Jiqiu, who had already ventured to the Magic City and the looming encounter with the lawyer El Chunxiao. How do those who cling to wealthy patrons endure such chaos? The prospect of the upcoming 2 days filled me with unease. How about this, Brother Tongzi? Let us strike a deal. I've acquired some wealth and assets, enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. Why not? Unbind me. Beep. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints detected. Detected host desire to unbind the system. Initiating final confirmation process. Please confirm whether to unbind. All system bestowals will be revoked upon unbinding. Revoked? I was momentarily stunned. I had merely entertained the thought, and yet the system possessed such a feature. Will my enhanced vitality be taken back as well? I weakly pondered. Beep, it will indeed be reclaimed. Furthermore, any depletion resulting from the enhancement will revert to your originally frail body. Please confirm. Do you wish to unbind? Then what is the point of unbinding? I could part with anything, but my vitality was non-negotiable. My resolve was firm. I decisively declined. Would I finally commence my fitness journey? My vitality could endure, but my body was beginning to falter. Chapter 55. El Chunxiao, the aircraft effortlessly peers through the inky blackness of the sky, taking off smoothly. Unexpectedly, although Mo Ran and Lu Meili were also headed to the Magic City, they did not accompany Chen Yan. Instead, they planned to depart from Shanghai City the following day after attending to some business matters. The spacious Gulfstream G550 had been lavishly transformed, resembling a luxurious airborne villa, complete with a bedroom, a leisure area, and a shower room. After being settled in by the accompanying crew, Chen Yan began to explore the interior. Goodness, should an apocalypse arise, this aircraft would surely transform into a mobile sanctuary in the skies, he exclaimed, bouncing on the plush bed. He had previously believed his wealth to be astonishing, yet it turned out his perspective was rather limited. Just moments ago, when he inquired about the price of the aircraft from the striking crew member, he received a staggering response. 900 million. This figure did not even account for the cost of the complete refurbishment or the crew's expenses, which amounted to several million annually. Wow, to spend tens of millions without lifting a finger each year. Indeed, poverty restricts one's imagination. Chen Yan mused, wrapped in a bathrobe and sipping red wine while gazing at the nightscape outside. No rush. I've only had the system for a few days, and I've already reaped a fortune. Given time, I shall undoubtedly be wealthier than nations. Though envious, he felt no jealousy. After all, he possessed a system, and such riches would eventually be his. The question lingered. However, would he be wealthier himself, or would he simply be surrounded by a multitude of wealthy women? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door of the small bedroom, revealing the alluring crew member. Mr. Chun, would you like a midnight snack? The beautiful blonde, with striking blue eyes, appeared to be from Eastern Europe, yet spoke fluent Mandarin. No, thank you, Chen Yan politely declined, feeling no hunger. Then, Mr. Chun, is there anything else you require? The beauty paused, then gently unbuttoned 2 of her blouse buttons, revealing a generous expanse of fair neck and collarbone. Wow, so fair, Chen Yan exclaimed internally. What on earth is this sudden unveiling? His eyes widened in surprise. He had yet to truly witness the allure of foreign beauty outside of the overseas district. No, that's not necessary. He was certain this was not arranged by Lu Meili. Although tempted, he opted to refuse. Despite her undeniable beauty and exotic charm, the system had not signaled any prompts. She was either too young or did not meet the required criteria. Furthermore, Chen Yan could discern beauty to a degree, and while she was attractive, she paled in comparison to Mo Ran and her companions, more akin to Wu Lanxin. Very well, Mr. Chun, the beauty replied, slightly taken aback. For the crew, serving Lu Meili's guests was routine, given the nature of Lu Meili's family's business dealings. Hence, it was common for guests to accept such services. Chen Yan's refusal, however, was unexpected. Then please rest well, Mr. Chun. With that, the beauty departed, leaving Chen Yan alone once more in the aircraft's bedroom. Feeling a bit bored, He glanced at his phone and opened the chat interface with Li Jiqiu. Since the night she left for the Magic City, he had heard nothing from her. He recalled that her reason for going was her father-in-law's sudden hospitalization. Unfortunately, he knew no doctors and was unaware of the nature of Jiqiu's responsibilities. From his clothing, he retrieved a plain white business card, featuring only a name and a phone number, John Arthur. Another foreigner, with only an email listed, quite mysterious. He brushed it aside, lying back on the bed. As the flight had now entered a stable cruising phase, there was no need for a seatbelt. He could move about freely. The flight path was lengthy, with over 3 hours remaining, so he decided to rest for a while. Chen Yan was busy that night, serving as the official notary lawyer for the Magic City. She was intently drafting the auction notary document for a small plot of land on the city's outskirts. Under normal circumstances, the auction of such a small piece of land would not require her expertise. However, this particular instance was different. The land in question was of a unique nature, being the private estate of Jiangnan's wealthiest individual. Though small, it was an unparalleled private property in all of Huagua. This land was to be auctioned in cooperation with the Magic City government, with the auction proceeds promised to be donated entirely to impoverished regions in the Northwest. Those accustomed to land auctions knew that such matters, especially involving the Magic City's officials and private business tycoons, were fraught with regulations. Thus, Chen Yan stepped forward without hesitation. Sighing after typing the final word, she rubbed her aching neck and glanced out the window. It was already past midnight. A couple more checks, and then she could rest. The land auction was scheduled for the afternoon, and she planned to visit a chiropractor in the morning. Her beautiful eyes remained focused on the computer screen, oblivious to her assistant's entrance. Chen Yan, her assistant called, gently placing a cup of coffee on her desk. Have a cup of coffee to perk you up. Oh, thank you. Chen Yan replied absent-mindedly, her gaze fixed on the screen. Her assistant pulled up a chair beside her and asked, "Is there something special about this land? The starting bid is 50 million, which is more than my entire community. By rights, the Magic City is not lacking in residential, commercial, or industrial land, so the scarcity of this plot should not warrant such a high price," she mused. Hearing her assistant's chatter, Chen Yan couldn't help but pause, her eyes feeling heavy. Taking a sip of coffee, she turned to her young intern with a smile. As lawyers, we must always ensure there's a reason behind every occurrence. This land, though just over 2 acres, commands a starting bid of 50 million for reasons that the average person may not understand. Jiangnan's wealthiest man, Zhong Weigua, is a formidable figure, reputedly over 90 years old. I've interacted with him many times. Though aged, he is astute, albeit a bit superstitious. A glimmer of memory flickered in Chen Yan's eyes. Her rapid rise in recent years was not only due to her own capabilities, but also her collaboration with the Zhong family. Superstitious? It's not unusual for an old man to have such beliefs, but what does that have to do with the land? Her assistant questioned, struggling to connect the dots. Indeed, the two seem unrelated, yet this year, Mr. Zhong sought a divination from someone. It was said that this land conceals a dragon pearl, capable of attracting a true dragon. With no sons, he has only one daughter, born to him in his 60s, who is rumored to possess a destiny of the celestial dragon pearl. Naturally, as he feels the weight of age upon him, he became intrigued. If the land attracts a true dragon, that dragon will surely be drawn to his daughter. In that case, the vast Zhong family estate would not falter in her hands. Chapter 56 Arrival. By the time Chen Yan returned home, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Despite her exhausted movements, her spirit remained surprisingly vibrant. Swiftly shedding her clothes, she grabbed a toy from the bedside table and dashed into the bathroom. This was her unique method of alleviating fatigue. As a top-tier lawyer, she found it difficult to connect with ordinary people, especially as she grew older. She once set an impressive record of attending over 800 blind dates in a single year, yet her strikingly beautiful and mature exterior could not overcome her formidable aura. Each male suitor departed within less than a minute. As for dating, Chen Yan's proud nature forbade her from engaging in such a degrading act. The pressure of life weighed heavily upon her. What could she do? The only option was to indulge in her toys. A melodious song echoed from the bathroom. At 4 in the morning, The Gulfstream G550 had already landed at the airport in Shanghai. With no subsequent flight duties, and due to Chen Yan being an important figure whom the owner, Lu Moli, had entrusted with great care, the crew remained alert and awaited Chen Yan's awakening. After a restful slumber, Chen Yan awoke feeling invigorated, stretching languidly as he sat up in bed. That was a delightful sleep. He unfastened the seatbelt that the crew had secured prior to landing. After changing into fresh attire, he took his belongings and stepped outside. "Mr. Chen, your hotel has been arranged," a flight attendant said with a polite smile, guiding him toward a waiting car. Chen Yan was not surprised and simply nodded as he followed her. The plane belonged to Lu Moli, so it was only natural that she had also arranged the hotel. The time was just past 7, affording him ample opportunity to grab a bite at the hotel before heading to the first hospital of Shanghai. Seated in the Maybach that had come to pick him up, Chen Yan dialed Li Zhiqiu's number. "Little Chen?" The phone rang for a while before Li Zhiqiu's surprised yet fatigued voice reached him. "Zhiqiu, why haven't I heard from you these past few days? Are you well?" Chen Yan inquired with genuine concern for the older sister who had been his first connection in this new chapter of his life. "I'm fine." Li Zhiqiu hesitated, sounding like a child who only shared good news. "Little Chen, I'll be returning to Shihai City in a few days, so please wait for me. I'll bring you a gift, okay?" Hearing her voice warmed Chen Yan's heart, and a smile crept onto his lips. "Zhiqiu, before you send me a gift, let me send you a little something first. Guess where I am? Where are you?" Li Zhiqiu's confusion turned into a sudden shriek. "Little Chen, you're in Shanghai? Really?" "Yes, by the way, Zhiqiu, we'll see each other later. Are you at the first hospital of Shanghai?" Chen Yan chuckled, finding satisfaction in her sudden shift from an intellectual elder sister to a youthful girl. Yes, I'll wait for you." Li Zhiqiu responded joyfully, only to be interrupted by some commotion on her end. "Little Chen, I need to go. There's something happening here. See you later." "All right." Chen Yan hung up, slightly furrowing his brows. The noise he heard was unclear, but he caught snippets of odd phrases like hurry and transfer your responsibilities. Chen Yan was no fool. He could deduce that something was amiss with Li Zhiqiu. Since that strange business card was linked to her tasks, he decided to reach out, even without knowing who the other party was. He opened his email on his phone and sent a brief message in English, considering the recipient was a foreigner. As the Maybach navigated through the bustling streets of Shanghai, with its eclectic architecture and stunning scenery flashing by, Chen Yan had little interest in sightseeing, constantly refreshing his inbox. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived at the Hilton Hotel, there was still no response. "Never mind, let us take care of the business information first." Chen Yan resolved to tackle one matter at a time. "Mr. Chen, your check-in has been arranged in advance. Please follow me." An attendant who seemed to be Lu Moli's guide led Chen Yan directly to the hotel elevator. The Hilton in Shanghai boasted an impressive 88 floors, a number considered auspicious and popular among business travelers. Chen Yan's room was the presidential suite on the top floor, and as the attendant opened the door for him, he was once again struck by awe. "Wow, I can't believe this is real," he exclaimed, marveling at the nearly 5-meter wide bed. Was it meant for couples? Certainly not. It seemed spacious enough for 6 people to lounge comfortably. The room's furnishings, from design to materials, were of the highest caliber, with the antiques rumored to be genuine. "Mr. Chen, do you require anything else? We can accommodate any request." After bringing Chen Yan to the hotel, the attendant appeared reluctant to leave, making one final effort to engage him. Watching the exotic attendant style her hair while speaking, Chen Yan quickly waved his hands. "No, thank you, you've worked hard." With the time nearing 8, he realized he had little time left to prepare for the upcoming business information. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to experience authentic foreign charm. "All right, Mr. Chen." The attendant appeared somewhat disappointed, but still pulled a small piece of paper with some numbers written on it from her pocket, placing it on the shoe cabinet. "If you need anything, feel free to contact me." "Okay." Chen Yan's lips twitched at the implication, but he thought, who knew when Lu Moli and Mo Ran would arrive? The thought of being caught in an awkward situation sent shivers down his spine. As the heavy door closed behind the departing attendant, Chen Yan found himself alone in the vast presidential suite. He hurriedly decided to take a shower, mindful that rush hour was approaching, and he couldn't afford to be delayed. "Hey, this hotel is quite nice. There are even new clothes in the wardrobe." Let me check the size. Perfect fit. Chen Yan happily selected a brand new outfit, the brand unfamiliar to him, but the fabric felt exquisite and undoubtedly expensive. Meanwhile, Lu Moli was finalizing the work plan for the upcoming days, preparing to send it to her secretary before heading home to pack and summon the plane for departure. Dingling Mo Ran called. Xiao Ran, what is up? Jijia, can I borrow your private jet? I'd like to go out this afternoon. Lu Moli's expression stiffened. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran, but I also need to head out this afternoon. I might not be able to lend it to you. Jijia, are you going to Shanghai? I just happen to be going there as well for some business. Chapter 57. Peculiar and awkward postures. Though the bustling metropolis of Magic City is a leading urban center and the financial hub of Huagua, the morning rush hour is truly unbearable. Even with the Hilton Hotel providing exclusive transportation and seasoned drivers for esteemed guests like Chen Yan, a journey that should take merely a few minutes extended to nearly an hour. Upon arriving at the first hospital of Magic City, the clock was nearing 9. Chen Yan dashed inside, only to find himself momentarily adrift in the vast hospital lobby. System, could you be a bit more precise with the location? You only mention a hospital, but I don't know anyone here. How am I supposed to find someone? Yet the system remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Chen Yan scanned the bustling crowd, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. What to do? Wait. The system would not intentionally complicate matters for him. Logically, he should be able to locate the individual he sought without issue. After a moment's reflection, inspiration struck. Calmly considering his options, Chen Yan recalled that his unique ability allowed him to perceive the thoughts of women with a score of 90 and above. Given the system's tendencies, the esteemed lawyer named L. Chunxiao should undoubtedly have a score exceeding 90. Moreover, she was over 30, a mature woman. With this in mind, he could navigate swiftly through the hospital, checking for any signs of her presence based on heartbeats or thoughts. Chen Yan swallowed hard, bounced on his feet, and began to weave through the crowded lobby. He planned to scour each floor methodically. The first hospital was expansive, but with nearly 20 minutes to spare. He believed he could cover it all. After a thorough search of the lobby, he found nothing. The pediatric ward on the second floor was ruled out, and other areas yielded no results. The third floor was fruitless, and the same for the fourth and fifth, excluding the obstetrics and gynecology unit, of course. Only the sixth floor remained. Panting heavily, Chen Yan ascended the stairs, dreading the possibility that El Chunxiao might appear just as he left an area. No matter. He decided to take a gamble. The sixth floor housed the rehabilitation and traditional Chinese medicine departments, adorned with an air of antiquity and serenity, frequented mostly by the affluent. Chen Yan rushed through the corridor, drenched in sweat, his hurried pace contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor of the patients around him, yet no one looked down upon him. Even in his haste, his aura set him apart. As he passed a treatment room, a faint whisper of thought suddenly caught his attention. Chen Yan halted abruptly, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, after searching tirelessly, this must be the target, L. Chunxiao. Glancing at his watch, it was exactly 9:14, perfect timing. With no one at the entrance of the treatment room, Chen Yan settled onto a bench outside, patiently awaiting her emergence. It was indeed rare to encounter someone with a score above 90. He had not come across anyone during his hospital tour. Soon, at precisely 9:15, the moment the system indicated, Chen Yan focused intently on the door. Creak! Just as anticipated, Chen Yan's spirits lifted as the door swung open, revealing a poised woman in a tailored suit, exuding an air of sophistication as she stepped out in sleek black high heels, both alluring and authoritative. Seeing his potential target, Chen Yan dared not breathe too loudly, fixating on her silhouette. Fortunately, she did not notice him. Otherwise, she might misconstrue his intentions. Or perhaps, with the charm buff still active, she would view him as a serendipitous encounter. Suddenly, L. Chunxiao, rubbing her neck after cupping treatment, inadvertently dropped a stack of documents from her hands. Quick as a flash, Chen Yan dashed forward to retrieve them. However, fate often has a sense of irony. The polished floor of this affluent area was not only shiny but slick, causing him to lose his footing as he grasped the papers, sliding uncontrollably forward. "Hey, watch out!" he shouted, racing towards L. Chunxiao, who had taken several steps ahead, absorbed in her thoughts about the notarization process. Upon hearing her name called, she turned, only to witness a figure barreling towards her, resulting in an unexpected collision that sent her tumbling onto him. "What the who are you?" she exclaimed, bewildered. In a rather absurd position, Chen Xiao found herself sitting on Chen Yan, who lay sprawled against the wall, eliciting a crowd of onlookers. "Ow, this hurts." Chen Yan groaned, attempting to rise but finding himself immobilized. "Could you get off me? Who are you?" Chen Xiao stammered, her composure shaken. Even as a seasoned lawyer, she had never experienced such an encounter, her body trembling with disbelief. "I was just picking something up," Chen Yan mumbled, leaning against the wall, rubbing his chest, which still bore bruises from previous encounters. "Just picking something up? And you crashed into me?" Chen Xiao's irritation faded as she caught sight of his face, her anger dissipating instantly. "Honestly, I didn't intend to make a scene. It's a public hospital. After all, I can't just take and run," he explained, realizing that regardless of the system's providence, he would receive something in return for his efforts. Lifting his gaze to the now flustered Chen Xiao, he raised the stack of documents he had retrieved, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I shall assist you in retrieving your belongings, dear sister Chen Xiao." Chapter 58. The awakening of spring feelings. Chen Xiao was not initially focused on the document in Chen Yan's hand. Instead, her mind was in disarray as she searched her memory for any recollection of him. As a lawyer, possessing a sharp memory was essential, and she could typically recall what she needed with ease. However, at that moment, she could not place Chen Yan's face at all. "I am Chen Yan." "No. Lawyer L, do you still need this document?" Chen Yan said somewhat irritably, showing no courtesy towards the older woman who had inadvertently seated herself heavily upon him. "Document? Oh right, the document," Chen Xiao exclaimed, jolted back to reality by Chen Yan's interruption. She glanced at her file bag and suddenly cried out in surprise. "Thank you." She awkwardly retrieved the misplaced document and bent down to assist Chen Yan to his feet. Yet, the moment she exerted pressure on her foot, she cried out in pain and fell again, landing directly atop Chen Yan, who had just managed to lift himself slightly off the ground. "Hiss!" Chen Yan instinctively braced himself with his hands, letting out a pained cry. This time, shedding the naivety of the previous day, he felt a familiar sensation akin to the one he experienced with policewoman Chen Xiaomei. "Ah, this white shirt is rather thin and lacy. The texture is quite pleasant." Chen Xiao seemed oblivious to the implications of her actions, although the sensation coursed through her body. The sharp pain in her ankle, however, kept her from dwelling on any inappropriate thoughts. "Are you all right?" Chen Yan initially suspected that Chen Xiao had orchestrated this scene due to an attraction to him, but upon closer inspection of her expression, he realized she was genuinely in distress. "My ankle." "Hiss! I twisted my ankle." Chen Xiao attempted to move her foot, but the excruciating pain radiated throughout her body, rendering her incapable of standing. "What should we do now?" Chen Yan looked around, noting that the onlookers had lost interest, dismissing them as merely a playful couple. Finding someone to assist them was proving to be a challenge, especially since his hands remained firmly pinned beneath Chen Xiao. It was not that he did not wish to move. Rather, he was unable to do so due to her weight. Chen Xiao, seemingly unfazed by the situation, continued to struggle to rise from the ground. "Perhaps I should help you to the treatment room over there," Chen Yan suggested, gesturing toward a nearby massage therapy room. "All right. I appreciate your help." Hearing Chen Yan's suggestion brought a flicker of joy to Chen Xiao's heart, momentarily dispelling her grievances regarding her unfortunate ankle twist. She even felt a tinge of regret. If they were both unencumbered, perhaps they might have fallen together in a more fortuitous manner. Ugh, what foolish thoughts. Shangxiao, aside from legal matters, have you nothing else on your mind? She chastised herself, attempting to push her inappropriate musings aside. With some difficulty, Chen Yan managed to rise, thankful for Chen Xiao's relatively light weight. Otherwise, he would have struggled to support her. The doctor, recognizing Chen Xiao as a regular, promptly attended to her. After a thorough examination, the doctor removed his glasses and began typing on the computer, speaking as he worked. Your ankle isn't severely injured, just a bit painful. Fortunately, There's no damage to the bones. I'll prescribe you a spray to alleviate the discomfort. Just rest at home and perhaps use a cane. But I have important matters to attend to. Chunxiao's face paled at the thought. The public auction she was to oversee began at 10:30, and, as a notary, her presence was essential. Unfortunately, while your injury isn't grave, it will undoubtedly affect your mobility. If necessary, your boyfriend could handle things for you, the doctor suggested. A look of nausea on his face. That. Chunxiao was momentarily at a loss for words, until Chen Yan firmly supported her waist and underarm, pulling her up from the chair. Thank you, Doctor, Chen Yan said, indifferent to the misunderstanding, eager to leave. With a valuable notarized document returned, he was determined to regain his footing in the original course of events. Wait, Chen Yan. Perhaps it was the exhausting morning or the unfortunate situation he found himself in, but Chen Yan felt a twinge of resentment, causing him to quicken his pace. Chunxiao struggled to keep up, her high heels causing her to wince and cry out in discomfort. Lawyer, didn't you say you were in a hurry? Let's move quickly. I'll drive you. Despite his minor irritation, Chen Yan was resolute not to miss the opportunity to participate, especially as Chunxiao was unable to move swiftly. Chunxiao wanted to suggest calling her assistant for help, but the words caught in her throat. The pain brought tears to her eyes, momentarily causing her to forget her age, as if she had regressed to her youthful days. Do you know how to drive at the land bureau in the city? Chunxiao whispered, tacitly allowing Chen Yan to accompany her. Yes, hand me the keys, Chen Yan replied, a surge of delight filling him. The allure of her presence was undeniable. As they moved slowly, Chunxiao's heart fluttered, her mind swirling with fleeting cinematic images, effortlessly replacing the protagonists with themselves. Chen Yan, however, remained unfazed. Although he had recently shed his novice status, he had already weathered the most tumultuous storms life had to offer. Now, even in the presence of the elegantly dressed Chunxiao, he found it challenging to feel any stirrings of emotion. Chen Yan, was devoid of sentiment, unless... Chapter 59. Do I look like a wealthy person? Fortunately, although Chunxiao moved at a sluggish pace, the two still managed to arrive at the land bureau within an hour. After locking the car, Chen Yan supported Chunxiao, holding her black high-heeled shoes in his hand. Her ankle was in such a state that, regardless of how hot or uncomfortable the ground was, she could only walk barefoot. Conversely, as Chen Yan carried the still warm heels, he couldn't help but ponder a question that many friends often entertain. Do beautiful women's feet smell? Whether they do or not remains uncertain. But the responses from beautiful women would surely be in unison, fragrant. As the scene shifted, Chen Yan and Chunxiao arrived late to a conference room bustling with people. Not only were there numerous affluent bidders, but also many reporters armed with cameras. After all, the collaboration between Jiangnan's wealthiest and the City of Magic in land sales, which would later be donated under the city's name for development, was undoubtedly a matter of great significance. However, only a select few were privy to the hidden agenda behind this land sale. Initially, Jiangnan's richest, Zhong Weigua, was reluctant to engage in this operation. Yet due to the necessity of local government approval for private land auctions and his urgent need to find a suitable son-in-law, he was compelled to orchestrate such a conspicuous and questionable maneuver. Lawyer LV, this way please. A staff member welcomed Chen Yan and Chunxiao, gesturing for the latter to take the stage. Just as Chen Yan intended to follow, he was halted. All the individuals on stage are direct stakeholders. You may wait below. The staff member's tone was neutral, offering no particular regard for Chen Yan. Understood, Chen Yan acquiesced. During their journey, Chunxiao had briefly explained the day's agenda to him, and, given the grandeur of the event, he was somewhat relieved not to be called upon. After exchanging a look that conveyed encouragement, hinting that she should focus while he merely observed, Chen Yan found a seat among the onlookers. On the other hand, although Chunxiao felt a twinge of reluctance to part from Chen Yan, as one of the day's main figures, she could not afford to act whimsically. Supported by her assistant, she approached the two initiators of the land auction, Zhong Weigua and the second-in-command of the City of Magic. Lawyer LV, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. What happened to your leg? Zhao Bin, the city's deputy mayor, who was in his 60s with graying hair, greeted LV Chunxiao with a smile. Mayor Fao, I tripped while walking, but it's nothing serious, LV Chunxiao replied, maintaining her composure despite Zhao Bin's jovial demeanor. She then turned to Zhong Weiguo, inquiring, Mr. Zhong, shall we commence? Ha ha, Mayor Zhao, should we proceed? Were there still friends en route? Although Zhong Weiguo was aging and somewhat senile, he recognized the hierarchy. When collaborating with the City of Magic, he was not the one in charge. Let us begin. Zhao Bin nodded with a smile, gesturing for his secretary to commence. The previously stoic middle-aged man stepped forward to the microphone. May I have your attention, please? The secretary spoke on behalf of Zhao Bin, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd, including the usually boisterous journalists. Everyone is likely aware of the significance of this land auction, so I won't dwell on it further. I must reiterate that this auction is a joint initiative by Mr. Zhong Weiguo and the City of Magic, featuring plot number B 20115380, notarized by lawyer LV Chunxiao of the Spring and Autumn Law Firm, with the Land Bureau handling the auction proceedings. This collaboration, with one party notarizing and the proceeds being donated entirely to the Western regions, aims to contribute to poverty alleviation and infrastructure development. Now, I invite lawyer LV Chunxiao to read the notarization content, followed by the stamping of the document by Mr. Zhong Weiguo and Deputy Mayor Zhao Bin. After the secretary outlined the proceedings, the audience erupted in applause as they made way for LV Chunxiao. She approached the podium, holding the notarization document that Chen Yan had salvaged for her that morning, and calmly read its contents aloud. The notary is LV Chunxiao. Upon completing her signature, she exhaled a sigh of relief. This document bore the official red seal, and not only had she prepared it overnight, but many influential figures had also expedited its approval, leaving no room for error. A misplacement of this document would directly jeopardize the auction's execution. As LV Chunxiao stepped back, Zhong Weiguo and Zhao Bin advanced together, signing the notarization document and affixing their official seals, which an assistant displayed to the auction participants and reporters. The excitement in the room was palpable. This auction was of profound significance, and most attendees were not merely interested in the land itself. This seemingly insignificant plot was not in short supply among entrepreneurs or the City of Magic, rendering it somewhat trivial. What thrilled them was the prospect of connecting with Zhong Weiguo and the municipal government through this auction. Some may consider this exaggerated. But do you remember the infamous auction of a Mercedes by the renowned Zhou? Now let the auction commence. Please be prepared. The prominent figures descended from the stage, taking their seats in the front row to observe. Ladies and gentlemen, the total area of this plot is 598 square meters, designated for commercial and residential use, with a maximum allowable height of 35 floors. The starting price is $50 million, with minimum increments of $5 million. Let the bidding begin. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, the intense bidding commenced immediately. 60 million, 80 million. I bid 90 million. Soon enough, to Chen Yan's astonishment, the price skyrocketed to 190 million before a slight lull in the frenzy. Goodness, for less than 600 square meters, the price is soaring so high. The Tycoon truly lives up to his name. Chen Yan murmured in disbelief, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. You shouldn't speak so lightly. These individuals are esteemed figures in the business world, and their bids are not made frivolously. A low, sultry voice chimed in beside him. Chen Yan, slightly taken aback, turned to see the speaker. He was astonished that his quiet observation had been overheard. However, as he caught sight of the woman, his eyes widened further. Zhong Shuqi, the only daughter of the Zhong family, age 35, comprehensive score, 96, current status, curious, captivated, what on earth? The highest score ever. Chen Yan was profoundly struck. Her beauty combined allure and playfulness, exuding an air of nobility beneath her subtle makeup. Even though he couldn't discern her figure clearly, her unique voice stirred a flutter within him. She was the type of woman who could easily evoke a sense of longing from the very first glance. I was merely speaking casually. Chen Yan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Although this woman was strikingly beautiful, far surpassing others in her age group. Now was not the time to focus on her. He needed to contemplate where his own gains would arise from. Are you not going to place a bid? Zhong Shuqing, filled with curiosity, spoke up. As the sole daughter of the Zhong family, she was perplexed as to why her father had suddenly decided to auction off a piece of land that was considered part of her dowry. However, she held no objections. Her clandestine visit today was solely to witness who would acquire this parcel of land. Thus, she concealed herself at the back, and by a stroke of fortune, she encountered Chen Yan, a man who captivated her at first glance. Me? Place a bid? Chen Yan chuckled, pointing at himself. Do I appear to you as someone of considerable wealth? Chapter 60, A Gift for Him. Chen Yan spoke with such conviction that it left Zhong Shuqing astonished. You are not here bid, are you? Of course not. I'm merely an ordinary bystander, here for the spectacle. Chen Yan did not glance at her, seemingly more intrigued by the steadily rising bids than by the alluring presence of Zhong Shuqing beside him. In truth, Chen Yan was not indifferent to beautiful women. On the contrary, he found them quite captivating. However, he was determined not to allow his admiration for a pretty sister to distract him from the potential gains of this auction. As for Lu Chunxiao, her wealth paled in comparison to that of Mo Ran or Li Jiqiu, and her net worth barely reached 10 million. Thus, the assured profits lay solely within this auction. An ordinary person? How could an ordinary person even enter? Zhong Shuqing pondered, observing Chen Yan's calm profile, a peculiar sensation stirring within her heart. For many years, as the sole heir and daughter of a prestigious family, she had always been surrounded by an aura of privilege, and no one had ever caught her eye. This had led to her current state of being in her 30s and still unmarried, a rarity among her elite peers. Countless suitors had set their sights on her, the so-called leftover woman, yet none had received a warm response from her. Yet, Chen Yan was different. Beyond the fleeting glances of admiration, he elicited no base feelings within her. Zhong Shuqing gazed intently at Chen Yan, while he was wholly absorbed in the screen displaying the staggering bid of 350 million. My goodness, in such a small place, it could reach billions. What on earth could it be used for? It seems like a loss, Chen Yan murmured, though he was already aware that this plot of land was valued at 420 million. Witnessing the price escalate before his eyes was a profound shock for someone inexperienced in auctions. Do you want it? Suddenly, Zhong Shuqing leaned in and quietly asked Chen Yan. Me? Chen Yan turned in surprise, quickly averting his gaze. The more he looked at her, the more he felt he might explode. Of course I want it. Like you said, even though I think this land is small, it must be valuable for a reason. Anyone would be tempted by such worth, he replied candidly. Zhong Shuqing's eyes glazed over in confusion. She simply could not fathom how this extraordinary young man, who perfectly matched her ideals in both appearance and demeanor, could so seamlessly merge the essence of nobility with the mundane. It was utterly unpretentious. Then I shall gift it to you, she said with a dreamy smile. Gift it to me? Wait, that cannot be. Chen Yan was taken aback, although he recognized her high status and assumed she was not lacking in wealth. They were essentially strangers. Accepting such a favor from her felt inappropriate. At the very least, they should get to know each other first. Mr. Dong from the real estate company has bid 350 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The charming auctioneer exclaimed, her voice ringing out. This is a private plot of land owned by old Master Zhong, an extremely rare opportunity, not to be missed. Under her enthusiastic guidance, the bids continued to soar, halting at the current 350 million. Naturally, her words were not unfounded. They had been approved by Zhong Weigua himself, as his primary goal was to draw out the true contender. 380 million. Zhong Shuqing raised her hand, her slightly husky voice echoing throughout the venue. Instantly, the room erupted in uproar. 350 million was the absolute limit for these entrepreneurs. Anyone exceeding that threshold would be risking ruin. The journalists, upon hearing Zhong Shuqing's bid, turned their cameras towards her, intrigued. Who is that? Who is bidding? Who possesses such wealth? Look, isn't that old Master Zhong's daughter? What's going on? Is she bidding on her own family's land? Many entrepreneurs turned to glance at Zhong Shuqing, creating a stir of astonishment. 380 million. Chen Yan was bewildered. Wasn't that the value mentioned in the documents? Could it be? He turned to look at the composed Zhong Shuqing beside him, her large earrings glimmering against her fair neck, evoking a stream of thoughts. My goodness, it must be happening here. Chen Yan was struck with realization, understanding that this was undoubtedly the anticipated outcome of the auction. I object. The man who had bid 350 million stood up, shouting, Old Master Zhong, isn't this a malicious attempt to inflate the price? Allowing your daughter, a family member, to bid is quite inappropriate. His words reverberated through the auction hall, igniting a wave of murmurs. Zhong Weiguo's aged face first expressed surprise, then a hint of helplessness as he turned to his daughter. Daughter, what are you doing? Please, don't just call out bids. This is not a game. If you truly wish for a plot of land, we can select one at home. His tone was filled with affection, lacking any reprimand. Initially, he believed that after Zhong Weiguo's intervention, the bidding would be nullified and restarted. However, Zhong Shuqing's response left everyone astounded. No, I'm simply bidding normally. Why can't a family member bid? I intend to pay in real money. And this money won't even benefit the Zhong family. So what's the issue? Besides, this land was once my dowry, and now I wish to give it away. As she spoke, her tone inexplicably softened, her voice lowering a couple of octaves, yet it was clear as day to all present. What? Zhong Weiguo was taken aback, pointing at Zhong Shuqing with trembling fingers. You, daughter, you mean you want to give it away? To whom? His elderly heart quivered, caught between anticipation and worry. Meanwhile, Vice Mayor Zhao Bin beside him wore a broad smile, patting Zhong Weiguo on the shoulder. Ha ha, old Zhong. Your daughter must be in love. Talking about dowries and giving them away, you should really pay attention. Zhong Weiguo ignored him, his slightly clouded eyes fixed intently on Zhong Shuqing, whose complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the hidden motives behind this land and the implications of that particular prophecy. I wish to gift him. Zhong Shuqing hesitated, pointing at Chen Yan beside her, then leaning in to whisper, Hey little brother, what is your name? Me? My name is Chen Yan. Under the multitude of gazes, Chen Yan felt a chill run down his spine, an instinct telling him he had unwittingly become entangled in something extraordinary. Yes, he is the one I wish to gift. Chen Yan, Chapter 61, A Call from Little Azu. Yesterday and today, the gifts have been abundant. Little Wings is pleasantly surprised, thank you, but I won't elaborate on my gratitude here. I wish everyone a delightful reading experience. Love you all three. Chen Yan? Which young master is this? Quickly investigate his background. The surname Chen? Do we have a prominent family with that name in Magic City? Observing his extraordinary demeanor and refined aura, why does he seem so furtive? The crowd erupted in whispers, causing Chen Yan to feel a prickling sensation on his back. Naturally, Lu Chunxiao noticed him as well, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. She was acquainted with the sole daughter of the Zhong family. Indeed, with such poise, he must belong to a similarly distinguished lineage, Sigh. This only reinforces the improbability of any connection between them. Her gaze dimmed slightly, her heart feeling a bit hollow. Even as the owner and leading attorney of a top law firm in Huagua, she could not bridge the chasm of class disparity. Meanwhile, Zhong Weiguo's weary eyes were fixed intently on Chen Yan, his aura, his nobility, drawn to this land, seated next to Shao Qi. Could it be? Zhong Weiguo's heart surged with thoughts, instinctively regarding Chen Yan as the true dragon he sought. However, the astute elder refrained from making a hasty decision, opting instead to instruct his subordinates to conduct an investigation. My daughter, are you truly willing to purchase this piece of land for Mr. Chen at your own expense? Zhong Shuqing lightly nodded her fair chin, her demeanor unaffected by the grandeur surrounding her, her subtle pride and aloofness more pronounced than ever. Of course, if I say I will gift it, then I will. As she spoke, she produced her card, raising it toward the auctioneer, urging her to continue with the bidding. The beautiful auctioneer hesitated, casting an awkward glance at Zhong Weiguo. Without the elder's approval, she dared not proceed. May I inquire why? Zhong Weiguo's aged features twitched. The unexpected turn of events orchestrated by his daughter needed a reasonable explanation, or it would surely invite ridicule from those who held disdain for the Zhong family. Because he is my boyfriend. Zhong Shuqing's mind sparked with inspiration as she boldly declared, pulling the somewhat bewildered Chen Yan to his feet, seemingly announcing to all present, "He, Chen Yan, is my partner. Thus, I shall gift him this piece of land, which was originally part of my dowry." A profound silence enveloped the room. A pin drop could be heard. Even the usually boisterous reporters held their breath in shock. This was indeed a momentous revelation. Yet upon hearing his daughter's declaration, Zhong Weiguo's face darkened, his expression grim and his chest heaving with emotion. Initially, one might expect the elder to erupt in anger, but after a tense silence of several seconds, he suddenly smiled, sighed, and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, my little girl has finally found a partner. Everyone, please bear with us. The auction's final bid of 420 million will be fully covered by our Zhong family. Thank you all for your support." Leaning on his cane, Zhong Weiguo bowed lightly to the audience, seemingly apologizing while firmly announcing the outcome. Chen Yan was utterly bewildered. The developments unfolded too rapidly for him to intervene, and within the span of a mere minute, he had inexplicably acquired a piece of land auctioned for 420 million. Many were dissatisfied, suspecting this was merely a farce devised by Zhong Weiguo. However, out of respect for the elder and deputy mayor Zhao Bin present, they concealed their emotions, merely smiling and offering congratulations. Chen Yan did not linger until the end of the event. Instead, he was dragged to the backstage by Zhong Shuqing, who resembled a captivating siren. Here, the auctioneer, municipal finance officials, notary Lu Chunxiao, and land bureau clerks awaited, just pending Chen Yan's identification and the Zhong family's payment. "Mr. Chen, please provide your identification." The clerk requested Chen Yan's ID and began organizing the contract and materials. As for Zhong Shuqing, she promptly swiped her card, drawing funds from the familial connection provided by Zhong Weiguo. Chen Yan found himself with little to do, merely waiting on a nearby chair. "By the way, Brother Tongzi, why has my perception buff ceased to work?" I haven't heard a single thought from Zhong Shuqing. She met the requirements. Ding ding. Host. This system automatically filtered out unnecessary thoughts to prevent overwhelming you. Do you wish to hear them? There's an automatic filtering function. How considerate. Ding ding. Indeed, host. So do you wish to listen? Chen Yan shrank back. If even the system deemed that Zhong Shuqing's thoughts could be overwhelming, then he certainly did not wish to hear them. Absolutely not. While auctions, especially land auctions, might seem exceedingly cumbersome to the average person, they truly are quite intricate. Yet, with the endorsement and preparation of the Magic City government, such complexities were swiftly navigated. In just a few minutes after several procedural approvals, a plot of land officially appeared under Chen Yan's asset registry. Ding ding, just as Chen Yan was about to rise and collect the land certificate, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Chen Yan initially hesitated to answer, but considering the possibility of missing something important, he decided to pick up. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yan?" On the other end was an exceptionally pleasant voice, reminiscent of a gentle breeze in the summer, evoking memories of a summer long past. "This is he. May I ask who you are?" Chen Yan quickly brushed aside the enchanting sensation, asking in a serious tone. Such a melodious voice suggested the speaker was likely under 30. Lacking charm or goodwill, he did not assume the best of intentions. "Ah, Mr. Chen, I'm glad to finally reach you. I'm Zhu Zhu, the secretary of Tianji MCN Company, also your secretary. Feel free to call me my stage name, Little Azu." Tianji MCN Company? Chen Yan paused for a moment before realization dawned upon him. He had almost forgotten that he had acquired an MCN company valued at over $1 billion for Brother Tongzi just yesterday, which he had initially dismissed. "Oh, hello. What can I do for you? Please come to the company. A few music industry moguls have arrived to discuss potential collaborations for quality productions. They've been waiting for you all day." Music industry moguls? Wait, ISNT that the short video app went off and browse? Chen Yan was surprised. This company was significant. Many internet enterprises thrived and even flourished thanks to it, with a valuation reportedly exceeding $100 billion. "All right, please have him wait a moment. I'll be there shortly." He decided to pay a visit, as the paperwork here was already completed. As for Zhong Shuqing, she could do as she pleased. Oh right, and Lu Chunxiao. To be honest, Chen Yan wasn't particularly interested in Lu Chunxiao. while she was undeniably unique. He felt a sense of reverence for her profession. What if something went awry, leading to a twisted obsession? Would he end up imprisoned for eternity? Oh, little Azu, please send me the company address. Chapter 62. Is Chen Yan truly a dragon? Upon ending the phone call, Chen Yan intended to exit, but was suddenly obstructed by a group of individuals. Although the newcomers appeared aged, their demeanor was strikingly distinguished. Even their walking sticks exuded an air of elegance. Standing alongside Zhao Bin with a beaming smile was none other than Zhong Weiguo. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Shuqi approached, having settled the hefty municipal invoice. Father, with a cool detachment, Zhong Shuqi called out, hesitating for a moment before positioning herself beside Chen Yan. Given Zhong Shuqi's tall stature complemented by her intricately designed high heels, the two appeared almost equal in height. Ha ha ha, you must be Mr. Chen Yan, correct? From a distance, I couldn't see you clearly, but now that we meet, you truly are impressive in stature, Zhong Weiguo remarked, surveying Chen Yan with a cheerful expression. Upon closer inspection, Mr. Chen indeed possesses an extraordinary presence, perfectly matched with my daughter. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to you and Miss Zhong for your contributions to society. Congratulations, my old friend, for having found a worthy son-in-law. Zhao Bin also chimed in with praise, noting that as long as the funds reached the municipal coffers, it mattered little who acquired the land. After all, it was a matter of prestige for him. In this era, those in subordinate positions often seek to undermine their superiors. Hello, Chen Yan, having attentively observed the proceedings, recognized the significance of those before him, and felt a surge of nervousness. Even without clarity on their identities, the attendants trailing behind them hinted at their considerable status. Ha! Indeed, I am Zhong Weiguo, the father of Xiao Qi. The kindly smile that graced Zhong Weiguo's face did little to alleviate the chill that crept down Chen Yan's spine. Goodness, those in the know would assume they were father and daughter, while others might mistakenly view them as grandfather and granddaughter. Greetings, uncle. My name is Chen Yan. He nearly slipped and called him grandfather, but thankfully caught himself just in time. He refrained from engaging in pleasantries with Zhao Bin. Their connection was tenuous at best, rendering such exchanges unnecessary. All right, you all enjoy your family gathering. I shall take my leave. Zhao Bin, eager to usher them away, recognized that the presence of outsiders on municipal grounds was undesirable. Have the procedures for Mr. Chen been completed? He inquired of a nearby aide. Everything is in order. The aide confirmed, having been awaiting the finalization of the paperwork. With that, Zhong Weiguo gracefully took his leave, accompanied by Zhong Shuqi and their entourage, exiting without lingering. Chen Yan initially sought to slip away, but was inexplicably pulled along by Zhong Shuqi through the throng of people, leading him outward. Zhong Weiguo remained silent, walking ahead until they reached the entrance of the Land Bureau, where he finally halted. Little Chen, as I am considerably older, I shall call you that, Zhong Weiguo stated, his once friendly demeanor now replaced by a serious tone. There are matters I must clarify. Where do you currently hold a position? Which Chen family do you belong to? Although there are many distinguished families named Chen, none hail from the Magic City, nor from the entire Jiangnan region. The most renowned is the Chen family from the imperial capital. I am not affiliated with any prominent family, nor do I hold a significant position, Chen Yan replied, feeling a sense of helplessness as he rubbed his nose. He decided to address the misunderstanding in the presence of Zhong Shuqi's father. Zhong Laobo, I shall refer to you as such, as addressing you as uncle feels somewhat awkward. He relaxed his demeanor, allowing his innate sophistication to surface, responding to Zhong Weiguo with an air of nobility that caused the elder's expression to stiffen slightly. Such audacity is uncommon among ordinary individuals. This Chen Yan undoubtedly possesses a noteworthy background. Allow me to clarify the situation. Initially, I accompanied lawyer L. Chun Xiao to deliver documents, as she had sprained her ankle and was unable to move. While I was there, I thought to stay and observe the proceedings. Hey, why are you pulling at me? As Chen Yan spoke, Zhong Shuqi anxiously tugged at his arm, but he brushed her off. It was not out of indifference or a lack of charm on her part. Rather, the gravity of the situation and the presence of the mayor instinctively prompted him to distance himself. Subsequently, I was seated nearby when your daughter approached me. Though we were complete strangers, she suddenly offered me this piece of land. Can you believe it? I was utterly baffled perhaps. Zhong Laobois. I can cooperate unconditionally to transfer the land to you, but I must clarify that I have no funds to contribute. You cannot expect me to pay a single cent. He spread his hands in a gesture of sincerity, having not granted them the opportunity to refuse earlier. If it comes to that, you may reach out to El Chun Xiao. That top-tier lawyer is completely taken with me. Surely she will strive to represent my interests. With that, he parted the crowd, calling out as he walked. You have my number. If you need to discuss this, please contact me. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, he dashed out the door, disregarding Zhong Shuqi's calls, and hopped into a taxi that had arrived in response to the commotion, speeding away. Hey, Chen Yan, don't run away. Zhong Shuqi shouted in frustration, her demeanor shifting from her usual aloofness to one of distress, reminiscent of a tempestuous sovereign. This scene unfolded before Zhong Weiguo's weary eyes. After a moment of contemplation, filled with unanswered questions, he gestured for the driver to approach. Xiao Qi, your impulsiveness is indeed excessive this time. Let's discuss this in the car. Zhong Weiguo spoke solemnly, his voice unrestrained, recognizing that Chen Yan had been forthright in front of the assembled reporters, with the truth already laid bare, concealing it was not in his character. Ugh, this is infuriating. Zhong Shuqi stamped her foot in frustration, her expression decidedly displeased as she entered the luxurious, extended vehicle alongside Zhong Weiguo, who slowly drove away. Inside the car, she gazed ahead, momentarily lost in thought, prompting Zhong Weiguo to call her name multiple times before she finally responded. Xiao Qi, tell me honestly what transpired. Observing his daughter's distracted state, Zhong Weiguo had a sense of understanding but needed further confirmation. Zhong Shuqi bit her lip, although she possessed a knack for business. Her understanding of romantic matters was limited. After a lengthy pause, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Father, I like him. Although this is our first meeting, the moment I laid eyes on him, it felt as though my heart was being tugged, akin to 1,000 gentle tickles. This sensation is peculiar. I have never experienced it before, yet I know this is what it means to like someone. Moreover, I find him exceptional. He didn't even acknowledge me, merely focused on the auction stage, as if that piece of land held more allure than you. Zhong Weiguo immediately interjected, his murky gaze sharpening with clarity. Indeed, thus, I believe he is truly special, and I am convinced this feeling is genuine affection. As she spoke of Chen Yan, a radiant smile unconsciously graced Zhong Shuqi's lips, revealing a side of her that was remarkably different from her usual self. With a deep sigh, Zhong Weiguo realized that since there were no further developments at the auction site aside from Chen Yan, he could confidently deduce that Chen Yan was most likely the true dragon foretold in the divination. However, regarding Chen Yan's background and family circumstances, Zhong Weiguo could not afford to remain uninformed. If one aspired to become my son-in-law and inherit the entirety of the Zhong family's wealth, one must possess some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, I, as an elder, would be reluctant to entrust my treasures to you. Chapter 63. Is it comfortable to be with a wealthy woman? Tonight, 2 guests will be visiting the house. Xiaoqi, please bring them home. Since you have taken a liking to them, as your old father, I must support you. However, Zhong Weiguo's voice grew increasingly frail, mingled with concern yet tinged with acceptance. I must thoroughly assess this situation. Do you understand? Zhong Shuqi's face lit up with joy, nodding vigorously, a stark contrast to her mature exterior. Only in front of her doting father would she reveal her youthful side. Truly, thank you, Dad. Mua Zhong Shuqi exclaimed excitedly, planting a kiss on Zhong Weiguo's cheek, her spirits soaring as she searched for Chen Yan's contact information on her phone and added him as a friend. Throughout her life, whenever she desired something, her father had always helped her achieve it, and she naturally assumed this time would be no different. This girl, Zhong Weiguo, gazed indulgently at his daughter, who was eagerly bouncing on her feet with her phone in hand, silently relieved. The divination had clearly indicated that the true dragon would be drawn to the earth, and due to his daughter's unique fate, she would also attract the true dragon present at the event. He could only hope that he was indeed a true dragon and not a malevolent one. Meanwhile, Chen Yan was seated in a taxi, en route to the Zhongyuan building, the headquarters of his MCN company. Ding-dong, a new notification chimed on his phone. Upon opening it, he found a friend request from a cartoon avatar named Sexy Mother Roach. Yes, that's my WeChat name. What an abstract name. Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle, finding the peculiar moniker surprisingly appealing. Given his principle that an abstract name often belonged to a super cute girl, he decided to accept the request. Who are you? Chen Yan typed, accompanied by a cute questioning emoji. I'm your girlfriend. I'm a sexy mother roach of the big babies. The reply came swiftly. It's me, Zhong Shuqi. Chen Yan. Damn, she really couldn't wait to contact him. The excitement faded, although the system offered rewards that he could choose not to return. He preferred to avoid matters he had never dealt with before, like this land ownership. After pondering for a moment, he slowly typed a response. All right, Miss Zhong. Just let me know when you need me to assist with the transfer procedures. However, just as he sent the message, another notification pinged, this time a photo. A selfie. The background was inside a car, her expression a blend of allure and cuteness. Long, fair legs bent gracefully over the seat, her toes adorned with black nail polish. Wow. Chen Yan inhaled sharply. The image was overwhelmingly striking, fitting enough to be the cover of a photo album. So beautiful. The composition, combined with her stunning looks, could easily lead one to believe she was an AI-generated ideal woman if they hadn't seen her in person. When did I say I wanted to reclaim the land? My dad invited you. Come to my house tonight at 7:30. I'll pick you up. All right? Not reclaiming the land? And inviting me over? Chen Yan frowned, instinctively wanting to decline, but fortune moment. Fortune moment. Warning. 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 Golden legend of fortune. Fortune moment. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints, sigh. System, you really don't let go until you see the rabbit. Resigned, he opted to agree. Okay, I'll send you my location later. You can come pick me up. After replying, he set his phone down and turned his attention elsewhere. He still had much to do today. He hadn't even eaten lunch yet and needed to meet Li Zhiqiu in the afternoon. My daily life feels like a job, either mingling with wealthy women or getting caught up in official matters. Even the chief. TSK. It's exhausting. Half reclining in the back seat of the taxi, he couldn't help but mutter aloud to the driver. Do you think it's comfortable to be with a wealthy woman? The driver, initially focused on the road, immediately understood upon hearing such a peculiar question. Young man, are you from out of town? Yeah, I'm just visiting. No, driver. I meant to ask if it's comfortable to be with a wealthy woman. Chen Yan was perplexed. He didn't see how his origins mattered. The outside world always seems to view wealthy women favorably. Many young people ask about it, though they shy away from being as direct as you. They often want to know where to become male models for easy money. The driver chuckled, seemingly unfazed, mentioning that many young men sought to try their luck with wealthy women, often referring to the allure of Shanghai's affluent ladies. However, they aren't as charming as you. Young man, you have quite the chance. There are several bars on Wumar Road where male models are sought. You should consider applying there. The driver, clearly enjoying the conversation, continued enthusiastically. But remember, young man, you must rely on your own efforts. Chen Yan rolled his eyes, refusing to engage further with the driver. What does that even mean? Besides, can't I provide emotional value to a wealthy woman with my own intellect? Can't I use my solid physique to offer her exceptional services? TSK. Such prejudices. Not receiving a response, the driver grinned, feeling triumphant, believing his sharp words had struck a chord with Chen Yan. Arriving at the destination, the driver gradually brought the car to a halt, offering one last piece of advice. Hey, you need to work hard and stay grounded. It's not easy to woo a wealthy woman. Chen Yan, speechless, paid the fare and stepped out, but paused to call back to the driver. I promise to stay grounded and take good care of my 6 wealthy women. After all, they're the ones who give me money to spend every day. With that, he swaggered away, leaving behind his handsome silhouette for the driver to ponder. The driver's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips moving silently. 6 wealthy women, giving him money every day. Is that for real? Hey, handsome, do you think I could join you in this business? Please introduce me. Chapter 64. The film and television company on the brink of closure? The Tianji MCN Company stands as one of the earliest established MCN institutions in the wake of the short video entertainment era in China, and it remains one of the most venerable. Consequently, its market valuation surpasses 100 million, placing it among the elite MCN companies domestically. Despite the rapid growth of the internet entertainment sector, it faces substantial bottlenecks. Upon entering the Zhongyuan building, Chen Yan was greeted by an array of large promotional stands, each adorned with the visage of a prominent online celebrity. Intrigued, he mused, "This company appears quite impressive." As he glanced at several of the stands, he recognized some internet sensations he often admired for their striking legs, raising an eyebrow in amusement. "With such a plethora of beauties under my wing, if I play my cards right, wouldn't it be akin to having a harem of 3,000? With excitement bubbling within him, Chen Yan proceeded towards the elevator with a buoyant stride. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Although there were no turnstiles at the elevator entrance, special access cards were required to reach specific floors. Following a group of young, attractive women into the elevator, he pressed the button for the 23rd floor multiple times, only to find that it remained unlit. Surely not, he thought, as he caught sight of the card swipe area below. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized it was too late to call Xiao Eizhu for assistance, for the elevator doors had already closed and begun their ascent. Feeling rather awkward under the gaze of the young women, he forced a sheepish smile and inquired of the nearest girl, "Hello, I need to go to the 23rd floor. Could you assist me with your card?" The girls were headed to the 8th floor, and while Chun could have opted to disembark there and take the stairs, he decided to tempt fate. "Help you swipe?" "I'm afraid we can't do that," one girl, with striking large eyes, replied apologetically. "Our cards only grant access to the 8th floor." "Ah, I see. No worries, thank you." Resigned, Chen Yan pulled out his phone to call Xiao Eizhu. Meanwhile, the elevator reached the 8th floor, and, adhering to the principle of exiting first, he followed the girls out. With his phone in hand, he surveyed the floor, noticing many individuals packing their belongings. Lufeng Film and Television? Are they about to close down? The girls scanned their cards to enter the company, joining the throng of people preparing to vacate the premises. Chen Yan lowered his phone, realizing Xiao Eizhu had not answered, likely preoccupied. Hurry, hurry. The property management has given us only 2 hours. If we don't finish moving, our belongings will be confiscated." Just as he was about to head for the stairs, a voice captured his attention. A middle-aged man with graying hair, carefully placing a box in the corridor, caught sight of Chen Yan. "Hello, are you from property management?" he asked, approaching Chen Yan with a somewhat obsequious demeanor. "Rest assured, we will complete the move within 2 hours." "No, I'm not with property management," Chen Yan replied, intrigued. "Are you the owner here? I thought all the short video companies were doing quite well." Upon hearing that Chen Yan was not from property management, the man visibly relaxed and lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. "You might not know, but our company has always focused on producing long-script dramatic content. Such a model had a thriving market several years ago, but now we are in a difficult position. Short video content, the fast food style of production, has taken precedence, and we have been operating at a loss for quite some time." He took a drag from his cigarette, revealing the toll the industry had taken on him. "Have you considered transitioning?" Chen Yan inquired, recognizing the necessity of adaptation in his own role as an MCN company owner. If it were that simple, you might not fully grasp the distinction between short videos and long script dramas. This industry has little room for survival now. Every few days, another company goes under. It's not just us. Many of my peers nationwide are facing the same fate. The challenge lies in the difficulty of transitioning while unable to halt operations, merely trying to see if there is a chance to break through, but alas. Chen Yan nodded, somewhat understanding, but before he could respond further, Xiao Eizhu's call came through. "I can't chat any longer. I have matters to attend to. How about this? I'm quite interested in your situation. Could you share your contact information with me?" As he answered the call, he quickly relayed his request to the middle-aged man, who readily complied, thinking it harmless to share his business card during this brief exchange. After informing Xiao Eizhu of his location, she soon arrived with a property staff member to escort him. "Mr. Chen," a petite figure emerged from the elevator, exuding vitality in a JK uniform that caught Chen Yan's eye, especially with her shiny shoes and knee-high socks. Indeed, her voice confirmed it with a youthful presence. A legal lowly, he mused silently. Xiao Eizhu? Yes, Mr. Chen. We should hurry. Time is of the essence. She flashed a bright smile, exuding a familiarity that belied their first meeting. Her twin ponytails bounced energetically, igniting an impulse within Chen Yan. As he followed her into the elevator, curiosity piqued, he asked, So, Xiao Eizhu, do you all typically dress like this? I mean, there are no uniforms or anything. Well, Mr. Chen, we are an MCN company, she replied, struggling to suppress a laugh, mindful of the new boss's presence. Oh, right, of course, Chen Yan realized, acknowledging that an MCN company would indeed allow for a more casual dress code. By the way, how did you recognize me? Unable to contain herself, Xiao Eizhu burst into laughter. Mr. Chen, I've certainly seen your photos. You're quite handsome and easy to identify. Besides, Mr. Chen, you seem quite young. Have you not had much interaction with girls before? You seem a bit unsure of how to initiate conversation. Chapter 65. So many influencers companies. I had so much fun in Shaman today. Hee. Rest assured, my dear ones, the character of Xiao Dou will not overshadow the protagonist. She is merely a supporting character, so there's no need to harbor any disdain for her. And you all, my precious ones, please do not corrupt me with bizarre knowledge. You are all such mischief makers. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Eizhu's playful banter, yet observing her adorable demeanor. It was evident that she was merely teasing without any ill intentions, leaving Chen Yan without any cause for annoyance. Ding-dong, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Xiao Eizhu, with her twin ponytails swaying, stepped out while chatting. I'll have the property management prepare an ID badge for you shortly, so you can access the elevator easily. Mr. Chen, come with me quickly. The executives from Yinfu have been waiting impatiently. Chen Yan scratched his head, devoid of any semblance of a boss, appearing rather bewildered as he trailed behind Xiao Eizhu. This entire building was his domain, partitioned into numerous areas shrouded in semi-transparent glass, and through the hazy silhouettes within, it was evident that young women were engaged in live streaming. Several strikingly familiar faces passed by, engrossed in discussions about makeup and fashion, so much so that neither Xiao Eizhu nor Chen Yan took notice. Isn't that Nan, my senior? And there's my Yumeng. Oh, the electric mouse. So this is what she truly looks like. Chen Yan was momentarily dumbfounded, having assumed that most online influencers were products of beauty filters and high-tech enhancements. He never anticipated that they would appear so genuinely different in person. After all, everyone understands that height discrepancies are commonplace. Amidst the vibrant cacophony of the bustling environment, Xiao Eizhu led Chen Yan into the reception area. Mr. Chen, over here. She swiftly pulled out the chair at the head of the table, indicating for Chen Yan to sit down, and then formally introduced him to the three middle-aged gentlemen present. Upon Chen Yan's arrival, the three men swiftly banished their initial expressions of displeasure, standing up with warm smiles. This is Mr. Li, the manager of the marketing department at Yinfu. This is Mr. Liu, the manager of the content department. And this gentleman is Mr. Yuan, the vice president of Yinfu. As each man introduced himself with a nod and a smile, Chen Yan, though inexperienced in business, discerned the earlier signs of dissatisfaction and impatience. He straightened up, responding earnestly, "Hello, gentlemen." A forced smile escaped his lips, causing Xiao Eizhu's facial muscles to twitch slightly. "Boss, what kind of response is that? You're acting like a faux boss." The three executives from Yinfu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise. The information they had received suggested that the new owner of Tianjin was enigmatic with a profound background, undoubtedly a remarkable figure. After all, Yinfu had no need to lower themselves to initiate contact with a mere Tianji. Rather, they sought to probe into the depths of this new owner's capabilities. In the realm of the internet, establishing good relationships is always preferable to fostering animosity. However, to their astonishment, Chen Yan's demeanor shattered their preconceived notions of his mysterious persona. "Mr. Chen, you are indeed quite the distinguished person," Mr. Li remarked sarcastically, his features betraying a lack of warmth. seeing Chen Yan devoid of any semblance of an authoritative figure and repeatedly disregarding them. They speculated that he was merely a nouveau riche with a decent family background, likely acquiring this MCN company for superficial reasons. Mr. Li's mocking tone and sardonic manner did not go unnoticed by his colleagues, who merely observed Chen Yan with bemused expressions. Xiao Aizhu's cherubic face darkened. Despite Chen Yan being her new boss, he was still the head of the company, and such treatment was rather disheartening. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan merely chuckled, waving his hands dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I just attended an auction this morning and got a bit delayed. Xiao Aizhu, could you find a restaurant and order some dishes for us? I'd like to have lunch with the three gentlemen." Tilting his head, he instructed Xiao Aizhu, who appeared puzzled by her boss's intentions. What if he encountered some professional challenges later? "Mr. Chen, are you sure about this?" she murmured, her voice barely audible, her face etched with concern. "Of course. I'm a grown man. These three gentlemen are essentially here to provide us with opportunities, good people. What could possibly go wrong? Hurry along, and be sure to order something special." Chen Yan insisted, waving her away, leaving Xiao Aizhu with a look of resigned acceptance. Well, whatever the boss says goes. Perhaps he has a plan of his own. After Xiao Aizhu exited the reception room, she couldn't help but worry. If they irked these three influential figures from Yinfu, the resources of their MCN company might face a significant downturn. Meanwhile, Chen Yan smiled apologetically at the three men, exclaiming, "Please, gentlemen, don't be formal. Let us enjoy a simple meal together." The three exchanged glances, each reading a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Chen Yan's dismissal of his secretary rendered them all astonished. Did he truly comprehend everything right after taking over the company? "Mr. Chen, there's no need for formality. We're here solely on official business. Representing Yinfu to discuss matters with your company," Mr. Liu stated, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor. "All right, let us chat," Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, oblivious to their expectations. He held little concern for Tianji MCN, viewing this as merely a practice in business, especially since he possessed ample resources. After all, he had connections with the likes of Mo Ran and Li Zhiqiu, both titans in the business world. Surely they would not refuse him. Moreover, he had the esteemed Lu Meili and the illustrious Zhong Shuqing, whom he had just met in the morning and would be dining with that evening. The business realm? A trivial endeavor. Ahem. Observing Chen Yan's self-satisfied expression, Mr. Yuan coughed lightly. "Mr. Chen, we wish to discuss the development direction and concrete plans for short videos over the next 5 years. Do you have any unique insights on this matter?" His deliberate tone interrupted Chen Yan's daydreaming. "The development direction for short videos over the next 5 years? Concrete plans?" Chen Yan scratched his head, contemplating the profundity of their inquiries. "ISNT, the current influencer entertainment and live streaming sufficient for growth?" Chapter 66. The Jewel Meets the True Dragon. Please refrain from teaching this innocent child, who is as pure as a delicate white flower, any peculiar knowledge. As the grand vehicle gradually approached the towering redwood estate, the residence of the Zhong family, Zhong Shuqing returned home, her demeanor markedly transformed. A radiant joy illuminated her features, hinting at a subtle, budding affection. "Xiaoqi, what has transpired today? You look absolutely stunning." Zhong Shuqing's biological mother, Ji Lanfang, gracefully descended the staircase, clad in a qipao. Her eyes and brows bore a resemblance to Zhong Shuqing's, lacking the indifference that characterized her daughter, yet possessing an innate charm. Her skin, meticulously cared for, appeared exquisitely smooth, defying her age of over 50, making her seem merely in her 30s. Though youthful exuberance had faded, she exuded more grace than many women in their 40s or 50s. "Mom, it's nothing." Zhong Shuqing, engrossed in her phone, typed furiously, her head bowed, a dreamy smile adorning her face as she nonchalantly brushed off the inquiry. Zhong Wei slowly approached Ji Lanfang, who gently nudged his arm. "Old Zhong, what is the matter? Your daughter doesn't seem like her usual self today." "What do you mean, not like her usual self?" "She's just as infuriating as always." Zhong Wei's aged face broke into a smile as he lovingly regarded his much younger wife. Ji Lanfang was not Zhong Weiguo's only spouse. He had 2 previous wives who had tragically perished during childbirth, leaving him without descendants. Ji Lanfang was the sole bearer of his child, making her and their daughter the apples of his eye. Old Zhong, your daughter, she appears to be in much better spirits today, almost as if she has encountered a faint glimmer of light, don't you think? Ji Lanfang, linking her arm with Zhong Weiguo's, exhibited no trace of disdain for his aging form, her mature, enchanting eyes curiously fixated on Zhong Shuqing. A faint glimmer of light? Zhong Weiguo furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward Zhong Shuqing. In an instant, he felt a jolt through his frail body, trembling with newfound vigor. Indeed, the brilliance a treasure. This is the jewel meeting the true dragon. It is true, it is true. Zhong Weiguo's voice quivered with excitement, echoing in Ji Lanfang's ears, rendering her momentarily stunned before erupting in joy. Old Zhong, are you saying that the true dragon from that divination has genuinely appeared? Our Shao Qi really encountered it? Yes, yes, Zhong Weiguo exclaimed, his cane striking the ground with fervor as he summoned the butler. Inform everyone. Tonight, we shall host an event of the highest caliber, a grand banquet. Prepare an extravagant gift. I intend to present it to our esteemed guest. The butler, bewildered by the sudden enthusiasm from the usually composed elder, bowed respectfully. Of course, sir. What form should the extravagant gift take? Zhong Weiguo's pupils flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded slowly. Prepare it as a dowry of the highest standard. No, we cannot rush. They are not yet at that stage. Let me think. How about this? 1 share of tangible assets, 1 share of fixed assets, 1 share of cash, and 1 share of precious metals. Each must reflect the utmost value of a proper dowry. Off you go. Understood. The butler promptly departed, unperturbed. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuqing, perched on the sofa, was enthusiastically messaging Chen Yan, but felt a twinge of frustration. She had sent him countless messages without receiving a single reply. Is he ignoring me? No, I must find him. Zhong Shuqing pouted softly, calling the butler back just as he was about to exit. Uncle, please find out where Chen Yan is. I've sent you his basic information and a photo. She had a candid side profile of Chen Yan that she had secretly captured. Certainly, Mississippi, the butler, slightly exasperated, wondered about the peculiar situation of the father-daughter duo, one seeking information on a person while the other prepared a dowry. Despite being merely a butler, he wielded considerable influence, with access to most of the Zhong family's resources, making the task of locating someone straightforward. Soon, Chen Yan's movements and whereabouts were relayed to Zhong Shuqing's phone. Prepare the car. I'm heading to the Zhong Yuan building. Zhong Shuqing sprang from the sofa, her high heels clicking swiftly as she dashed outside. Hey, Shao Qi, where are you off to? Ji Lanfang called after her, but Zhong Shuqing, appearing quite anxious, paid no heed to her mother, who typically felt more like a sister. Will she come back for dinner? Ji Lanfang shook her head, bemused. It was the first time she had witnessed her daughter in such a state. Zhong Weiguo, however, was unconcerned, patting her waist. Look at her. She's off to find Chen Yan. All right, ensure you investigate Chen Yan's background thoroughly. Why, old Zhong, do you think his family background is inadequate? Nonsense, Zhong Weiguo chuckled. Anyone Zhong Weiguo, deems worthy need not be judged by their family background. I merely wish to learn more about him. If there is anything we can do, it's best to be prepared in advance. Let us go. Our daughter has dashed off, and we still need to eat. Getting old. I can't skip meals without feeling famished. In another part of the estate, in an office, Chen Yan found himself in a silent standoff with 3 high-ranking executives from Yanfushi. Chen, perhaps you should share your company's future direction? Seeing Chen Yan struggle to articulate a vision, Vice President Yuan Zhou sighed in resignation, redirecting the conversation. He had come to the conclusion that Chen Yan was quite likely oblivious to the intricacies of the internet entertainment economy. The future direction. Expanding the number of internet celebrities? Chen Yan scratched his head, genuinely confused by the topic. Mr. Chen, your company is already a leader in the MCN industry, with a significant lead in the number of internet celebrities. We should focus on future developments. Yuan Zhou spoke earnestly, regretting not having joined another MCN company. but he was bound by the CEO's wishes to remain at Tianji MCN. Oh, right, we should focus on the future. Chen Yan nodded, still bewildered, and then silence fell again as the four men resumed their peculiar exchange of glances. Wait, Chen Yan's eyes lit up. What if we produce some short dramas on Yanfushi? Mr. Chun, Yuan Zhou shook his head. We VE acquire the rights to all the popular dramas and movies in the market. This route may not be feasible. After all, Yanfushi's essence lies in fragmented, light-hearted content, not traditional dramas, Chen Yan quickly countered. I mean, something that caters to the fragmented, lightweight format, perhaps. A brainless, binge-worthy experience. How about we call it short dramas? Chapter 67. What on earth? Why aren't you wearing a bra, dear sister? In a brief exchange, the three executives of the app Infu exchanged astonished glances. Mr. Chun, could you elaborate? Inquired the petite Lu Gaoda from the content department, his tone cautious. The term novel was entirely foreign to them, and he, being focused on content, sensed a glimmer of inspiration. Let us expand on this, Chen Yan stroked his chin, realizing that his idea had merely flickered to life without much contemplation. However, his intellect was sharp, and considering the overall compatibility of the Infu app from the user's perspective, he soon formulated a rough outline. Our app primarily produces short video content. Correct? Quick and concise, right? The three executives nodded in unison. This was common knowledge in their well-familiar realm. Though I'm not particularly talented, I do enjoy reading certain novels, the mindless and exhilarating kind. Have you ever read works like The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon, King or the God of War Returns? Chen Yan remarked, stroking his chin. I'm familiar with that. I'm currently following the Dragon King drama in Huadu, Lu Gaoda exclaimed, his excitement palpable as Chen Yan struck a chord with his casual interests. Noticing the peculiar looks from the other two, Lu Gaoda instinctively shrank his neck and blushed. What? Can't a person have hobbies? Are you saying you don't enjoy reading? I don't read novels, Yuan Zhou shook his head repeatedly. I read the spring and autumn annals. Libaita asarta firmly. What are you pretending for? Lu Gaoda thought to himself, then turned to Chen Yan. Mr. Chun, are you suggesting adapting these types of works in a film? That's no small feat. We VE attempted innovations in the past, striving for excellence from screenwriters to actors. It was well received, but poorly attended, Lu Gaoda lamented. Chen Yan chuckled. Mr. Lu, are you perhaps too meticulous in your approach? Have you arranged every detail to perfection? Not exactly perfection, just striving for the best. However, the biggest obstacle remains the script. Some scripts, even adapted from best-selling novels, have inherent limitations that prevent them from reaching a high standard. Lu Gaoda sighed. This path has been traversed by Infu, but it faltered far too soon. It's financially draining. Even with Infu's scale, every production resulted in losses. Who can afford that? Not at all. I have a fresh perspective. Chen Yan, a seasoned reader, seemed to have a spark of inspiration. Let us consider this. What is the key essence of a captivating, exhilarating novel? The three exchanged glances and chimed in unison. Exhilaration? Exactly, Chen Yan exclaimed, rapping the table. While the thrill conveyed through words may appear trivial on screen, it is precisely the effect we seek. Forget about top-tier casts and specialized screenwriters. Let us amalgamate the exhilarating segments from the novels. Even if the result resembles a mess, it will still provide enjoyment for a portion of the audience. Won't it? His words jolted the three, who exchanged astonished looks. Indeed, how do we not consider this approach? For instance, while reading The Dragon King in Huadu, didn't we find it somewhat mindless? Yet we often read through the night, chapter after chapter, unable to stop. Right, Mr. Lu? Chen Yan asked Lu Gaoda, who nodded instinctively. Yes, I often find myself critiquing while reading, only to realize dawn has arrived, he admitted. Exactly. If we extract the segments, omit the unbroadcastable and sensitive content, and weave them together, presenting each exhilarating moment as a mini-series, we could create episodes of just a few minutes. This perfectly achieves fragmentation, simplicity, and lightness, correct? This, my friends, is the short drama I envision. Chen Yan chuckled, raising his hand for applause. The three instinctively clapped, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. A novel concept gradually took shape under Chen Yan's succinct explanation. This young man should not be underestimated. I have nothing more to add. Since we have a concept, perhaps our company should move in this direction. Chen Yan thought to himself, relieved to find that his spontaneous ideas had cohered logically. Wait, Mr. Chen, I have a question. Li White raised his hand, resembling a student eager to ask a question. You articulated the essence of the short drama well, and we grasp it thoroughly. But what about the scripts and actors? Acting differs significantly from video shooting. It requires substantial performance skills. Even if the content is mindless, poor acting will significantly diminish audience expectations. Do you have any solutions for these two aspects? These points were of utmost concern to Li White, the operations manager, as he would bear the brunt if things went awry. The script? That's easy. Have you forgotten about your own free novels? The copyrights are still secured. Aren't they? Chen Yan replied, somewhat astonished that the trio had overlooked this. And as for the actors, that indeed poses a challenge. Chen Yan pondered for a moment. In exhilarating novels, the most common segments and dialogue traits are mindless and overly dramatic. Why not select some actors known for their exaggerated performances? This would perfectly align with the short drama's attributes and provide these budding actors with a chance to reach a wider audience, potentially leading to a future in the entertainment industry. Chen Yan's suggestion hit the trio like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily speechless. They sensed that the situation couldn't be as straightforward as it appeared, yet they found his reasoning remarkably fitting and perfect. If this step could be successfully taken, it would represent a qualitative leap for Yinfu and the Tianji MCN company. Oh dear, I've rambled on for quite a while, and now I urgently need to excuse myself. Please continue your discussion without me, Chen Yan said, an urge to relieve himself taking over as he hastily stood up. By all means, Mr. Chen, we will continue our discussion, they replied as Chen Yan opened the door. Prepare to exit, only to be startled by a rushing shadow. An aromatic breeze brushed against him, as a cascade of chestnut curls grazed his face, and a soft figure collided into him. Instinctively, Chen Yan raised his hands to shield himself, but the sensation was utterly different, soft and springy, akin to cotton candy. Before him was a face, alluring and dismissive of all men, and he thought, oh no, not another cliché scene. Seriously, dear sister, why aren't you wearing a bra? Chapter 68. Why would I disturb my fiancé's company? In a swift motion, I withdrew my hand to conceal it behind my back, still lingering with the ethereal sensation of warmth. Zhong Shuqing was clad in a delicate dress, handcrafted from the finest silk, renowned for its luxurious texture. The fabric was smooth and soft, and the sensation was one that surpassed the experience of 99.99 of the world's population. Chen Yan, I have come to find you. I had anticipated that my sudden intrusion might irk Zhong Shuqing, perhaps diminishing her fondness for me. Yet to my surprise, she exhibited no displeasure, and instead, a faint blush graced her cheeks. How did you find me? Chen Yan scratched his head. Who do you think I am? In this city of magic, discovering your whereabouts is merely a trifling matter. Zhong Shuqing replied with a faint smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a refined matron from a film, exuding an air of elegance that left Chen Yan momentarily awestruck. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Shuqing was typically aloof, rarely bestowing a smile upon anyone. It was a rarity that those from affluent backgrounds in the city could only dream of. Oh, since you're here, just wait for me. I urgently need to relieve myself. Chen Yan, realizing her eagerness to find him, felt any guilt over his earlier lightheartedness dissipate. Pushing past her, he hurried towards the restroom. Zhong Shuqing, however, felt no offense. After all, nature called. Unconsciously, she touched her chest, recalling that fleeting sensation. Although her face was merely flushed, her ears, hidden beneath her hair, were completely crimson. No wonder she had chosen to wear this particular outfit, which was not suited for undergarments. It was evidently for the purpose of waiting for him. Today, she had opted not to wear a bra, relying solely on two sheer adhesive patches in the sweltering summer heat. Wearing traditional undergarments was indeed uncomfortable. Don't ask how I know. Clearing her mind, Zhong Shuqing glanced towards the reception area, where her friend Xiao Yizhu had just arrived. carrying 2 bags of takeout. Unfazed by Zhong Shuqing's presence, Xiao Eizhu had facilitated her meeting with Chen Yan. Recognizing her as the boss and desperately needing a savior for her clueless employer. Xiao Eizhu began, but was silenced by Zhong Shuqing's gesture for quiet. Inside, 3 individuals, including Yuan Zhou, were fervently engaged in discussion, seemingly deliberating matters concerning Chen Yan's company. As her future husband, it was only prudent for her to eavesdrop. To Zhong Shuqing's surprise, Xiao Eizhu obediently chose to comply, remaining silent and leaning against the door to listen. I believe we could establish a short play division, as Chen proposed, dedicated to reviewing and creating independent channels. No, I think we should apply to the board for a standalone app, incorporating promotional advertisements across all our platforms, and forming all necessary departments ourselves. The board is unlikely to agree. The concept of short plays is too vague and immature. Both proposals seem impractical, lacking projected outcomes. No one is willing to guarantee results. In my opinion, we should allow Chen to take the lead on this trial, saving us all project expenses while simultaneously securing his commitment under the guise of collaboration. At worst, we would only incur some minor traffic costs. Yuan Zhou articulated his thoughts astutely, recognizing that while profits might diminish, success could pave new avenues for the platform, elevating its status in the digital landscape. A true win-win scenario. Of course, if the project were to fail, it would not be their concern. What project are you discussing? Zhong Shuqing interjected as the intensity of their conversation waned, startling Xiao Eizhu, who was also eavesdropping. These discussions were, after all, commercial secrets. While you are indeed a friend of Chen's, one must not be so reckless. Despite her elegant demeanor, the 3 high-ranking executives within were acutely aware of the gravity of their discussion. Upon hearing her sudden voice, Li White coldly demanded, "Who are you?" The trio turned their attention to Zhong Shuqing, who approached gracefully, leaving them momentarily speechless. Li White and Lu Gaoda's eyes were transfixed upon her, unable to look away. Perfect. Alluring. No, to call her alluring would be an insult. She is enchanting, a beauty beyond compare. In contrast, Yuan Zhou's reaction was one of sheer astonishment. "Miss Zhong, what brings you here?" He stammered, rising quickly, his face betraying deep respect, his gaze averted as though fearing to tarnish her presence with a sight. "Yuan Zhou, is it?" Zhong Shuqing mused, her finger delicately resting on her chin as she struggled to recall his name. Yes. It is an honor that you remember me." Yuan Zhou's forehead glistened with sweat as he bowed his head, casting frantic glances at his 2 colleagues. "Keep your lecherous gazes to yourselves." The 2 men were not oblivious. They recognized Yuan Zhou's demeanor and, despite their usual antics, refrained from foolishly mimicking his bowing. While they were unaware of her significance, her poise and Yuan's attitude suggested she was no ordinary individual. 7 or 8 years ago, you spent half an hour in my home discussing the development plans for D Station. My father took merely 10 seconds to decide on an investment. I'm surprised you still remember me after all this time." Yuan Zhou was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling at Zhong Shuqing's light-hearted words. He understood perfectly that she was applying pressure, though the source of that pressure eluded him. D Station? Yuan, you're still the owner of D Station? The 2 men were oblivious to the context, their astonishment palpable. This is not a secret within the board. Do not dwell on it. Yuan Zhou seethed quietly, wishing to silence his colleagues. Turning back to Zhong Shuqing, he bowed deeply. "Ms. Zhong, I presume you have urgent matters to attend to. How may we assist you? Has your company offended you? Rest assured, it is but a trivial matter. I can manage it for you." Zhong Shuqing felt a surge of satisfaction, her expression remaining indifferent. "Offend? To grace my fiancé's company with my presence. How could that be construed as an offense? Dear Chen Yan, your future wife is here to lend a hand. Am I not impressive? A kiss as a reward is a must. Oh, it seems I am rewarding him. Wait, no, this is a reward for me too. Chen Yan truly is delightful." Chapter 69. In a hurry to reclaim the land. Am I not allowed a moment of displeasure? What? Yuan Zhou was taken aback. As the vice president of Yinfu, he was acutely aware of the immense value of the Zhong family. They were a commercial dynasty not listed on the rich list. yet far surpassing many prominent figures within it. With a meager market value of Yinfu, the Zhong family could effortlessly purchase 10 of them. Although the other two were oblivious to the underlying implications and did not recognize one another, they could discern from Yuan Zhou's demeanor that something significant was afoot, evident in their astonished gazes. The company of the fiancé wasn't that. Mr. Chen Yan? In an instant, Yuan Zhou understood why Chen Yan appeared so unperturbed regarding the intricacies of the internet entertainment industry, despite seeming to lack knowledge. He surely had formidable support behind him. Is this company one that you acquired? Yuan Zhou inquired cautiously, yet Zhong Shuqi did not spare him a glance, elegantly gliding to the seat of honor beside him. She was well aware that this position belonged to Chen Yan. Acquired? Ha! My fiancé acts independently. What need do I have to intervene? Zhong Shuqi said, producing a small folding fan from somewhere, gently placing it against her chin as she spoke. Her upper region was alluring, while the lower part was hazy, embodying both the opulence characteristic of the wealthy women of the metropolis and the gentle, misty charm of the Jiangnan water towns. Are you representing Yinfu, or have you come from D Station? What business do you have with him? Her inquiry seemed innocuous, yet it carried an undertone akin to an interrogation. It was evident that should Yuan Zhou express even a hint of blame or challenge towards Chen Yan or his company, he would be in grave danger. Be it from Yinfu or D Station, his position would be unsustainable. This time, I am here on behalf of Yinfu to discuss the potential for a deeper collaboration between Yinfu and the MCN company and to share insights regarding future directions. Yuan Zhou stammered, too apprehensive to take a seat, as were the other two, standing nervously behind him, scarcely daring to breathe. The pressure was utterly overwhelming, and to extend an invitation and congratulations to Mr. Chen, he added swiftly. Yuan Zhou's mind raced, for the purpose of their visit was unmistakable, to assess the new owner of the Sky Company. If he did not meet the criteria of Yinfu's significant partners, resources would inevitably be reallocated away from Sky's influencers. Yet, they could not act recklessly now. Even if Chen Yan were a simpleton, they could not afford to jeopardize their standing. An invitation? Congratulations? Zhong Shuqi crossed her legs, her smooth, porcelain-like skin subtly peeking from the hem of her dress, but Yuan Zhou dared not steal a glance. Where to begin? Yuan Zhou inhaled deeply. He had never felt such pressure, even during crucial fundraising presentations to important investors. The congratulations stem from our collaboration with Mr. Chen, who, as a key partner, has proposed highly promising ideas, thus deserving an increase in our resources across all platforms. Though Mr. Chen might regard these trifling gestures with disdain, it was nonetheless a sincere offering. In a veiled manner, he had already positioned Chen Yan above himself and the entire Yinfu company beneath him. As for the invitation, it was because, as a significant decision-maker at D Station, I am deeply intrigued by the visions and prospects presented by Mr. Chen. I hope that our D Station can collaborate with Yinfu to provide funding. Upon hearing Yuan Zhou's words, Li White and Lu Gaoda fell into a state of bewilderment. Buddy, just invest your own company's funds. Why bring Yinfu into this? Representing two companies is a serious violation. They were unaware that Yinfu had already acquired shares in D Station, thus granting Yuan Zhou the authority to negotiate in dual capacities. After all, profit is profit. Moreover, Yuan Zhou was entirely unperturbed by his unilateral decision to invest. If the board of Yinfu learned that he had secured an investment from the son-in-law of the Zhong family, they would likely erupt in jubilant celebration. Resource allocation was to be expected. Even if Yinfu withheld it, he would demand it. As for the investment, Zhong Shuqi's lips curled into a smile behind her fan, her vibrant allure concealed in the shadows. Do you truly believe our son-in-law needs your funding? Her words shattered Yuan Zhou's schemes completely. His complexion paled. Indeed, how could the affairs of the Zhong family ever be made known to outsiders for their advantage? Outside, Xiao Aju hesitated, having overheard the entire conversation. Though burdened with a heavy tray of dishes, she was oblivious to her surroundings, astonished by the revelation of Mr. Chen's formidable stature. I never imagined Mr. Chen would be so influential, and here I was worrying about it. It seems the Sky MCN company is bound for great heights. Mr. Chen is a true benefactor. I wonder, will my salary see an increase? The thought of a potential salary doubling made her giddily smile to herself. Xiao Azhu, what are you laughing about? A voice suddenly inquired beside her, startling her. Looking up, she saw Chen Yan, wiping his hands, a look of confusion on his face. And no. Mr. Chen, your wife is inside. You should go in. Oh, do you need to bring the dishes as well? Xiao Azhu stammered, lifting the tray slightly. Take them, Chen Yan replied casually, entering the room. Xiao Chen Yan, come quickly. Upon seeing Chen Yan return, Zhong Shuqi's demeanor shifted from cool detachment to lively warmth, captivating all but Yuan Zhou in the room, including Xiao Azhu. Why are you here? Chen Yan repeated his earlier question as he plopped down into the seat of honor. His demeanor was not particularly warm, yet he was not overtly harsh in front of others. His tone remained neutral. Well, I was eager to reclaim the land, and I couldn't let you think too much, could I? Just wanted to see you. Zhong Shuqi smiled, unfazed by Chen Yan's slightly aloof attitude, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Have you eaten yet? Come, Xiao Azhu. Bring the food over. You should join us too. Chen Yan, unable to tolerate it any longer, dismissed her and gestured for Xiao Azhu at the entrance, while addressing Yuan Zhou and the others. Come now, let us all enjoy a meal together. Another day, I shall host you all for a feast. Why are you all still standing? Hurry, come sit down. The three hesitated, Yuan Zhou gauging Zhong Shuqi's expression, while Li White and Lu Gaoda looked to Yuan Zhou for cues. Sit down. Didn't you hear? Zhong Shuqi's voice turned icy. Chapter 70. Do you not even want shares? Directly criticizing Director Liao, who enjoys eating pork belly hot pot, and the two troublesome characters. Yu from Tianpeng Mountain, sending gifts at 4 or 5 in the morning. You deserve to be punished. It's time to sleep, do you understand? All right, I still appreciate the gift from you two troublesome fellows, as well as from Donggon Yao's Akamura Lin, CC's Little Wong, user 422666141. And the treasured Hu Zhongxian from Lu Jiazhen. Hu Zhongxian is indeed a loyal fan. Surely a fan of Little Wing's charm. And Huang Zhongqi, who loves eating fried tofu puffs, and Ping Buzhou, not to mention all the precious readers of Little Wing's books. Love you all, moi. The atmosphere grew tense as a few individuals, startled, hurriedly pulled out their chairs and sat down. At the other end, Xiao Azhu, initially dazed, felt a jolt at Zhong Shuqi's glance and hastily arranged the steaming lunchboxes. Chen Yan cast a curious look at Zhong Shuqi, noting how these individuals seemed to hold her in some fear. Oh, and Xiao Azhu too. Xiao Azhu carefully divided the bowls and chopsticks, opening each lunchbox with finesse. Notably, concerned that there might not be enough rice, she had taken an extra portion, just enough to serve Zhong Shuqi. After completing her tasks, she prepared to leave, but after just a few steps, Chen Yan called her back. Xiao Azhu, where do you think you're going? Come eat. Xiao Azhu awkwardly turned, waving her hands. No, Mr. Chen, you all eat, don't need any. Don't be ridiculous. Come and eat. Chen Yan's stern gaze unleashed an aura of authority as potent as Zhong Shuqi's, causing everyone to flinch, though Zhong Shuqi merely regarded him with admiration. Oh, all right. Xiao Azhu felt no courage to refuse, obediently taking a seat at the long table and picking up a pair of chopsticks, only to sit there awkwardly. There's no rice left. The others noticed this scene with delight, seizing the opportunity to curry favor. Secretary Xiao Zhu, eat my portion. I have a small appetite. You can have mine. I usually don't eat rice. The trio from Yuan Zhou rushed forward with a box of rice, leaving her utterly flustered. No. Go away. Zhong Shuqi gently tapped the table, casting a glance that made the three from Yuan Zhou obediently return to their seats in silence. Take it. She pushed her rice towards Xiao Azhu, then casually took a small plastic bowl, unreservedly scooping a mound of rice into Chen Yan's bowl. Chen Yan shot her an annoyed glare, but said nothing, his stomach grumbling. This meal had cost a pretty penny. At least it was on the company account, or he would be quite upset. Hey, in Magic City, let us eat at the company from now on. We can enjoy good food without spending our own money. He continued to eat with gusto, driven by hunger and the exquisite, expensive dishes. Zhong Shuqi, however, took small bites from the same bowl as Chen Yan, gently urging, let us eat. At her prompting, Xiao Eizhu and the trio from Yuanzhou began to eat, albeit with great restraint, fearful of losing their manners. As Chen Yan's appetite began to satiate, he slowed his pace. Between mouthfuls, he could no longer contain himself and turned to Zhong Shuqi. Sister Zhong, why do you keep staring at me while I eat? I can accompany you this afternoon, if that is all you want. His helpless voice resonated, causing everyone to pause abruptly. Oh no, there's gossip. The kind we shouldn't overhear. They hastily shoveled rice into their mouths. Their ears involuntarily perked up, savoring even plain rice with enthusiasm. Zhong Shuqi bit her chopsticks enticingly, her eyelashes fluttering. Afternoon? Wasn't it tonight? Oh, I get it. All right, I understand you're eager. Let's do it in the afternoon. Chen Yan was bewildered. What evening? The Land Bureau is still working at night. Am I the one in a hurry? You're not worried I'll run away, are you? Indeed, he had overestimated the impact of his favorable impression. After all, with such a high level of goodwill, he still couldn't let go of that piece of land. Forget it. I can't argue with you. I'm off to the restroom. He casually concocted an excuse to leave. Zhong Shuqi called after him. Then I'll wait here for you. Little Chen Yan, after saying this, she blissfully continued to nibble at the remaining morsel of rice, treating it as if it were an exquisite delicacy. Yuanzhou, with a swift thought, concocted a plan and hurriedly said, Miss Zhong, I'm going to check on Mr. Chen. You continue eating. Zhong Shuqi ignored him, and Yuanzhou sighed with relief, darting after Chen Yan. Behind him, Lu Gaoda and Li Wei-Tai, seeing the vice president leave, felt the need to follow suit. Otherwise, the atmosphere was unbearable. They quickly found excuses to rise, three of them soon encountering Chen Yan in the restroom. Hey, what's up? You all here to take a break too? Chen Yan didn't genuinely want to use the restroom. He merely found Zhong Shuqi somewhat bothersome and intended to investigate how she could handle the transfer on her own. Mr. Chen, I apologize for the oversight today. Had I known your identity, I wouldn't have needed you to come all the way to the company. We should have treated you instead. Yuanzhou beamed, realizing he had struck a chord with Chen Yan, making his plan half successful. Identity? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, pointing to himself. What identity do I have? Don't tease me. Yuanzhou, I'm just the new little boss of this company. Mr. Chen, you're being modest. Yuanzhou believed Chen Yan was simply low-key, unwilling to leverage his status, feeling a bit moved. We all know you're the son-in-law of the Zhong family and the heir to their vast enterprise. His words were not without basis. The upper echelons of Magic City were well aware of this fact. Whoever married into the Zhong family could inherit their fortune, as explicitly stated by the elder Zhong Weiguo. Poof! Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? I'm a son-in-law. Don't spread such rumors. Mr. Chen, please calm down. I understand your thoughts. Rest assured, we will interact as equals. Yuanzhou assumed Chen Yan was merely concerned that his status might complicate their cooperative discussions or that he was hinting for Yuanzhou to handle things accordingly. Thus, he laid out his carefully crafted plan. Mr. Chen, you know my surname is Yuan, so just call me Little Yuan from now on. Yuanzhou's demeanor became serious. For the offspring of aristocratic families placed great importance on etiquette. Aside from being the vice president of Info, I also run a company called D-Station. I can now represent both Info and D-Station in extending an invitation for collaboration on the short drama project, covering all expenses. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment, you mean D-Station is yours, and you want to cover the investment for the short drama? Yuanzhou nodded. That's correct, Mr. Chen. All investment amounts will be fully covered by both companies. Whether it's tens of millions or billions, you'll cover it. Chen Yan found it hard to believe his ears. He thought either he'd gone mad or Yuanzhou had lost his senses. Indeed, regardless of the amount, as long as we can afford it, we shall bear the full investment amount. And all we require is a modest share of the advertising revenue. No need for equity at all. Chapter 71. 1,000 or even 10,000. After Yuanzhou's eloquent speech, Chen Yan, feeling somewhat dazed, made his way toward the reception room. The three of them did not choose to return together. Instead, they hurriedly took their leave, claiming they needed to report back and devise a detailed cooperation plan, as well as coordinate with advertisers in advance. As for Chen Yan, his immediate task was to set up the filming department and submit various budgets promptly. Yuan Zhou even subtly suggested that he could inflate the numbers a bit. Upon returning to the reception room, the mess on the table had been tidied up by the diligent Zhu, leaving only Zhong Shuqing sitting alone, idly playing with the ends of her hair. Little Chen Yan, shall we go? Upon seeing Chen Yan return, Zhong Shuqing's face lit up with visible delight. Go. Where? Chen Yan momentarily faltered before realizing, oh, it's almost 2 o'clock. You want me to handle the property transfer, right? But I have other matters this afternoon. Perhaps we could do it tomorrow instead? He certainly did not forget that he still needed to visit the first hospital later, as Li Ziqiu was awaiting his assistance. Property transfer? Zhong Shuqing's eyes sparkled with amusement, and she burst into laughter. Little Chen Yan, did you genuinely believe we would reclaim that piece of land? It is my dowry, and since it's been given to you, the son-in-law of the Zhong family, how could we possibly take it back? We are not so petty. As she spoke, her delicate nose crinkled slightly, indicating her displeasure at Chen Yan's apparent underestimation. Is that so? Chen Yan scratched his head, forcing a sheepish smile. Then why did you check my location to find me? Naturally, I wanted to see you, Zhong Shuqing unabashedly replied, her eyes playfully teasing Chen Yan without a hint of shyness. See me? Chen Yan was not surprised by this, given the rapport they had developed. However, he soon stumbled upon a revelation. Wait, you just referred to me as the Zhong family's son-in-law? He pointed at himself incredulously. Hearing this, Zhong Shuqing chuckled softly, her slender fingers playfully pinching Chen Yan's cheek. Why not? If you take my land, then you belong to me. Planning to run away? Not a chance. Chen Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wait a minute. Are you seriously proposing to marry me? In this day and age? You can't just force someone into a relationship. Have you even asked my opinion? Never mind. He thought, I won't be staying in this city for long anyway. A few days of fun, and then I'll slip away. I'll find an opportunity to sell the company. And voil, we can live freely wherever we choose. As for relying on your Zhong family for support, rest assured, when we marry, the vast wealth of the Zhong family will all be yours. As Chen Yan contemplated his plans, Zhong Shuqing's voice echoed in his ears like a devil's whisper. A few thousand. To take a share? Take a share. Chen Yan initially intended to mock her, but the number she mentioned reverberated in his mind, shattering all his previous plans. What did she mean by selling herself? That was the business of male models. This, he declared, was a contribution of youth. In that instant, Zhong Shuqing seemed to sense a shift in Chen Yan's gaze, which suddenly became resolute, almost as if he were pledging allegiance. Not that. Observing her amused expression, Chen Yan felt flustered, his words stumbling over themselves. Suddenly, he straightened his demeanor. I admit you possess a certain charm, and your family's background is impressive. I do find you appealing, but listen, my heart has a vast space devoted to the nation and its people, and I cannot possibly allocate more to you. Do you understand? Seeing her little man so earnest, Zhong Shuqing felt a surge of happiness. She could sense that the barrier Chen Yan had erected was beginning to dissolve. I understand. My dear husband Chen Yan shivered at her soft voice, which caressed his heart and evoked the delicate charm of the Jiangnan waters. Given that your family runs such a large business, may I ask you something? Quickly dismissing irrelevant thoughts, he decided to make the most of his new role in the company and seek some personal benefits. Sure, go ahead, Zhong Shuqing replied nonchalantly, unaware that her father, Zhong Weigua, would be both amused and distressed to learn that their family's vast fortune was to be inherited by the Chen family. If, and I emphasize if, I wanted to establish a low-budget film crew, including hiring actors, what would the budget roughly be? He was not about to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. You're referring to the project you just discussed, right? Zhong Shuqing was aware of the topic, though Yuan Zhou had not divulged the specifics, and she had little interest in the details. Yes, it's a short drama project. My idea is to acquire the copyrights of some popular, mindless literature, adapt them for film, and then proceed with such and such. Chen Yan rambled on enthusiastically, despite lacking business experience, his mind brimming with creative ideas, even outlining potential profit models. The more Zhong Shuqing listened, the more her eyes sparkled with admiration. You little man seem to have quite the business acumen. As Chen Yan spoke until his throat was dry, He grabbed a cup of water from the table and finished it in one go, only to discover a faint lip print on the rim. Oh, I didn't realize it was yours. Ha! He chuckled awkwardly, feeling that this gesture was almost as embarrassing as picking up someone else's socks. Zhong Shuqing, however, was unfazed, resting her delicate arm on the table as she spoke gently. If we consider that you have nothing at all, the cost of a crew at this level is not very high. At most, it could be managed for 30 to 50 million. Why, do you want to do it? I can help you. Such a trivial matter, not even surpassing 100 million, was indeed insignificant in Zhong Shuqing's eyes. No, I have a plan. I intend to handle it myself. Chen Yan was keen on pocketing some extra cash. If Zhong Shuqing took charge, he wouldn't earn a single dime. Besides, if it was only 30 million, getting Zhong Shuqing involved would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. 30 to 50 million? He would report it as 50 million and pocket an extra 10 to 20 million. Wait, hadn't he just met a small company that had gone bankrupt and was forced out? If he could bring that company on board and offer them a token share of profits, picking up something ready-made and earning an extra 5 million would be a problem, would it? Chapter 72. The pitiful John Arthur upon reflecting on the preceding events. Chen Yan could no longer remain seated. He swiftly grasped a business card and exited the reception room to make a call. Zhong Shuqing, with her beautiful eyes shimmering, observed Chen Yan's hurried departure, a smile gracing her lips as she too retrieved her phone to place a call. Hello, old Zhong. You are acquainted with the owner of Info. Please inform him that, regardless of the form, our collaboration with Tianji MCN must prioritize Tianji. What company? Your son-in-law's. Stop with the idle chatter and get on it. She hung up before Zhong Weiguo had a chance to respond, leaving him bewildered. What? Old Zhong? Was that a call from our daughter? What company has piqued her interest? The two had just finished their meal, previously engaged in casual conversation about Chen Yan, when Zhong Shuqing's phone call arrived, raining down commands. Zhong Weiguo, his face lighting up with excitement, felt rejuvenated. A company named Tianji MCN, and I'm going to notify the owner of Info directly. Tianji MCN? I am familiar with that company. It's merely a small internet firm in our city. Why would Xiaoqi want you to notify Info about such a trivial company? Jilan Fong, though not heavily involved in the family business, possessed a fair understanding of the commercial landscape in their metropolis. You see, the company may be small, but it possesses unique significance. Zhong Weiguo laughed heartily, showing no signs of his advanced age. Oh, how is it unique? Old Zhong, do you truly wish to keep me in suspense? Do tell. Instinctively sensing the complexity of the situation, Ji Lanfang could no longer hold back. She reached over to twist Zhong Weiguo's ear. Despite his esteemed status in the business world, he was at home, subject to his wife's authority, and often faced her rebukes. With a yelp of surprise, he waved his hands in surrender. All right, I'll tell you. Please let go. Seeing her husband relent, Ji Lanfang released her grip. Now, enlighten me about what has made you and Xiaoqi so concerned. The company named Tianji is run by your son-in-law. Zhong Weiguo petted Lanfang's shoulder earnestly. Oh, this young man is quite remarkable. His ability to prompt such urgency from Xiaoqi indicates he must be facing a significant challenge. Then you must assist him immediately. Lanfang guspet, covering her mouth in surprise. Chen Yan's background had yet to be revealed. She had initially perceived him as an ordinary individual, unaware of his entrepreneurial prowess in the metropolis, which exceeded her expectations. Go on, go, she urged. Do not linger idly. Although she had yet to meet Chen Yan as a prospective mother-in-law, she felt an instinctive fondness for her future son-in-law and repeatedly urged her husband to act. All right, I was just looking for the number. Zhong Weiguo grumbled. There are so many matters to attend to lately, and I still need to find someone. Where on earth did I save that owner's number? John Arthur, the representative of the Mord Trust Fund in China, was presently in a hotel room, packing his belongings. Behind him lay a disheveled, opulent bed adorned with 3 lovely ladies, all in slumber. Shit, I have no information, only that he is 23 this year, and I have but a month to locate Mr. Chen. Sighing, he continued, this Mr. Chen is of great importance. I must find him. I wonder if the Zhong family can locate him in these final days. As he zipped up his suitcase, he cast one last glance around the room. Thankfully, The entertainment scene in China was quite vibrant. In these last few days, he ought to pay a visit to the Chen family in the capital. Before doing so, he would first check his additional tasks for the week. Seated at his desk, John Arthur opened his laptop and deftly accessed his email to review his work correspondence. As a dispatch member of the Moore Trust Fund, his mission in China was not solely focused on locating the enigmatic Mr. Chen. He also had various errands to attend to, such as engaging with banks in the harbor area and meeting with prominent families inland. These were integral to his itinerary. Who is this email from? He pondered. His inbox was seldom populated. Ordinarily, he would not receive spam, and any correspondence would typically originate from fund executives or notable clients. Chen Yan? He mused, perplexed by the unusual name. My level 8 Chinese cannot decipher this. Hello, is this some prank? John Arthur furrowed his brow. He valued his time and had little patience for frivolous messages. Just as he was about to delete the email, a sudden realization struck him, compelling him to halt. Wait a moment, this Chen refers to Mr. Chen. He knows my email and has reached out with a greeting. Could it be that he is the very Mr. Chen I seek? Perhaps he has been aware of my search all along and has taken the initiative to introduce himself. As a genius with a keen intellect and significant financial acumen, thoughts raced through his mind, connecting the dots with lightning speed. Indeed, Mr. Chen is a person deserving of respect within the trust fund. His influence is certainly vast, and it stands to reason that he would be aware of my pursuit. John Arthur grew increasingly convinced of this realization, excitement coursing through him, causing his body to tremble. He quickly opened the reply interface and, with trembling fingers, typed a message in Chinese. May I inquire if this is Mr. Chen? Please respond with your contact information. I am John Arthur, sent by Moore Trust to seek you. With a heart racing with anticipation, he clicked send, his face flushing with exhilaration, reminiscent of a schoolboy experiencing his first crush. Dear Lord, I implore you to grant the unfortunate John his wish. If I fail to find Mr. Chen, my situation will be dire. Meanwhile, Chen Yan had successfully contacted the individual from earlier that morning. Upon receiving Chen Yan's call, the other party erupted with excitement before finally calming down and arranging to meet at the company. However, glancing at the time, Chen Yan noted it was already past 2 o'clock, and the afternoon rush was beginning. He felt a growing sense of unease about not arriving at the hospital sooner and decided to have his secretary meet with the individual in his stead. Xiao Aizhu, please reach out to this person and inquire about the conditions required for either a full acquisition or the establishment of an independent department within our company. Remember to negotiate aggressively. After hastily relaying his instructions to Xiao Aizhu, he stepped into the reception area and called out, Miss Zhong, do you have your car? Could you give me a ride to the first hospital? Chapter 73. The Boss Lady? The previous chapter was swallowed, and the revision is still under review. Alas, Zhong Shuqing was indeed capable of driving. Upon hearing Chen Yan mention a trip to the hospital, she abruptly sprang from her chair and lunged toward him. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Have you been injured? Let's go. I have a private doctor at home. Caught off guard, Chen Yan felt as though every inch of him had been thoroughly explored by Zhong Shuqing's enthusiastic embrace. Hey, we're in the office. Mind your influence, sister. He promptly pushed her away, the unavoidable contact causing a blush to rise to his nose. I'm neither sick nor injured. I need to visit my sister at the hospital. All right, if you can drive, then hurry and take me, or let me drive my own car. Don't worry, I want to run off. Of course, the latter remark was entirely superfluous. He knew that even if he requested a helicopter, Zhong Shuqing would comply without hesitation. Let's go. Xiao Azu, ever perceptive, spotted the two as they passed through the office and immediately rushed ahead to lead the way and summon the elevator. She had just taken the opportunity to search for information about the Zhong family, and what she found nearly left her, a secretary with less than 3 years of experience. Utterly astounded, her boss was actually the only daughter of the Zhong family. My goodness, if she performed well, how could her salary not increase? While waiting for the elevator, Chen Yan cast a surprised glance at the petite legal lowly, who, in turn, grinned at him with an expression so foolishly innocent it was almost endearing. Xiao Azu, remember to discuss your matters clearly, and feel free to contact me at any time. As he departed, a wave of self-doubt washed over him regarding the adorable little figure. Rest assured, President Chen Xiao Azu guarantees to complete the task perfectly. I've added you as a friend. Please accept when you have time. Goodbye, boss and boss lady. As the elevator doors closed slowly, Xiao Azu's silly waving figure gradually vanished. What on earth? She even referred to the boss lady. Chen Yan shook his head in amusement and turned to Zhong Shuqing. Hey, don't take her words seriously. She's just talking nonsense. Huh? Hey, why do you look so pleased? Your face is as red as a teapot. Zhong Shuqing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, had flushed cheeks, her lips moving incessantly, repeating faintly, boss lady, boss lady, boss lady. Love struck. Little Chen Yan, as the elevator descended to the 10th floor. Perhaps due to it being a dedicated lift, it did not stop, leaving only the two of them inside. Suddenly, Zhong Shuqing grasped Chen Yan's arm, her voice soft yet resolute. I want to give that secretary of yours a raise. A raise? Chen Yan's confusion was evident as he looked at Zhong Shuqing in astonishment. Is it really necessary? Just because you called her boss lady, does that mean the Zhong family is so capricious with employee salaries? Initially intending to decline, he realized that with Zhong Shuqing's unwavering gaze, if he refused, she would surely find a way to secure a raise for Xiao Azu. Caught in a dilemma of wanting to avoid trouble, Chen Yan reluctantly nodded. Fine. Give her a raise. I'll notify her shortly. Zhong Shuqing was overjoyed, nodding vigorously, her delight evident in her expression, causing Chen Yan to steal another glance at her. Despite her poised demeanor, she appeared quite adorable. No wonder a certain elderess saying has been deemed profound. I must see beautiful women every day, not for any other reason, but for my own pleasure. Indeed, it is genuinely pleasurable. Ding-dong, the elevator reached the ground floor, and the two exited swiftly, a luxurious Rolls-Royce awaiting them at the entrance. Mississippi. Young master. The driver courteously opened the door for them, greeting Chen Yan with a hint of awkwardness. Chen Yan climbed into the car, his eyes wide with curiosity. Over the past few days, he had experienced quite a bit of luxury, having ridden in a Ferrari, an Audi A8, and even a Koenigsegg. But this Rolls-Royce felt entirely different. Upon settling in, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Oops, wrong set. Chen Yan glanced around, exploring for a moment before losing interest. After declining Zhong Shuqing's offer of champagne, he busied himself with his phone. As soon as he unlocked his device, a new email notification caught his eye. Oh, an email from a foreigner. He was intrigued by this John Arthur, as it was a business card awarded by the system, and he was still unclear about its purpose. Is this young Master Chen? Please be sure to reply with your contact information. I am John Arthur, sent by Mod Trust to find you. Mod Trust? Young Master Chen? Chen Yan was perplexed. Wasn't he the dividend from Mod Trust a reward from the system? Why would they be looking for him? Initially, a sense of unease gripped him, but he quickly rationalized. The rewards from the system surely had a source. Thinking along those lines, it made sense that Mod Trust would know about him. But the question remained, what could they possibly want with him? His instinct as an insignificant figure urged him to avoid potential danger. However, after reading the message twice, he concluded that they likely weren't seeking trouble. If they were, why would they be so polite, even addressing him as young Master Chen? Moreover, this business card was a system reward. He couldn't believe that the system, which he often criticized, would provide him with something detrimental. Hello, my phone number is 152XXXXXXXX, whatever. I'll deal with it when they call. I have plenty of backing now, not to mention the fact that whether in Magic City or Shanghai, which place could I not navigate with ease? He anticipated that the foreigner might be dealing with time zone differences, but to his surprise, not a minute had passed after sending the email when his phone vibrated. Indeed, the caller was an American number. I wonder if taking this call will incur heavy charges. Oh well, I'll just answer. Ignoring Zhong Shuqing's curious gaze, Chen Yan answered the call. Hello, young Master Chen. I am John Arthur. Esteemed young Master Chen. Oh my God. Are you truly young Master Chen? Chen Yan's eyelids twitched. This foreigner's Chinese was surprisingly good, albeit rather disjointed. I am Chen Yan. You were looking for me? What is the matter? Is there an issue with my trust fund dividends? He refrained from directly admitting he was the young master Chen the caller referred to, but made it clear that he was a user of the Mog Trust Fund. "Oh dear, you truly are young Master Chen. Oh my God, you are so kind to poor little John Arthur, sob sob. Where are you, young Master Chen? I need to see you immediately." Chapter 74. Little Chen, what brings you here? "Oh dear, the contract signing has been altered. Please cease your scolding." QAQ. The froggish charm truly seeks its own kind. Chen Yan hesitated, realizing that his leisure time today was rather limited. "So, what is it that you require from me? Is it urgent?" The business card, a token bestowed upon him by the system, was related to Li Ziqiu. If it was a meeting request, they might as well convene at the hospital together. However, he needed to ascertain the intentions of this foreign gentleman. "It is indeed urgent, Mr. Chen. The unfortunate young John has journeyed to Hua country solely to seek your audience. You are the most esteemed member of our More Trust Fund, yet we have regrettably misplaced your information, hence our desperate desire to reconnect with you. Oh, for the love of God, could you spare a smidgen of your precious time to meet this pitiful John?" John Arthur spoke with such humility that Chen Yan felt an urge to laugh, as if he were on the verge of tears. "Well, very well, I suppose. As I make my way to the first hospital of Magic City. If you wish to meet me, do come along." Chen Yan pondered that the other party did not seem to harbor malicious intentions. They could simply meet at the hospital. "The hospital? Oh my heavens, Mr. Chen, what has happened to you? Do you require our More Trust Fund's investment in a world-class hospital?" John Arthur, believing Chen Yan to be unwell, immediately began to express his willingness to assist. No, I'm perfectly fine. I am merely visiting a friend. Let us discuss it further when you arrive. By the way, you must have a Chinese chat app. Add me as a friend. I will send you my location upon your arrival." Chen Yan felt a bit uncomfortable with a grown man appearing so flustered, a touch effeminate. "All right, Mr. Chen." After hanging up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief, his intuition suggesting that John Arthur might be quite beneficial regarding the situation with Li Ziqiu. "System, I have made it abundantly clear. Do you still rely on intuition? If it were of no use, would I have given you his business card as a relevant item? Who is looking for you?" Upon seeing Chen Yan hang up, Zhong Shuqing inquired curiously. A foreign gentleman, claiming to seek me out for a meeting." Chen Yan waved his phone vaguely. He was not prepared to report everything. "Besides, fiancé? Do I appear to be someone who would acquiesce? Even if I covet your family's immense fortune, that is a matter for the future." Chen Yan had long abandoned any notions of envy towards the Zhong family's wealth. Indeed, their fortune was substantial enough to elevate him to the pinnacle of life. However, the Zhong family was merely a reward bestowed by Brother Tongzi, reflecting the high value of his endorsement. Moreover, certain physical attributes could only be provided by Brother Tongzi, a comparison the Zhong family could never match. "Oh," Zhong Shuqing pondered Chen Yan's response. "Just days ago, rumors circulated at home regarding the search for a young gentleman surnamed Chen for Mr. John Arthur of the More Trust Fund. Surely, it could not be such a coincidence. Perhaps it is not. If Mr. John Arthur could find him himself, there would be no need to involve the Zhong family." The luxurious vehicle cruised smoothly through the streets of Magic City, where even the most elite cars merely attracted a few glances without inciting any commotion or fervor for photographs. Fortunately, it seemed the blessing of the goddess ensured that the midday rush hour was not particularly congested, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. Upon arriving at the first hospital of Magic City, it was nearly 3:30, the timing just right. "You may go ahead. I will send you my location later for you to pick me up," Chen Yan instructed Zhong Shuqing, stopping her from exiting the car with a serious expression. "Be obedient. Go enjoy yourself." "Oh." Zhong Shuqing had initially intended to insist on accompanying him, but seeing Chen Yan's earnest demeanor, she nodded involuntarily, her cheeks flushed. "Fine. I'll be good." A sweet smile graced her face, and she whispered something Chen Yan could no longer hear, as he had swiftly dashed away. "Where to now, miss?" The driver's voice came through the intercom, as the back seat was separated from the driver's area. "Please take me home. Oh, and have the designated designer wait for me. I need a new look." The thought of seeing Chen Yan again that evening sent a tingle of excitement through Zhong Shuqing, a sensation both delightful and elusive, causing her breath to quicken slightly. What is this feeling? How intriguing! As the car departed, Barely a minute after Chen Yan entered the hospital, another long Bentley arrived. A dashing foreign gentleman emerged, impeccably dressed in formal attire. His neat appearance complete with meticulously groomed whiskers. "You all wait for me outside. I'll handle a few matters inside." After instructing the driver and 3 lovely ladies, he entered the first hospital of Magic City with an eager heart. "I see you. Mr. Chen must be here to visit a gravely ill friend. Should I prepare a fruit basket as a sign of respect? No, that seems too simplistic." After walking a few steps, John Arthur suddenly halted, deep in thought. After a moment, he shook his head, deciding to meet Mr. Chen first before making any plans. The culture of Hua country is profoundly intricate. One must tread carefully. Chen Yan quickly ascended to the 3rd floor of the ICU, his gaze scanning the numerous critical care rooms, perplexed. So many intensive care units, but which one is it? Looking around, the nurses assumed he was merely a visitor, thus ignored him. "Well, I shall search room by room." Chen Yan stepped forward, peering through the small glass windows of each room he passed. After several attempts, he finally caught sight of Li Ziqiu. However, the moment he saw her, his expression darkened, and he forcefully pushed open the door, storming inside. Inside the room, Li Ziqiu sat in a chair, surrounded by several individuals who were incessantly chattering, their expressions indicating either reprimand or criticism. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiu appeared dazed and weary, her head bowed in silence. This scene was intolerable to Chen Yan. How dare they bully my wealthy sister? They must have wings to be so audacious. "Sister Ziqiu." Chen Yan burst through the door with a loud crash, startling everyone inside. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Ziqiu abruptly lifted her head toward the entrance, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Little Chen, what brings you here?" Chapter 75. The Shrew Ziqiu, come here. Chen Yan swore he was truly enraged, particularly upon observing the haggard look on Li Ziqiu's face, the bloodshot veins in her eyes, and the several scratches adorning her graceful neck. "Who do you think you are, you little brat?" A middle-aged woman, hands on her hips, interjected, her opulent jewelry and designer attire failing to conceal her shrewish demeanor. As she spoke, several other women joined in, hurling insults not only at Chen Yan, but also at Li Ziqiu. So that's why you were reluctant to sign the contract and transfer the company, because you found a lover. You shameless woman. Your husband has been dead for only a few years, and you're already desperate for another man. Fine. Transfer all the company assets, and go find whoever you want. Each caustic remark fell on Chen Yan's ears like fire, igniting a fierce rage within him. Fueled by indignation, he seized a nearby iron chair, ready to hurl it into the crowd. "Shut the hell up," Chen Yan bellowed, his voice echoing not only in the room, but resonating in the corridor, silencing everyone in an instant. "Ziqiu, come here." He turned his gaze toward the conflicted Li Ziqiu, a flicker of sympathy evident in his eyes. If just days ago she had embodied the goddess of the business world, a strong and alluring woman, now she resembled a fallen noblewoman beset by calamity, evoking pity. Li Ziqiu rose slowly, and upon reaching Chen Yan, she could no longer contain her emotions and threw her arms around his not-so-broad shoulders, weeping uncontrollably. With one hand gently patting her trembling back, Chen Yan felt an overwhelming fury. "Don't cry, Ziqiu, don't cry. I'm here." His piercing gaze and domineering aura were unmistakable as he embraced Li Ziqiu while casting a sharp glare around the room, including at the elderly man lying in bed. "Now, tell me, what do you intend to do? Speak." Chen Yan's tone was calm, yet ominous, as if any dissatisfaction with their response would incite him to unleash the iron chair. "Who are you? This is our family matter. What concern is it of yours?" The initial woman, though somewhat intimidated, defiantly challenged Chen Yan, her thick neck held high. Yes. Leave now. Let go of Li Ziqiu, or we will call the police." Another chimed in. "Are you out of your mind? Why do you care about her affairs?" Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh at their audacity, his right arm tensing as he prepared to strike with the chair. However, to his surprise, Li Ziqiu's soft yet cold hand gently rested on his arm, halting his movement. "Little Chen, let it go." Li Ziqiu wiped her tear-streaked face and offered a faint, sorrowful smile. "They're not entirely wrong. Qiu Shui Group should not belong to me. It It is part of the Liu family's inheritance, my deceased husband's. Chen Yan paused. Ziqiu, are they trying to seize your company? You are the chairperson. What right do they have to take it? Even if it is considered joint property with your late husband, it doesn't belong to them. His inquiries were indeed logical, but seemed to strike a nerve among the Liu women, who began to shout once more. What nonsense! You know nothing, outsider. Li Ziqiu has already signed a contract, merging the company with Xinda Group and transferring it to the Mod Trust Fund. That is our Liu family's foundation. With annual profits in the hundreds of millions, why should it be for her alone? Though Chen Yan was not well versed in such matters, he understood that Li Ziqiu had successfully transformed a modest company into the vast Qiushui Group over the years. It was inconceivable that she would make such a foolish decision. He cast a puzzled glance at Li Ziqiu, who bit her lip, her eyes flashing with resentment. Yes, my secretary, my sister-in-law Liu Xiaoli, signed a contract on my behalf without my knowledge, but now it's too late. Li Ziqiu explained slowly, recounting how everything stemmed from that fateful night. Recalling this, regret welled up within her. Why had she granted her sister-in-law such power? They had once considered themselves family, only for her to act in such a treacherous manner. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, trusting Li Ziqiu's integrity. However, he was more eager to uncover the intricacies surrounding the Mod Trust Fund. With Li Ziqiu in his embrace, he strode into the room with an imposing presence that caused the shrewish women to retreat in fear. What do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. We will call the police. Chen Yan smirked disdainfully, placing the iron chair on the ground before sitting down, pulling Li Ziqiu onto his lap. Initially, she resisted, but his iron grip was unyielding. After a few futile attempts to escape, she surrendered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I wish to inquire about the Mod Trust Fund. What connection does it have with your claim on Qiushui Group? As Chen Yan posed the question, the women exchanged glances, reluctant to engage with this young man, especially given his possessive hold on Li Ziqiu, which fueled their anger. Yet, they were wary of his potential for violence. We have reached an agreement with Xinda Group. Once both parties merge, we can directly hand over the upstream and downstream companies to the Mod Trust Fund. Then, we will receive a substantial amount based on the assessed value, relying on it for significant dividends each year. The young woman who spoke appeared to be another of Li Ziqiu's sister-in-laws. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan realized, so that's how it works. But haven't you already obtained the signed contract? Why are you still making things difficult for Ziqiu? A sinister smile crept across his face. Speak up, and if I find your answers unsatisfactory, I will ensure you are equally displeased. Because, the young woman stammered, her fear palpable as she stood at the forefront, anxious to avoid being the first struck. Xiaoli only signed the merger contract on her behalf. She didn't sign the transfer contract. The rules for the Mod Trust Fund require the company's legal entity to be transferred to them. Understanding dawned on Chen Yan. Their underhanded machinations had been foiled by a single oversight. So now you're cornering Li Ziqiu, are you? The old shrew began to escalate her tirade again. Chen Yan frowned, preparing to unleash his wrath when suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Beep. You have successfully reached Li Ziqiu's side and enter the task protocol. Final task. Assist Li Ziqiu in overcoming her predicament. Current affinity with Li Ziqiu. 95, Chapter 76. The Blunder of John Arthur. Previously, the section where Li Ziqiu signed a contract has undergone significant revisions, as it was heavily criticized by many readers for being quite toxic. So, it has been amended. Last night and today, an abundance of readers have generously sent gifts. I adore you all, kisses. However, please refrain from sending monetary gifts. Free offerings suffice. I feel utterly unworthy of such kindness. To extricate oneself from a predicament. Does it refer to escaping from the situation, or to completely removing this group of Liu family members? Chen Yan found himself ensnared in confusion, yet fortunately, this time his system did not keep him in suspense. Beep. Host may exercise discretion. Each option counts as task completion, and rewards will be calculated based on the outcome achieved by the host. Understood. A one-time resolution yields the highest reward. Beep indeed. Chen Yan secretly chuckled. He was unaware of what the Xinda Group entailed, but given that it could be packaged for the Mod Trust Fund under the influence of Li Jiqiu's sister-in-law's secretary, it was evident that serious internal issues must have arisen. Perhaps even approaching bankruptcy was not an exaggeration. In such circumstances, is this not a classic case of commercial fraud? Ahu! Chen Yan's mind began to formulate a rough plan as he cast his gaze upon the timid woman being pushed to the forefront by a group of older women. Serving as a human shield, provide me with the information regarding the Shinda group that you mentioned. Huh? Me? The sister-in-law appeared momentarily startled, perplexed. However, upon witnessing the fierce glint in Chen Yan's eyes, she could not help but retract her neck in trepidation. The Shinda group is a downstream manufacturing group in Xiaohai City, specializing in the production of electronic components, and so forth. Fearing that Chen Yan might hurl a chair at her, she disregarded the obstruction posed by the group of loud women and divulged everything. TSK. You lot are truly obsessed with money. Chen Yan recorded everything she said about the Shinda group, then patted Li Jiqiu's pert backside, signaling her to rise. He slowly approached the group of women, arms crossed over his chest, and said, "Hey, continue. How did you orchestrate this? Who was the primary planner? What actions were taken? And who else is implicated?" The recording on his phone continued without interruption, and everyone understood that Chen Yan was gathering evidence. "Cannot say. Shouting. Control your tongue. You wretched little brat. Get lost. Call the police. Someone call the police." The women erupted into chaos, their initial fear of Chen Yan's imposing demeanor dissipating under the allure of money. They were unafraid of Li Jiqiu's disapproval, nor did they fear that Chen Yan might temporarily shield her. As long as Li Jiqiu retained her status as a daughter-in-law of the Liu family, they could employ countless methods to coerce her compliance. Chen Yan smirked. These old hags are truly not easily intimidated. Observing their fervor, it was evident they were ready to confront him physically. Although he was unafraid, the sheer mass of these older women posed a concern. Their substantial sizes suggested that a collective assault might leave him with quite a few scratches. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He had his strategies. "Do not be anxious. I possess ample means to deal with you." He stepped back 2 paces, subtly shielding Li Jiqiu behind him. "You are aware of the Zhong family, correct? The Zhong family from Modu. Of course we know. The Zhong family is among the elite families in all of Huagua. What, little brat? Are you suggesting you belong to the Zhong family? Do not think you can fool us. We would never believe such nonsense. Get lost. We have already called the police." Their voices intertwined, effectively stifling Chen Yan's intended words. In a moment, they all abruptly fell silent as Lu Xiaoli, Li Jiqiu's sister-in-law's secretary, was calling. "Second aunt, great news. For some reason, the Mod Trust Fund has suddenly agreed to our proposal." The woman referred to as second aunt, somewhat hard of hearing, was on speakerphone, and Lu Xiaoli's excited voice resonated clearly among everyone present. "What? Good. The exclamations echoed thrice, and the entire intensive care unit erupted into wild jubilation, laced with a sense of triumph. Li Jiqiu, you wretched girl. I warned you to proceed with the transfer process directly. Look now, you won't even receive 500,000. Indeed, you sought to covet others' assets. See where that has led you. Mother, does this mean I can now purchase a Porsche? Can I buy a Ferrari? Yay. The laughter was raucous, even rousing the elderly man who had just undergone surgery from his stupor, causing him to cough, yet no one paid him any mind. Chen Yan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, pondered how the Mod Trust Fund had lowered its standards. Never mind. He would address it when John Arthur arrived. "Jiqiu, let's step outside." As he embraced the lovely woman beside him and led her out of the ICU, Li Jiqiu offered no resistance. Though her expression remained placid, a hint of sorrow was discernible. With the situation settled, the group of women did not obstruct their departure, opting instead to laugh heartily behind them. Akin to spectators witnessing a defeated dog. Annoyed by their antics, Chen Yan quietly murmured as they walked, "Jiqiu, trust me, they will soon cease their laughter." His confident tone illuminated Li Jiqiu's dim gaze somewhat. "I believe in you." Yet Chen Yan felt a tinge of frustration. He had originally intended for Zhong Shuqing to resolve this troublesome affair, only for the Mod Trust Fund to suddenly throw a wrench into the works. Unbeknownst to him, this complication had indeed originated from John Arthur at the first hospital. Shortly after he had disembarked from the vehicle, he received a call from his secretary, intending to report on a custody issue involving a certain company in Shanghai City. However, in his eagerness to locate Chen Yan, he blurted, "Handle it as you see fit. It does not matter if you relax the conditions. I have no time to deal with each matter individually." This statement was misconstrued by the secretary as a directive to ease the conditions for approval, leading to a swift endorsement. However, he remained oblivious to this misunderstanding as he continued his search for the ICU. After a few minutes, having successfully comforted Li Ziqiu and elicited a smile from her, he noticed a foreign gentleman striding toward him from the end of the corridor. As he approached, he raised his phone to his ear. Simultaneously, Chen Yan's phone rang. "Master Chen. Ha ha ha. Oh my God. The poor little John has finally found you." Upon locking eyes with Chen Yan, John Arthur, while on the phone, immediately recognized him, and with arms outstretched, he approached at a brisk pace. "Greetings." Chen Yan had no desire to engage in a peculiar embrace, particularly from a foreigner, given the unfortunate nature of their body odor. "Oh, Master Chen, I have finally located you. My God, poor little John is utterly exhausted." Chen Yan raised his hand to interrupt. "You're John Arthur, correct? You claim to be affiliated with a mod trust fund in some capacity?" He had no time for idle chit-chat. Since the main person had arrived, this was fortuitous. "Ahem, allow me to formally introduce myself to Master Chen and this lovely lady." Noticing Chen Yan's serious demeanor, John Arthur sensed the shift in atmosphere, causing him to tighten his posture and perform a formal bow. "I am John Arthur, the representative for the Mod Trust Fund in the Huagua region, and your direct liaison, Master Chen. Your authority appears to be quite significant, then?" Chen Yan retorted with a cold smirk. "While within the confines of Huagua, one could say that. Master Chen, may I inquire where poor little John has displeased you?" Cold sweat began to drip down John Arthur's brow, yet his forthright demeanor prevented him from resorting to evasive tactics. "No, it is not you who has caused any discontent." Chen Yan gestured toward the ICU behind him. "Sister Ziqiu, please discuss the specific circumstances with him." Chen Yan turned to the side and addressed Li Ziqiu, assuring her, "Do not worry. He will not be able to handle this. I have other means." Although John Arthur was oblivious to the details, the tone of Chen Yan's voice indicated that the matter was rather serious. He immediately nodded repeatedly, thumping his chest in assurance. "I will definitely resolve this. Without a doubt." Chapter 77. Still want to get something for nothing? Dream on. Li Ziqiu was not a fool. Having been in business for quite some time, she had seen it all, including the Mod Trust Fund. When she heard John Arthur introduce himself, she was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. Though she remained silent, her gaze darted back and forth between Chen Yan and John Arthur. To her utter disbelief, her little brother, whom she regarded as insignificant, was acquainted with the representative of the Mod Trust Fund for the Huagua region. Moreover, the latter showed him an unexpected level of respect. Upon receiving Chen Yan's warning, John Arthur sprang into action. He made a phone call, berating his secretary before promptly canceling the trust management. Another call was made, this time to the Economic Investigation Department, where he reported the incident with utmost honesty, causing an immediate stir of concern. After all, the report from a representative of a world-renowned financial conglomerate carried immense weight and was deemed critically serious. Unbeknownst to everyone in the intensive care unit, they remained engulfed in their excitement, while Chen Yan was determined to disrupt their revelry. "Sister Ziqiu, please wait for me outside," he whispered to Li Ziqiu, who nodded gently in response. With a meaningful glance, he signaled John Arthur to follow him inside. The door swung open once more, causing everyone within to freeze in place. Still reeling from their recent fright, they instinctively huddled together upon seeing Chen Yan return. However, they quickly regained their composure and confronted him with fierce indignation. "Hey, what are you doing back here? Don't you realize we are important partners of the Ma Trust Fund? Get lost, or we will call the police and ensure you face severe consequences. Go away, and keep as far away from that wretched Li Ziqiu as possible. Don't even think about touching a penny of the Liu family's wealth." Chen Yan found their antics amusing, choosing not to respond and casting a playful glance at John Arthur. In stark contrast, John Arthur's demeanor darkened. The courteous facade he had just displayed vanished, replaced by a grim expression. You claim to be important partners of the Mog Trust Fund? John Arthur spoke in fluent Chinese, his voice steady. Do you have any idea that you have crossed the Mog Trust Fund's bottom line? What bottom line? Who are you? A shrewish woman scoffed dismissively. Huh. We've gone through the proper channels. What if we used a few tactics? The matter is settled, and we're not afraid to tell you. Do you have any idea what kind of institution the Mog Trust Fund is? Get lost. The group of women boasted with reckless arrogance. While Chen Yan remained unfazed, John Arthur could not tolerate their insolence. With his esteemed status, he was accustomed to respect and deference, and these women dared to tell him to leave? Very well, John Arthur retorted, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face as he pointed a trembling finger at the rabble. Do you believe I can make you aware of the consequences immediately? Spare us the theatrics. Get out of here. Yes, keep it up, and you might just disturb our patriarch, who just had a heart procedure. You wouldn't want to be liable for that. The shrewish women hurled insults, even stepping forward to shove the two men, attempting to force them out. Chen Yan took a step back to avoid contact with these harpies and looked at John Arthur. Can you handle this? If not, I'll take over, he said. John Arthur's face darkened as he nearly lost his footing from the unexpected pushes. There's no need, young Master Chen. I've got this. He shielded Chen Yan and retreated to the door. The women, seeing this, assumed victory, believing that Chen Yan and his foreign companion had backed down. Just wait. I hope you can still smile later. John Arthur replied coldly, retrieving his phone once more. This time, he was not contacting any internal members or investigative teams, but rather the local authority in Modu. Major Thao, I wish to know why illegal activities are permitted in your jurisdiction. Has the law become so impotent? Indeed, he had reached out to Zhao Bin, the deputy mayor responsible for the livelihood and economy of Modu. Zhao Bin had been in high spirits, having successfully reclaimed a parcel of private land and made substantial donations to impoverished areas. After enjoying a meal, he intended to take a well-deserved nap. But the unexpected call from John Arthur disrupted his plans. Mr. John, how may I assist you? Zhao Bin was taken aback, although he held the title of deputy mayor. His influence surpassed that of the provincial governor. He was accustomed to being obeyed, and even the head of the Zhong family treated him as an equal. He wondered why John Arthur was so agitated. I'm waiting for you in the ICU on the 3rd floor of Modu First Hospital. You may come over to discuss this further. John Arthur hung up with a huff, leaving Zhao Bin bewildered. John Arthur's visit was significant. After arriving in Modu, he had promised to represent the Mog Trust Fund in making substantial investments, projected to be no less than 100 billion. This was not a trivial sum, and if successful, it would be one of Zhao Bin's most remarkable achievements. Thus, he could not afford to take this lightly. Prepare the car. We are heading to Modu First Hospital. His expression darkened as he gathered several officials and set off towards the hospital. Inside the monitoring room, the group of women plotted their extravagant spending while casting scornful remarks. Oh, so he is a mayor? TSK. How much did that foreigner pay you to put on this act? Do you think we would believe you? Mayor Zhao is not someone you riffraff can sway. You've probably never even met him. Chen Yan's gaze was filled with meaning as he held his phone, which John Arthur keenly noticed. Rest assured, young Master Chen, if I, John, cannot handle this matter well, I will withdraw from the financial sector entirely. He spoke with unwavering confidence, convinced that the flaws in this situation would not allow these women to escape unscathed. Moreover, word had reached him that all documents concerning the Xinda Group and Xiushui Group had been sealed, and an investigation was underway. This incident was quite manageable, involving forgery and illegal possession of property. The challenge lay in alerting the Mog Trust Fund representatives. Now, with the Huaguo region representative present, John Arthur felt assured that within an hour, these women would find themselves apprehended by the law enforcement of Modu and transported to Xiahai for concentrated interrogation. Still wish to profit from substantial asset dividends? Dream on. Chapter 78. Utilizing connections. Although John Arthur is a foreigner, his unique status commanded special attention from Zhao Bin, who hastened to the first hospital of Magic City with remarkable speed. Upon learning of Mayor Zhao's unexpected visit, the hospital's senior leadership was left astounded. each hastily advancing to offer their greetings. It was perplexing. No one had mentioned that municipal leaders would be conducting inspections today. This sudden check, could it be directed at our hospital? Zhao Bin perceived the leader's frantic attempts to welcome him with a certain disdain, instinctively believing that John Arthur had faced exclusion and difficulties within the hospital. Thus, he reciprocated their greetings with a frosty demeanor, causing palpable anxiety among the hospital officials. Mayor Zhao, are you here for an inspection or? The hospital director, though internally apprehensive, mustered the courage to inquire while trailing behind Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin remained silent, merely shooting him a glare. ICU, third floor. Lead the way. Yes, this way, please. The director hurried ahead, his mind racing with speculation. Was there an issue concerning a leader's family member in the ICU? That shouldn't be the case. As the director, he would certainly be aware of such matters. No sooner had he begun to contemplate this than the elevator doors to the third floor of the ICU opened slowly. Zhao Bin strode out with determination, his expression grave, and immediately spotted John Arthur at the far end of the corridor, accompanied by the young man named Chen who had acquired land earlier that morning. What were they doing together? Did they know each other? A frown creased Zhao Bin's forehead. He realized he had underestimated this young man. Initially, he had presumed him merely to be an acquaintance of the Zhong family. But it appeared this young man had established a connection with John Arthur as well. Mr. Arthur, he approached briskly, donning a premeditated smile and extending his hand from a distance. Mayor Zhao, it is good to see you again, John Arthur replied, his expression less than cheerful. And their handshake was perfunctory. This was not a matter of arrogance. He was an international figure, even holding a position at the embassy. More significantly, he was here with an investment worth billions, leaving no room for Zhao Bin, a man with motives of his own, to act carelessly. Oh, Mr. Chen is here as well. What a fortuitous encounter. Zhao Bin smiled broadly and casually greeted Chen Yan. Mayor Thao, perhaps it would be prudent for you to first ascertain what transpired inside. John Arthur will clarify the specifics. Chen Yan, disinclined to linger with Li Ziqiu, found the presence of those women quite distasteful. The more he observed them, the more his mood soured. However, Li Ziqiu had a different perspective. Clutching Chen Yan's arm with determination, she stated, I want to witness their downfall. Oh, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, pulling Li Ziqiu aside as John Arthur began discussing matters with Zhao Bin. Sister Ziqiu, is that really necessary? They will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chen Yan was perplexed. Even he found these women repugnant. And for Li Ziqiu, who had been wronged by them, wouldn't this only add to her turmoil? No. Li Ziqiu shook her head resolutely. I must see it with my own eyes. I have always treated them well, even going above and beyond due to my late husband's connections. They have wronged me beyond tolerance. This shall serve as my final farewell to them. After this, I will sever all ties with the Liu family. Li Ziqiu's intention was straightforward, to witness the moment of her vengeance. Chen Yan paused, then smiled. Very well. If Sister Ziqiu wishes to stay, we shall remain. After their brief exchange, Zhao Bin and John Arthur had nearly concluded their conversation. Zhao Bin's visible fury radiated, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of his accompanying officials. Conversely, the hospital leaders breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open by an enraged Zhao Bin. You fools! Why stir up trouble with a mobile trust fund? Are you out of your minds? If you persist in this manner, do not bring it to my city. The situation had escalated beyond simple resolution, entangling two major corporations and involving contract fraud that reached the upper echelons of leadership in two municipalities. Who is responsible? Is this never-ending? Call security immediately. If you don't remove that insolent woman right now, I will not hesitate to involve the police. The women's expressions twisted in horror, their patience fraying as they were continuously interrupted during their discussions. Some began to scream, while others frantically dialed for the police and security. Calling the police? Very well, Zhao Bin replied, his fury transforming into a mocking smile. Take them away. Deliver them directly to the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Linlai, coordinate with the city of Shanghai. Determine whether the investigation will take place here or there. Wu Qiyuan, establish a special task force with Shanghai's economic investigation team, and ensure that everyone involved in this case is apprehended swiftly. His words, laden with unbridled anger, swiftly organized the situation, leaving the women dumbfounded. Dear aunt, he looks familiar, one of the women stammered. Good heavens, that's Mayor Zhao, the mayor of Magic City. We're in trouble. The women's legs buckled beneath them, their faces drained of color, lips trembling, as though all vitality had been sapped away, rendering them immobile. A few plainclothes security personnel stepped forward, seizing these women and ushering them outside. As they passed through the doorway, everyone noticed the gleam of satisfaction in Li Ziqiu's eyes. Li Ziqiu, you wretched woman. How dare you collude with outsiders to betray your family? You traitorous scoundrel. Save us. We'll give you 10 million. Even 20 million. You'll pay for this. The women shrieked, their voices echoing with despair. Had they not been restrained by security, they would have lunged at her without hesitation. Wait. Chen Yan's cold voice commanded attention, causing the security personnel to instinctively halt, all eyes turning toward Vice Mayor Zhao Bin. Chen Yan stepped forward, addressing Zhao Bin directly. Mayor Zhao, may I inquire what the sentencing would be if their crimes, including those of Lu Xiaoli and Shanghai, were proven? Although Zhao Bin was initially displeased by Chen Yan's abrupt interruption, he pondered before responding. Approximately 10 to 15 years. Chen Xiaoyu, do you have additional evidence to present? Zhao Bin regarded Chen Yan with renewed respect, having reassessed his standing, prompting him to address him with a more familiar term. No, Chen Yan replied with a smile, stepping within a meter of the women, allowing them to see him clearly, yet unable to reach him. You dared to bully my sister Ziqiu, did you not? He softly stated, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Hello, please investigate Lu Xiaoli, the secretary to the chairman of Qiushui Group, and her family. You should easily uncover their misdeeds. I have but one request. Ensure they never see the light of day again. As his words resonated, the connections he had previously acquired quietly vanished from his system warehouse. Chapter 79. What if everyone were in one room? You must read to the end. If I were Chen Yan, I would undoubtedly praise myself as a clever little rascal. But alas, I'm not Chen Yan. Good evening, my dear ones, for Su Jingjing, who adores spicy Sichuan cucumbers. And for those who have sent me urgent messages, here is an additional chapter. Oh dear, it's getting late. One must not stay up too late, or one's skin will become sallow with dark spots. Ding, the networking card has been used. Acquired connection. Wang Yongkong, Secretary of the Municipal Committee of Zhai City. Phone number 181 XXXXXXXX. Unconditionally agreed to the entrusted matter. The effect of the networking card is now void. As Chen Yan listened to the system's prompt in his mind, a cold smile spread across his face. The function of the networking card had been explained by the system long ago. Once used, the connection would automatically be at Chen Yan's disposal and would unconditionally agree to one matter within its capacity. After the task was completed, the card's effect would dissipate. Yet the recognition would remain. The connection would still acknowledge Chen Yan and possess a natural affinity towards him. Initially, Chen Yan had merely experimented with it, having a deep-seated aversion to the connections stemming from Zhong Shuqing's side, reluctant to owe any favors. Unexpectedly, this networking card delivered a decisive blow to Chen Yan. The secretary of a directly governed municipality held a higher position than Zhao Bin in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. And considering that the main events were taking place in Zhai City, this connection was undoubtedly more advantageous than Zhao Bin's. In response to the words on the phone, apart from a few raucous women, only Zhao Bin could fully comprehend, and his expression visibly grew grave. The indistinct male voice on the line felt oddly familiar. He must be someone from the system. For Chen Yan to issue such directives, this young man's identity. Let us go. Chen Yan turned, no longer paying heed to the pale-faced women who wailed pitifully, and embraced Li Ziqiu, preparing to leave. John Arthur had intended to detain them, but was swiftly pulled back by Zhao Bin. Mr. John, shall we move to a more private setting to converse? Zhao Bin's countenance was somewhat serious. Even John Arthur, though bewildered, understood that Zhao Bin had something to discuss. Casting a glance at the retreating figures of Chen Yan and Li Ziqiu, John Arthur contemplated that it was indeed not the right moment to intrude upon them. After all, He had exchanged contact information and could arrange a meeting with Chen Yan at a later time. Mayor Zhao, please. The two departed side by side, leaving behind the bewildered hospital leaders, while the rowdy women were escorted through the service corridor. Hospital leader. Hey, there's still an old man inside. Are we saving him or not? Special Forces personnel almost forgot about the old man. Let us take him away. He is half paralyzed. Forget it. Let us leave him at the hospital. Naturally, Li Jiqiu returned to the Hilton Hotel with Chen Yan. Shortly after their arrival, before she could even remove her shoes, a deluge of messages from Qiu Shui Group surged in. Without exception, there were reports on various situations. Though chaotic, Li Jiqiu breathed a sigh of relief, casting aside the passive predicament of the group being sold, regaining full control over the situation. Jiqiu, noticing Li Jiqiu standing at the door, engrossed in her phone, Chen Yan swiftly turned, placing his hands against the door, effectively cornering her. Ah! Little Chen. Li Jiqiu was evidently startled. The mental strain of the past few days had rendered her somewhat jumpy, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Seeing this younger man, who had matured significantly since their last meeting, exuding an alluring masculinity, Li Jiqiu felt a surge of emotions within her. Chen Yan gazed earnestly at his first wealthy older sister, no longer hesitating as he leaned in deeply. In the haze of the worldly tumult, they indulged in a passionate moment, both gasping for breath upon parting. Yet this was not the primary reason for their separation. The main cause was Chen Yan's phone ringing. A flurry of notifications chimed in, as if summoned by a secret agreement. Chen Yan felt a twinge of annoyance, casting an apologetic glance at Li Jiqiu. Little Chen, you attend to your matters first. I'll be busy for a bit. We'll catch up later. Li Jiqiu covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Chen Yan's presence had dispelled the gloom of recent days. Whether it was due to this or the recent exchange of breaths, her complexion had notably improved. All right, Chen Yan picked up his phone, curious to see who was so inconsiderate as to interrupt him at this moment. Mo ran. Little Chen, I'll be in Magic City tonight at the Hilton Hotel. All set. Mo ran. Have you missed your sister? Are you sneaking treats behind my back? Mo ran. See you tonight. Oh no. See you later. Chen Yan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Why is this older sister coming as well? Never mind. It's all clear with Jiqiu. Tonight? Haha. I've got robust stamina. I'm not afraid. Closing her chat window, Chen Yan was taken aback once more. Apart from Mo Ran, there were others. Chen Xiaomei. Little Chen, I have a meeting in Magic City tomorrow and will arrive tonight. I heard you're in Magic City too. Shall we dine together? Chen Xiaomei. I've booked a room at the Hilton Hotel. Do you have time? We can have a casual meal at the restaurant regarding the recent developments in the Zhou Tianyuan case. Chen Yan nearly spat blood. This can't be real. Mo Ran and Chen Xiaomei, one a prominent entrepreneur, the other a police chief, both having a past with him. And now, with Li Jiqiu as well, good heavens, 3 women converging at the Hilton Hotel? What place this is? It's not just a hotel, it's a battleground. Initially intending to decline each invitation and concoct an escape plan, he was interrupted once more by the system. Ding golden legend, fortuitous moment. Limited time, fortuitous task, purple matching complete. For eligible female players have entered the queue. Li Jiqiu, ready. Mo Ran, not ready. Chen Xiaomei, not ready. Lu Moli, not ready. Please raise the affection levels of the 4 female players to above 90 within 8 hours tonight. From midnight to 8 a.m. The task is arduous. Please manage your time, energy, and stamina wisely. Note, the reward for this task are exceedingly generous. The host is urged to take it seriously. If fewer than 2 female players meet the affection criteria, 1 physical trait will be randomly selected for punishment. 4? Lu Moli? This is a joke. There's no information on Lu Moli. Chen Yan felt overwhelmed. He somewhat understood what this affection level entailed. But for now, he focused on the system's reminders. System? What do you mean by managing time, energy, and stamina? Are you asking me to become a time management guru? Good heavens, dealing with 3 older sisters is already tough. And now there's an unknown Lu Moli. In an instant, Chen Yan anxiously touched his lower back, thinking, you too? You might be facing a formidable challenge ahead. Can you handle it? Wait. Suddenly, Chen Yan had a flash of inspiration, conjuring an audacious yet seemingly brilliant idea. What if everyone were in one room? Chapter 80. Mr. Yaozi, you can do it as a digression. I must clarify that I am not particularly concerned about quantity. I neither seek endorsements for my work, nor do I desire gifts. However, some comments have been rather disheartening. Generally, when people question my gender, I tend to ignore it or even jestingly claim to be a man. But does gender truly hold such significance? Additionally, there are requests for photographs, which leaves me bewildered. Am I charging for this? After some contemplation this afternoon, I found it difficult to swallow my frustration. Fine. If you wish to see me, I shall only share this once, my one and only moment of revelation. From now on, I will not entertain such requests again. Oh, the photograph is in the comments section of this chapter. View it at your discretion. If you cannot see it here, then so be it. And please refrain from questioning why I posted it 2 or 3 times. I had shared it once in another comment section, but it did not appear for several hours, likely due to an unfamiliar review mechanism. I feared someone might accuse me of not responding or of going silent. Impulsively, I posted it again. There, now you've seen it. Forget about it afterward. Chen Yan ultimately abandoned that audacious and reckless idea. If he were to share it with them, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. For the sake of his own well-being, he could only rally himself internally. You can do it, Mr. Yaozi. You certainly can. However, before that, Chen Yan glanced back at Li Ziqiu, who was engrossed in a phone call handling official matters, and sighed. It was still early. Would exhausting oneself too soon cause Mr. Yaozi to feel overwhelmed? As if sensing Chen Yan's gaze, Li Ziqiu ended her call and looked over with a gentle smile. Little Chen, I have been quite fatigued these past few days. Perhaps we should skip today. Her smile carried a hint of apology, indicating that if Chen Yan truly wished, she would acquiesce. Chen Yan, of course, could not have wished for anything more. Observing her demeanor, he felt a pang of compassion and could not help but sigh. Sister Ziqiu, I regret not coming sooner. You have suffered. Gently sitting beside her, Chen Yan spoke softly. Mm. Li Ziqiu shook her head lightly, her smile brightening. The weariness and exhaustion that had lingered faded away in that moment. Chen Yan's presence acted as a soothing balm, calming all turmoil. The process was inconsequential. The current outcome brought her satisfaction. Li Ziqiu seemed to imply something, though it was unclear what she meant. Regardless, Chen Yan felt a slight easing of his heart upon seeing her expression. It was certainly better than a scene of tears and despair. In this atmosphere, neither felt inclined to engage in other activities. After conversing for a while, Chen Yan's phone rang. Apologetically glancing at Li Ziqiu, she gently nudged his arm. Little Chen, go ahead with your business. I have much to attend to. All right. Chen Yan answered the call from an unknown number, greeted by a female voice. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chen Yan? This is he. Who is this? Chen Yan inquired, puzzled by the call from the Shanghai area. Ah, hello, Mr. Chen Yan. This is the property management department of Jingshui Huating. We have a client interested in renting your apartment at a price of $8,500 per month, with an annual payment and a 3-month deposit. Would you like us to handle the contract signing? Renting my apartment? Jingshui Huating. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, searching his memory until realization struck. This was the entire building awarded to him by the system, a luxurious apartment complex. How could he have almost forgotten? Yes, wait a moment. Can I sign it myself? Initially intending to let the property management handle it, he thought it best to see the building for himself, a potential stronghold for the future. Of course, would you like to come by now? The other party appeared momentarily stunned, then spoke with barely contained excitement. Chen Yan's reputation had already spread within Jingshui Huating. Possessing an entire building was a privilege few in Huaguan enjoyed. His youth and appearance, as seen in his ID photo, had circulated among the staff, with many young women eagerly anticipating a glimpse of this enigmatic young mogul in hopes of seizing a fleeting opportunity. The caller was certainly among them. All right, I will take a cab over. Chen Yan checked the time. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. He planned to inspect the property and have Zhong Shuqi pick him up for dinner, ensuring a quick gathering and dispersal, allowing him time to consume a few medicinal pills. He did not intend to bring Li Ziqiu along, including for the evening's event at the Zhong family. After hanging up, he approached Li Ziqiu. who was intently examining documents on her phone. Sister Jichio, I have matters to attend to and may be delayed. Please rest well in this room. We shall meet later. Chen Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. Concealing matters and fabricating excuses was always challenging, as his subconscious would not easily be deceived, making his words feel insincere. Fortunately, Li Jichio paid little mind, not even looking up, only waving him off. Go ahead. I will book a room later. Mo Ran mentioned she would be arriving in Shanghai soon. I will go out for a stroll with her. Don't worry about me. Li Jichio's words struck Chen Yan's heart like a hammer, causing a cold sweat to bead on his back. What? Mo Ran is in contact with Li Jichio. This is madness. Are you intentionally complicating matters for tonight? What if you both end up together? How will I manage that? Naturally, Chen Yan could not vocalize his inner turmoil, while Li Jichio's thoughts remained purely focused on her work, mundane and devoid of complexity. From this, Chen Yan discerned that she was genuinely engrossed in her tasks. All right then, Sister Jichio, keep busy and remember to eat. Chen Yan called back as he reached the door. Still feeling uneasy, I will with a soft click, the door closed behind him, prompting Chen Yan to take a deep breath. His heart felt cold and desolate. With matters as they were, he could only seek an alternative route. If all else failed, he would abandon thoughts of Li Jichio and Mo Ran entirely and direct his efforts toward Lu Meili and Chen Xiaomei. However, it was troubling. He had no insight into Lu Meili's sentiments and could not ascertain whether she would be receptive. If it came to that, he would have to beseech the heavens for mercy, pleading to retain what he could, so long as his vitality remained intact. The property management department of Jingshui Hua Ting resembled more of a lavish clubhouse than a typical management office, boasting an array of amenities, from KTV to spas and gyms, all furnished to an extraordinary standard. Naturally, such opulence came with a hefty management fee, but for those residing there, even tenants were far from ordinary. At that moment, the property management department was bustling with activity. Numerous welcome banners adorned the premises, and a red carpet was laid out at the entrance. All the young women with confidence in their looks shed their usual work attire and black stockings, donning their most flattering outfits. Why they're most flattering? Some women embraced a regal persona, sporting high heels, fishnet stockings, and short dresses, while others opted for a cute and playful appearance, showcasing Lolita costumes and dual ponytails. In summary, the atmosphere was as lively as a festival, which naturally sparked considerable curiosity among the residents and property owners. Almost everyone approached the staff with perplexing inquiries, yet they all departed with expressions of astonishment. Indeed, a prominent investor who had acquired an entire building was about to make their inaugural visit to the community. Chapter 81. Arrival at Quiet Water Garden. A blue taxi screeched to a halt at the festively adorned entrance of Quiet Water Garden. Young man, you've arrived, the driver announced. As Chen Yan alighted and stood before the bustling entrance, he could not help but marvel. The grand European-style door, resplendent in gold, paired with a large cherub fountain, and the marble steps exuded an air of opulence. Truly, this high-end apartment was deserving of its reputation. He mused about the cost per square meter, realizing that even in his current state of having nothing, owning a property here would ensure a lifetime of comfort for himself and his descendants. Stepping forward, Chen Yan instinctively walked upon the freshly laid Arabian wool carpet, which felt exquisitely soft beneath his feet, akin to walking on a dense yet fluffy cloud of cotton. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sir, please refrain from stepping on that." A group of property staff rushed over, clearly distressed at the sight of the pristine carpet being sullied. Confused, Chen Yan wondered if they had laid it out for his arrival. "What's going on? It's already down. Why can't I walk on it?" He glanced at the brightly dressed women before him, questioning, "Who are you?" In his mind, property staff were typically clad in uniforms, yet these young women appeared more like fans welcoming a celebrity. "We are from the Quiet Water Garden Property Management. Sir, would you mind stepping off the carpet for a moment?" One of the more mature-looking women asked apologetically, her tone far from confrontational. "Oh, all right," Chen Yan replied, scratching his chin, realizing perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation, thinking the carpet was laid out for him. "Thank you, sir." The women bowed in unison, demonstrating the professionalism expected of high-end property personnel. "Sir, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here to visit a friend or for a tour? The atmosphere shifted slightly, revealing the differences in service between this luxurious apartment and the likes of Thompson E. Peen, which rejected tours and required financial verification for viewings. Impressive that you remember so many residents, Chen Yan remarked, surprised, and felt a newfound respect for them. This is my first visit, but I'm neither here to tour nor to visit friends. I'm the owner of a property here. Do you believe me? He flashed a grin, his mind drifting to tropes from urban novels where a low-profile visitor is underestimated until they reveal their wealth, causing others to eat their words. The moment he uttered his claim, the women visibly tensed, their thoughts racing to the potential implications. Pardon me, sir, may I ask for your name? The lead woman stammered, her voice quivering with apprehension. If he were indeed the mysterious major owner, then they had just asked him to step off the carpet. You should know my name, Chen Yan chuckled. I am Chen Yan, and if all goes as expected, you have come to welcome me. He felt a familiar thrill at the prospect of a dramatic reveal, where his identity would flip the situation on its head. Mr. Chen, the group gasped, their faces pale with realization. If he chose to lodge a complaint about their earlier behavior, it could cost them their jobs. Please, may I see your identification? The lead woman asked, her voice trembling even more. Certainly, Chen Yan replied, producing his ID with a flourish. As the women crowded around, scrutinizing the details, they confirmed his identity. It's really him, the major owner. They whispered in disbelief, lamenting their earlier misjudgment. Ah, ladies, my ID. Chen Yan pointed out, amused by their fluster. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chen. Please keep it, they exclaimed, hastily returning the document. With his hands casually in his pockets, he mentioned, I heard someone was looking to rent my property. I thought I would come by to take a look. I've owned it for a while, but have yet to see it. Though the young women were not quite the ideal age, nor had impressive scores, their post-makeup appearances were striking enough to rival many, making for an enjoyable viewing experience. He aimed to relax and enjoy the moment, preparing himself mentally for the evening ahead. Oh, and could you take me to sign the rental contract? As it's my first time renting, I should handle it personally. I wouldn't want to keep the renter waiting. Of course, Mr. Chen, please follow us and watch your step. Feel free to walk on the carpet, they assured him, now acutely aware of their previous faux pas. Following the flustered group, Chen Yan couldn't help but smile. The world, he thought, was far less dramatic than the novel suggested, devoid of bizarre encounters and pretentious displays. The welcoming ceremony at Quiet Water Garden was executed with elegance, lacking gaudy decorations or exuberant cheers, instead opting for a subtle yet luxurious reception. As the young women ushered him through, he appreciated their effort to ensure he encountered no delays. Upon arriving at the property management office, a middle-aged man in a suit greeted him, promptly addressing the matter at hand. As the heavy glass door slid open, Chen Yan couldn't suppress a smirk. Indeed, the doors of the wealthy were always automatic, requiring no manual effort to enter. Mr. Chen, please come this way. As the property manager shifted sideways, a fleeting moment of gaze fell upon her, and a translucent square unfolded before her eyes. Su-Suan. Chapter 82. The tenant is a mature, lowly actress. Su Shahan, a 30-year-old unmarried actress, has a comprehensive rating of 94. Her current favorability level has skyrocketed from 0 to 90. Oh dear, where is the landlord? I have an engagement tomorrow. If he doesn't arrive soon, I will miss my flight. Wait, who is this handsome young man? He is so attractive. I like him a lot. Oh my, he is my ideal type. Calm down, Su Shahan. You must not let any rumors surface. I can't help but like him. Is he the landlord? Surely not. Does he recognize me? If I were to ask for his contact information, would he refuse? As Chen Yan stepped inside, a torrent of mixed thoughts flooded his mind, encompassing not only Su Shahan's brief personal details, but also her peculiar inner musings. He had not anticipated that his tenant would be an actress he had never heard of, likely one who had recently gained fame. Miss Su, this is your landlord, Mr. Chen, the property manager introduced, guiding Chen Yan to sit across from Su Shahan, who appeared calm on the surface while her heart was in turmoil. Hello, Mr. Chen. Su Shahan greeted, nodding her head slightly, which intrigued Chen Yan. Indeed, as an actress, her professionalism was commendable. Despite her inner excitement, she exhibited no outward signs. Hello. Miss Su. Ah, he really is the landlord. Su Shahan, you are so lucky. Such a remarkable gentleman. I adore him. I can reasonably obtain his contact information now. What should I name the child? The boy will be named Chen Debo, and the girl will be Chen Mimi. Observing Su Shahan, who sat upright, yet had already planned out potential names for her future children, Chen Yan could not help but raise an eyebrow. Another sister with a striking contrast? However, this one seemed rather unique. She bore no semblance of maturity, appearing almost like a young girl of 18 or 19. Did all actors possess some secret to maintaining their youth? Mr. Chun, Miss Su is very satisfied with your apartment, but there is a condition she wishes to discuss. Noticing the atmosphere turn oddly silent, the property manager, though perplexed, dutifully began negotiations between the two parties. Please, go ahead. Chen Yan was indifferent. If it were a minor request, he would simply comply. Miss Su would like to inquire if it would be possible to reduce the property fees. For this apartment, the property fees amounted to 5,000 a month, and if Su Shuhan were to bear the entire cost, her monthly rent would soar to 13,500. Quite unfeasible. However, Su Shuhan was quite enamored, and now was not just about the apartment, but also about the individual. Reduced? By how much? Chen Yan was somewhat clueless. When the system provided him with this apartment, the property fees had already been settled for the year, so he had no idea what a reasonable reduction might be. Mr. Chun, I was hoping we could split the property fees in half. The property manager glanced at Su Shuhan, who directly articulated her request. Of course, if you do not agree, that is also acceptable. After all, it is a rather presumptuous request. Su Shuhan's voice was melodious, a likely result of her prior studies in broadcasting. Her statement left the property manager flustered. Miss, weren't you just saying you wanted to have the property fees? How come now you are saying it is fine if he doesn't agree? You are making this quite awkward for me, you know. The property manager's forced smile revealed his discomfort. He had expected Chen Yan to steadfastly refuse, considering that no landlord would willingly forfeit income. All right, let us split it in half. I have no objections. Chen Yan stretched and casually made the astonishing statement that left the property manager in shock. Huh, Mr. Chun, are you certain? The property manager's astonishment was palpable. How could someone so readily dismiss several thousand yuan a month? Yes, I'm certain. Chen Yan felt unconcerned. After all, this was a fixed asset, and the income was already substantial. The key factor was this young starlet before him. She was a potential great benefactor. If there was ever a moment to enhance goodwill, it was now. As expected, with Chen Yan's words, Su Shuhan's favorability instantly surged from 90 to 91. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Oh no, thank you, landlord. Su Shuhan's smile was enchanting, radiating a healing energy that uplifted Chen Yan's spirits, dispelling the shadows of his impending troubles. Very well, let us proceed to sign the contract. Chen Yan waved his hand, swiftly finalizing the agreement, exchanging contact information, and collecting the transfer. Miss Su, since that is settled, I shall not delay your move. After signing several names and affixing his seal, along with witnessing the handover of keys, Chen Yan could not suppress his joy. All right, Mr. Chun, until next time. Su Shuhan exited the office, bubbling with excitement. Once she had departed, Chen Yan turned to the property manager. Could you please bring me the rental status for my building? The property manager nodded and handed over a prepared document. Here is the rental status for your building number 1, Mr. Chun. There are a total of 36 units, with 33 currently rented. Oh, with Miss Su's unit. That totals 34. No tenants are due for expiration this month. Chen Yan perused the report, pleasantly surprised by the better-than-expected rental situation, netting over 30,000 monthly. Quite commendable. As for the previous rents, he had assumed there were none until the property manager contacted the finance department for the transfer. Wow, the rent collected this year has exceeded 1 million. Chen Yan gazed at the transaction notifications in astonishment. He had thought he had nothing aside from the building. Yet it turned out the previous rents were being held by the property management. Your service is indeed commendable. Yes, because you, Mr. Chun, have been quite busy. We took the liberty of collecting the rents on your behalf. If you wish to collect them yourself, we can assist in changing your account to receive the rents directly. The property manager spoke respectfully. After all, Chen Yan was a unique major landlord contributing 15% of the entire community's property fees. No need. Just continue managing it for me. Simply transfer the funds periodically. Chen Yan was not keen on becoming a landlord who scurried about collecting rents daily. However, he did have a new requirement. It is time to find an accountant. Otherwise, with so much income, I cannot keep track each month. By the way, could someone accompany me to view the 2 unleased penthouses? If they are suitable, I would prefer not to rent them out. I have use for them. Chapter 83. The system malfunctions. Chen Yan indeed requires 2 sets. It is often said that a man has several hideaways. He does not need as many as 3, but 2 will suffice. He has a strong premonition that the system will reward him with some small properties in the bustling metropolis, so he is not worried about scarcity. Ultimately, it is the mature and charming woman who initially led the way, named Xiaoqing, who takes Chen Yan to view the apartments. Mr. Chen, both available units are on the top floor. Your building is divided into 2 sections, each with 1 unit per elevator. Which one would you like to see first? Xiaoqing inquires as they arrive at the foot of Building 1. Since he intends to see both, he replies indifferently. Let's start with Unit 1. The time is still early, and he can message Zhong Shuqi to pick him up after viewing the 2nd unit. Very well, please follow me, Xiaoqing responds, maintaining her composure while explaining various details about the community, as this gentleman has never visited before. The upscale apartments in Metropolis possess unique qualities. Even a simple elevator displays an unusual feature. It ascends rapidly, yet one feels no discomfort during the ascent or descent. From the 1st floor to the 19th floor takes less than 10 seconds. Welcome home, Mr. Chen, Xiaoqing says with a smile as she blocks the elevator door. Upon exiting, they find themselves in an airy garden of approximately 100 square meters, with the actual entrance requiring passage through this garden. Wow, this is truly impressive, Chen Yan exclaims, genuinely amazed. Wealth brings not only luxury in clothing and sustenance, but also residences that surpass the majority of the world. This place is distinct from the villas in Hongshu Bay, which epitomize opulence. Here, it embodies the art of living. If given a choice, he would likely lean towards the latter. Moreover, considering the value, this spacious flat probably rivals the prime villas in Hongshu Bay. Living in such an environment, it is difficult to imagine any cause for unhappiness. Ding! Detecting the host's arrival at the private residence, triggering a temporary mission. In this modern metropolis, as a person of great fortune, the host must exhibit a degree of self-discipline in addition to vitality. For the next 30 days, please remain in the metropolis and complete a daily 2-hour exercise regimen. Each completion will yield a tangible enhancement in physical fitness. Upon achieving 30 consecutive days, a random buff will be awarded. What? Exercise? Chen Yan contemplates, confused. Why must I stay in this metropolis? What is so special about it? He has no desire to remain, primarily due to the pressure from the Zhong family. Initially, he intended to resolve matters with them and return to his familiar city of Shanghai, but now, must he stay for at least a month? Ding! The system detects that the host has not comprehended its benevolent intentions and adds a task. As a person of remarkable charm, how could one not engage in activities befitting such status? In conjunction with daily exercise, please ensure that your charm does not dwindle. Each pleasurable experience will yield random rewards. However, the value of these rewards may not be substantial, but it is advisable to accumulate them as they add up. Furthermore, the host interaction partners must be individuals capable of being captivated by charm. Choose wisely, as indiscretion may lead to unforeseen consequences. Goodness! I merely expressed a thought, and now this? Am I to have no respite whatsoever? Chen Yan feels utterly bewildered until Xiaoqing calls his name several times, snapping him back to reality. Xiaoqing, is there a gym in the community? Yes, Mr. Chen. Do you have fitness needs? The gym and trainers in the community club are complimentary for all residents. Xiaoqing momentarily pauses, recalling she had mentioned this earlier, puzzled by his inquiry. Additionally, I wish to know if you have. Chen Yan organizes his thoughts, as his question is somewhat awkward to articulate. Are there any exceptionally beautiful women with remarkable figures? Over 30 years old? Upon asking, his face flushes intensely. Is this a question a normal person would pose? It seems rather peculiar. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qing's face reddens, her hands instinctively smoothing down her waist. Mr. Chen, do I meet your criteria? I just turned 30. Though her face betrays her embarrassment, she is reluctant to miss the opportunity to associate with a wealthy and handsome man, inching closer to Chen Yan as she speaks softly. No, that's not what I meant, Chen Yan exclaims, waving his hands in retreat, feeling helpless. Although Xiao Qing meets the age requirement, she does not meet the overall standard, as the system has warned against indiscretion, which may lead to unforeseen consequences. Hearing his words, Xiao Qing hastily bows an apology, her inner turmoil reaching a peak. What type does Mr. Chen prefer? I am not lacking in appearance, and I maintain my figure well. Oh, it seems the expectations of wealthy individuals are indeed extraordinarily high. She had not anticipated that this young man would prefer those over 30. Perhaps she could act as an intermediary and earn a little extra? With this thought, Xiao Qing sets aside her regrets and tentatively asks Mr. Chen, if I know someone who fits your criteria, may I introduce you? Yes, of course. Chen Yan replies awkwardly, but please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to make friends. Friends, indeed, she muses, feeling a sense of happiness at his affirmation. She happens to have a friend who is far more attractive and well-proportioned than herself, and they're the same age. Shall we proceed to see the apartment? Chen Yan cannot discern Xiao Qing's inner thoughts, but he feels a twinge of guilt for having declined her advances. The atmosphere has become rather awkward, prompting him to quickly change the subject. Very well, Mr. Chen. Please follow me, Xiao Qing replies, still wearing a gentle smile as she inputs the code to unlock the door. As nightfall descends, a private jet lands at the Metropolis airport. Jasmine, I'm off now. Let's go shopping again soon. In a sleek black dress, Mo Ran steps off the plane, waving goodbye to Lu Jasmine before heading to the Hilton Hotel. Of course, let's arrange another meeting. Lu Jasmine is eager, having her own plans in mind. Where could little Chun be in the Metropolis? I didn't inform him of my arrival. Will he come out if I suddenly invite him? He should, right? Old Lin. Hilton Hotel. Chapter 84. Is Zhong Shuqi becoming the ideal internet object? The time spent touring the two lavish apartments was brief, their layouts nearly identical, each adorned with impeccable luxury. However, since both units exceeded 300 square meters, they remained unleased, much to Chen Yan's advantage. Although devoid of daily necessities, Xiao Qing was perceptive enough to notice Chen Yan's reluctance to leave, promptly notifying the property staff to bring an abundance of refreshments. Though merely an assortment of drinks, snacks, and fruits, it underscored the professionalism of the property team. Seated on the sofa with a chilled Coke, Chen Yan noted the encroaching dusk and decided to send Zhong Shuqi his location, inviting her to pick him up. To be candid, although Zhong Shuqi was likely the wealthiest among the affluent elder sisters he knew, she was also the one he was least inclined to engage with. While it was certain that she would treat him with unwavering kindness, her immediate proposal of marriage instilled in him a sense of impending confinement, a sense of crisis regarding being tethered down. Despite the somewhat callous impression this might cast, Chen Yan was hardly in need of an older sister's companionship. He had no shortage of wealth, either. Free and unencumbered, he relished a week filled with variety, one day with Li Jiqiu, another with Mo Ran, and so forth, allowing himself the luxury of a weekend off. As Chen Yan indulged in these musings, Zhong Shuqi's call came through. Come out, I'm here. Her voice, high and filled with joy, prompted a neutral response from Chen Yan, who had initially agreed only due to the auspicious timing, knowing he could easily opt out if he chose. Yet, realizing some misunderstandings might need addressing in person, he decided to proceed. Gently closing the door, Chen Yan ambled out of Building 1. As he walked, he conversed with the system in his mind. System, does the gym check-in task commence today or tomorrow? Oh, and what about the task for mental and physical well-being? Can start tomorrow? Beep. It begins tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly, the system replied. Relieved, Chen Yan breathed a sigh, as the schedule was quite packed today, leaving little room for a gym check-in, let alone the other task. Wait, let us say, hypothetically, if I start my mental and physical well-being conversation at 11 p.m. and conclude at 12:30, does that count for today or tomorrow? His whimsical inquiry caused the system to stall, seemingly pondering its response. Beep. After careful calculation, it should be based on the end time rather than the start time. Oh, understood. One more question. If during my interaction with the elder sister, I suddenly experience stomach discomfort and need to excuse myself, does that count as one session or two? This time, the system did not falter, as the question was straightforward. Beep. Please refrain from asking such trivial questions. The system's computational power is precious. Naturally, it counts as one session, as you have not concluded the first. All right, I get it. Chen Yan chuckled, teasing the system. However, this playful banter revealed something unusual. System, are you male or female? You seemed quite exasperated just now. Do you have emotions? Are you perhaps a manifestation of a wise, old soul, or some peculiar cosmic will? This time, the system offered no response. TSK, why act so aloof? After a silent scoff, Chen Yan arrived at the opulent community entrance, where a familiar luxurious car awaited him with its hazard lights flashing. As he entered the back seat, he noticed that the driver was not the chauffeur, but rather Zhong Shuqi, elegantly attired in a pale, pink evening gown. You drove here dressed like that? Surely you're not in heels too. Well, you did ask me to pick you up. Didn't tee you, little Chen Yan? Zhong Shuqi beamed, clearly delighted to catch him off guard. Chen Yan scratched his head, unable to retort, and simply fastened his seatbelt. As Zhong Shuqi cautiously shifted into drive, her somewhat awkward maneuvering made him tense, though the car's prestige provided a sense of security. Do you live in Jingshui Huating? She inquired. That place is quite expensive. I wanted to buy it once, but my father wouldn't allow it. Saying we didn't need more houses. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, yet her words flowed freely, as if compelled to converse with him. Indeed, it is rather pricey. Chen Yan murmured. Considering your family's considerable wealth, it's safe to say you're not just lacking a few residences, but perhaps an entire community. Quite true, she admitted, taking his jest earnestly. My family owns many such communities, some even more expensive than Jingshui Huating. Please spare me the display of wealth. He pleaded, but it seemed his thoughts were echoed in her mind. Zhong Shuqi grinned brightly, halting at a traffic light. Once we're engaged, all those properties and riches will be yours. After all, my dad has quite the fortune. I believe he even has a wine cellar filled with exquisite wines. Oh, little Chen Yan, do you smoke? He also has a temperature-controlled room full of premium tobacco. I'll make sure you receive it all. Zhong Shuqi recounted her family's assets, from businesses to investments, and from art collections to rare treasures, all centered around a singular theme. If you desire it, I will provide it. Chen Yan felt overwhelmed, a mix of admiration and trepidation brewing within him. Hey, do you enjoy watching dance? I know many boys do, appreciating the aesthetic. So, I invited several classical dance instructors this afternoon. Once I master it, I'll perform for you while you relax. I'll show you the essence of Jiangnan's misty rain, the beauty of the summer lotus by Daming Lake, the splendor of auspiciousness. She giggled. Chen Yan interjected, Whoa, if you keep this up, you'll truly become the ideal internet figure. Indeed, that is my aim, she replied with playful certainty. If I were to break your heart, the online community would surely condemn me. Chapter 85. A helping hand from my brother-in-law upon arriving at the Zhong family estate. Chen Yan's perception of opulence was once again transcended. No matter how hard he tried to fathom it, he could not conceive that a mansion could be so extravagantly lavish. Oh no, it was a manor. The grand vehicle glided slowly through a garden replete with a myriad of rare and exotic plants, resembling a gentle ascent up a small hill, while the main structure of the estate resembled a majestic castle from Central Europe. Your family truly possesses great wealth, he murmured in awe. As the car reached the entrance of the manor, the driver took over, allowing Zhong Shuqi to naturally move to the back seat beside Chen Yan. Everything's fine, giggled little Chen. You need not envy, for it shall all be yours in the future. Zhong Shuqi playfully stuck out her tongue and linked her arm with Chen Yan's. Chen Yan was momentarily speechless, pondering whether their father would disapprove of her overt affection. As they drew nearer to the castle-like edifice, Chen Yan's eyes widened, and he could not suppress a low gasp. Goodness, it's enormous. What is so big? Zhong Shuqi, thinking she misheard, inquired curiously. As Chen Yan turned his head, He caught a glimpse of a radiant white glimmer caught between Zhong Shuqing's gown, which seemed to dance and flicker with the shifting light. I meant to say, your house is truly vast. He dared not gaze further, fearing that any prolonged glance would lead to his undoing. No, he mustn't succumb to such temptations tonight. He needed to conserve his energy for the evening's endeavors. A peculiar glint flashed in Zhong Shuqing's beautiful eyes as she observed Chen Yan, sitting upright and staring fixedly out the window, unable to contain herself. She stifled a laugh when she glanced down at her own attire. Hee, little Chen Yan seems quite pleased with himself, though perhaps a tad timid. Leaning closer to Chen Yan, she softly whispered, Little Chen Yan, would you like to see? Your sister will show you. Even a little touch wouldn't be out of the question. Chen Yan felt goosebumps erupt all over his body, a tingling sensation enveloping him, causing his breath to quicken. No. Despite her icy demeanor towards outsiders, she was full of allure when it came to him. He wondered if he could withstand her charms. Silently, he fixated on the scenery outside the car, which only amused Zhong Shuqing further. Oh, my little man, your serious facade is rather endearing. Just wait, my little man. I shall definitely witness your unraveling. Hee. The grand vehicle finally came to a halt in front of the castle, where the butler approached to open the door for them. Zhong Weiguo and his wife, Jilan Fan, were already elegantly dressed, awaiting their arrival. This display piqued the curiosity of many guests, who whispered among themselves, speculating about the significance of this couple's attention to the newcomers. As Chen Yan stepped out of the car, he immediately felt a plethora of gazes upon him. With Zhong Shuqing naturally linking arms with him, he noticed several glances filled with resentment amidst the crowd. Mom and Dad, Zhong Shuqing called out sweetly, this is Chen Yan. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Chen Yan's attire felt utterly out of place among the formality, yet he was unfazed by it. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhong Weiguo and Ji Lanfan exchanged glances, each reflecting joy and satisfaction in the other's eyes. Zhong Weiguo's contentment stemmed from Chen Yan's background check report, which clearly outlined his assets and lineage, portraying a clean and stable foundation. Meanwhile, Ji Lanfan's approval was akin to a mother-in-law's appreciation for son-in-law, fueled by her daughter's affection for him. Excellent. Zhong Weiguo nodded with a smile. As family, let's not stand on ceremony. Come, let us enter. Under the guidance of Zhong Weiguo and Ji Lanfan, the four of them entered the banquet hall of the Zhong family castle, which had been elegantly arranged for the evening. With the hosts leading the way, the guests followed suit, taking their seats according to the name cards. Chen Yan and Zhong Shuqing found themselves seated together, while Zhong Weiguo and his wife took to the front stage to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to the Zhong family's banquet. Many find me rather verbose, so I shall spare you my usual lengthy speeches today. We are privileged to have two distinguished guests with us this evening, one of whom will be closely intertwined with our family's development throughout the year. He is none other than Mr. John Arthur, the representative for the Mobile Trust Fund in the Huaguo region. As Zhong Weiguo's introduction resonated through the hall, John Arthur, seated at another table, stood gracefully, bowing slightly to the gathered elite of Modu. Wow, the Zhong family is collaborating with the Mobile Trust Fund. My goodness, I know of the Mobile Trust Fund. Only publicly listed companies qualify for such custodial dividends. Indeed, but custodial services are merely their lowest tier of collaboration. The real prestige lies in co-investment ventures. It is said that only 3 families in Huaguo can partner with them on joint investments, and I never expected the Zhong family to be the 4th. Whispers of astonishment filled the air, as those present were well acquainted with the implications of John Arthur's stature. Chen Yan, seated at the opposite end of the table, found himself momentarily transfixed by the flamboyant John Arthur. What a showy fellow. I wonder if he has resolved my matters. The young man beside him, bearing a slight resemblance to Zhong Shuqing, appeared astonished by Chen Yan's remark. Showy? You cannot possibly call him that. Frowning, the young man protested, while Zhong Shuqing swiftly struck him on the head with her chopsticks. Zhong Ding, who permitted you to speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Zhong Ding protested, clutching his head in dismay. Sister, how can you label your own brother a delinquent? Admit it, you are indeed a delinquent. All you do is hang around bars and flirt with girls. At your age, You should have some decorum. If you continue like this, I shall inform your parents and have them cut off your allowance. Please, please, I was wrong. Brother-in-law, help me persuade my sister. Zhong Ding tugged at Chen Yan's sleeve, his face pleading. Brother-in-law, please lend a hand. Chen Yan smiled softly, unconcerned by the title. Though it seemed improbable that he would ever marry Zhong Shuqing, he found no harm in enjoying the moment. After all, calling him brother-in-law wasn't entirely unwarranted, was it? Chapter 86. Can I do this, can you? How annoying. I've complied with the request to reveal my photo, and now there's no more to show. Is it because I'm too unattractive to meet everyone's aesthetic standards? After Chen Yan's mediation, Zhong Shuqi ultimately spared Zhong Ding, a young man of similar age to Chen Yan. Consequently, Zhong Ding expressed his profound gratitude towards Chen Yan, thumping his chest and declaring that whenever his brother-in-law needed a companion at the bar, he should just let him know, and he would arrange it. To this, Chen Yan subtly indicated that this could indeed be arranged. There are too many older sisters, yet not enough younger sisters. Furthermore, regarding the bar, we could certainly find time to experience it, as he had never been before. It is noteworthy that, while the two were discreetly adding each other as friends, Zhong Weiguo had already completed his speech and announced the commencement of the feast. What was going on? Had an old master, Zhong, mentioned two esteemed guests? The first had been introduced, but the second had yet to be presented. Was he deliberately keeping them in suspense? Oddly enough, could it be that the young man who entered alongside Miss Zhong was the second guest? Does anyone know who he is? Could he possibly belong to a prominent family? It couldn't be. Hadn't they just heard old Master Zhong say that they were all family? He was likely a relative of the Zhong family. The notable figures of Shanghai were abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the other esteemed guest mentioned by Zhong Weiguo. It was inconceivable that someone of equal stature to John Arthur could be of lesser standing. Soon, exquisite dishes were being served, and it was worth mentioning that Zhong Weiguo had surprisingly transformed the banquet into a buffet style, allowing guests to help themselves. Although the dishes were exquisite, rare, and costly, few chose to partake. Only a handful of younger descendants roamed about with plates, enjoying themselves, while the adult guests had their sights firmly set on Zhong Weiguo and John Arthur. Those invited were all prominent figures in Shanghai, but no one would be foolish enough to squander this opportunity. Establishing closer ties with the Zhong family and cultivating a relationship with John Arthur, the representative of the Moj Trust Fund, was essential. Naturally, Chen Yan did not fit into this category. He busied himself seeking out food. The Zhong family's banquet was indeed remarkable. Although few actually dined, the ingredients and culinary skills were undoubtedly top-notch, and Chen Yan was determined not to miss out. He quickly gathered a large assortment of seafood, and as a southerner, he could identify many expensive varieties. However, he had rarely indulged in such luxurious seafood in the past, and this time he intended to savor every morsel. Eat slowly. If you like it, I'll have the chef prepare it for you every day. Zhong Shuqi said with a look of indulgent affection, watching Chen Yan feast. Inspired by him, she too began to nibble on a crab leg delicately. On the surface, Zhong Weiguo was hosting esteemed guests while facilitating a channel for the powerful to mingle, a routine means for the Zhong family to maintain relationships. However, many misinterpreted Zhong Weiguo's intentions. They assumed he was arranging a matchmaking opportunity for his beloved daughter, Zhong Shuqi, prompting numerous parents to bring their offspring along. These young heirs were already acquainted with Zhong Shuqi, each eager to make an impression on the father and daughter in hopes of winning her over. Before long, several exceptionally well-dressed and handsome young men gathered around Zhong Shuqi. Xiaoqi, look at this stunning green jade ring I captured in America. It truly complements your elegance. Pfft. Wang Zhenyang, how tacky. Xiaoqi is far too refined for that. Just look at this aquamarine necklace I brought. It's the perfect match. Is that all you can think of? Jewelry. Another interjected, shoving the two aside. Xiaoqi, ignore them. And check out this full diamond gown I specially selected for you from Milan. You'll look amazing in it. Get lost. You think you could just gift a dress? The group continued to bicker, each presenting their meticulously chosen gifts to Zhong Shuqi like offerings. Chen Yan, munching on lobster, observed the spectacle with amusement, while Zhong Shuqi remained indifferent. refusing to even glance in their direction. Zhong Ding nudged Chen Yan's arm, whispering, "Brother-in-law, how can you tolerate this? They've had their eyes on my sister for ages." Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. If she could be swayed so easily, then she wouldn't be his sister after all. Eventually, Zhong Shuqi could no longer endure the annoyance and slammed her hand on the table. Enough noise. The young men from various families fell silent, halting their playful banter. Under their astonished gazes, Zhong Shuqi wrapped her arms around Chen Yan's, sweetly asking, "Xiao Chen Yan, do you like it? If you do, I'll accept all their gifts." "What do you say? What nonsense is this? Me? Like it?" Chen Yan shook his head vigorously. Accepting those gifts was out of the question. Their implications were far too different. The group was equally stunned. They had assumed Chen Yan was merely a junior relative of the Zhong family. But Zhong Shuqi's affectionate gesture left them in disbelief. "You? No. Xiaoqi, who is he? Who is this person? Impossible, impossible." The young men exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of many nearby. "Who he is, do I need to explain to you?" Zhong Shuqi rolled her eyes, expressing disdain. "No. Xiaoqi, you must clarify this. Indeed, we've pursued you for so long. We can't just let this slide without understanding. What could this guy possibly have that's worth your attention? Aside from his looks, his attire is nothing but cheap. Let me see. It's an OVVO. How could a penniless fellow like him be worthy of you?" Some of the young heirs became overly agitated, resorting to verbal attacks against Chen Yan. "Listen to my advice. Xiaoqi is not someone you can handle. A toad aspiring to eat swan meat? Why not just give up while you can? Which of our families isn't worth billions? Can you compare with any of us? Even the doorman of my family is wealthier than you." Chen Yan's lips curled into a smirk. Were these people out of their minds? Had they lost their sense? Do matters of love truly get measured by wealth and family status? Just as he was about to retort, Zhong Shuqi's reaction was swifter. She abruptly stood up, her icy gaze sweeping across the young heirs. "If I hear even a single disparaging word about him from your mouths, rest assured I, Zhong Shuqi, will ensure your families are expelled from Shanghai." Her cold words carried an unmistakable threat, and she stood protectively in front of Chen Yan like a fiercely calm, yet infuriated lion. In an instant, the heirs felt a chill run down their spines. Yes, their families were indeed wealthy, incredibly so, but compared to the Zhong family, they paled in comparison. Even if they united all their families, they could not shake the Zhong family in the slightest. Rather, it was the Zhong family that could easily bring them to ruin. The heirs stammered, having never witnessed Zhong Shuqi in such a furious state. Silence enveloped the room, creating an eerie atmosphere. Even Zhong Ding, who had been watching, dare not breathe. He had never seen his sister this genuinely angry before. However, just as the tension lingered, a hand rested on Zhong Shuqi's waist, gently pulling her back. "Men's affairs, what concern is it of yours, little woman?" Chen Yan's voice, though not loud, was sufficient to be heard by those present. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhong Shuqi's face, quickly replaced by a deep flush of embarrassment. The warmth at her waist rendered her limbs momentarily weak, and she obediently found herself drawn to Chen Yan's side. "Hey, weren't you just saying, what right do I have?" Chen Yan regarded the few seething second-generation individuals before him with a smile that was both mocking and playful, showing no signs of restraint. "Just because I can do this, can you?" With that, amidst the fiery glares directed at him, he turned and pressed Zhong Shuqi firmly beneath him, his arms encircling her waist like iron. A brief moment of surprise passed as he lowered his head, followed by an eager response. Chapter 87. Randomly killing an old man after a passionate kiss. Chen Yan wore a provocative expression, shrugging at the furious second-generation heirs surrounding him. "Look at you, can you do anything?" In truth, he had little regard for these heirs. His actions were merely a whimsical consequence of being caught in the crossfire. In the past, he would have never encountered such a situation, but now wealth, assets, apologies. But while I, Chen Yan, may not possess the family fortune you do, I have a powerful ally supporting me. I fear you not. If you're displeased, come at me. Thus, in front of the onlookers, he executed a stunning display. Zhong Shuqi buried her head firmly on Chen Yan's shoulder, her bashful demeanor shocking many present. Was this truly the same Zhong Shuqi who would mercilessly kick her opponents when provoked? Even though disbelief abounded and many felt their moral compass shatter, Zhong Shuqi's attitude spoke volumes, leaving no room for doubt. The second-generation heirs departed in fury, not daring to utter a single harsh word. For Zhong Shuqi's earlier threats still echoed in their ears. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table where Zhong Weiguo sat, various old friends exhibited a range of expressions: surprise, gloom, and even joy. "Oh, old Zhong, your precious daughter has concealed such a charming young man. Why didn't you tell us earlier? If we had known, we would have brought gifts tonight." Some of the elderly men raised their glasses in a toast to Zhong Weiguo. He beamed with delight, having long since ceased to concern himself with his children's choices. Besides, Chen Yan was his designated son-in-law, and their public display of affection would save them from future complications. Not at all. We are quite fond of this young man, Chen Yan. His relationship with Xiao Qi brings us great joy. Zhong Weiguo and his wife, Jilan Fang, clinked their glasses in agreement, reminiscing with a tinge of nostalgia. Ah, it is true that as parents, we may not govern our daughter's life. But as long as she is happy, what else matters? We are well past the age of worrying about such things despite their words of regret. The joy on their faces was unmistakable. Yet, amidst the revelry, a certain elder, who had long coveted the Zhong family's wealth, scoffed. "Old Zhong, at your age, don't let your vision fail you. This young man, with his thin lips and long brow, is surely a heartless, ungrateful rogue. It is easy to seize a kingdom, but challenging to maintain it indeed. Old Zhong, you must keep your eyes peeled. After all these years, could it be that you've grown muddled?" Others chimed in, prompting Zhong Weiguo and his wife to frown. Zhong Weiguo, invest millions daily in brain-enhancing treatments. Despite being over 90, I assure you that my mind is sharper than many of you in your 70s. Let the younger generation find their own happiness. We have no desire to interfere. Zhong Weiguo spoke with nonchalance, yet the underlying threat in his words was palpable. Let them pursue their paths freely. However, should any of you disrespect them, do not blame me for being ruthless. Jilan Fang remained silent, but her resolute gaze indicated her alignment with her husband's sentiments. After witnessing Chen Yan firsthand, she found him increasingly agreeable. Let us ignore any fantastical notions. A mother-in-law wouldn't fall for Chen Yan merely due to charm. Before the elders could respond, John Arthur suddenly took action. Although his command of Chinese was commendable, he required some processing power to grasp the nuances. At that moment, he finally discerned the implications of the elderly men's remarks regarding Chen Yan. Could he tolerate this? Absolutely not. The only person of higher status present was Zhong Weiguo. Who were these others to speak ill of Master Chen? He slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the elder who had just disparaged Chen Yan. "You just insulted him, you mother of cur. How dare you speak of Master Chen like that? Fine, blue sky real estate, right? I hereby announce that all cooperative ventures are immediately terminated." Despite John Arthur's gentlemanly demeanor towards Chen Yan, his wrath was formidable. His outburst left everyone stunned. "Mr. John, what is the matter? What do you mean by Master Chen?" The elder from Blue Sky Real Estate trembled, his hands quaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. "But our cooperative projects, Mr. John. Is there a misunderstanding here?" John Arthur scoffed. "A misunderstanding? Did you not just say that Master Chen is ungrateful and deceitful?" "Oh well, I might have misread." The elder's face turned pale, filled with panic as he protested. "Mr. John, how could you say such a thing? Our multi-billion projects cannot just be halted. Is it unacceptable?" John Arthur sneered, forcefully pushing the elder's trembling hand away. "Old man, let me make it clear. The Chen you speak of is my Master Chen. If anyone dares to challenge that, I, John Arthur, will be the first to object. Do you understand?" John Arthur's icy glare swept across the room. He, too, was surprised to see Chen Yan here, but he regarded the earlier incident as mere flirtation between Chen and Zhong Shuqi. However, now that an elder dared to speak ill of his protege, had he not been an elder, John would have dealt him a blow. Under John Arthur's intimidating gaze, the elderly men nodded in agreement. Yes, mister. John is right. Master Chen is indeed a remarkable young man. Meanwhile, the elder from Blue Sky Real Estate clutched his chest, gasping for breath, before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, panic spread among the onlookers, yet none dared to assist him, even those who were typically on friendly terms with him, avoiding him like the plague for fear of incurring John Arthur's displeasure. After all, a few at the table had established partial collaborations with John, while many were eager to connect and build partnerships. No one wished to jeopardize their prospects. "Quickly, call an ambulance for old Wu," Zhong Weiguo urged. Though his expression remained calm, he has opposed me for a lifetime and dares to judge my son-in-law. If his heart doesn't fail today, I'll ensure he suffers a stroke tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Yan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama surrounding him. However, after this evening, his name would resonate throughout the entire city of Modu. Chapter 88. Zhong Shuqi applies for matching. The commotion caused by the second-generation heirs did not capture Chen Yan's attention. Rather, he was taken aback by the medical personnel who arrived to carry someone away. What happened to that old man? Why is he being taken away by an ambulance? As Zhong Shuqi had inexplicably excused herself to the restroom, Chen Yan found himself conversing with Zhong Ding, the only adult present at their table aside from a few younger cousins. Zhong Ding, munching on a crab, looked perplexed at Chen Yan's inquiry and turned a glance behind him before responding. "Brother-in-law, you don't know that old man?" He asked the owner of Blue Sky Real Estate. There is a bit of history between him and our Zhong family. Not much, though. He seems to have been trying to arrange a marriage between his son and my sister. What's going on? Did he have a heart attack? Zhong Ding was not entirely informed, but lacked interest. Forget about that old coot. His son is quite unattractive, yet he thinks he can pursue a beauty like my sister. It's laughable. Unlike you, brother-in-law, who has both a distinguished family background and wealth, far surpassing that fool. Chen Yan responded, "Are you complimenting me?" The disturbance did not last long. Discussions of business and cooperation resumed. However, the gathering of second-generation heirs was conspicuously whispering amongst themselves and casting resentful glances at Chen Yan. Unfazed, he had already arranged for the bodyguards he acquired from Lu Moli to arrive by tomorrow, eliminating any fears he might have had. Lost in thought, Chen Yan hastened his eating until he felt adequately full, then sipped some wine to cleanse his palate. After wiping the grease from his mouth, he rose to head to the restroom. Desperate to relieve himself, he pondered, which way to the restroom? Unlike a hotel, the Zhong family castle lacked clear signage. After several inquiries with staff members, he finally located the restroom within the expansive hall. Upon entering, Chen Yan felt a wave of relief as he unfastened his trousers. After an afternoon without a break, my bladder was about to burst, he exclaimed, marveling at the opulent toilet, which seemed almost gilded. Could it truly be made of gold? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought, and he quickly refastened his trousers, suppressing an urge to investigate further. After washing his face and applying an unfamiliar brand of hand cream, he exited the restroom, only to collide with someone immediately. Little Chen Yan? Zhong Shuqi emerged from the adjacent women's restroom, her cheeks flushed, seemingly distracted, resulting in their collision. "Hey, why were you in there for so long?" Chen Yan asked, pointing at her flushed face. "Did I bump you too hard?" Never mind," Zhong Shuqi mumbled, stretching her hand to push Chen Yan against the wall. "You were quite bold just now, weren't you, little Chen Yan?" Despite her reddened face, her expression was teasing, as if she sought to elicit embarrassment from him. "You made me rush back to change my pants." Little Chen Yan, how irritating. Curiously, Chen Yan wondered what had transpired to lead to such a situation. I must see if it happens again. Even if not for exploration, I want to catch little Chen Yan off guard. Chen Yan stood bewildered by her behavior. She oscillated between shyness and audacity. "What's going on? Are you trying to reclaim your pride?" He mused, bemused by her unexpected boldness. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Shuqi's thoughts mirrored his own, prompting a smirk within him. "Sister, your plan may soon unravel." Feigning fright, Chen Yan exclaimed, What are you doing? Please, that was unintentional. You can't act lewdly here." Zhong Shuqi giggled, enjoying his startled expression. Just as she intended to let go and return to the main hall, she felt his arm tighten around her waist. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Did you think you could tease me and walk away, Sister Zhong?" Chen Yan grinned mischievously, refusing to release her, drawing them closer together. "Please, don't." Zhong Shuqi's legs felt weak. Without Chen Yan's support, she might have collapsed. The peculiar sensation intensified with their proximity, prompting her to question her own reactions. What is this? We haven't even kissed, and things are already changing. What is wrong, Sister Jean? You seemed quite daring just now, yet now you appear timid. Were you merely trying to frighten me? Do you possess desire without the courage? His probing questions struck her like a swift blade, causing her to shrink back. That is not true, she protested, lifting her head defiantly. Her natural allure became more pronounced, yet she stubbornly maintained her denial. If not, then show me. Demonstrate your courage. Chen Yan continued to tease, reveling in the newfound game of seduction. For a woman with such little experience, toying with her was an endless source of amusement. I. Zhong Shuqi's heart raced. Her initial intent to frighten Chen Yan had backfired, leaving her in a vulnerable position. I cannot allow him to belittle me. Demonstrate my courage, you say? Very well. Come here. With a determined glare, Zhong Shuqi grasped Chen Yan's collar and yanked downwards. Wait, no. Beep. Zhong Shuqi has applied to join the matching process. Please guide the matching partner to your hotel and create a private space promptly. Chapter 89. It is finished. Everything is finished. Fortunately, Chen Yan accidentally stumbled into a restroom that was not open to the public today, ensuring he was not disturbed. The servants had been informed early in the morning by Zhong Weigua that Chen Yan was their master, and they must recognize him. Sister Zhong. Chen Yan exerted great effort, finally pushing Zhong Shuqing away just before he succumbed to oxygen deprivation, his eyes filled with fear. Until now, he had always been in control and had the upper hand, even when dealing with affluent women, merely having been momentarily bested by Mo Ran. Yet Zhong Shuqing, despite her apparent innocence, left him utterly powerless. Zhong Shuqing's vibrant red lips quivered, her enchanting gaze like rippling waves. This sensation, it was exhilarating. She was not yet satiated, but her subconscious whispered that this was merely the beginning, with much yet to be explored. Although she was uncertain what further exploits awaited, she wished to prolong the blissful feeling she had just experienced. Thus, she lunged towards Chen Yan once more. Chen Yan's eyes widened with terror. What was she doing? Was she truly this addicted? No, not now. Even if he were to entertain Zhong Shuqing tonight, it had to be at the Hilton Hotel. With this thought, he pushed outward with both hands, fortuitously meeting Zhong Shuqing's chest. Indeed, it was intentional. He believed such an audacious act would prompt her to instinctively retreat, granting him a fleeting moment to regain composure. However, much to his surprise, Zhong Shuqing disregarded his actions and enveloped him in her embrace. Little Chen Yan, you naughty boy, you are all naughty. Stop teasing me. Zhong Shuqing purred, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Gasping for breath, Chen Yan felt the distance between them diminish to almost nothing. If he did not take immediate action, he feared their proximity would soon become negative. This was unacceptable. Even if it were to happen, it should be at the Hilton after midnight. Zhong, Sister Zhong, this is inappropriate. Chen Yan managed to turn his head away with great difficulty. What does it matter? We are at home. Who would dare to object? Zhong Shuqing playfully hooked Chen Yan's chin with her slender fingers, gently turning his face toward hers. Besides, if the elder sister is unafraid, what are you so apprehensive about? Her fingertip brushed against Chen Yan's lips, and once again, Zhong Shuqing leaned in closer. Oh dear, sister, just a moment. Chen Yan uttered, his words coming out in fragmented gasps. Listen, hear me out. Summoning all his strength, he managed to push the entranced Zhong Shuqing away just enough to catch his breath. Damn it, Zhong Shuqing was even more fearsome than Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu. Say it quickly. Finish your thought, and we can continue. Zhong Shuqing seemed utterly unfazed, her mind solely focused on Chen Yan, yearning to explore further. You must listen, Sister Zhong. It is not the right time. Wait, where are you looking? Chen Yan exclaimed, suddenly realizing her gaze was fixed downward. It's nothing at all. Little Chen Yan, please continue. Zhong Shuqing's face flushed deeper than crimson, resembling a ripe cherry. We cannot proceed in this manner. Chen Yan forced himself to adopt a serious tone. If you continue like this, I shall never allow you to behold my unparalleled beauty again. That cannot be. Zhong Shuqing gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief, convinced Chen Yan was jesting. I am quite serious. Chen Yan could not resist playfully tapping her forehead. As he proposed, if you truly wish to pursue something with me, here's the plan. Book a room at the Hilton Hotel today, then inform me of your room number and wait for me there. When I arrive, I shall let you see as much as you desire. Chen Yan lured her in, embodying the archetype of a mischievous uncle, truly living up to Zhong Shuqing's description of him as a naughty boy. Zhong Shuqing's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Her gaze fixed upon him, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. What? What is it? Chen Yan forced a smile, unaware of the thoughts racing through Zhong Shuqing's mind, thus losing his ability to gauge her emotions. Oh no, she wouldn't suddenly think I am a pervert and turn hostile, would she? Surely. The pace of our interaction has not been too swift. But why hasn't her affection wavered? She exhibited no inner thoughts. Could it be that her mind was blank? His thoughts spiraled as he considered that if she truly despised him for this, he would have sidestepped a potential complication. Men generally dislike clingy partners, and he was no exception. It was evident that Zhong Shuqing, aside from her appearance and physique, bore no resemblance to the archetype of an older sister. However, this time he was mistaken. The reason Zhong Shuqing's mind was blank was due to the vivid images flooding her thoughts. While she could hear her inner voice, the images could not be shared. Just as Chen Yan believed Zhong Shuqing was rendered speechless by his words, she suddenly spoke up. All right, little Chen Yan, you must come. Shyly releasing Chen Yan, Zhong Shuqing swiftly vanished in her high heels, leaving him in stunned silence. Watching her enchanting figure disappear down the corridor, Chen Yan let out a deep sigh. Damn, one must never underestimate a woman who can run in high heels. It is truly terrifying. Ah, now I have another complication for the evening. What shall I do? Shaking his head, Chen Yan departed the restroom, following the path Zhong Shuqing had taken. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Beep, Lu Chunxiao has joined the match. What? What? System, please. Do not come. The host must promptly establish contact with Lu Chunxiao and reasonably arrange tonight's schedule. The rewards will be adjusted based on overall performance. It is finished, it is finished. Everything is finished. Li Jiqiu, Mo Ran, Lu Moli, Chen Xiumei. Now with Zhong Shuqing and Lu Chunxiao joining. System, are you not the daily fortune system? Are you certain you are not a daily stallion system? Huh? Are you sure you're not the system that makes me suffer endlessly? Chapter 90. The undercover sting operation at her current age. Zhong Shuqing was no longer an innocent girl oblivious to matters of romance. Drawing upon various cinematic tropes and the tidbits of wisdom shared by her close friends, she had a rough idea of what might transpire next. While the details eluded her, it mattered little. As long as her partner was Chen Yan, she was indifferent to the rest. Swiftly arranging matters with the Hilton. The other party was indeed familiar with Zhong Shuqing, for the Zhong family was a long-standing and valued client of their hotel, particularly with the esteemed daughter of the family. Miss Zhong, your presidential suite is ready for your arrival at any time. The hotel manager concluded the call, his expression tinged with confusion. It was peculiar. How had 7 out of 8 presidential suites been booked in one day? Normally, securing 1 or 2 in a day was quite remarkable. Surely, there couldn't be a major event happening in the city today? Pondering the bewildering situation, the hotel manager initiated a voice chat in his group. Hey, did you guys know? Our hotel is fully booked today. Not just busy, but presidential suites, mostly by beautiful women. Upon seeing Zhong Shuqing depart, Chen Yan let out a sigh of relief. For the moment, he felt safe, yet the most daunting part of the evening had yet to unfold. He needed to inquire about L. Chunxiao and her intentions for joining this little escapade. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan promptly dialed L. Chunxiao. After an unexpectedly long wait, the call was finally answered, leaving Chen Yan perplexed. Oddly enough, L. Chunxiao held a favorable impression of him. Shouldn't she have picked up immediately? Was she preoccupied? Hello. Without granting Chen Yan much time to ponder, L. Chunxiao's voice trembled slightly on the other end. L. Chunxiao, is everything all right? Why do you sound so strange? Chen Yan inquired, growing increasingly curious. Yes, it's me, Chen Yan. El Shanxiao stammered, her words tinged with a hint of panic. Are you okay? Chen Yan pressed on, still perplexed by the bizarre atmosphere. I'm fine, really. Do you need anything? El Chunxiao hastily reassured him, though Chen Yan could hear her labored breathing, as if she had just finished an intense workout. No, I just wanted to ask you something. Chen Yan hesitated, intending to inquire why she was heading to the Hilton, but this direct approach felt inappropriate. After all, she hadn't mentioned any plans to visit the hotel that evening. What is it? El Chunxiao's voice quivered, revealing signs of suppressed agitation. Are you certain there's nothing wrong? You can tell me. I'll call for help if you need it. Chen Yan offered, sensing her distress. No, I'm really fine. Mr. Chen, please, just tell me what you want. El Chunxiao urged, her tone fraught with urgency, as if she were on the brink of a breakdown. Okay, I just wanted to ask if you have any plans for tonight. Plans? What plans? Her voice was laden with confusion, almost as if she were speaking while undergoing some electric therapy. Chen Yan repeated his question several times but decided to cut to the chase. Are you planning to stay out tonight? I mean, perhaps. At the Hilton? He recognized that his inquiry might seem odd, but understanding the situation was paramount. The ideal outcome would be for her to cancel any prior arrangements. Hotel. El Chunxiao's surprise was palpable. She was currently lying on her bed, phone in one hand and her legs crossed with the other. Oh, why didn't I think to invite Chen Yan out? Could it be that he was subtly hinting at something? Surely, mentioning the hotel wasn't a mere coincidence. He must be asking her out. Okay, I'll book a room and let you know. Without further ado, El Chunxiao abruptly ended the call, unable to contain her excitement. On the other end, Chen Yan gazed at the disconnected line, lost in contemplation. From what El Chunxiao had said, it seemed she originally had no intention of going to the Hilton, nor did she have any plans for the evening. So how on earth had she joined this matchmaking endeavor? System, explain this. Beep. In accordance with the principle of fairness, this system has automatically included the overlooked participant. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Notification. El Chunxiao has officially joined the matchmaking. Please allocate your time accordingly. What? You're conducting an undercover sting operation? Chen Yan was taken aback. Had El Chunxiao initially deceived him about her intentions? Now, thanks to his phone call, she had genuinely entered the matchmaking realm. Chen Yan felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought. With such an intense ordeal ahead, even the sturdiest of individuals would find it a formidable challenge. Oh fate! In the bustling bund of Shanghai, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran sat outside a trendy CAF, enjoying the cool breeze while engaged in conversation. I never imagined that little Chun possessed such remarkable prowess. Mo Ran exclaimed, astonished after hearing about Li Jiqiu's recent experiences and Chen Yan's timely intervention. It seems we underestimated him. When I think about it, how could an ordinary person exude such charisma? Li Jiqiu agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Perhaps his true identity and capabilities surpass what I've witnessed. With that, Li Jiqiu stretched languidly. Have you secured your hotel reservation? I just upgraded my room at the Hilton to a presidential suite. If you haven't booked yet, why not share with me? You little flirt. What's this? Now that you've distanced yourself from your late husband, are you switching your affections to your sister? Mo Ran rolled her eyes, her stunning appearance capturing the attention of several onlookers. Come on, isn't love between women beautiful? We're so close, and you're freshly divorced. How about we? Li Jiqiu smiled sweetly, gently taking Mo Ran's delicate hand, leaving many astonished and heartbroken. Why not we, as sisters, pursue little Chen together? I believe he wouldn't refuse our combined charms. She whispered enticingly, her voice dripping with allure. Chapter 91. Nourishing the Kidneys. Eat heartily as I wandered back into the Grand Hall, lost in thought. The festivities were in full swing. During the revelry, Chen Yan was unexpectedly pulled by Zhong Shuqing to share a drink with Zhong Weiguo and his wife. Hoping to find a quiet corner to gather his thoughts, he was once again introduced to various friends and partners of the Zhong couple. Compliments such as a hero emerges from youth and a promising leader of the new era echoed around him. Yet Chen Yan was hardly in the mood to heed them. He merely instructed Zhong Ding to assist him with the task. Please fetch me some food, something potent for kidney nourishment. At first, Zhongding was taken aback by the request. Brother-in-law, are you serious? He instinctively glanced towards Zhong Shuqing, who was nearby, engrossed in her phone. I never imagined my sister would place such pressure on you. After all, she is in her 30s at that fervent age. Chen Yan felt exasperated. Is it really her pressure? It's an entire horde of ravenous women. Who could possibly withstand that? Oh, my dear readers, I wonder if you could bear it. Enough of the chit-chat. Hurry and get it for me. Chen Yan playfully slapped his head. Go on, and make sure it's potent. Okay. Zhongding hurried towards the food area with a plate in hand. Despite having known Chen Yan for less than an hour, he felt an inexplicable loyalty and instinctively adopted a subordinate role. The reason was clear. Anyone who could earn Zhong Weiguo's favor and manage to keep his formidable sister in check must possess considerable skill. Potent, for kidney nourishment. The clear stewed sea dragon seems promising, though it may not taste delightful. Never mind, brother-in-law didn't specify flavor. I'll take a whole sea dragon. The oysters seem a bit subpar. The scallion braised whale penis is excellent. The ice-fresh lantern fish liver is also reputed to nourish the kidneys. Stewed sea dog penis with seahorse? Perfect, I'll take a bowl of that. Before long, Zhongding returned with 2 overflowing plates of various nourishing dishes. Eagerly approaching the still-distracted Chen Yan at the main table. Brother-in-law, here's the food you requested. Zhongding's voice was not loud, yet it caught the attention of everyone at the table, especially with the 2 plates brimming with food. All of this is for me? Chen Yan was bewildered. He had already eaten to about 80% fullness, and, while he had digested for a while, he was not particularly hungry. I asked you to get me some potent food, not to feed me like a pig. Indeed, look at this, the clear stewed sea dragon. It's incredibly potent. Zhongding, oblivious to the alarm in Chen Yan's eyes, began to enthusiastically list the dishes. And this, the stewed sea dog penis with seahorse soup. 1 bowl of this, and you'll be gallant tonight. And here, the scallion braised whale penis. While it resembles scallion braised sea cucumber, this is an exceedingly rare delicacy. Just what you need for kidney nourishment. As Zhongding excitedly introduced the dishes, Chen Yan listened, dumbfounded, completely unaware of the peculiar glances from the surrounding guests. Ji Lanfang gently tugged at Zhong Weiguo's sleeve and whispered, Old Zhong, do you think your son-in-law has issues in that regard? Zhong Weiguo shot her a stern look. What nonsense! A woman's chatter is not to be taken lightly. Perhaps your daughter is simply too formidable, and he needs to bolster himself. Indeed, their daughter was already in her 30s. TSK, Old Zhong, weren't those supplements you bought left unfinished? Since you don't need them anymore, why not give them to your son-in-law? Yilanfang pondered alud. Before she could finish, Zhong Weiguo slapped his thigh in protest. Nonsense. What do you mean I don't need them anymore? Just wait. Tonight I'll show you that Zhong Weiguo, may be aging, but I still have it in me. He huffed, glaring at his wife, while she returned a provocative smile. Oh, old man, you should yield when it's time to yield. Don't force it. I still expect you to keep an eye on this family for a few more years. Zhong Weiguo felt stifled, but chose to remain silent, simmering with indignation. No matter how I go, I shall never die in the fields. The table of elders exchanged hushed whispers, stifling their laughter, which finally alerted Chen Yan to the odd atmosphere. No, I am perfectly healthy. Why would I need to nourish anything? Chen Yan gritted his teeth. Addressing Zhongding, I asked for something to replenish my energy. I've been burning the midnight oil lately. Is that so? Did I mishear? Zhongding looked bewildered, then offered Chen Yan an apologetic smile. My apologies, brother-in-law. I'll go fetch you something else. Before he could leave, Chen Yan, in a panic, realized that it would only confirm his need for kidney nourishment. With a quick thought, he stood up to bid farewell to all the elders. Quickly. Oh, the youth are so full of vitality. Ha. Make haste. Let us hope old Zhong can hold a grandchild soon. Fear not, young man. Us elders will prepare red envelopes for you too. Red envelopes, my foot. Chen Yan felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise, opting to remain silent, and merely smiled as he chased after Zhongding. This shouldn't be. I recall brother-in-law asking for something potent. Hey, brother-in-law, why are you here? Zhongding, still doubting himself, approached the trash bin, ready to discard the food, but was abruptly halted by Chen Yan's timely intervention. "Cut the nonsense. Give it all to me." Chen Yan glared at Zhong Ding, his eyes filled with intensity, causing Zhong Ding to shrink back and promptly hand over the 2 plates as if they were poisoned. Chen Yan snatched the dishes without a word, glaring at Zhong Ding once more before returning to his original seat, where he began to indulge ravenously. With each bite, he mentally noted kidney strength 1. 1. 1. Soon, Chen Yan found himself utterly stuffed, slumped in his chair, burping incessantly. At this moment, Zhong Shuqing finally set down her phone. Her face flushed as red as a ripe tomato, reminiscent of someone who had overindulged in wine. "Xiao Chen Yan, do we really have to go to a hotel?" Glancing at Chen Yan, who had returned without him noticing, Zhong Shuqing shyly inquired, "Could we perhaps stay at home?" Having just finished an impromptu lesson on anatomy from her phone, she felt that her first time should ideally take place in the comfort of home. It was hard to imagine that such a proud individual would first consider the location rather than the act itself. Chen Yan, overwhelmed by fullness, paused before quickly realizing the implication of Zhong Shuqing's words. With a resolute gesture, he wiped his mouth and looked at her with unwavering determination. "No way. We must go to the Hilton Hotel." "Ah, very well." Chapter 92. The intense preparations before battle. Ultimately, Zhong Shuqing is a woman. Despite being over 30 and remarkably mature in various aspects, she remains quite bashful when it comes to matters of love. Fortunately, her upbringing was not traditional, as her parents did not impose strict prohibitions against premarital intimacy. Nevertheless, she discreetly slipped away, leaving Chen Yan with a vague promise to send him the room number later. This unexpected turn of events allowed Chen Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that she did not insist on accompanying him. Otherwise, an encounter with others could have been quite awkward. Yet, the order of arrival after midnight became a pressing concern. Time passed swiftly. During this interval, Chen Yan indulged in several oysters, savoring the delicacy until he could no longer consume even a morsel, after which he unsteadily rose to take his leave. The banquet did not conclude early. Following the departure of the hosts, Zhong Weiguo and his wife, the gathering was left to other business magnates and the younger crowd. Naturally, Chen Yan was eager to depart, exchanging pleasantries with the Zhong couple before making his way out of the Zhong estate. "Zhong Ding, could you do me a favor?" Chen Yan, with a slight hiccup and a protruding belly, struggled to articulate his request. "Oh, brother-in-law, I'm rather busy here." Zhong Ding grumbled, interrupted in his flirtations. "Quickly, take me to the Hilton Hotel." The mention of the Hilton caused Zhong Ding to pause, recalling that Zhong Shuqing had recently made a reservation there. Connecting the dots regarding Chen Yan's destination, his eyes widened with excitement. "Wow, so something is happening between you two tonight." Zhong Ding's demeanor shifted instantly, and he eagerly pulled Chen Yan along. "Hurry, brother-in-law. We can't keep my sister waiting. Let us get moving," he teased. "No wonder you've been eating so much, trying to bolster your stamina. Who would have thought my sister could be so intimidating? Brother-in-law, give it your all. This is your chance to take charge." Chen Yan rolled his eyes, silently protesting. "I'm already the one in charge here. Thank you very much." The system chimed in with a smirk. "Shall we reminisce about that time with Chen Xiaomei and Mo Ran at KTV? You were nearly shouting for help. Yet you consider yourself in control?" Zhong Ding's vehicle was an impressively stylish sports car. Chen Yan, having experienced comfort in his own Koenigsegg, knew that these luxury cars often lacked in comfort. As for calling a driver, he deemed it unwise for such a private matter, fearing that the entire Zhong household would soon be aware of his escapade. After all, he still bore the title of son-in-law, so he felt comfortable allowing Zhong Ding to escort him. Zhong Ding drove swiftly, reaching the Hilton in under 20 minutes. "Good luck," he called from a convertible, watching Chen Yan stagger slightly as he exited the vehicle. "Get lost," Chen Yan retorted, not bothering to look back, lest he encounter Li Ziqiu and Mo Ran, which would surely lead to misunderstandings. Upon reaching his presidential suite, Chen Yan collapsed onto the plush bed. The clock now read 10:30, and the impending events loomed closer by the minute. "I need to prepare," he groaned, reluctantly rising. He reached out to the front desk. "Good evening, Mr. Chen. How may I assist you?" A sweet voice quickly responded. Please bring me 3 iced Americanos, a dozen Red Bulls, and if you have any, 2 bags of compressed biscuits. Also, 1 pot of tea eggs, bring the whole pot. Chen Yan considered his needs carefully. Compressed biscuits would provide energy, while the Americanos and Red Bulls would combat fatigue. Tea eggs were essential for protein, ensuring his stamina remained intact. The operator, slightly bewildered, responded, "Mr. Chun, are you preparing for battle? Shall I arrange for you to be taken to a bomb shelter?" Naturally, she would never voice such thoughts aloud, understanding that a VIP's requests must be met with utmost care. "Understood, Mr. Chun. We will prepare your order promptly," she assured before disconnecting. Not wanting to waste any time, Chen Yan engaged in a series of exercises to alleviate his discomfort before deciding to take a shower. Having just eaten, he knew it was typically inadvisable to shower right away, but the fullness subsided, prompting him to hastily disrobe and step into the shower. As he applied shampoo, an alarming realization struck him. "Oh no, how many times am I going to have to shower tonight? I might as well scrub my skin off." Meanwhile, Zhong Shuqin had settled into her room, curled up on the sofa, her thumb anxiously tapping her phone. It was evident that she was quite nervous, even neglecting to turn on the lights. "Yin, what should I do first?" she asked, her voice trembling as she connected with her best friend. "Just relax. Men know what to do. You merely need to cooperate," her friend replied, exasperated. "Cooperate, but I'm scared." Zhong Shuqin buried her face in her chest, speaking softly. "Scared? Enough of that. Zhong Shuqin, you're in your 30s. Don't tell me you're afraid of this. Just go wash up and leave the rest to fate. We're done here. Stop bothering me." Chapter 93. The Battle Begins. Chen Yan downed a cup of triple-strength iced Americano, placing the remaining 2 in the refrigerator for later. "Ugh, this is so bitter. How on earth can anyone enjoy this?" It was hard to fathom the mindset of those who relished such a taste. 1 cup of iced Americano left him grimacing with a mask of agony. The flavor was indescribably harsh, compelling him to down a bottle of Red Bull to quell the overwhelming bitterness. Exhaling deeply, Chen Yan, clad in a bathrobe, glanced at the pot of steaming tea eggs at his feet. There were dozens, but he wondered if overindulging in them might have adverse effects. "No matter," he thought, "Brother Yako, you've been with me for over 20 years. Today is a crucial battle for us. I trust you won't falter." After all, it was about raising the heart-throbbing value, and he had come to grasp the essence of this so-called heart-throbbing value. Ignoring the cleanliness of the floor, Chen Yan sat down and began to savor the tea eggs. Cough, cough, yuck. I never want to eat eggs again. After several near-choking incidents with the tea eggs, he felt dizzy at the mere sight of them, while others experienced dizziness from carbon. He seemed to be succumbing to an overload of protein. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind or a result of the hearty meal he had consumed. But since finishing his shower, a warmth had begun to radiate from his lower abdomen and the sides of his lower back, reminiscent of hidden reserves of energy. He felt as if he could perform several feats of strength. After eating a few tea eggs, feeling satisfied, Chen Yan settled cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of meditative focus. With less than half an hour until midnight, he fancied himself a hero from a Jin Yong martial arts novel, standing atop the Forbidden City, his robe billowing in the wind, awaiting the commencement of the final battle. 2357, 2358, 2359, 00. Here it comes. Chen Yan suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of clarity flashing through him. He leaped from his bed, snatched a bottle of Red Bull, and strode out with confidence. The room of Zhong Shuqi was on the same floor. Earlier that morning, she had messaged him, informing him that she was ready. Ding ding. The heart-throbbing value battle has officially begun. All heart-throbbing female guests are prepared. Please commence your performance, host. Save it. I was ready long ago. Chen Yan inhaled deeply and pressed the doorbell of Zhong Shuqi's room. Ding dong. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, the door opened slightly, revealing Zhong Shuqi, her cheeks flushed. Shout, Chen Yan. She couldn't meet his gaze, but before she could utter another word, Chen Yan strode in and enveloped her, whisking her toward the bed. No time for pleasantries. The mission was urgent, and he was all about getting to the point. At that moment, Chen Yan felt like a rampaging barbarian, brimming with the strength that protein had bestowed upon him as he tossed Zhong Shuqi onto the soft bed. Ouch! she exclaimed, having anticipated a more reserved approach. Perhaps sharing a film or a drink before diving in. She hadn't expected him to be so direct. Yet, Chen Yan was unfazed. Breathing heavily, he calculated the time. 6 individuals, lasting until 7 in the morning, a total of 7 hours. On average, an hour each, leaving him a little time to rest and freshen up. Come on, Brother Yako, keep the spirit up. Zhong Shuqi. Current heart-throbbing value -20. A translucent prompt appeared above Zhong Shuqi's head. Upon entering, her score had been 0, but now, after embracing her, it had jumped to 20. This was promising. Perhaps if he could reach 90 or more quickly, he could wrap up this engagement and move on to the next. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan rolled onto Zhong Shuqi, their eyes locking. Her heart raced, and a wave of heat washed over her. She could only recall her friend's words. Just go with the flow. No, no. Xiao Chen Yan is still so young. I've faced all sorts of storms. This won't faze me. Zhong Shuqi told herself. She couldn't play the demure role here. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Yan, and he prepared to act, only to be unexpectedly pushed aside by a surge of strength from beneath him. Zhong Shuqi, mimicking his previous posture, had flipped him over, pinning him down. What? What are you doing? Chen Yan asked, bewildered. During the task phase, the system had muted his thoughts, leaving him unaware of her intentions. But soon, he found himself at a loss for words as her lips sealed against his. Zhong Shuqi was inexperienced yet assertive, sending Chen Yan into a state of surprise. Before long, they were entangled in a passionate embrace, the night engulfing them in a world of their own. As the dreamlike moments faded, Zhong Shuqi fell into a deep slumber, leaving Chen Yan gazing blankly at the ceiling, contemplating life. If all went as expected, it seemed he had once again become the passive participant. What humiliation! What disgrace! Springing upright, he noted that just over an hour had passed. Thankfully, he hadn't squandered much time. Zhong Shuqi. Heart-throbbing value -99. Though not a perfect score, it was nearly indistinguishable from one, possibly due to the initial discomfort. Without dwelling on the recap, Chen Yan rolled off the bed, feeling light on his feet as he made his way to the bathroom for a quick wash. For the second participant, the system provided a suggestion. Chun Xiao. Chen Yan was puzzled. Did the system prefer to place newcomers at the forefront? He shrugged it off and hurriedly prepared. Dressed and ready, he received a message from Chen Xiao. Sorry for the delay. I'm in room 05 on the top floor of the Hilton. Would you like to come over? As he sipped on his Red Bull, he replied, Open the door. Room 05 was just next door, and he quietly closed his door behind him, arriving at Chen Xiao's room in under 5 seconds. Coincidentally, she had just opened the door. You made it. Chen Xiao had also freshened up, a faint scent of showered gel lingering in the air. Strangely, she was not in pajamas, but rather dressed in business attire. Without hesitation, Chen Yan surged into the room, mirroring his earlier actions, and tossed Chen Xiao onto the soft bed. After the unexpected turn with Zhong Shuqi, this time, I, the man, shall take charge. Chapter 94. The eccentric Chen Xiao. Yesterday, I fell ill and had a slight fever, so I took a day off. Today, I shall make up for everything. I am truly grateful to the little darlings who sent gifts. Alas, my traffic is dismal. My daily earnings barely suffice for instant noodles. The reviewer has granted me leniency, but I truly have nothing left. Even a mere scratch is not inappropriate. Chen Xiao's heart flutter value 10, with Chen Yan's forceful demeanor. Chen Xiao's heart flutter value immediately responded. After tossing him onto the bed, Chen Yan swiftly shed his upper garment, revealing the faint outline of his muscles. Just as he intended to lean closer, Chen Xiao's cool hand pressed firmly against his chest. What is this? Chen Yan, bewildered, felt a twinge of impatience. Time waits for no one, dear sister. I have places to go. To his surprise, Chen Xiao, blushing, reached beneath the pillow. May I use this? The room was dimly lit, and after squinting for a while, Chen Yan finally discerned what she held. Confusion etched on his face. What on earth is this? Sister, what are you planning? Is that a feather duster or a chicken feather broom? Are you going to clean the room? What madness is this? Is it permissible? I mean, it won't be uncomfortable. Lu Chunxiao, utterly bashful, waved the item in the air. Lu Chunxiao's heart flutter value. 8. Goodness, it dropped. Chen Yan's body jolted. Although he was reluctant, he did not wish for her heart flutter value to plummet in vain. Perhaps it was better to abandon Lu Chunxiao altogether? His thoughts raced, and under Lu Chunxiao's eager and bashful gaze, Chen Yan rolled off her. Fine. I will endure this once. But just wait until I seek revenge with my brother. Indeed, Lu Chunxiao beamed with visible delight, springing up from the bed and directing Chen Yan's posture. You first do this, yes, like that, good, just maintain it. Chen Yan's muscles twitched, his heart brimming with indignation, yet he complied obediently. Lu Chunxiao's heart flutter value. 15, phew, as long as it's rising. This is utterly absurd. After tonight, I shall take on your surname. In the midst of his ire, Chen Yan had assumed that was enough and could finally get to business. However, Lu Chunxiao leaned down again, rummaging beneath the pillow. Sister, what else do you need? Oh no. Chen Yan's eyes widened in terror. In Lu Chunxiao's small hand, she held. Sister, please don't tell me. Chen Yan's heart raced, reaching a peak of desperation. No. Lu Chunxiao giggled, shaking her head, which relieved Chen Yan immensely. As long as it's not that, it's fine. This is not a belt. A spark of exhilaration flickered in Lu Chunxiao's eyes as she set aside the item resembling a feather duster. What? Chen Yan's eyes widened, his upper body springing upright. But it was too late. Lu Chunxiao was quick on her feet. Hey, wait. Sister, we're just having one meeting. There is no need to make it so outrageous. He cried out, his movements resembling a wriggling worm desperately trying to escape. Noticing Chen Yan's reluctance, Lu Chunxiao paused her actions. Then, should we just forget it? Disappointment was palpable in her voice, and naturally, her heart flutter value began to shift. Lu Chunxiao's heart flutter value. 5, good heavens. Such a drop. I have no idea how the rest will turn out. I'm all in. Hurry up, sister. A determined glint flashed in Chen Yan's eyes as he lay back, gritting his teeth. Before midnight, he had resolved to seize the night, as the first half was undoubtedly crucial. After all, no one knew if his brother could endure the latter half, whether his stamina would suffice, or if he could withstand the strain. Primarily, it was about the body. His brother had been enhanced, yet his physique remained unchanged, as his exercise regimen had yet to commence. Therefore, Chen Yan resolved to give it his all, hoping to conclude swiftly. Really? Lu Chunxiao suddenly lifted her head, a look of delight illuminating her features as she beheld Chen Yan's expression of noble sacrifice. Then, under Chen Yan's horrified gaze, she reached beneath the pillow once more. Sister, what are you getting now? Chen Yan could no longer contain himself. The psychological pressure was overwhelming. Lu Chunxiao chuckled shyly, offering no words, merely extracting a small box from beneath the pillow. Esteem my mask? Isn't that for relaxation? Upon recognizing the item, Chen Yan finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not something bizarre. After all, I haven't rested much today. My eyes are fatigued, and this is just the remedy I need. Can we begin now, dear sister? Please, no more antics. Chen Yan was on the verge of tears, having wasted 20 minutes without even starting. All right. Lu Chunxiao noticed Chen Yan's impatience and quickly unwrapped one, placing it over his eyes. Then, Lu Chunxiao's smile widened. Indeed, under Chen Yan's gaze, she felt an overwhelming shyness. Lu Chunxiao's heart flutter value. 20, 25, 28. The heart flutter value surged rapidly, and Chen Yan felt a sense of relief. Finally, they were on the right track. Okay, just don't tickle me. Wait, what are you doing? Ticklish. Laughter and joy resonated throughout the room. Beep. Lu Chunxiao's heart flutter value. 33, 38, 46, 50. Lu Chunxiao's heart flutter value suddenly spiked to 50 points before abruptly halting. Then, Chen Yan abruptly realized that there seemed to be no one beside him. Lu Chunxiao, sister, are you still there? Where did you go? Hurry. I'm pressed for time. A faint rustling sound echoed in his ears as Chen Yan tore off the eye mask. Surprisingly, the warm compress felt quite pleasant, granting him clarity. The room was dimly lit. Glancing around, he found no trace of Lu Chunxiao. Sister? Lu Chunxiao? Lawyer? Where are you? Chen Yan was puzzled, but soon his expression shifted to astonishment as he fixed his gaze on the door. Good heavens! Is this truly happening? Chapter 95. Progress beyond halfway. Chen Yan swore that he had never felt such humiliation in his life. It was not just shame. He had once again faced a disheartening failure. After taking a shower, he cast a glance back at the contentedly sleeping LV Chunxiao. His heart filled with a mix of sorrow and indignation as he slammed the door behind him. However, there was a silver lining. His shame had not been in vain. At least LV Chunxiao's affection level had soared to 96, exceeding his expectations. What astonished Chen Yan even more was the state of Zhong Shuqi and LV Chunxiao. While he could somewhat comprehend Zhong Shuqi's behavior as a first-timer, the lawyer, LV Chunxiao, exhibited cunning and cruelty, showing no signs of being a novice. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. One must never judge a person by their appearance. With a sigh, Chen Yan pondered whom to approach next. He was already quite familiar with Li Ziqi and Mo Ran, and though he wasn't as well acquainted with Chen Xiaomei, they had at least interacted. That left only Lu Meili. Which room was she in? In the quiet corridor, Chen Yan munched on some energy bars while checking his phone. Each of these ladies had shared their room numbers, including Lu Meili, who had even invited him for a late-night snack earlier. He declined the invitation, but responded to her with a "wait for me." After locating Lu Meili's room number, Chen Yan quickly finished his energy bar and downed a can of Red Bull. Let's do this. Wiping his mouth, he strode toward Lu Meili's room with determination. He had come to realize that each of these new ladies had a certain eccentricity about them. He could only wonder what Lu Meili's personality was like, vowing to turn back if she presented any bizarre antics. Resolutely, Chen Yan knocked on Lu Meili's door. Ding-dong, the door slowly creaked open, revealing her clad in a silk camisole that gradually came into view before Chen Yan's eyes. Her alluring figure was concealed yet tantalizingly hinted at beneath the fabric, and the glimpse of her fair skin invigorated him. As his gaze traveled upward and finally met Lu Meili's face, his heart sank. "Oh no!" Chen Yan exclaimed in shock, stumbling backward. "Chen Yan, is that you?" Lu Meili inquired, her face obscured by a black facial mask, her voice laced with confusion. "What is wrong? You look as frightened as a shrimp. Am I that terrifying?" Her gentle tone, juxtaposed with her startling appearance, created a dissonance. "Me, Meili?" Chen Yan stammered, still shaken. In the dim light of the night, Lu Meili's visage was indeed quite alarming. "Why are you so late?" "I was just about to fall asleep," Lu Meili giggled, her laughter causing her loose sleepwear to sway, igniting a whirlwind of emotions within Chen Yan. "I didn't recognize you at first." Following her inside, Chen Yan felt an immense pressure from her presence. After all, she had worked as a mercenary abroad, dealing in arms, engaging with her felled akin to navigating the territory of a gang leader. Yet, since events had unfolded this way, he decided to cast aside his apprehensions. With the system by his side, how could he fear a mere arms dealer? What a joke! Lu Meili, appearing utterly composed, padded across the carpet barefoot and handed him a bottle of water. "Chen Yan, why don't you sit for a moment? I'll just remove this mask." As she bent down to place the water before him, her allure momentarily left him breathless. "Okay, you take your time," Chen Yan replied hastily, averting his gaze. If it had been Mo Ran or Li Ziqi, he would have shown no sign of retreat. But with Lu Meili their interactions had been limited, and he felt it prudent to maintain a degree of restraint. Sensing his discomfort, Lu Meili chuckled softly and then sashayed toward the bathroom. After what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, Lu Meili emerged, her hair held back with a headband, radiating freshness. "Chen Yan, did you take a shower tonight?" she asked playfully, her demeanor transformed from poised to whimsically teasing as she approached him with her hands behind her back, giving him a light sniff. "I did shower," Chen Yan replied, feeling inexplicably tense, sensing that Lu Meili was up to something mischievous. What was he to do? Couldn't she act normally for once? Upon hearing his response, Lu Meili shook her head with a smile. No. Chen Yan, you haven't showered, huh?" Chen Yan was bewildered, ready to inquire further, when Lu Meili suddenly grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him off the sofa. "Ow!" She is surprisingly strong, he thought, still trying to grasp her intentions, his mind racing with astonishment. The implications of her actions dawned on him. She meant that he hadn't had an experience with her yet. P.S. The following 98,000 words are omitted. Readers are invited to imagine the rest. Chen Yan stumbled out, his face pale. It was now 3:30 in the morning, and he had reached the halfway mark. After the exhausting ordeal with Lu Meili, though he felt invigorated, his stamina was waning. Every muscle in his body protested and cried out in resistance. Yet, Lu Meili's affection level had stabilized at 95. Goodness, he felt like he was on the brink of collapse. His initial confidence had dissipated after encountering the three ladies. No, Chen Yan, you can do this. You must persevere. If necessary, he could take it easy with Chen Xiaomei and conserve some energy with this resolve. Chen Yan approached Chen Xiaomei's room. The competent director was still awake, exuding an air of vitality. After greeting her, he disregarded all formalities and collapsed onto the soft bed. Xiaomei, let us go. If it's showed, and I don't want to move. You do as you wish. Chen Xiaomei blinked in surprise. Then a knowing smile spread across her face as she settled beside him. Little Chen, you must be exhausted. Would you like me to give you a massage to relieve your fatigue? Caught off guard by her sudden offer, Chen Yan's spirits lifted. Yes. That sounds wonderful, Xiaomei. Please help me. I feel like I'm dying. Chen Xiaomei smiled gently. All right, just lie down. Chen Yan complied, fleeting warmth washing over him. How considerate of Xiaomei to notice how weary he was and offer him a massage. Ah, pure bliss. Wait, no. Xiaomei, be gentle. My bones are going to break. My back. Chapter 96. The final strike, approaching the conclusion. Exhausted, yet my thoughts are racing as I type. It was all written long ago, but the review process has been relentless, leaving me with no choice but to proceed in this manner. Anyway, while I was halfway through, my little wings ventured into the realm of gold mining. Do not inquire about its meaning, just refrain from asking. I must say, the professional training truly shines through. The force of both her hands and waist left Chen Yan acutely aware of what it means to strike hard. After her encounter, Chen Xiaomei remained awake, leisurely crossing her legs on the sofa, gazing lazily at Chen Yan. Little brother Chen Yan, this evening must have been quite arduous for you? The charming Chen Xiaomei exhaled softly, sending a shiver down Chen Yan's spine. His instincts warned him that if he did not leave swiftly, Chen Xiaomei would likely continue to toy with him. Not tired, not at all. Well, perhaps just a tad. Chen Yan initially intended to deny it, but upon meeting the alluring gaze of Chen Xiaomei, he promptly changed his tune. This spirited older sister, while not as enchanting as the likes of Lu Meili or Mo Ran, certainly possessed an undeniable vigor. If he had to choose, Chen Yan might have preferred the eccentric yet contrasting lawyer, L.V. Chanxiao. Well then, it's almost 5 o'clock. Sister Xiaomei, I shall take my leave. Do rest well. Without further ado, Chen Yan forced himself to stand, his trembling legs propelling him towards the door in a desperate escape. Chen Xiaomei's smile remained undiminished, the flush on her cheeks still present. After a moment, she sighed softly. Little brother Chen Yan, do not blame your sister. My parents are pressing me so. They're truly eager for grandchildren. Having escaped Chen Xiaomei's grasp, Chen Yan did not venture to other rooms, but instead leaned against the wall, trembling as he made his way back to his own chamber. Dix. Coffee. Red Bull. He could sense that his body was in dire need of protein, and energy replenishment was essential. Feeling a bit lethargic, he thought, now is the time for coffee. After swiftly consuming a cup of iced espresso, Chen Yan felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. A coffee is truly delightful. Once his mind cleared slightly, he turned his gaze to the pot of still warm tea eggs on the floor. He opened a can of Red Bull and set it aside, then sat down on the ground, repeatedly retrieving eggs, peeling them, and swallowing them whole. If he risked choking, he would take a swig of Red Bull. After devouring 8 or 9 tea eggs, he finally felt significantly relieved, lying back on the floor to catch his breath. Is this the plight of the affluent? Indeed, wealth brings with it considerable trials. This should be considered high intensity, I suppose. Chen Yan gazed at the ceiling, unable to suppress a murmur. It was undeniably high intensity, especially with the participants being mature women, which only added to the challenge. If an ordinary person were to engage, not only would they struggle to pass the first level with Zhong Shuqi, but many would likely meet their demise. After resting for a while, the clock approached 5 o'clock. With just 2 hours remaining until this high-intensity task concluded, Chen Yan calculated that defeating the two seasoned guardians, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran, in that time frame was rather ambitious. If speed were the only consideration, he could muster the willpower. But he must not forget the emotional metrics involved. If he moved too quickly, their emotional responses would not be sufficiently elevated, which would be equally unfeasible. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Chen Yan resolved to forego one of them. Weighing his options, he decided that Li Jiqiu, who had undoubtedly been having a rough few days, deserved comforting, while for Mo Ran, he could easily allocate some time tomorrow as compensation. With this decision solidified in his heart, Chen Yan mustered the strength to rise, departing his room like a weary warrior at sunset, resolute in his intent. Knocking on Li Jiqiu's door, this time he did not plan for a swift resolution. With 2 hours at his disposal, that was ample time. Once this endeavor concluded, he would send a message to Mo Ran to apologize, then return to his room and sleep soundly until he awakened naturally. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a head peeking out. Sister Jiqiu. Huh? Sister Ran? Why are you here? Chen Yan stared at the bewildering sight of Mo Ran appearing unexpectedly, somewhat dumbfounded. Yet, Mo Ran paid him no mind, grinning as she yanked on Chen Yan's arm, pulling him inside. Kumin. At that moment, Chen Yan felt as if the world had become surreal. It was akin to those moments when events that should be improbable suddenly converge and erupt, revealing the true nature of existence. Indeed, the situation before him was no exception. Faced with the simultaneous presence of Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran, Chen Yan's mind seemed to stall. Consequently, he found himself in a passive state, as if he were a mere puppet, subject to their whims. A single tear silently traced down his cheek. In the aftermath, one often finds clarity for reflection. Little Chen, what are you thinking? Mo Ran teased, resting her chin on his shoulder and playfully tapping his forehead. In such an enviable situation, why do you appear so despondent? Is this a blow to your spirits? Li Jiqiu chimed in from the other side, her fair arm emerging from beneath the covers to lightly pat Mo Ran, producing a delicate sound. Mo Ran, do not disturb little Chen. He may simply be fatigued. With that, Li Jiqiu tenderly embraced Chen Yan, enveloping him in a soft hug. Sleep now, dear Chen. You must be weary after such a trying night. As dawn broke and the outside world began to stir, the faint sounds of life emerged. A new day had arrived, yet Chen Yan, well, he was far too exhausted and had already succumbed to slumber, surrounded by lovely company, granting him the gift of a pleasant dream, one in which he became a monk. Beep. Time is up. Commencing settlement. Current match female players, 6. Average emotional value, 95. All have met the criteria. Commencing reward settlement. Settlement complete. Reward. Chapter 97. Have the sisters all departed? Chen Yan found himself in a dream, bound tightly to an operating table, surrounded by a haze of suggestive lighting. In a daze, 6 elegantly poised figures emerged beside him, each wielding instruments akin to surgical knives and tweezers. As they approached, he giggled sweetly. Here we come. Little Chin brother at 1T hurt. Not at all. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Chen Yan's eyes widened in terror. He yearned to scream, yet despite his utmost effort, no sound escaped his lips. It was only when he was engulfed by fear that the cry he had been stifling finally erupted. No! He jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. It took him a moment to regain his senses, and he exhaled in relief. It was merely a dream. The clock indicated it was already 1 in the afternoon. Speaking of which, it seemed he had completed last night's task, hadn't he? System, what reward awaits? Beep. Due to the excessive consumption last night, we shall repeat the assessment. Matched with 6 female players, average affection value, 95. All have met the criteria. The rewards are as follows. Reward 1. Random connection card X3, upon use. Grants a random connection that can be called upon unconditionally. Reward 2. Background unlock card X1. Upon use, grants a random background, seamlessly integrating into the world view. Reward 3. Mod Trust Fund with a permanent dividend right of $1 billion. Monthly payout of $70 million. Note, many claim the interest is low, but a monthly dividend of 1% is hardly low, is it? Calculated annually, it amounts to a considerable figure. Additional reward. Fortune Upgrade Card X1. And used. System tip. No significant fortune today. Please rest well. Chen Yan was taken aback, pleasantly surprised. All those rewards for nearly losing half his life last night. Although the connection cards were random, a stroke of good luck could lead to substantial assistance. To receive 3 cards at once was indeed generous of the system, a rare occasion where it didn't shortchange him. As for the background card, just from the description, he grasped its potential. This card also possessed a high degree of randomness. Should he draw from the ranks of a wealthy family or a prominent figure-esque lost descendant? That would be beneficial. However, if he were to draw something utterly absurd, he would have no recourse for regret. Yet, Chen Yan had faith that his luck would not betray him. After a moment of self-reassurance, he decided against using the rewards just yet. Having experienced such a bounty today, it was possible he had exhausted his luck. What if he ended up with a beggaress lineage? The trust fund was straightforward. It had multiplied tenfold compared to his current assets. Now, his passive income from a fund dividend stood at a staggering $77 million monthly. A bona fide be unida. The system seemed considerate, recognizing his fatigue and granting him a day off. Chen Yan mused, though a day off was one thing. He still had daily tasks to attend to. He could not afford to slack off, as this pertained to his physical condition. As for the pleasure-inducing tasks, he had no intention of completing them today. Even the kidney needed a break. Rising from his bed, he found the room deserted. After a casual wash, he settled on the soft sofa and opened his phone. Instantly, a flurry of messages flooded in. Li Jiqiu, little Chen brother, take good care of yourself. I must return to the company to steer the ship. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll come find you. Be good so. Sister Jiqiu was heading back to work. Good news. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chen Yan's eyes. He promptly replied, Okay, Sister Jiqiu. Let me know if you encounter any troubles. Closing Li Jiqiu's chat, he moved on to the next. Mo ran. Little Chen brother, your sister Jiqiu's group is undergoing a reorganization, and they urgently need new business integration. My company can assist, so I'm heading back to Shuhai to help her. Don't miss me too much. Reading this, Chen Yan burst into laughter. Double joy. Yet, he was curious about how these two sisters had reached a consensus to leave together last night. Next were messages from others. LV Chun Xiao. Chen Yan, I've taken on a case and will be away on business for a while. Let us meet once I'm back. I miss you. Chen Xiaomei. Little Chen Yan, by the time you read this, I should already be in the capital. A special task force has been established, and I must participate. Take care and don't run around too much, all right? Lu Moli. Brother, an unexpected war has erupted abroad, and my family has urgent matters that require my attention. I'll return as soon as I can. Kisses. What on earth? They all had matters to attend to? Chen Yan was bewildered. Had the sisters conspired together? Why did they all have pressing engagements? What had begun as happiness shifted to a sense of gloom. The time for solitude would inevitably come to an end, and he couldn't possibly revert to being a temporary novice again. No, he'd best avoid the lawyer, LV Chun Xiao. Her games were too intense. With all this, only one remained. Zhong Shuqing. Darling, I forgot to mention yesterday. Today we have an investment in the Northwest, and I must go oversee it as a representative. I'm unsure how many days I'll be tied up. I'll be off now. Zhong Shuqing, wait for me. Also, when do you think we should get engaged? Huh, the system must be behind this. Chen Yan scoffed. Everyone had plans to leave today. This was undoubtedly the system's orchestration, macromanaging his affairs. System, what does it have to do with me? Well, a rare moment of leisure. Perhaps he should relish his single status and enjoy life. Stretching, Chen Yan remembered how yesterday's events had left him feeling somewhat drained. Today, he absolutely could not continue to push himself. It was time to replenish his energy. Moreover, having been wealthy for some time now, he had barely spent a dime. As a suave tycoon, how could he not indulge, show off his wealth, and enjoy life? Beep, detecting that the host has finally grasped one of life as truths. The following random task is issued. Spending. As a tycoon, beyond spending on women, one must also learn to spend on oneself, to invest in one's emotional well-being. Please spend on a male friend before noon today, compelling him to call you daddy willingly. Task reward. If successful, all expenses will be reimbursed, with a random bonus between 0, 1, and 10 times the amount. Chen Yan, what? Is this a joke system? I can overlook the big sisters. But now you want me to engage in this? Chapter 98. Persuading Zhongding to call me daddy despite the light-hearted banter. The task at hand must still be accomplished. However, there is no rush at the moment. After sleeping until 1 in the afternoon without having consumed a single grain of rice, one cannot help but feel somewhat perplexed. Remarkably, after just 5 or 6 hours of slumber, I do not feel fatigued at all, except for a slight weakness in my legs. Indeed, good health invigorates the spirit. Chen Yan ordered a French feast to be delivered to his room. His own room, of course. In stark contrast, Li Jiqiu's quarters were strewn with remnants of chaos, a sight that was rather difficult to behold. One must admit that the service at the Hilton Hotel is truly commendable, especially in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where the quality of service seems to overshadow even the quality of the cuisine. Chen Yan spent a full 2 hours savoring the French delicacies, only to discover upon settling the bill that it amounted to a staggering 6,000 yuan. This expenditure caused him a slight pang of regret. Although he possessed tens of millions, nearing $1 billion, he did not succumb to the frivolous tendencies that often accompany newfound wealth. By 3 in the afternoon, Chen Yan found himself lounging on the sofa, perusing his contacts on his phone. Being somewhat socially inept, he had few friends, over 100, yet most were former colleagues and clients. Connections from his time at the orphanage had dwindled, with many having not been in touch for nearly a year. The last communication with several had ended abruptly. Alas, where could he find a male companion willing to indulge him financially? And to the extent of calling him daddy? Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Chen Yan stretched his neck and suddenly had a brilliant idea. How could he have forgotten that fellow? He quickly dialed Zhongding's number. Hello, brother-in-law, what's up? I'm quite busy. Zhongding, a branch of the Zhong family, although inheriting a substantial fortune, found himself unable to access it due to his parents' control. He was compelled to work at the family business to cover his monthly expenses, though his salary was certainly beyond the means of an average person. Busy? Do not let that concern you. I have a question for you. Chen Yan, hearing the clattering of a keyboard on the other end, felt a surge of excitement. This could be promising. What question, brother-in-law? Are you inquiring about my sister's male friends or seeking to meet her best friend? Zhongding's immediate response was somewhat nonsensical. No, I simply wish to know how much you can spend each month. Chen Yan cut straight to the chase. Me? Oh, brother-in-law, you have no idea. My life is quite miserable. I work without rest and earn merely 200,000 a month. My credit card is nearly maxed out. Zhongding lamented, his frustration palpable. Yet, such a situation was not uncommon among the younger generation of the Zhong family. While some were afforded privileges, most were left to navigate their financial paths with modest assistance. Despite the glamorous name, Zhongding found himself at the bottom of the financial hierarchy among the second generation in Shanghai. Is that all? Chen Yan stifled a laugh, then cleared his throat. Here's the deal. I'll give you an opportunity. Take the day off, and I shall empty your shopping cart. What do you say? Really? Zhongding squealed, then quickly lowered his voice. Brother-in-law, this cannot be true. What do you want from me? Are you after my sister's best friend's contact information? I can certainly help you with that. Chen Yan, now slightly exasperated, insisted, forget the small talk. Head over to the Hilton to meet me, and we will discuss it in person. He was not foolish enough to divulge that he required Zhongding to call him daddy in exchange for financial assistance over the phone. All right, I'll be there shortly. Zhongding, excited, hung up and swiftly grabbed his car keys to leave the office. Who would believe it? A privileged heir from the Zhong family. Yet he behaves like a fool, Chen Yan mused, shaking his head. He realized that all his vehicles were in Shanghai, and he didn't own a single one in Shanghai. Perhaps it was time to acquire a car, as he would be staying in the city for a while and could not keep summoning Zhongding for rides. Later, as Chen Yan finalized his checkout at the front desk, Zhongding arrived promptly. Brother-in-law, here. He called, leaning against his flashy sports car, clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, effortlessly drawing the attention of numerous young women. Why dress so flamboyantly? Planning to debut as a star? Chen Yan quipped, sliding into the passenger seat of the car. Hey, brother-in-law, you haven't told me the plan yet. Zhong Ding exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hold on a moment, Chen Yan interrupted, raising a hand. First, do you have anything in particular that you desire? Something I desire? Zhong Ding pondered deeply. I want a Porsche 918 Spider. Brother-in-law, will you buy it for me? It's over 10 million yuan, my dream car. I've begged my parents for ages, yet they refuse. Over 10 million? How audacious of him to ask. But no matter, the system would cover the cost, and with bonuses for higher price purchases, the pricier, the better. All right, but I have one condition, Chen Yan said with a slight smile. Call me daddy, and I shall purchase it for you. What do you say? Zhong Ding blinked in surprise, then rolled his eyes and waved his hands dismissively. Don't joke around, brother-in-law. How about you call me 10 times, and I'll give you my sister's best friend's contact. He assumed Chen Yan was merely jesting and did not take it seriously. However, Chen Yan had no intention of joking. Upon seeing the longing in Zhong Ding's eyes, he was resolute. Let us go. Take me to the Porsche dealership, Chen Yan declared. Initially uncertain, he now felt confident, knowing Zhong Ding was right in front of him. The car was within reach, and all that remained was for Zhong Ding to utter the magical words. All right, brother-in-law, you want to buy a Porsche? Zhong Ding revved the engine, producing a thunderous roar. Yes, of course. Chen Yan fastened his seatbelt, grinning. But it's not just for me. As he contemplated the acquisition, he realized it would indeed be prudent to secure a vehicle for himself while in Shanghai. A Panamera would be splendid, affordable, and aesthetically pleasing. Chapter 99. Father, please don't shoot. While en route, Zhong Ding contacted the Porsche dealership, indicating he would be leaving work late as they were approaching. As a long-standing customer of Porsche, and with his identity as a member of the Zhong family, such a modest request was easily accommodated. Shortly after, the two arrived at the dealership, which had graciously extended their hours for them. Hello, Mr. Zhong. Hello, sir. The sales staff at Porsche are either exceptionally handsome or strikingly beautiful, a trait that is quite advantageous in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Zhong Ding and Chen Yan were welcomed inside, where Zhong Ding remained silent, turning to his brother-in-law, Chen Yan. Brother-in-law, feel free to express your interest in any vehicle directly. Chen Yan nodded, surveying the showroom before slowly articulating. Do you have the Porsche 918 Spider available? Upon hearing this, not only did Zhong Ding freeze in disbelief, but the saleswoman was equally taken aback. Brother-in-law, are you truly considering purchasing this car? Sir, you mean the 918 Spider? The saleswoman queried, still in shock. Chen Yan affirmed. Yes, indeed. Why the surprise? It's not overly expensive. I simply wish to buy one for leisure. After all, I don't own a car in Shanghai yet. Zhong Ding's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, jealousy and admiration evident on his face. However, Chen Yan paid him no mind and smiled at the saleswoman, who was both attractive and possessed a pleasant demeanor. Is there a vehicle available? I would like to see it and, if suitable, place an order. The saleswoman had been instructed beforehand that they were dealing with a member of the Zhong family, whose financial resources were undoubtedly substantial, and thus, she must not treat them with anything less than utmost respect. Typically, prestigious vehicles costing millions are not readily available for public viewing, but given Chen Yan's request, she was obliged to comply. Certainly, sir. Initially, there was no demo unit available, but coincidentally, a lady ordered one last month and has since surpassed the pickup period. Therefore, we can show your vehicle. The saleswoman smiled politely, though internally she was restless. The car had been outfitted with nearly every option, and while it could have been acquired for a little over 10 million, its price had now surged to over 20 million. This time, she was determined to capitalize on the opportunity to sell the car. The trio made their way to the storage area at the back of the dealership. As the curtain was drawn aside, a stunning 918 with a delicate pink finish revealed itself before them. Wow, it's pink! Zhong Ding exclaimed dramatically, his slightly trembling hand gliding over the car's surface. Curiously, the combination of the vehicle with its soft pink paint, reminiscent of a beloved wife, became increasingly attractive to him. In contrast, Chen Yan displayed little interest, merely standing by and glancing around. This lack of enthusiasm disheartened the saleswoman. How could she possibly persuade him to buy? The order had already exceeded the pickup period this month, and the initial buyer had only forfeited a $3 million deposit, which was far from half the vehicle's price. If it was unsellable, the dealership would suffer significant losses. Moreover, the owner had announced that any salesperson who successfully sold the car would earn a commission of $50,000. This commission was extraordinary. Many might not comprehend the significance of this amount. It is well known that commissions in car sales do not correlate directly with the vehicle's price. Selling a car worth $100,000 might yield a commission of a few hundred, while selling a luxury car worth $1 or $2 million might generate a commission of just over $1,000. Thus, despite the glamorous appearance of luxury car salespeople, their earnings are not as high as one might expect, leading to various promotional strategies. This $50,000 commission was a substantial sum. Sir, you might want to consider this vehicle. It comes fully equipped, and if you place the order now, you can drive it away immediately. Normally, you would have to wait over 6 months for this car, as their SAQ for the domestic market. Originally priced at $23 million, the current offer is. All right, I'll take it, Chen Yan interjected, cutting off the saleswoman's enthusiastic pitch. The saleswoman could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard. Sir, what did you just say? Zhong Ding, too, was slow to comprehend, emerging from behind the car to ask brother-in-law, what did you just say? You're buying? Chen Yan remained silent, merely beckoning Zhong Ding over. He hurriedly approached, fully aware of Chen Yan's financial capability. Brother-in-law, let us negotiate. If you buy it, can I borrow it for a couple of days? Fearing Chen Yan might refuse, he quickly added, I promise not to drive it recklessly and will ensure the tank is full, just helping you break it in. What do you say? Chen Yan chuckled softly, placing a hand gently on Zhong Ding's shoulder. Zhong Ding, let us discuss something. What is on your mind, brother-in-law? I'm all ears. Well, it's nothing too serious. Chen Yan bent slightly, pulling Zhong Ding closer to face the vehicle. Would you like it? Of course I would. Zhong Ding eagerly nodded, his mouth watering at the thought. Then call me father, and I'll buy it for you. Call you father. Zhong Ding turned abruptly, his pupils dilating. Brother-in-law, are you serious? Of course I am. Do you think I'm joking? Hand me your ID card. Chen Yan replied matter-of-factly. Call me father, and this car will be yours. I keep my promises. Zhong Ding stared at Chen Yan in silence, causing the saleswoman to grow increasingly anxious. Hurry up and call him. Mr. Zhong, please. Frustrated, she urged him, for heaven's sake, do it quickly. After a moment, Zhong Ding subtly edged away from Chen Yan's embrace, taking a cautious step back, his gaze wary. Brother-in-law, you don't have feelings for men other than my sister, do you? At this, Chen Yan's fist landed squarely on his forehead. Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and call me. Realizing Chen Yan was genuinely irritated, Zhong Ding understood that such things were impossible. As for why his brother-in-law insisted on being called father, perhaps it was merely a quirk? Father, Zhong Ding muttered, his voice barely audible. This was certainly not going to fulfill any system task. Louder! Hurry up! Chen Yan slammed his card against the car hood, causing both the saleswoman and Zhong Ding to gasp in shock, their hearts racing. Father! Father! Please don't hit it! Zhong Ding cried out in panic. Indeed, father. Please don't, the saleswoman echoed, her urgency causing her to stumble over her words. Haha, enough. Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction, handing his card to the embarrassed saleswoman. Now, let us finalize the payment. Chapter 100. Seeking a workout companion? A full payment. Even though I was aware of the other party's considerable financial means, I was still taken aback. Typically, even billionaires purchasing vehicles opt for loans. It is rare for anyone to part with tens of millions outright. After all, for the affluent, investment strategies invariably take precedence. Full payments are generally reserved for automobiles priced around $100,000 or less. Sir, might you consider financing? A down payment of only 30% is required, which would preserve a significant amount of liquid assets. Even though the commission for this car was fixed at $50,000, the saleswoman, out of goodwill, still offered a suggestion. Chen Yan had no intention of pursuing such an option. He was hoping to spend more for a substantial rebate. No need. This amount doesn't require a loan. I'll pay directly. With that, he gestured to the excited Zhong Ding. "Aren't you going to fetch your ID for registration?" "Oh, right." Zhong Ding promptly retrieved his identification and dashed towards the vehicle, caressing it as if it were a prized possession. His expression suggested that even the most exquisite model would struggle to capture his attention away from this car. The saleswoman, holding the ID and bank card, appeared somewhat flustered. As she began to comprehend the situation and prepare to draft the contract and process the payment, she was interrupted by Chen Yan once more. "Wait a moment." The saleswoman jolted, fearing he might reconsider. "No, please. The 50,000 commission. Do you have any further instructions?" she asked, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. "Oh, it's nothing significant. Just arrange for me a vehicle that is readily available. I don't wish to wait for delivery. A Panamera will suffice, with the highest possible configuration. Charge it to my account." Chen Yan spoke as if it were a trivial matter, handing his ID to the stunned saleswoman. "What are you waiting for? Take it." "Huh? All right. Please hold on." The saleswoman, visibly taken aback, breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing Chen Yan wished to order yet another vehicle. She hurriedly trotted towards the office in her high heels. Observing this, Chen Yan felt exasperated. Was it customary for luxury car salespeople to be so discourteous? Not even offering a glass of water. "Hey, don't get too carried away. It's all yours, and one tea-slip away. Go sit and wait over there." How embarrassing. Watching Zhong Ding's infatuated demeanor, Chen Yan's irritation escalated. "Brother-in-law, you go ahead. I'll take a closer look." At this artwork, it's truly delightful. Zhong Ding was evidently entranced, and Chen Yan, disinterested in further engagement, settled into the sofa area to amuse himself with his phone. In the following days, he realized he needed to plan his time wisely. One couldn't simply rest at leisure. The community clubhouse featured a gym, which was convenient, yet he would undoubtedly need to hire a personal trainer. Practicing without proper guidance might lead to ineffectiveness in the system. All right, hadn't he recently received several notifications about a companionship app? It claimed to provide company for various activities, from shopping to gaming, dining to chatting. He wondered if there were options for fitness companions. Before long, he discovered an app called ByXN dedicated to fitness companionship. After a quick registration, he selected the fitness category and filtered the results. This type of app was less about finding a personal trainer and more about locating a workout partner. Regardless, it required personal expenditure to secure a fitness companion. However, Chen Yan was unfazed. Possessing a basic understanding of fitness, he sought someone who could provide guidance. As for the rest, he simply needed to choose the most appealing partner. Exercising daily while enjoying the view. The greatest advantage was, he could change companions daily. If he grew weary of one, he could select another the next day. How delightful. Should he encounter someone particularly captivating, even without charm benefits, he could utilize his financial prowess to unlock additional services, fulfilling his daily quests of physical and mental pleasure. After much contemplation, the benefits seemed plentiful, and the expenditure appeared negligible. Gummy bears, don't eat cilantro. Fushi tincture. Strange. Why did these names seem familiar? After flipping through several profiles, Chen Yan chuckled to himself, focusing on a particular card. Meow, Huililia. Age 28, not bad. Those little glasses, that slim waist, quite appealing. She's the one. Chen Yan immediately initiated a private chat. "Hello, I'm looking for a workout partner in the city, needing guidance for a fitness novice daily plan. May I inquire about your rates?" In no time, he received a prompt response. "Hello, dear. To schedule a workout with me, it will cost 1-800 ByXN coins for 3 hours, which can be arranged at your convenience." Wow, 3 hours for 1-800, that's rather pricey. Chen Yan calculated that 1 ByXN coin equated to 3 yuan, making the total exceed 5,000 for those 3 hours. Such companionship apps generally serve as a preliminary filter for clients. Once a meeting is arranged and the client is satisfied, they typically exchange personal contact information to bypass the platform's fees for future bookings. This way, both the companion and the client benefit financially. Contemplating this, Chen Yan refrained from placing an immediate order and instead messaged, "Is this photo accurate?" This question was essential. At the very least, it provided written evidence to avoid any discrepancies later. Chen Yan was affluent, not foolish. "Of course, it's accurate. If you're concerned, We can conduct a video verification first. Video verification required no payment, merely a deposit of 100 BXIN coins, lasting 10 seconds. If unsatisfied, the deposit could be refunded. All right, Chen Yan charged 6,000 and submitted a 100 BXIN coin deposit before sending a video invitation. On the other side of the city, Miao Xiaorui, with long black hair and black-rimmed glasses, curled up on her sofa. What on earth is BXIN doing? So many inquiries, yet not a single order. They must all be bots. As she replied to Chen Yan's message, her expression reflected her frustration. Over the past month, she hadn't secured a single order, despite numerous inquiries. Oh, meow meow. I told you to update your age on your profile. Starting with 28 years. Who would be interested? Nowadays, people prefer girls in their early 20s. You may seem mature, but you could easily claim to be 24 for a more enticing allure. Her roommate and close friend, clad in shorts, lounged on the sofa. Unlike Miao Xiaorui, she received multiple orders daily due to her bold attire and engaging personality, which attracted repeat customers. No, I can't deceive people. That's not right. Miao Xiaorui held firm to her principles, refusing to provide misleading information. Just as her friend was about to continue, Miao Xiaorui's phone vibrated suddenly, signaling a video invitation. Quick, a client is calling for a video. Answer it.